The 800-year-old enchanting master was afflicted with the harmony poison. Now she couldn't help but moan in the cave. To save her, you rushed into the cave without hesitation. "We can't do this. You must leave now. Don't let my alchemy toxins harm you." You shook your head firmly. "At worst, I'll marry you in the future." Lu Yuyan's peerless beauty suddenly flushed crimson like blood. "Little you. Seems like you've grown up in the blink of an eye. Now you even dare to defy your master." She bit her red lips lightly. Her dazed, beautiful eyes glared at him fiercely, but not a trace of anger rose in her heart. 2 hours later, the cave finally returned to silence. Drenched in fragrant sweat, her delicate face still tinged with shyness, Lu Yuyan was now sitting cross-legged, properly dressed. The last traces of poison must still be fully expelled. You gazed at your master with reluctance. All traces of your earlier domineering courage gone. Having turned his master into his woman, he felt slightly unsettled inside, but not the slightest regret. System awakening conditions fulfilled. Sensing the host's sincere summons, the Conquer the Daughter of Fortune system is booting up. A mechanical doll-like voice suddenly rang out in MOU's mind, leaving you momentarily stunned. There really is a system. Important notice: you must within 1 year, 100% conquer a Daughter of Fortune, and demonstrate your talents. Otherwise, due to capability mismatch, the system will automatically unbind from you. Please take this seriously. Upon completing this mission, the system will bind with you for life, and fully restore your damaged physique in cultivation realm, while rewarding you with the universe's supreme dual cultivation technique. The universe's supreme dual cultivation technique. How powerful is it? Your heart raced wildly. 1 church and 2 hours of dual cultivation equals 10 days of your solitary cultivation. The partner's effect is halved. You were completely shocked. 1 church and of exercise equals 10 days of cultivation. So if you exercise 3 to 4 shurchen daily, wouldn't that equal 30 to 40 days of cultivation? It seems the urgent matter now is to quickly fulfill the system's requirements. With determined eyes, you turned your gaze towards your master. A transparent panel only visible to you quietly appeared. Name: Lu Yuyan. Daughter of Fortune. Age: 800. Realm: initial stage of deity transformation. Conquest progress: 10%. Seeing the master's constitution, you couldn't help but feel surprised. Looking at the conquest percentage, you felt stung. Just now, after 2 intense hours of charging at the master, you only conquered 10%. Was your performance that bad? Now you're feeling completely off, filled with frustration and worry inside. If this is the case, achieving 100% conquest seems far from easy. What affects the conquest rate? Is it the number of attempts, or the master's psychology? He firmly believed it couldn't be about duration. Should he trick the master into trying once more? You couldn't help but glance at the master, feeling a restless urge inside. Holy shit! You were suddenly startled, immediately snapping out of this improper state, hurriedly checking inside your body, only to see a mysterious crimson chi mass dominantly coursing through your meridians, your beast blood boiling violently. Damn it! How did you also get poisoned by the flood dragon pill? You glanced at the meditating master, couldn't help but sigh in despair. So the toxic chi the master expelled was recycled by you. Is secondhand poison this potent? Now you just feel your chi and blood churning violently. All sorts of thoughts, proper and improper, were bubbling up uncontrollably. You rose with a bitter smile, wanting to distance yourself from your master, but your gaze fixed on your master could no longer be torn away. Your body quickly grew burning hot. Beastly traits became increasingly evident. Your master, elegant and aloof like a celestial maiden, now appeared in his eyes, like a seductive little temptress luring him to sin. Master, I've been poisoned too. Your eyes were bloodshot. Feeling the trembling of her precious disciple, Lu Yuyan instantly gritted her silver teeth, a decision forming in her heart. Once was doing it. Twice wouldn't be so bad either. Besides, Xiaoyu wasn't an outsider. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid, master will save you. Lu Yuyan whispered with a firm gaze, her fair hand slightly extended. MOU, on the verge of madness, was gently pushed to the ground by her. Her face flushed, she half squatted down, her small, white hand began to nervously explore, her watery eyes bashful yet alluring. It should be like this, right? This little rascal, even unconscious, is still so restless. 2 hours later, the storm subsided. The poison on MOU's body had long been eliminated, his whole being radiant, the smug smile on his lips irrepressible. 2 days. Just one more time, and the beginner's gift pack would be his. He excitedly glanced at the lithe figure in the distance, who was arranging her clothes with her back to him, his heart unable to stop pounding. So beautiful. Even just her back view was so beautiful and seductive. Originally, the detoxification didn't need to take this long. The poison in his body had already been eliminated in just 1 hour. However, both of them tacitly didn't stop. Mou didn't say a word, and Lu Yuyan pretended not to notice until 2 hours later when Mou gave in that it finally ended. He couldn't help but feel slightly frustrated. The damaged foundation still affected his battle prowess. But looking at the transparent panel above his master's head, his mood instantly turned to joy. Name: Lu Yuyan, daughter of fortune, age 800, realm, early stage of spirit transformation, conquest by host, 20%, physique, innate 5-element holy body. His heart began to beat fiercely, his eyes filled with fanaticism and anticipation as he looked at his master. Another 10% added today? If he did this for a few more days, would he quickly reach 100%? Of course, he knew that this wasn't due to the number of times, but rather it was related to his master's psychological shift. After all, she was the one who initiated it. He quickly pulled up his own panel. Host: Mou, age 299, realm, early stage of foundation establishment, attribute points 0, physique, chaos demon god body, damaged, currently 4% restored, can cultivate when 40% restored. Hint: one more time, the host will receive a beginner's gift pack, which contains pills to restore the physique. Keep going. Seeing the last line, Mou couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. His fiery gaze couldn't help but look at his master again. Lu Yuyan, who had her back to him, of course noticed his gaze. She couldn't help but let out a shy and annoyed grunt. This little pervert, had he not seen enough just now? She tried to adjust her mentality, put on a calm appearance, then turned to look at him and said indifferently, "What happened today? Forget about it once we go out. I will still be your master, do you understand? I can't forget." Mou's eyes were clear, his tone calm yet firm. Don't you always say that cultivators should have clear thoughts, and where their heart leads, even a sea of fire is a clear path? I don't care about the worldly views. The Eastern region isn't without master and disciple becoming Tao partners. When my realm catches up with yours, that's when I will marry you. You can only be my woman. Lu Yuyan was immediately both ashamed and angry at his words. The tranquil state of mind she had cultivated for 800 years seemed to be shattered by him in one go. This brat, he used to call her you with respect, now he is directly using you? He even dares to say he'll marry her? And that she would be his woman? He was truly audacious, utterly lawless. But she couldn't really get angry, especially when she thought about his physical condition. Her heart softened. Her little disciple, whose talent was unparalleled in the Eastern region, only had 1 year left to live. In the immortal cultivation world, where a random closed-door training session lasted for hundreds of years, it was merely the blink of an eye. Although she didn't want to admit it. But she knew very well that this trip to the forbidden area was probably just a way to seek peace of mind. How could the origin of the great Tao be so easy to find? Because of this, when she heard Mou say that he would marry her once his cultivation caught up, she felt even more heartache. In her eyes, Xiaoyu was just trying to comfort her. Humph, thinking so much when he was about to die, this little fool. She stared blankly at the first man in her life. A gentle, radiant smile suddenly appeared on her face, breathtakingly beautiful. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come and marry me. As long as your cultivation level catches up, becoming your Tao companion wouldn't be a problem. But until then, everything will be as before. Lu Yuyan, suppressing the bitterness in her heart, suddenly smiled and reached out, gently stroking Mou's handsome cheek. The touch was as light as a spring breeze in February. Xiaoyu, you must remember what you said today, don't ever give up. Mou was immediately stunned. Although he had said those words, he hadn't expected his master to agree. At most, she wouldn't be angry. But his personality was such that he did what he thought, and what she thought was her business. Anyway, his master was already his woman, although his strength was lacking now, but when his strength went up, there was no way he would ever let her get away. But her agreeing now was such a pleasant surprise. Although there were conditions. But as long as he recovered his constitution, surpassing his master's cultivation didn't seem difficult. He excitedly roared, "It's a deal, you can't go back on your word." After saying that, he grabbed his master's fair hand and kissed it several times on his lips. Seeing that he didn't make any further excessive moves, Lu Yuyan thought for a moment and then pretended to calmly endure it. She was just unwilling to see him disappointed. It wasn't romantic love. She found reasons for herself in her heart. But seeing that he didn't let go of her hand after kissing it, she finally couldn't help but scold in embarrassment. "You little pervert, what do you want to do by still holding my hand?" But as soon as she said that, Lu Yuyan regretted it. How did this tone sound like it lacked the dignity of a master? It was more like a playful quarrel between lovers. She quickly hid the shyness in her eyes, and her pretty face returned to its usual noble and aloof appearance, her whole aura sacred and inviolable. Mou glanced at his master strangely and then said, pretending to be serious, "I'm not thinking about anything, just thinking about a magical technique I got before. It should be helpful in recovering my injuries." "Ah, really? Are you sure you're not lying to your master?" The previously aloof and holy Lu Yuyan instantly broke her composure. She quickly flew over. Her face was flushed and excited, and she subconsciously grabbed his hand. In her clear and bright beautiful eyes flickered enormous surprise and anticipation, her whole body trembling slightly. "Master, how could I lie to you?" Mo hurriedly nodded. Looking at the smile that he couldn't suppress, Lu Yuyan felt like she had been tricked by him and couldn't help but scold in annoyance. "No, you've done it twice today, be careful of overexerting yourself, we'll talk about it in a few days." "Ah, still a few days? It's not necessary at all, Master, you know my strength, don't you?" Mo said anxiously. Recalling some details, Lu Yuyan immediately blushed crimson and quickly let go of his hand. This little pervert, really humph. Mo's eyes were anxious. One more time, and he could get the newbie gift pack. What were they waiting for? He only had a year left to live. His only hope was to use the system and cultivate back to the golden core stage. Otherwise, he would surely die of old age. But Lu Yuyan was unaware of all this. She was just purely worried and wanted to delay it for 2 days. After all, even for cultivators to continue 3 times, and with such intensity and duration, that didn't seem right? Just when she was struggling, Mo had already reached out and grabbed her. Then he strode towards the distant pool. "Master, you don't want to see me use up my lifespan, do you? I must recover my foundations as soon as possible and reshape my golden core within a year." Lu Yuyan's heart trembled, and she didn't hesitate any longer. Yes, Xiaoyu didn't have much time left. Even if he could truly restore his foundation, if he couldn't reshape his golden core within a year, he would still die. "Xiaoyu, then let's start now. You, try not to move too much later, your teacher will do it herself." After saying this, Lu Yuyan, whose temperament was usually as pure and holy as a celestial maiden, completely transformed into a shy little quail. Her cheeks were as red as blood, her alluring eyes lowered. Then, with her impossibly beautiful legs, she strode quickly towards the pool, pretending to be calm. Chapter 5, Absolutely not, Master, do it yourself, can you? What's there I can't do? I've already, you shut up, don't talk. A flustered, crisp female voice rang out. Plop. Mo was kicked directly into the pool by his master, who was now both ashamed and angry. Then, her graceful figure stood poised above the water, like a celestial maiden treading on waves. Her posture was elegant, her face exquisite, akin to a fairy from the heavens descending to the mortal realm. The fairy gently raised her hand, and a cyan barrier quietly enveloped the pool. "Little pervert, today I'll let you know if I can or not." "Ah, glub glub. Master, this is in the water, you doing this, glub glub glub, getting on top won't work. Who cares? I'm doing it on purpose, Master, let me do it, otherwise I'll be full from drinking water, turn around. You lecher, I don't know where you learned all this nonsense at such a young age. It's all from the dual cultivation techniques, I haven't even tried it. Believe you, 3 hours later. The time had long since turned to night, with the bright moonlight illuminating the earth. Lu Yuyan, her eyes like silk, stood barefoot by the edge of the pool, her gaze coy but pretending to be calm as she adjusted her dress. Her smooth, slender, heavenly legs shimmered under the moonlight like white porcelain, akin to beautiful jade. Her ample fullness and the plump, rounded curve of her backside, accentuated by her slender waist, created a graceful, exaggerated silhouette. This made Mo, who had just released his desires, swallow his saliva again. However, he did not act recklessly again. It wasn't that he had suddenly become well-behaved. Rather, the transparent panel in front of him had turned him into a gentleman. Temporary host, Mo, age, 299, realm, foundation establishment stage early, luck value, 0, physique, chaos demon god body, 6% repaired, can cultivate when 40% repaired, congratulations host for completing the 3-day task, next stage task, please 100% conquer a woman of destiny within 1 year, newbie gift pack is ready, would you like to receive it? Open it immediately, right now. Mo shouted excitedly in his heart. He was eager to see what kind of heaven-defying treasures were in the gift pack he had pursued for 7 hours. Small Sky Mending Pill 1 can repair damaged foundation and physique, effects vary depending on the degree of injury and strength of physique. Second Turn Yuan Returning Pill 1 can recover some cultivation level lost due to injury, has miraculous effects on low-level cultivators. Steal the Sky and Change the Sun Talisman 1 after use, can perfectly conceal one's aura, only displaying the realm one wishes to show, impossible to see through by those below immortals. Heavenly Immortal Protection passive skill, when the host receives a fatal attack, it will automatically activate and block any damage for a quarter of an hour, with a 1-month cooldown. Items have been stored in the system space, others cannot see them. Looking at the contents of the gift pack, Mo was truly excited. These were all things he desperately needed. Repairing his physique, restoring his strength, concealing his realm, and a quarter-hour of invincibility shield? This newbie gift pack was too thoughtful. He hurriedly used the urination escape method, quickly running behind a distant large rock. He was eager to see what effects these pills would have. Behind him, Lu Yuyen couldn't help but blush and roll her eyes. Still hiding? She had already seen everything. After Mou swallowed all the pills in one go and activated both the Steal the Sky and Change the Sun talisman and the Heavenly Immortal Protection skill, he only felt as if something had been added to his body, yet he couldn't sense what it was. The power of the Yuan returning pill, however, transformed into a pure stream of innate energy, rapidly coursing through his meridians. Finally, like a terrifying river, it flowed into his Dantian Sea. His cultivation level surged from the early stage of foundation establishment all the way to the middle stage, then to the late stage. At this time, the medicinal power still hadn't been completely digested and was rapidly spinning, and his Dantian.s expression was agitated and ecstatic. He had a premonition that as long as the medicinal power was fully digested, he would definitely be able to condense the golden core again. At that time, his lifespan would increase to about 800 years, and he would no longer have to worry about dying of old age. As for the medicinal power of the Heaven Mending Pill, it was coursing through his meridians and acupoints, rapidly repairing his shattered foundation. Was beaming with vigor, and the gloom deep within his eyes had completely disappeared. He hurriedly summoned the system panel again. Temporary host, age 299 realm, late stage of foundation establishment, luck value 0, physique, chaos god and demon body 46% restored, can be cultivated. A second grade rejuvenation pill had raised him by more than 2 minor realms. And the minor Heaven Mending Pill had directly restored his physique from 6% to 46%? Had a new understanding of the system, it was truly awesome. Compared to his cultivation speed 100 years ago, 46% was already not inferior to the top geniuses of the Eastern region. Ha ha, I'm back. Fuck, couldn't help but roar in excitement, his eyes welling up. The torment of the past 100 years was something those who had not experienced it could never understand, a hardship and despair. From an unparalleled genius that was hard to find even in 10,000 years, the #1 genius of the Eastern region, he had become a useless waste who could only wait for death. If his Tao heart wasn't strong enough, he might have already given up on himself, or even committed suicide, but had gritted his teeth and persevered. This included his own persistence, as well as the care and never giving up of the sect. Now, his dream was finally about to come true. He imagined that when his grand aunt and others found out, they would be extremely happy, right? Thinking of that scene, he couldn't help but feel immensely hopeful. This little lecher. Hearing his vulgar language, not knowing what she was thinking, couldn't help but blush and give a delicate snort. A moment later, radiant with vigor, returned to where he was. He hugged his master tightly, his strength so great that it felt like he wanted to embed her into his body. Master, thank you. No way. S face was filled with shame and anger. It had been 3 times, and he still wanted more? All day long, this little lecher was thinking about thank you? S face froze, then turned utterly bashful. It seemed she had misunderstood. Master, what's not allowed, was even more confused. Hastily pushed him away, pretending to be calm, and scolded him with a stern face. I am your master, pay attention to your manners, remember to correct these bad habits after you go out. Okay, nodded helplessly, then looked at her excitedly, and said with a trembling voice, Master, I can cultivate again. What, you can cultivate again? Are you sure you're not lying to me? Who had originally been stern, instantly had her beautiful eyes light up, her body trembling slightly, and she was in a state of shock. But she quickly reacted, and suddenly grabbed his hand to examine him. Immediately, her beautiful eyes widened and her small mouth opened in shock. Couldn't help but gulp as he watched her. Couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, but then she couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. His foundation had actually recovered nearly half of it? A huge surprise suddenly emerged in her heart, and her stunning face was filled with shock and ecstasy. A full 100 years. She had fantasized about this scene countless times, and now it was finally about to come true? It felt like a dream. Nodded deeply with emotion. I think there's hope to recover some of my cultivation. Heaven has eyes. Couldn't help but have her eyes turn red. Then she hugged him tightly. After a good while, she finally blushed slightly and pushed him away gently, and then her eyes became conflicted again. Did it only work with dual cultivation? It certainly wouldn't be convenient for her. But thinking of those beautiful female disciples who had been gone for a century, she instantly made a decision. It was time to call them back. She decisively waved her jade hand, returned to the sect. Chapter 6, Returning to the Sect. The outer perimeter of the ancient Forbidden Zone. A group of cultivators flying on their swords all stared at each other in shock. Everyone, am I seeing things? That person just now was that Mou and his master, Lu Yuyen? That's right, it was Mou. Who would have thought he'd come out of seclusion? Wasn't his foundation destroyed? Has he recovered? The group exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes, their hearts surging like a stormy sea. Then, they all pulled out their communication jade slips, urgently sending messages. Several days later, Eastern region, within the borders of the Bright Moon Kingdom. Mou and his master appeared before a magnificent mountain range overflowing with spiritual energy and spanning 1,000 miles. Towering peaks rose into the clouds. Cultivators flying on their swords could be seen constantly shuttling back and forth, creating a lively scene. This 1,000-mile mountain range was the location of the Xianling sect. At this moment, in the Xianling sect's discussion hall, 3 dignified old men were sitting, their faces full of disappointment. 6 powerful middle-aged men were standing below, all with their heads lowered, not daring to even breathe loudly. The atmosphere was solemn and oppressive. The lean, goateed old man was angrily slamming the table, his face full of irritation, and was roaring, "Little you only has a year left, and you went out for so long, but now you're telling me you didn't find anything? How can I have such useless disciples? Do you even have the face to come back? What are you coming back for?" The men being scolded were all hanging their heads in shame, not daring to utter a word in their defense. It was as if it was truly their fault. Just as the old man was in the middle of his scolding, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door, mixed with the excited cheers of many disciples. This only made his already irritated mood worse. Even the tall, kindly old man next to him, who had been about to offer a word of comfort, frowned and muttered angrily towards the door. "What are these little brats going crazy about now?" The goateed old man glared fiercely at the disciples standing in the hall, and barked angrily, "What are you still standing here for? Go see who is causing this commotion, and drag them into solitary confinement." "Yes, master." The men were relieved as if they had been granted amnesty, and rushed out as if they were soldiers escaping from the front lines. Sigh, old 3, don't blame them. Is little Dao injury something that can be so easily healed? The tall, white-haired old man sighed with a hint of unwillingness, his eyes filled with despair and loneliness. As an inner elder of the Xianling sect, Zhou Buyu would be respected and revered by the world wherever he went. But right now, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Aren't disciples supposed to be scolded by their master? Did we get scolded any less by our master back in the day? Lai, the old man who had just scolded his disciples, snorted indifferently, his frail body seething with impatience, and continued, "Besides, they've been gone for decades and haven't even heard of a trace of the source of the great Tao. Shouldn't they be scolded?" Wang Sanyo, who had been silent until now, suddenly stood up, his nearly 2-meter-tall, sturdy body exuding an aura of pressure, and spoke in a rough voice. "If you ask me, that incident was definitely the doing of the people from the great sects, and we can't even rule out the possibility of them acting together. If little Yu really perishes, I will take some of their geniuses with him, no matter what." Zhou Buyu immediately slammed his hand on the table in anger, and berated him. "Nonsense, old 5, how are you even more reckless than old 3? You're an inner elder, yet you're talking about causing a sect war?" Wang Sanyo stubbornly raised his neck, refusing to yield. "So what if it's a war? When has the Xianling sect been afraid of them?" Zhou Buyu's face twitched in anger as he pointed his finger at him and said with a sneer, Wang Sanyo, if you have the guts, wait until little sister comes back, then tell her what you just said, and then you will be truly impressive." The robust old man, who had just been so arrogant, immediately shrunk back and silently sat down. The sect leader's little junior sister wasn't actually scary. What was scary was that the master would believe anything she said. When the little junior sister first arrived, the master even beat them all up in turns just to make her smile. If once wasn't enough, then he'd do it again. And if he found it effective, it wasn't just a matter of doing it once. It would continue until the little junior sister got annoyed and told him to stop. In the master's words, "Who told you you only have one junior sister?" As a result, the little junior sister had become the most feared person among them, and none of the senior and junior brothers dared to provoke her. Lai quickly interjected, "Hey, eldest brother, do you think the old ancestor will gain anything from this trip to the Divine Revelation continent?" Alas, it's hard to say. Although the Divine Revelation continent is not comparable to the Azure Cloud continent, it may not necessarily have the origin of the Great Tao. The wounds of the Great Tao are so difficult to heal, even with third uncle's cultivation, there is still no sign of recovery. It's difficult. Zhou Buyu shook his head with a pessimistic look. Third uncle was precisely Mou's protector back then. A mid-stage divine transformation powerhouse who also had his foundation shattered and his realm had fallen to the early-stage nascent soul realm. At this moment, a middle-aged male cultivator who had previously gone out rushed back, shouting excitedly, "Senior uncle, master, junior uncle, it's sect leader junior uncle, bringing junior brother Mo back. It seems like there's good news. I saw junior brother Mo, where is everyone?" The middle-aged cultivator looked at the empty hall, his face filled with confusion. Then he reacted and hurriedly ran back outside. Outside the main hall, Mou was surrounded by countless enthusiastic and almost frantic male and female cultivators, forming layer after layer. Many held precious jade boxes that looked extraordinary, vying to give them to him. "Junior brother Mo, this is the evergreen elixir that senior brother found in the heavenly abyss forbidden zone. It is said to increase lifespan. You should take it and try it." Junior brother Mo, this is a supreme great revitalizing pill. It's said to have miraculous effects on healing injuries. You should take it and see. Junior uncle Mo, this millennium ginseng from the snowy region was obtained by this junior by chance. Perhaps it will be useful to you. Senior brother Mo, this is the 6-flavor Remania pill. It is said to have been made by the medical sage Ouyang Meng. Mo felt warm and moved. He raised his hand, and after the scene calmed down, he said gratefully, I appreciate everyone's kindness, but these things are useless to me right now. Everyone should keep them for yourselves. Among these people, there were many familiar faces, but there were also many who were obviously core disciples who had recently been promoted in the last 100 years. Those who could come here were at least core disciples of the sect, as well as inner and outer sect stewards and elders. Although he couldn't recognize them all, their uniform sect attire still made him feel especially close to them. Hearing Mou's words, everyone present dimmed their eyes, and a sad emotion welled up in their hearts. Was this Eastern region's #1 genius, the pride of the mysterious spirit sect, preparing to give up now? Mou's situation was no longer a secret in the mysterious spirit sect. Everyone knew that he didn't have much life left. Therefore, when people went out, in addition to inquiring about the ethereal and unreachable origin of the great Tao and healing elixirs, their main goal was to collect heaven and earth treasures that could increase lifespan, in order to extend Mou's life as much as possible and strive for that one last ray of hope. But now, junior brother Mo was saying that he didn't need them anymore? It seemed that the previous elixirs had already squeezed his life potential to the limit. His current lifespan was probably impossible to increase. Some young and beautiful female cultivators had already started to cry. Looking at the sad crowd, Mou didn't explain much. With his current cultivation, it was better to keep a low profile. At least, he had to be cautious until he had the ability to protect himself. In the past, he had underestimated the ruthlessness of those people, and that was how he had suffered this calamity. He couldn't repeat the mistakes of 100 years ago. Alright, everyone, go back now. Standing to the side, Lu Yuyan couldn't bear to watch any longer, and immediately waved her hand with authority. If they stayed any longer, those crying, beautiful female disciples would all be crowding into Xiaoyu's arms. It was truly outrageous. Xiaoyu, follow me into the hall. Having regained her teacher's authority, Lu Yuyan walked ahead, aloof and cold. Mou followed respectfully behind her. All sect elders, come to the main hall for a meeting immediately. The clear, cold, and authoritative female voice echoed throughout the main peak of the Xianling sect. Chapter 7, Lu Yuyan's plan inside the spacious and magnificent council hall. Lu Yuyan sat at the head of the hall with a dignified expression, while only a sparse 6 people occupied the dozens of empty seats. Among them was Mou, who, despite only having a foundation establishment cultivation level, was still an inner sect elder of the Xianling sect. The other 5 elderly cultivators were all the inner sect elders currently guarding the Xianling sect. Among them, Zhou Buyu and the other 3 were disciples of the same master as Lu Yuyan. The other 2 were the direct disciples of their second senior master. As for the other 20-odd inner sect elders, they were all currently traveling between the Azure Cloud continent and other continents, all in order to find the 1 in a million chance of survival for Mou. In other words, there were far more elders outside than those guarding the sect. This was unimaginable for any sect. Because the mountain gate was the foundation of a sect, and if someone were to steal their home, it would be a huge joke. But the Xianling sect had maintained this state for a full 100 years. Little junior sister, didn't you take little you to the ancient forbidden area? Why are you back so soon? Lei Lai, who was thin but quick-tempered, couldn't wait to ask as soon as he sat down. Even Zhou Buyu, who was always steady, couldn't help but frown and said, Little junior sister, did this trip to the forbidden area yield no results? The others didn't speak, but just stared at Lu Yuyan and Mou with apprehensive and tense expressions. We didn't find the origin of the great Tao, Lu Yuyan said, her eyes slightly flickering, giving a vague answer. Of course, there were gains, but they were too shameful to mention. Seeing that her senior brothers still wanted to ask further, she quickly raised her hand to interrupt them, saying urgently, Okay, as for the matter of little you, please don't ask any more questions, senior brothers. From today onwards, little you will enter seclusion at the back of the mountain, and no one is allowed to disturb him during this period. Also, send a message to the few grand elders, asking them to secretly return to the sect and take charge, saying that little you has come out of seclusion. As for the other disciples, let's just leave it at that for now. Lu Yuyan thought for a moment and decided not to let everyone return, lest those with ulterior motives see the signs. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other in shock and astonishment. They were already extremely surprised by the sudden return of their little junior sister and Mou to the sect. Now they understood even less. Seclusion upon return? And even summoning the other grand elders back? Shouldn't the most urgent task be to do everything they could outside to find the last glimmer of hope for little you? The elders couldn't help but look at each other, all dumbfounded. However, even as her senior brothers, everyone was still a bit apprehensive about this little junior sister. They could only sullenly agree. Then, they surrounded Mou with concern, offering words of comfort. But after just a few words, they were once again interrupted by Lu Yuyan, who said with a cold face, "Alright, time is of the essence, don't waste it here. Little you, follow me to the back of the mountain for seclusion." Watching Lu Yuyan hurriedly lead Mou towards the back of the mountain, everyone's expressions were troubled and helpless. This little junior sister, she won't even let us say a few words to little you? She's as overbearing and unreasonable as ever. After watching them go far away, Lei Lai complained discontentedly. "Third senior brother, why didn't you dare to say that in front of little junior sister?" Wang Sanyo couldn't help but tease. "Fifth, aren't you the same? How can you even say that to me?" "Alright, quiet down, now immediately contact the few grandmasters and relay little junior sister's words to them." Zhou Buyu frowned sullenly and instructed. Although little junior sister didn't say much, the sudden recall of the grand elders suggested only two possibilities. One was that they had completely given up on little Yu. But with little you still having a year to live, who would dare to say they had given up now? Wouldn't they be slapped to death by the old ancestor? Leaving aside how small that possibility is, even if it were true, there is no need to go into seclusion now, is there? That's just unreasonable. Then, what's left is another possibility. Perhaps Xiaoyu has a chance of recovery, which is why he went into seclusion. And at this time, the little junior sister suddenly recalled several elders, probably to protect him better. Zhou Buyu's heart surged with excitement, but his face remained impassive. This matter was too important, no amount of caution was excessive, they must not let the scene of 100 years ago repeat itself. After the others quieted down, they all wore thoughtful expressions. Lei Lai couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Eldest brother, Xiaoyu, is there a chance that he?" "Third brother, don't ask what you shouldn't, just do your own job." Zhou Buyu scolded loudly, his expression more stern than ever before. Seeing the eldest brother's serious expression, Lei Lai immediately swallowed the words he was about to say, and whispered in defense, "I'm just happy, making a casual guess." "Third brother, eldest brother is right, this matter should be as if it never left this room, and none of us should even make a guess." The other two old men also nodded in serious agreement. After a few more instructions, Zhou Buyu then said sternly, "Everyone keep a close watch during this period, especially the back mountain. Anyone who dares to intrude will be dealt with according to the sect rules." The group discussed for a long time, and only after confirming that nothing was overlooked did they disperse. The so-called back mountain was a separate peak behind the main peak. It was also where Lu Yuyan cultivated and resided. At the top of the mountain was a spirit-gathering array, which, once activated, could draw in spiritual energy from thousands of miles around, making it a sacred place for cultivation. However, its consumption of spirit stones was also incredibly high. Even the former Lu Yuyan was reluctant to activate it often. But in the past 100 years, Mou had been cultivating within the array. The consumption had been enormous. At this moment, the array was activated again, and the spiritual energy surged like a tide throughout the entire mountain peak. Mou quickly sat down cross-legged, continuing to refine the medicinal power of the rejuvenation pill. After setting up a barrier, Lu Yuyan also sat down quietly not far away. Her beautiful eyes gazed blankly at Mou, soon lost in thought. As time passed, the expression on her face began to change continuously, finally turning into a complicated sigh. Since dual cultivation was beneficial to Xiaoyu's foundation recovery, she should help him find a dual cultivation partner sooner. However, among her 4 female disciples, although they were all exceptionally talented, incomparably beautiful, and shared a deep affection for Xiaoyu, Xiaodi was too mischievous and lively, and Fei Yan's personality was too straightforward. These two were clearly not the best choices. Xiao Rou was quite suitable, with a gentle and quiet personality and a good way of taking care of others. But Ru Yu, as the eldest sister, was also composed and reliable, with a pure and flawless heart. This made her hesitate. "Perhaps I should let them choose themselves," Lu Yuyan decided, and took one last deep look at Mou. Then, decisively, she pulled out a communication talisman and sent a message to 2 of her disciples. "Your little junior brother has come out of seclusion. If you are willing to become his Dao companion, return to the sect immediately." In a certain secret realm, a peerlessly beautiful and aloof woman frowned slightly, then took out a communication talisman and glanced at it. In her pure and clear beautiful eyes, a light of doubt and surprise suddenly burst forth, as radiant as the stars. "Little junior brother is out of seclusion? Going home." The corners of the woman's mouth turned up in a warm smile, and without any hesitation, she abandoned the treasure that was about to be hers, and instantly disappeared, leaving behind a group of bewildered and regretful cultivators in a state of melancholy. And tens of millions of miles away, a graceful and elegant woman with a refined and tranquil appearance was also flying towards the Xianling sect at top speed, her beautiful eyes already slightly reddened. "Little junior brother, if second senior sister can't save you, then she'll at least leave you a legacy." At this time, MOU was completely unaware that his master had sold him out, and not just once, but twice. He was currently immersed in immense joy. Chapter 8, returning to the golden core stage at this moment, within MOU's Dantian Sea. A golden bead, the size of a soybean, was slowly rotating, continuously absorbing the spiritual liquid within, strengthening itself. This process lasted for more than 10 days. Finally, the bead had grown to the size of a pigeon egg, radiating a pure and terrifying power, profound and mysterious. This was the golden core that many cultivators dreamed of for a lifetime. However, compared to the previous pale gold, this golden core was gold with a hint of purple, appearing mysterious and noble. Its strength was even 3 times stronger than when he had previously reached the initial golden core stage, causing MOU to feel excited. A full century. He had finally returned to this realm again. He felt like he was dreaming, his body trembling uncontrollably, and an urge to laugh loudly almost overwhelmed him. The golden core stage, a realm he had once easily stepped into, had later become unattainable. Now, it had finally become his new starting point. He swore that he would never allow himself to be in that hopeless situation of waiting for death again. He would strive to reach the peak of the Great Tao, completely controlling his own destiny. Although the initial golden core stage couldn't compare to his previous mid-nascent soul stage, he didn't care at all, there was still time. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart with gratitude, "Thank you, system. You're welcome. It is my duty to help the host become stronger." MOU's lips curled up. "Then can you give me a few more chi return pills? And a few small heaven-mending pills too? Just consider it a loan?" "No. The system does not allow loans. I do not have that authority. Please do not make things difficult for me." The childlike voice was very pleasant, but the words were cruel. MOU couldn't help but roll his eyes as expected. It was just sweet talk, but he was not disappointed at all. He was already very content with the way things were now. The rest would have to wait until he had conquered his master. Well, although that would be very difficult, he would have to take her down sooner or later. But for now, perhaps he should change his target first. To conquer his master 100% within a year was probably going to be a tough ask. But the favored daughter of fortune, where was he going to find another one? He couldn't help but get a headache. Seeing that he had woken up, Lu Yuyan, who had been closing her eyes to rest, immediately opened her bright eyes and excitedly got up and asked, "Xiaoyu, how is it? Is there any improvement?" MOU quickly smiled and nodded. "I've recovered part of my foundation, and I expect to fully recover soon." "What? Really recovered a part?" Lu Yuyan's eyes suddenly lit up, her body trembling, and before she could finish speaking, she flew over. Her hands tightly gripped MOU's arms, and her divine sense surged out frantically, beginning to check his body. MOU smiled and relaxed his body, letting her check, his heart warm. After checking for a long time, Lu Yuyan couldn't help but frown slightly. The damaged meridians and acupoints in his body had indeed been miraculously repaired for the most part. But the most critical Qi Dantian was a chaotic mess, as if shrouded in a layer of pitch-black fog. Even with her powerful divine sense, she couldn't investigate the situation there. It was also at this time that she noticed that she could not see through MOU's realm, which shocked her deeply. There were many cultivation methods that could hide one's realm, but to be able to hide from the close inspection of a transformation god stage cultivator with only a foundation establishment cultivation? This was unbelievable. But what she couldn't understand the most was that she could see through his realm at a glance when he had just come out of seclusion. Why was it not possible now? Could it really be, as Xiaoyu said, that it was because of their intimate relationship that this change had occurred? Thinking of certain scenes, her cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly, and she was too embarrassed to ask any further questions. After all, every cultivator had some secrets of their own. But soon, she was enveloped by excitement and ecstasy. Her eyes could not help but become moist, and her eye sockets turned red. In the end, she couldn't resist, pulling MOU tightly into her high, warm embrace, her voice choked with sobs and joy. "In these past 100 years, do you know how worried the entire sect has been about you? I was so afraid you'd end up like little Four." Thinking of her fourth disciple's tragic death, she didn't continue. In truth, the ones who cared most about MOU were undoubtedly her and MOU's senior sisters. Even now, the women were still wandering outside, searching for that last glimmer of hope for MOU. Dangerous forbidden zones and secret realms, they entered any they came across, without the slightest hesitation. The bond between these senior sisters and their junior brother was even deeper than many lovers. In addition, the sect's old ancestor, grand elders, and disciples were equally distraught over MOU's injuries. The old ancestor had gone far to the divine revelation continent to seek medicine. Of the 5 grand elders, aside from one who was healing and 2 guarding the sect, the other 2 were also constantly traveling. 80% of the disciples above the golden core stage had not returned to the sect in decades. The old ancestor once said, MOU was the most outstanding genius prodigy in the history of the profound spirit sect. If properly nurtured, he would be able to lead the sect out of the eastern region and towards a higher level of existence. Therefore, no matter what, they had to do everything in their power to save him. Moreover, Mou, an orphan, had always regarded the sect as his own home. He was warm and righteous towards his fellow disciples, deeply respected and supported by everyone in the sect. After his rise, whenever he heard of a fellow disciple being bullied by some young prodigy, he would, regardless of who was right or wrong, first settle the score. In his words, the so-called reason and principle always lay beneath the fist, sword, dharma, and power, plus dominance. Among sects, helping one's own is the only right thing to do. In the Azure Cloud continent, there were default rules for the disputes between the younger generations of the various sections. In order to avoid large-scale wars between sects, as long as it was a fair fight between peers, the elders would almost never interfere. Therefore, Mou had become a bug-like existence. Not only did he crush the younger generation of the eastern region, but even many prodigies a generation older than him were also unable to raise their heads in his presence. Thus, Mou's reputation as a prodigy was as bright as the midday sun in the eastern region. He became the undisputed number one of the new generation, with many followers. In the Profound Spirit sect, known for its unity and protectiveness, Mou was even more of an idol in the hearts of all the younger disciples. It was a pity that the sneak attack 100 years ago nearly detonated the entire Profound Spirit sect. After a good while, Lu Yuyan finally came back from her thoughts. Drying the tears from the corners of her eyes, she pretended to be calm again, gently pushing Mou away, looking at him seriously, and instructed, "This situation cannot be spoken of to anyone for the time being, understand?" "I understand." Mou nodded earnestly. He naturally knew what his master was worried about. He would also not allow the scene from 100 years ago to repeat itself. Lu Yuyan then smiled happily. The relief of many years of worry made her smile incomparably relaxed, stunningly beautiful. Mou almost stared blankly again. Lu Yuyan quickly put on a stern face, restoring her usual dignified manner as a master. However, when she lifted the barrier and sensed the situation outside the mountain gate, her entire demeanor changed, beautiful eyes with hidden anger. Outside the Profound Spirit sect's mountain gate, hundreds of people were descending with their flying swords and magical treasures, talking and laughing as they entered the gate together. These people proposing marriage, were they never going to end? She was angry. Those who had come before at least looked presentable, and were all outstanding prodigies and big figures without Taoist partners. But the batch that was coming now, not only did many already have Taoist partners, there were also many old men. If these people dared to speak up, she would absolutely break their old bones. But after her anger, she began to have doubts. How she looked at them, these people did not seem like they were here to propose marriage. Could it be something else? Her eyes glanced at Mou, suddenly thoughtful. Chapter 9, Challenging Mou? Soon, the group was led up the mountain by disciples of the Xianling sect. After exchanging pleasantries, both sides took their seats, host and guests, while the younger ones remained outside the main hall. "Everyone, please have some tea." Zhou Buyu, who was in charge of the reception, calmly raised his teacup to signal to the others. He could naturally tell that these people had not come to propose a marriage, so he prepared to wait and see what would unfold. "Elder Zhou, please." The others were polite, taking a few sips before beginning to make small talk and boast, avoiding the main topic. However, they constantly inquired about Mou's condition under the guise of concern, and presented the expensive gifts they had prepared. Zhou Buyu accepted them all, ordering his disciples to put them away. As for Mou's condition, he simply said that he had not yet recovered and brushed it off. Just then, a deacon from the Xianling sect hurriedly rushed into the hall, reporting to the Grand Elder, "Just now the Nether sect disciples provoked us at the mountain gate, and then were accidentally injured by our disciples. Now, Nether sect's Grand Elder Ling Qingshan is sending a challenge to our sect's geniuses." The Xianling sect members' eyes turned cold. They didn't expect it to be the Nether sect. The Nether sect was not comparable to the sects before them. It was one of the 8 major sects on par with the Xianling sect. Its mountain gate was located about 100,000 miles north of the Xianling sect. For such large powers, a distance of about 10,000 miles was not an exaggeration to call them neighbors. Neighbors often had disputes, and the relationship between the two sects had always been poor. 100 years ago, they had almost come to blows, and it was with this very Nether sect. Now, it was just that they had not completely fallen out. "Everyone, please excuse me, Zhou needs to go see what's happening." Zhou Buyu smiled, cupped his fist and stood up. "Elder Zhou is too polite. We happen to have nothing to do, so we will accompany you." That's right, it's good to be a witness together, huh?" A group of sect bigwigs all rose together with fake smiles on their faces. Zhou Buyu smiled faintly and did not object. "Then let's go together." The Xianling sect members looked calm on the surface, but their hearts were cursing. That damn Nether sect was truly despicable and shameless. Weren't they just taking advantage of the fact that all the Xianling sect's geniuses were out and hadn't returned yet? If this were 100 years ago, which sect's genius would dare be so presumptuous at the Xianling sect? One MOU was enough to suppress the geniuses of the eastern region, making it impossible for them to raise their heads. But now, eldest brother, the nether sect's sudden arrival, I suspect they're here to probe MOU's condition. An elder reminded via sound transmission. It seems that MOU's emergence from seclusion some time ago has stirred the attention of many interested parties. Just play it by ear later. Don't let this matter disturb MOU's seclusion. Eldest brother, rest assured, there's junior sister in the back mountain and 7th junior brother guarding the foot of the mountain. No one can disturb him. Good, then let's go see what those clowns are up to. In the midst of their sound transmissions, a large group of people quickly arrived at the Xianling sect's mountain gate. It was already crowded with people, mainly divided into 3 camps. There were a few hundred sect disciples who had come to watch the show. There were also thousands of Xianling sect disciples who were currently glaring at the other side with domineering expressions. Opposite them were more than 20 nether sect disciples. Aside from the 3 elders leading them, all were young geniuses with cold, arrogant expressions and extraordinary auras. Especially the 3 young people standing behind the elders, even among that group of geniuses, gave off a feeling of large birds among chickens. Their cultivation was at least in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. This level of strength would be enough to serve as a deacon even in the Xianling sect. In a small sect, they could even be an elder without much trouble. Someone had already recognized them. They were 3 of the nether sect's 10 great geniuses: Chen Qingdu, ranked 5th, Mo Xiu, ranked 8th, and Zuoqiuchan, who had just risen to 10th. Although they were not among the highest ranked, they were still famous among the younger generation in the eastern region. Greetings, Grand Elder. Seeing Zhou Buyu and the others, the Xianling sect disciples hurriedly bowed in respect. What is all this commotion? Zhou Buyu asked, knowing full well the answer. A disciple immediately stepped forward, reporting to the great elder. The nether sect disciples insulted martial Uncle Mo for no reason. This disciple couldn't hold back and kindly taught him how to speak like a human being. Who knew he was so weak? This disciple accidentally broke both his legs. A flash of towering rage flickered in Zhou Buyu's eyes. These people hadn't come for 100 years, and now they deliberately came to provoke Xiaoyu right after he came out of seclusion? The intention was simply too obvious. He couldn't help but reprimand the disciple. Next time, go to the submerged dragon abyss for solitary confinement yourself. Since his legs are already broken, why leave his hands intact? Ah, this disciple respectfully obeys the great elder's teachings. Hee. The disciple, who thought he was about to be scolded, grinned foolishly, his voice loud and clear. The other Xianling sect disciples were also incredibly excited to hear this, wishing they could beat the man up again. Indeed, this was the style of their Xianling sect. To dare insult martial Uncle Mo? They were simply courting death. At this moment, the purple-robed elder from the nether sect walked out, his withered body exuding a terrifyingly deep abyss-like aura, and coldly sneered, "Elder Zhou teaches well indeed. No wonder the Xianling sect disciples are so arrogant and domineering. Lying has learned much today. Today, my nether sect disciples will properly learn from the geniuses of the Xianling sect." As he spoke, Lang Qingshan's tone became as sharp as a knife, and he released the fierce aura of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Just as his words fell, a white-robed youth with arrogant eyes slowly walked out from behind him, hands clasped behind his back. He slightly cupped his fist towards the Xianling sect's direction, before disdainfully saying, "Nether sect disciples Zuoqiuchan wishes to suppress his cultivation to fight MOU. I wonder if young Master Mo dares to accept the challenge." The onlookers immediately erupted into a huge exclamation. They clearly hadn't expected the nether sect people to openly challenge MOU. To challenge someone after they'd been crippled? Wasn't that just too shameless? But, how exciting! A strong surge of interest flashed in the eyes of the spectators from various sections. Would MOU accept the challenge? Chapter 10, You Think You're Worthy? A battle in the same realm? Is there anyone in the eastern region who can match MOU? A young cultivator looked puzzled but was immediately refuted by another. I don't think so. It said that after MOU's foundation was damaged, not only did his realm fall, but his combat power also declined severely. And this Zuoqiuchan is one of the top 10 prodigies of the nether sect, with top-tier talent and combat power. That's right, he's only 400 years old and already a mid-stage golden core cultivator, a veritable genius. It said that in the second year after he entered the mid-stage of the golden core, he crossed realms and killed a late-stage golden core demonic cultivator. His combat power is terrifying. Someone nearby added loudly, triumphantly. But it didn't attract anyone's attention, because these facts were hardly secrets anymore. The young people present were all outstanding disciples from various sections. They were very familiar with the current monstrous geniuses. The most talked about in their daily lives were the glorious deeds of certain genius prodigies, and they even inquired about their preferences. The young people from other major sects would also rank their own geniuses according to combat power and talent. So-called top 10 geniuses, 8 great monsters. It was a whole star-chasing culture in the cultivation world. and 80% of the most outstanding geniuses in the entire eastern region were concentrated in the 8 major sections. The Profound Spirit sect naturally had its fair share of monstrous geniuses. But now, the disciples of the Profound Spirit sect all looked worried. Because among the sect's 10 prodigies of this generation, only one was still within the sect. That was the injured MOU. But now, senior brother MO was not only in closed-door cultivation, even if he were standing here, he couldn't fight. It wasn't that these disciples were afraid to go up, but if they went up and couldn't win, it wouldn't just be their own faces that were lost. It would be the entire sect. This was not the time to act impulsively, so no one dared to mess around. Heh, MOU, the number one genius of the eastern region, dares not accept the challenge? Zhuoqiu-chan carried his hands behind his back, his head held even higher, the hairs in his nostrils clearly visible. His voice, though deliberately casual, carried a hint of sarcasm and triumph. Without anyone needing to fan the flames, a towering rage had already risen in the hearts of the Profound Spirit sect disciples. Damn it, do you even deserve to fight senior brother MO? Yang, one of the Profound Spirit sect, will have a couple of rounds with you. A young cultivator with a refined appearance roared and stepped out quickly. But almost at the same time, countless other Profound Spirit sect disciples rushed forward, vying to be the first. Junior brother Yang, my strength is a bit stronger than yours, let me go first. Senior brother Chen, it should be me. Today, even if we can't beat this moron, we have to splatter him with blood. Don't fight with me, this first battle has to be mine. Now, they were no longer thinking about winning or losing, they just had to fight. The Profound Spirit sect disciples could lose. But they could never retreat from a fight, and they would never allow anyone to insult MOU, the idol in their hearts. Zhou Buyu and the others had calm expressions, but their eyes were cold and angry, and they had long since mentally cursed out the other party as female relatives. This damned nether sect, how could they be so shameless? Knowing that Xiao Yu's foundation was damaged, they invited major sects to come and then publicly challenge him? What a good show they were putting on! With Xiao Yu's status, if he lost the contest, not only would his reputation be ruined, but it would also spread throughout the entire eastern region in an instant. Moreover, Xiao Yu's foundation was already damaged and his lifespan was short, so even if he could win, they couldn't let him fight. The Profound Spirit sect was bound to swallow this suffocating anger. Just then, a burly young cultivator suddenly appeared in front of Zhuoqiu-chan, his eyes cold and contemptuous. So, you're the Zhuoqiu-chan who was once kicked 3 miles away by my young master? Heh, someone like you can be called one of the top 10 prodigies of the Nether sect? Your sect is truly teeming with talent. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the entire arena, followed by much discussion. Damn, this young man, isn't he one of MOU's followers? What's his name again? I remember him, he was one of MOU's former followers, a low-key person, I think his name is Yan Wuji? That's right, it's him. I didn't expect him to still be here. The man's loyal. Yeah, back then, MOU had 10 young prodigies following him, and now there's only one Yan Wuji left? Even if there are more, there can't be many left. After all, who would want to follow a cripple? The usually calm Zhuoqiu-chan was now livid. Being kicked 3 miles away by MOU was the shame of his life. Although it happened 200 years ago, every time he thought about it, it felt like a knife was piercing his heart. However, there were so many geniuses who had been crushed by MOU back then. Many even felt that being defeated by MOU was a symbol of status. To the point that later, those who hadn't fought him seemed unworthy to be called prodigies. During that time, people would brag to each other, pretending to be regretful, then loudly saying something like, I once fought MOU, and regrettably lost to him by a single move. As for whether they lost by one move, or lost in one move, that was completely unimportant, because no one would be so tactless as to ask. Even Zhuoqiu-chan, with a slightly smug tone, had once said to others, I had a great battle with MOU, and in the end, he angrily kicked me 3 miles away, almost damaging my foundation. It was a close call. In his opinion, being kicked 3 miles by MOU back then without damaging his foundation was really impressive. Others thought so too. Then he would bask in the flattery of others, being modest and smug for a long time. But since MOU's foundation was destroyed, and his cultivation level had fallen to the foundation establishment stage, no one was willing to talk about these things anymore. Being defeated by MOU had gradually become a disgrace. Now, Zhuoqiu-chan hadn't heard anyone mention this in front of him for a long time, to the point he thought everyone had forgotten. But now, he felt like he was walking naked in the street, his secrets completely exposed. This made his anger reach its peak, his body trembled more violently, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth and roar. A crippled MOU, are you going to boast about him for the rest of your lives? If you have the guts, let him fight me again. I lost to him back then, only because I was careless and underestimated him. Such a distraught Zhuoqiu-chan was a sight unseen, not only by the Shenling sect disciples, but even the Nether sect people were seeing him like this for the first time. Lang Qingshan also frowned, sighing helplessly in his heart. Although Zhuoqiu-chan was a rare genius of the sect, with his state of mind, it would be difficult for him to go far. In comparison, Mou, whom he had met once more than 100 years ago, was like an immortal descending from the heavens, crushing all others in every aspect. Fortunately, he was now crippled, otherwise, who among these young people would dare to call themselves prodigies? The burly youth standing opposite Zhuoqiu-chan immediately pointed at Zhuoqiu-chan and laughed mockingly, "A useless coward who takes advantage of others' misfortune. Do you think you're worthy of fighting my young master a second time? You're laughable. Come on, let me see how much strength the top 10 genius of the Nether sect has." After the burly youth finished speaking, his aura suddenly changed, a fierce and murderous aura surging around him. Then he respectfully bowed to Zhou Buyu and said, "Mou's follower, Yan Wuji, requests to battle the defeated opponent of our young master. I hope the Grand Elder will approve." "Approved." Zhou Buyu nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Grand Elder." After Yan Wuji finished speaking, he soared into the air, standing tall and erect. Then, he pointed at Zhuoqiu-chan, his eyes cold and disdainful. "With your status, you want to fight my young master, are you worthy?" Zhuoqiu-chan, who already had an unpleasant expression, now had his entire face turned purple with anger. "I only lost to Mou, not to you," he roared furiously as he charged forward. A terrifying crimson sword beam slashed out from his hand, its power absolutely terrifying. Chapter 11. An even matched Zhuoqiu-chan's sword was like a falling meteor, filled with violent and manic energy, stirring the surrounding air into chaos. His imposing aura swept outwards, engulfing an area of several thousand meters. Many young cultivators watching the battle were deeply moved. Yet Yan Wuji showed no fear. He also raised his hand, unleashing a blue sword beam to meet it head-on. In terms of momentum and power, it was no weaker than Zhuoqiu-chan's attack. Boom! With a deafening crash, light scattered in all directions. Their first clash had ended in a draw. The onlookers exchanged stunned glances, their faces filled with shock and surprise. A seemingly unknown follower of Mou possessed such strength? Then what kind of monstrous talents must the other famous ones have been? Seeing this scene, the young disciples of the Xianling sect were equally astounded. If Mo Shishua's follower was this powerful, then how extraordinary must he have been to make such a prodigy willingly follow him? So-called followers were, to put it bluntly, underlings and servants. Many geniuses today claim to have numerous followers, but these were often just servants and retainers from their families. Or else they were people of mediocre talent who were just seeking to use their master's power. How many real prodigies would willingly become someone else's follower? Even Chen Xing, Mo Xiu, and others had only a few capable individuals among their followers. Not to mention Zhuoqiu-chan, whose followers were mostly just for show. But Mou back then was an exception. Among his followers were truly talented people. Many had wanted to follow him, hoping to rise to prominence with him in the future. But becoming his follower wasn't easy. Those lacking talent or who he didn't like were simply rejected. He was that willful. Back then, being a follower of Mou was a matter of great prestige. The more Zhuoqiu-chan looked at Yan Wuji, the more jealous he became. He had initially thought he could challenge Mou. But who would have imagined he couldn't even defeat one of his followers? This only fueled his anger. The battle between the two became more intense. Many sect elders among the onlookers, though unfamiliar with Yan Wuji, could tell with their experienced eyes that the young man had reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. However, compared to the already prominent Zhuoqiu-chan, he was likely still a bit weaker in combat power. Yet even so, it was enough to leave them in utter shock. This kind of super genius, who would be nurtured as a core member within their own sects, was just a follower of Mou. What a lavish waste! Zhuoqiu-chan was equally astonished. He also hadn't expected that this man had also reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. But this was just a mere surprise. "I admit you have some strength, but you are not qualified to be my opponent." He was a peerless genius who had killed a late-stage Golden Core realm demon. After coldly declaring this, Zhuoqiu-chan once again channeled his anger and slashed out with his fingers. In a flash of light, a sword energy surged like an inverted river, ceaselessly attacking Yan Wuji. The area within a 2-kilometer radius was enveloped by this sword strike, and the violent shockwaves made the clothes of the onlookers flutter. The magic power contained within the sword beam even stirred a hint of heavenly might, causing the sky above to darken and become gloomy. Many young cultivators watching the battle couldn't help but be captivated, with expressions of intense envy and admiration in their eyes. Even the disciples of the Xianling sect had to admit that Zhuoqiu-chan indeed had the right to be proud. The power of this sword was more than twice as strong as before. Just as many thought that this strike would decide the battle, Yan Wuji coldly snorted, and his tall, sturdy frame suddenly burst forth with boundless fighting spirit. He sneered disdainfully, "Anyone can boast. Defeat me first if you can." As he spoke, a blue cyclone suddenly began to spin rapidly around his body. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a giant light sword, bursting forth. Like sunlight scattering across the heavens and earth, it suddenly illuminated the small space shrouded by dark clouds. This sword, equally fierce and domineering, advancing without hesitation, its contained power was no less than that of Zhuoqiu-chan. Seeing this, even Zhou Buyu couldn't help but murmur in surprise, to think that young Yan not only stepped into the mid-stage of the Golden Core but also possesses such formidable combat power, quite remarkable. It's just that although their realms are the same, their true combat power is probably still different. After all, Yan Wuji had only just entered this realm, and Zhuoqiu-chan had been cultivating in the Golden Core mid-stage for 20 or 30 years, so the outcome was likely not optimistic. If Yan Wuji wanted any chance of victory, he had to surpass his opponent in the comprehension of sword techniques and Taoist methods. But when both sides are geniuses, relying on comprehension to crush the opponent was not an easy thing to do. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, the two attacks collided with a deafening roar. The result, however, was far beyond everyone's expectations. It was still a draw. This young man named Yan Wuji was not simple. At this point, even Zhuoqiu-chan's expression began to turn serious. He was only arrogant, not stupid. His opponent's combat power and talent were definitely no less than his own. He didn't underestimate his opponent anymore, but rather, he mustered all his strength and began to go all out. The battle between the two gradually became white-hot. At this time, on a towering peak of the Xianling sect, three old men with immortal demeanors were sitting quietly in a grand hall. The one in the middle was a gaunt old man in a gray robe, with a kind face like that of an old farmer, but with deep and weathered eyes. His thick, white eyebrows drooped to his cheeks, along with the three long and dense silver-white whiskers. His temperament was extraordinary, like an immortal. To his left was an old woman in a green robe with flowing white hair. Although her beauty had faded, her demeanor was still elegant and dignified. Her features were gentle, her eyes were bright, and it was not difficult to see from her current appearance that she was definitely a great beauty when she was young. Unfortunately, even for cultivators, the years had still left indelible marks on her face, with crow's feet as deep as knife marks at the corners of her eyes. At this time, on the table in front of her, there were many rare and precious medicines that were difficult to find in the world. On the other side was a tall, black-robed old man, his face cold, his eyes stern and imposing. His hair and clothes were neatly arranged, revealing a rigid and meticulous air all over his body. The two men and one woman, although their temperaments were different, all gave off a sense of vastness and depth. At this moment, the gray-robed elder was shaking his head with a bitter sigh. Fourth junior sister, Little Yu's lifespan is only 1 year left. Even if we give him these treasures, it will be difficult to prolong his life. What? I don't believe it. Old Taoist Tianji clearly calculated that his immortal fate was not yet exhausted. The white-haired old woman's body shook, and her face turned pale instantly. She then stood up abruptly, her body exuding an agitated and furious aura. How could such a peerless genius like Little Yu just die like this? Could it be that the heavens are treating the Xianling sect like this? Chapter 12. I really want to challenge Mou alone. While passed before the white-haired old woman sat down with a mournful expression, her face filled with self-reproach as she recounted, in these 100 years, I've traveled to all the major forbidden zones of the Azure Cloud continent. Forget about the origin of the great Tao or ancient immortal pills, I haven't even heard a credible legend, it's all been a waste of time. The gray-robed elder chuckled bitterly, waving his hand to interrupt her, sighing, Fourth sister, there's no need to blame yourself. Some things are predetermined, not by the will of humans. All we can do is try our best. The green-robed old woman's eyes dimmed, her frail body trembled slightly, and her voice was low and hoarse. I'm not being stubborn, but whenever I think about that little fellow, how he's going to die in another year, my heart just feels stifled and guilty. We watched him grow up. Now we have to watch him go. I really can't accept it. Silence fell over the scene. Who there could accept it? But what could they do but accept it? After a long while, the gray-robed elder sighed, ultimately, it's because we didn't protect him well. These words made the white-haired old woman feel even more painful and guilty. But no one had expected those people to be so ruthless back then. They had thought that with third brother protecting Xiao Yu and the reputation of the profound spirit sect, no one in the entire eastern region would dare to make a move. But who knew? Someone actually did it, and the culprit has never been found. A humiliation. For nascent soul stage cultivators were sent, a grand scheme indeed. That kind of power was enough to wipe out many large sections. Yet it was used to assassinate a junior in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. In that incident, the profound spirit sect not only lost an unparalleled genius who had the potential to step above the void return realm but also had a supreme elder in the nascent soul realm crippled. The humiliation and hatred were deeper than the sea. After a long while, the green-robed old woman changed the subject, her eyes filled with concern. How is Xiao Yu? Let him come and see us. It's been 100 years since I last saw him. I wonder what the little guy has become now. Her eyes were dim. She couldn't help but worry. From an unparalleled genius, he suddenly became a cripple who couldn't cultivate. How many people could withstand that? She hoped that the little guy's mind was strong enough and that he had not been crushed by it. Earlier, Yu took him out for a trip, but she returned in less than half a month and is now in seclusion, the gray-robed elder said, shaking his head with a wry smile. The green-robed old woman looked at the eldest brother in surprise. Seclusion? Why is he going into seclusion at this time? This, alas. In her view, this was purely because Lu Yuyan, as his master, was still unwilling to accept fate. But no matter how unwilling, shouldn't he be eating and drinking well at this time? Secluding oneself for 100 years was useless, so what good would seclusion do with only a year left? But she couldn't forcefully stop this decision and could only sigh helplessly. The black-robed elder who had been silent all along couldn't help but frown and said, 100 years ago, I disagreed with using the entire sect's resources to find that elusive origin of the great Tao for Xiaoyu. Now, not only has there been an enormous waste of resources and over 100 disciples have died, but his injuries still show no improvement. The key thing is, now that we know he's about to die, that girl Yuyan is still opening the spiritual gathering formation to allow him to cultivate. How is this fair to the other disciples? The black-robed elder grew increasingly agitated, and he finally stood up, the dissatisfaction in his eyes undisguised. Over these years, the resources Xiaoyu had consumed were enough to cultivate 10 more nascent soul cultivators. And that didn't include the disciples who died in the forbidden zones and the valuable time they wasted. One of his personal disciples had died just like that. The key thing was that now it has been proven that those sacrifices were completely worthless. That was the source of his anger. The white-haired old woman, heartbroken, exploded at these words, immediately rising in fury to glare at him, shouting, "Second senior brother, you can't be unaware of how important Xiaoyu is to the sect, right? Besides, senior uncle also approved of this decision. What you're saying now is based on the results we know today. Should we have abandoned him back then? According to your logic, wouldn't third senior brother's desperate attempt to save him back then be even more pointless?" The gray-robed elder, looking helpless, quickly stepped forward to mediate. Unfortunately, the white-haired old woman, her temper flaring, didn't give the eldest senior brother any face. She slammed a palm onto the table, shattering it to pieces. Still not appeased, she roared at the black-robed elder like a provoked lioness. "Is it because some of your disciples and grand-disciples died? Do you blame that on Xiaoyu as well? If cultivators are afraid of dying, they should just go home and grow sweet potatoes. What's the point of cultivating then?" The black-robed elder was also provoked, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared back at her. "Fourth junior sister, make yourself clear. What do you mean by, I'm afraid of dying? What do you mean by my disciples and grand-disciples? Aren't they disciples of the profound spirit sect? Since it's clearly useless, why continue? Do you know how many spirit stones are consumed when activating the spirit gathering array? Alright, enough of this. Look at the state you're in." The gray-robed elder slammed the table forcefully, then glared at the black-robed elder, scolding loudly, "Second junior brother, fourth junior sister just returned. As her senior brother, why are you arguing with her? Have you been too idle lately? As long as Xiaoyu is not dead, we cannot give up on him. If you have any objections, keep them to yourself." The black-robed elder opened his mouth, but in the end, he sat down helplessly, then closed his eyes and remained silent. He didn't think he was wrong. Since there was no hope of Xiaoyu recovering, they shouldn't waste resources on him. They should be used on other talents instead. But what about the sect? For him, they had not only wasted enormous resources, but also delayed the cultivation of many talents, and even caused the deaths of many people. Wasn't this acting on emotions? The green-robed old woman also snorted coldly and sat down. But after a while, she stood up again, agitated, and frowned. "Aren't you going to do anything about the farce outside the mountain gate? They're bullying us right at our doorstep." The gray-robed elder couldn't help but smile wryly. "Fourth junior sister, let the younger generation handle their own matters. What would it look like if we intervened? People might think the profound spirit sect can't afford to lose. Humph, you're just obsessed with your pride." Though she said that, the green-robed old woman ultimately sat back down. Then, in a fit of irritation, she closed her eyes and ignored the two. The gray-robed elder smiled wryly but didn't mind it. Fourth junior sister had always been like this, they were used to it. Silence quickly fell within the hall. But this silence lasted for less than a quarter of an hour. The three of them opened their eyes almost simultaneously, then looked at each other in astonishment. Didn't they say Xiaoyu was in seclusion? The green-robed old woman disappeared before she even finished speaking. "Junior sister, first check things out in secret. Don't take action." The gray-robed elder quickly followed. The black-robed elder hesitated for a moment, then his face darkened as he quickly followed. At this moment, the atmosphere outside the profound spirit sect's mountain gate was strange. The duel that had been the center of attention was now being ignored. Everyone's gaze was complex as they looked toward the handsome, refined, and dashing young man standing at the edge of the arena. Even Lu Yuyan, the peerless beauty beside him, was overshadowed by his radiance at this moment. a name that even now many people were familiar with. Unfortunately, he was no longer the genius he once was. Instead, he had become a cripple who couldn't cultivate and was nearing the end of his lifespan. Watching Mo excitedly surrounded by the Shenling sect disciples, Chunqingdu and Mo Xiu of the Yuming sect immediately wore cold sneers. A cripple, no matter how glorious he once was, so what? Since you still care, then I will trample him into the mud and then crush him. Mo Xiu's eyes were arrogant and excited. He turned his head and glanced at Chunqingdu beside him, whispering, "Senior brother Chen, I should be the one. Junior brother Mo is mine. Later I will lower my cultivation level and have a fair fight with him. Don't compete with me for it." Chunqingdu's tone was calm, but his eyes were full of unquestionable dominance, not giving Mo Xiu any room for negotiation. Although Mo Xiu was angry and annoyed in his heart, he did not show any dissatisfaction on his face, and he said with a calm smile, "That's fine, with senior brother taking action, it will naturally be safer." In their eyes, Mo at this moment was just a stepping stone for them to make a name for themselves, something they could handle easily. Although his gold content was far less than before. But as long as he was still called Mo, it was worth their effort. Thinking of this, Chunqingdu stepped forward without hesitation. Then he walked straight towards Mo. Chapter 13. The Lu Yuyan. At this moment, other sect leaders were stepping forward with polite greetings to exchange pleasantries with Lu Yuyan. Even Leng Qingshan of the Nether sect, with a forced smile, cupped his fist at her, a fake smile plastered on his face. "Sect leader Lu, it has been many years, you are still as beautiful and moving as ever, your demeanor even more captivating than before." Lu Yuyan nodded slightly, her expression indifferent. "Elder Leng overpraises, your esteemed guests coming to my profound spirit sect together today is quite a grand spectacle. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were here to stir up trouble." She glanced at the surrounding crowd, her beautiful, cool eyes filled with undisguised annoyance. Everyone quickly began to explain. "Sect leader Lu, you have misunderstood, we are just coincidentally here today. Indeed, I heard rumors that sect leader Lu is seeking a Dao companion, and that is why I came to have a look. Yes, I wonder which fellow Taoist will catch sect leader Lu Si. It is truly enviable." Lu Yuyan naturally did not believe their nonsense. These sects and the Nether sect had always been close. For them to arrive simultaneously today was no coincidence. Adding to that the fact that the one surnamed Zhua had immediately challenged Xiaoyu, the meaning behind it was obvious. They simply wanted to probe Xiaoyu's recovery. However, she was too lazy to expose them directly. After a few cold, perfunctory words, she paid them no more heed. It seemed that Xiaoyu's seclusion had indeed disturbed some interested parties. Her gaze grew increasingly cold. It was not until this moment that Chunqingdu finally found an opportunity. He went straight to Mo, then with a restrained smile, he cupped his fist and said, "Brother Mo, it has been a long time. That defeat back then still lingers in my mind. I have always wanted to have another fair fight with you. Unfortunately, Brother Mo has been in seclusion for 100 years, making it impossible for me to fulfill my wish. Now that we meet again, I hope Brother Mo will grant my request." Mo glanced at him indifferently, his expression calm. "Would you have any interest in fighting a defeated opponent again?" Chunqingdu's face immediately stiffened. The other profound spirit sect disciples burst into loud laughter. "That's right, a defeated opponent wants to challenge martial uncle Mo again? That's truly overestimating yourself. If you ask me, it's like going into the outhouse with a lantern courting death." Chunqingdu's mouth twitched, a boundless rage flashing in the depths of his eyes, but he forcefully held himself back from erupting. This was profound spirit sect territory, and he did not dare to be too presumptuous with this domineering sect. However, he could engage in some mocking and ridicule. Moreover, the purpose of their trip was to investigate Mo's real condition, so he couldn't help but provoke. "I know that Brother Mo is now mostly crippled, but don't worry, I will suppress my cultivation to the foundation establishment stage to ensure a fair fight. Of course, if you are afraid to accept the challenge to protect your reputation, then I will take back what I said." Mo cast a calm glance at him, then chuckled with disdain. "Such a low-level provocation, and you still have the face to use it? No wonder you have only advanced one small realm in the past 100 years, you are truly useless." This truly stung Chunqingdu. His whole face turned pale and ugly, and he gritted his teeth. "You talk so eloquently even when you're afraid to accept the challenge? I will seal my cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, and you still dare not fight?" The other Nether sect disciples also started to jeer. "Senior brother Chen, this Mo is just an empty name, how could he dare to compete with you? That's right, timid as a mouse, yet quick with his words, truly shameful." A proud and arrogant genius from the Nether sect laughed with disdain. "If you ask me, Mo is just a useless piece of trash, who can only live under someone else's protection for the rest of his life. After all, if he just continues to hide like a turtle for another 2 or 3 years, maybe he can just kick the bucket and preserve his undefeated record courting death." Accompanying the clear, melodious sound of an angry shout, a sharp, miserable scream rang out at the same time. The entire scene fell silent. Everyone stared at each other in shock. The nether sect prodigy, who was just cursing with such delight, was directly reduced to hero fragments by a slap from Lu Yuyan. A golden core stage cultivator had fallen completely. Looking at the shattered corpse, the nether sect disciples, who were just loudly mocking, were instantly silenced. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads, their eyes filled with terror. The sect leader of a major sect killed someone without saying a word? And the person killed was a disciple of the nether sect, one of the top sects in the eastern region. Wasn't she afraid of triggering a war between the two sects? The sect leaders and elders watching from the sidelines all twitched at the corner of their eyes, their hearts filled with fear and shock. The mysterious spirit sect was indeed as fierce and domineering as ever. At the same time, they were frantically warning themselves that they were only here to watch the show today, and absolutely must not offend this domineering woman. No one dared to not take the words of this beautiful sect leader of the mysterious spirit sect seriously. If it weren't for the repeated guarantees and benefits from the nether sect, and that they didn't have to do anything that would offend anyone, they really wouldn't have dared to come. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Only the mysterious spirit sect disciples watched with their blood boiling, their bodies and minds refreshed. Mou was slightly surprised, his heart also filled with warmth. Having such a domineering and protective master was pretty good. Lu Yuyan glanced around indifferently and finally fixed her gaze on Lang Qingshan, sneering domineeringly, "Your nether sect people came to the outside of my mysterious spirit sect's mountain gate and openly insulted my disciple for no reason. Are you trying to start a war?" Lang Qingshan had long been angered by her sudden act of killing, his face turning green, his heart full of anger and resentment. Start a war? Damn, wasn't it you, Lu Yuyan, who wanted to start a war? What that disciple said might have been a bit excessive, but it wasn't a reason for you to kill him, was it? But he really didn't dare say these words. The other party had already killed someone. What could he do if he didn't like it? She was a great power in the transformation god stage. He couldn't beat her. But just enduring it made his heart feel extremely uncomfortable. His face was ashen, and after a moment of silent deliberation, he turned to his disciples and roared through gritted teeth, "If you want a challenge, then speak properly. Why are you insulting others? Is this how our nether sect taught you to behave? Shameless, crude, and utterly unreasonable." The unreasonable person was naturally referring to Lu Yuyan, but he really didn't dare say these words in front of that crazy woman. He could only indirectly vent his anger. Fortunately, his purpose for coming was only to inquire about Mou's recovery, not to confront the other side head-on. After scolding his own people, he fell silent. Lu Yuyan ignored him and looked at Zhou Buyu on the side, asking calmly, "Eldest brother, what's going on?" Seeing that the retreat of their junior sister and Mou had been disturbed, Zhou Buyu and the others couldn't help but blame themselves and quickly explained the situation. After hearing this, Lu Yuyan's eyebrows shot up, and she coldly shouted in anger, "The nether sect has such great courage. Knowing that my sect's prodigy was out on an adventure, they specially sent a nether sect genius to challenge him? If that's the case, then a year from now, the mysterious spirit sect will definitely pay a visit with our disciples. Then the two sects can have a good comparison." Hearing this, the onlookers were shocked. Was the mysterious spirit sect going to call back all the disciples who were out looking for opportunities for Mou? Did this really mean they had given up on Mou? Chapter 14, a top-grade spiritual sword cultivators believe in the concept of the mandate of heaven and fortune. They believe that disciples with better talent receive more of heaven's favor and have deeper blessings than ordinary people. This is why the Xianling sect is willing to risk a fall of their geniuses by sending them out. They hope to use their good fortune to find the rare treasure, the origin of the great Tao, to help Mou restore his foundation. This is no secret in the entire eastern region. In the past century, compared to other sects who keep their geniuses at home, the Xianling sect has had the highest mortality rate among its geniuses. However, their combat strength is also the fiercest, each one brave and unafraid of death. But now, are they going to give up on Mou just to avenge the provocation of the nether sect? Or is Mou at the end of his lifespan, beyond saving? Looking at Mou, who only has a foundation establishment stage cultivation, all the bigwigs of the surrounding sects are lost in thought. A foundation establishment stage cultivator who has suffered from a great Tao injury, living to 300 years old is already a miracle. It must have cost the Xianling sect a lot of heavenly treasures. If calculated like this, Mou seems to be about to die as well. Lang Qingshan thought of the same thing, and his heart instantly relaxed. Today was not a wasted trip. It seems that even after 100 years of seclusion, Mou's injuries have not improved. A foundation establishment stage cultivator in the early stage? Even if he now has the origin of the great Tao, and his foundation is restored, he won't have enough time to cultivate to the golden core stage. If he can't return to the golden core stage, he is destined to die of old age. He couldn't help but laugh triumphantly in his heart. Not being able to find the origin of the great Tao is not the most tragic thing for the Xianling sect. The most tragic thing is finding it, giving it to Mou, and then discovering that he doesn't have enough time to cultivate. That would be really interesting, right? Since Sect Master Lu has this intention, then the entire Nether sect will wait for the Xianling sect's geniuses to come and give pointers. And Mou, I wonder if he will dare to come along? Lang Qingshan, in a better mood, mocked happily, not caring at all about the challenge a year later. As long as there isn't a monster at Mou's level, the current geniuses of the Xianling sect are about the same as the Nether sect, no one can gain too much advantage. So what if there's a challenge? But today, he couldn't just swallow this anger. He sneered and secretly instructed Chen Qingdu through voice transmission, after your junior brother Zhua finishes his match, no matter what the outcome, you must immediately step forward and challenge Mou, force him to make a move, and then humiliate him. Yes, Elder. Chen Qingdu excitedly replied, his eyes filled with anticipation. At this time, Yan Wuji and Zhua Qiuchan had already fought with real fire. To be precise, from the very beginning, they hadn't treated this as a normal exchange. Their moves were all aimed for life or death. Especially Yan Wuji, his attacks were ruthless and merciless, akin to fighting for his life. He had only one thought in his mind, which was that he absolutely could not let the person who had insulted his young master leave alive. Not to mention, let him swagger here. Zhua Qiuchan's face was also frosty, his cold eyes flashing with boundless shame and anger. As one of the top 10 geniuses of the Nether sect, he had taken the initiative to challenge Mou, but couldn't even defeat his follower after a long fight. This was simply a disgrace. After this battle, regardless of the result, the person who would truly become famous would be the person named Yan Wuji, not him. If he lost, he would be even more ashamed. I absolutely cannot lose, he shouted in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he finally took out a dark red ancient sword. This was a divine weapon he had obtained in a certain secret realm and always regarded it as a treasure. It was a real low-grade spiritual sword. A spiritual sword meant that the sword had its own spirit. When used in cooperation with its master, it could increase the power of the user's moves. This is actually a low-grade spiritual weapon? Seeing him take out the spiritual sword, the surroundings erupted in exclamations. Treasures are divided into magical artifacts, magical treasures, spiritual artifacts, spiritual treasures, sacred artifacts, celestial artifacts, Dao artifacts, supreme treasures, and innate supreme treasures. Each level is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades based on quality. A lower-grade spiritual sword can increase the user's power by up to 20%. Many sect elders cannot produce a treasure of this level, so how does a disciple of the Nether sect possess one? Many people felt envious and sighed inwardly. This seemed a bit unfair to Yan Wuji. However, weapons are part of one's strength, so no one could say anything. As expected, with the aid of the spiritual sword, Zhua Qiuchan's strength greatly increased. With just one move, she caused Yan Wuji to suffer a significant loss, his face paling. Yan Wuji frowned deeply, beginning to worry inwardly, for he didn't possess such a treasure. Just then, a clear voice suddenly came from a distance. Wuji, catch the sword, and let that nobody see what a true spiritual sword is. As the voice fell, an ink-black long sword, brimming with spiritual energy, suddenly flew out from Mou's hand, instantly appearing half a foot in front of Yan Wuji. The quietly hovering ink-black longsword emanated an ancient and majestic aura, displaying extraordinary spirituality. Holy crap, that's a top-grade spiritual sword? Someone with knowledge of such things cried out in shock, their eyes burning with fervor. Wuji, thank you, young master, for lending the sword. Yan Wuji, who was a bit stunned, excitedly grasped a long sword before him, his heart instantly filled with heroic ambition. You, surnamed Zhua, today I'll let you witness what a true spiritual sword is, ha ha ha. Yan Wuji laughed arrogantly, the spiritual sword in his hand suddenly slashing down. An unprecedentedly terrifying sword beam shot out from the sword, instantly increasing the power of the sword move by more than half. Terrifying. It was freaking terrifying. Yan Wuji almost shouted out excitedly. There was no need for him to adjust or adapt to the spiritual sword. The moment he grasped the sword, it was as if it understood his thoughts, knew his mind. Is this the terrifying power of a top-grade spiritual sword? Yan Wuji couldn't help but mutter, his eyes filled with shock. Boom! The sword beam seemed to slice off a corner of the sky, domineeringly slashing Zhua Qiuchan hundreds of meters away. Holy crap, was that strong? Many onlookers were startled, clearly taken aback. Yan Wuji, however, was exceptionally excited. The young master's sword was indeed formidable. Thus, he quickly slashed out again, pursuing the retreating Zhua Qiuchan, determined to finish her off. To dare come to the profound spirit sect to show off, one must be prepared to be killed. Chapter 15, Is second senior sister a child of fortune? Lang Qingshan, who was watching the fight from the side, turned livid with rage, his molars almost grinding to dust. These Xianling sect people, were they really going to push things to the extreme? At this moment, he completely forgot his earlier smugness and calculations. He had been hoping that Zhua Qiuchan would accidentally cripple that kid. So far, the Nether sect had already suffered 1 death and 1 maiming. If they couldn't win this round, the sect's reputation would be completely ruined. But now, with the way the situation was, he didn't dare to interfere. Soon, the initially evenly matched situation turned into a one-sided affair, with Zhuoqiu-chan having no ability to retaliate. After a while, boom! Accompanied by a miserable scream, Zhuoqiu-chan was once again sent flying, blood gushing out like it cost nothing while he was still in the air. Thump! This time, he was directly knocked down from the clouds, falling into a huge lake at the foot of the mountain. However, he had also escaped a calamity because of it. Yan Wuji hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't go down into the lake to finish him off. With the victory already decided, doing so would be against the rules. He returned to Mou's side, respectfully handing the sword up with both hands, his face filled with frustration and self-reproach. Young master, Wuji is useless. I failed to kill the opponent. Mou smiled slightly, but didn't take the sword. He is just a small fry, it doesn't matter. It's you. I didn't expect that after 100 years, you have already reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Not bad. Consider this sword as a congratulatory gift for you. It will save you from having someone show off a broken sword in front of you in the future. These words immediately caused an uproar of laughter among the Xianling sect disciples, their hearts filled with both envy and shock. This was a top-grade spiritual sword. Its power was something everyone had just witnessed. And yet, Martial Uncle Mo was just giving it away? Just like the rumors said, he was indeed generous, magnanimous, and wealthy. Many young disciples couldn't help but look at him with envious and fervent eyes. Damn, Martial Uncle Mo is so generous. Yeah, my master doesn't even have a treasure of this level, a top-grade spiritual sword. Oh, I also have to reach the Golden Core stage as soon as possible. Maybe Martial Uncle Mo will give me some good things too, haha. Yes, we have to work harder. Many new female disciples clasped their hands to their chests, their faces full of longing. The older disciples who heard their words didn't laugh at them, but instead nodded seriously. If you can enter the ranks of the top 10 prodigies, Martial Uncle Mo might really give you some treasures. Really? The surrounding disciples' eyes lit up instantly. Of course, the other geniuses of the Xianling sect have received this treatment. It is also regarded as a symbol of recognition. Only those who have been acknowledged by Martial Uncle Mo can be considered the true geniuses of the Xianling sect, otherwise no one dares to call themselves that. Those disciples who had joined in the past 100 years were obviously not very aware of these traditions and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Senior brother, does that mean that only those who have received a gift from Martial Uncle Mo can be considered a true prodigy?" Pretty much, that's what we all think anyway. Wow! How does Martial Uncle Mo have so many treasures? A cute girl exclaimed in amazement. There's a rumor that Martial Uncle Mo once obtained a treasure trove from a late-stage deity transformation cultivator, but no one knows if it's true or not. The disciples were full of envy and discussed animatedly. Yan Wuji, on the other hand, looked solemn. He didn't decline the young master's precious gift, but instead accepted it respectfully with a solemn expression. In his opinion, only by increasing his strength could he better protect the young master's dignity. A scene like today, how could it have happened 100 years ago? Who would dare to challenge him? But now, all sorts of nobodies dared to come and cause trouble. Wasn't it because they thought the young master's foundation was destroyed and he had become a useless person? It was no wonder that outsiders thought that way. Even among the young master's 10 original followers, 7 had left, leaving only the 3 of them. And they were the young master's last bastion of honor. They would surely defend his dignity with their lives. Only in this way could they repay the young master's kindness in recognizing and saving them. If their strength was too weak, wouldn't they be shaming the young master? Yan Wuji's eyes were firm. His strength wasn't the most outstanding among the original group, but he was one of the most loyal to Mou. Because without the young master, he would have died long ago. At this moment, Zhuoqiu-chan returned, his face full of anger and unwillingness. Although the water stains on his body had evaporated, the deep sword scar on his chest and his pale, unsightly complexion wouldn't recover for a while. Clearly, he had suffered greatly in his earlier battle with Yan Wuji. Looking at the mocking and disdainful eyes of the profound spirit sect disciples, he felt so humiliated that he was almost bleeding inside. Yet he was speechless. After all, he was the one who drew his spirit sword first. Now that he had lost, he couldn't very well say that the spirit sword Mou gave him was of too high a grade, could he? Even he wouldn't have the face to say such a thing, so he could only clench his teeth and say to Yan Wuji, filled with anger and resentment, "Yan Wuji, I, Zhuo, will definitely avenge today's shame someday." Having said that, he lowered his head and returned to his group, closing his eyes and saying no more. He only nodded perfunctorily to the comfort of his fellow sect members. Yan Wuji didn't take his words to heart at all. His resolute face was full of confidence. "I could defeat you today, and I can do it again tomorrow. In this lifetime, you're destined to be crushed under my feet, never to rise again." These words immediately elicited a chorus of cheers from the profound spirit sect disciples, and the atmosphere became heated. But the nether sect side collectively wore cold expressions. Lang Qingshan and the others couldn't engage in petty squabbles with juniors because of their status. But the young geniuses behind him couldn't hold back and jumped out, roaring angrily, "So arrogant after winning one match. Do you really think the nether sect has no one? That's right, if I didn't see that you'd already fought, I would have stepped up to defeat you with my sword." Chen Qingdu, the strongest genius of the nether sect present, the fifth of the sect's younger generation, finally broke his silence. He calmly looked up at Yen Wuji, his eyes placid. "With your ability, you are not qualified to suppress the geniuses of my nether sect. Mou 100 years ago could say such things, more or less. It's a pity that he doesn't even have the courage to fight now, otherwise I would be very interested in having another match with him. As for you, defeating you is meaningless." Chen Qingdu's words were arrogant and confident, and his eyes flashed with undisguised contempt and disdain. This immediately ignited a raging fire among the profound spirit sect disciples. Just as many were about to burst into curses, a clear and pleasant voice came coldly from a distance. "A despicable person like you, how are you worthy to fight my junior brother? Truly, you don't know the meaning of shame." With that, a stunningly beautiful woman, ethereal and refined, suddenly descended from the sky. Then she stood quietly beside Mou. Her black hair was casually tied behind her head, and a long red dress accentuated her fair skin and graceful figure. Her face was like that of a girl in her 20s, her crescent-shaped eyes seemed to be smiling. She just stood there quietly, like the most beautiful scenery in the world. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Chen Qingdu, who had been scolded, couldn't help but murmur, "She is indeed one of the 8 beauties, truly a national treasure of beauty, a face that could topple cities." There were countless young and beautiful female cultivators present. But there was no one as beautiful as her, except for Lu Yuyan. But while Lu Yuyan was beautiful, no one dared to stare at her. This beauty was different, just looking at her was a pleasure. The older ones were fine, after all, their composure was deep. But many young male cultivators were already staring with eyes shining brightly. Xiao Rou greets master, and all the elder and junior sect members. The woman gave a graceful bow to Lu Yuyan and the others, her smile sweet. Having said that, a pair of fair, jade-like hands were already ruffling Mou's head, her eyes filled with fondness and tenderness. "Little junior brother, have you missed your second senior sister all these years?" "Of course I have." Mou's eyes were almost popping out, though not entirely because his second senior sister was too beautiful. But rather, above her head, there was a transparent panel that only he could see. Su Shiro name, Su Shiro daughter of destiny age 380 realm, late golden core stage physique, exquisite immortal body not fully awakened hint. Those with this physique possess extraordinary innate comprehension, automatically absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, with cultivation speed defying the heavens. But to fully awaken, it requires the exquisite immortal crystal as a catalyst. He had known since childhood that his second senior sister's identity was not simple, as the third princess of Lian Kingdom. But he never expected that she was also a daughter of destiny? Chapter 16, Grand Elder Lu Qingsha Mou felt that happiness had come too suddenly. As long as he completely conquered his second senior sister, he could completely bind the system and fully restore his physical constitution. That would be the time for him to return to his peak. But thinking of this, he felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't even dealt with his master, and he was already trying to hook up with his second senior sister? Was this really okay? The key was that if he did this, it would be even more difficult to conquer his master later. He could already sense the awkwardness in his master's heart. Once he and his second senior sister confirmed their relationship, how could his master have the face to interfere? Mou felt a headache coming on. Looking at her little junior brother with a dazed expression, Su Shiro felt a pang of heartache, her eyes becoming even more gentle. She only thought that it was because her little junior brother hadn't seen her for too long, and combined with his own situation, that he was feeling so complicated. This time she returned, she must make her little junior brother perk up again. Su Shiro secretly gritted her teeth and vowed. However, thinking of her guess, she couldn't help but secretly use her spiritual sense to investigate her little junior brother's situation. Then her face became more and more worried, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. He was still only at the early stage of foundation establishment? She couldn't help but cast a questioning look at her master, but it wasn't appropriate to ask too much in this situation. Let's deal with the current matter first, she thought, and then suddenly turned her head and glared at Chen Qingdu, angrily saying, "Didn't you want to challenge my junior brother? Now I'll fight you, and I hope you can take it." After speaking, she immediately put on a gentle smile and looked at Mou quietly, asking softly, "Little junior brother, how do you want to deal with this person?" "Second senior sister, this kind of person doesn't deserve your attention. In a year, let's go to the Netherworld sect and teach him a lesson," Mou said. Right now, Mou was only thinking about how to conquer his second senior sister and master as soon as possible. He had no mind to pay attention to such a small fry. Chen Qingdu, being ignored, watched Su Shiro smiling affectionately with Mou and felt like his whole person was not okay. Just as he was about to disregard everything and provoke Mou into fighting him, three terrifying, towering old figures suddenly stepped out of the void and looked down at everyone present. Seeing these three elders, all the Xianling sect disciples hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, three grand elders. Greetings, grand uncle masters. The white-haired old woman among the three casually waved her hand, then stared at the big shots from various sects and shouted angrily, "You all came to my Xianling sect to cause trouble, are we dead? Or are you looking for death?" Overbearing. Straightforward. Facing the elders and sect leaders of at least 20 sects, she was not polite at all. In Lu Qingxia's view, the other party had followed the people from the Netherworld sect to cause trouble at their doorstep. Even if they weren't enemies, they couldn't be friends. In that case, why should she be polite to them? If they dared to mess around, she would just pick a sect and kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Senior Lu, you have misunderstood. We are just here to visit the Xianling sect and would never dare to cause any trouble. That's right, if you don't believe it, you can ask Elder Zhou. We even brought gifts to pay our respects. Senior Lu, I heard that your sect's genius Mou has come out of seclusion, so I specifically brought a generous gift to congratulate him. I didn't come to make trouble at all. Being scolded like this, none of the big shots present dared to be unhappy, and they hurriedly explained. To the three people in front of them, they were all juniors. And these juniors were not just juniors in terms of seniority, they were even juniors of juniors in terms of strength. In many first-rate sects, an early-stage nascent soul cultivator could be a sect leader, and a mid- or late-stage nascent soul cultivator was already a grand elder or an ancestor. But these three people in front of them were all old monsters in the transformation god stage, the absolute top existences in the eastern region. Many of the people present were nascent soul cultivators, and in many places, they could be considered big shots in their own right. But in front of these three, they were really nothing. Lu Qingxia ignored those people and turned her head to look at the grand elder, Zhou Buyu, her face annoyed. Zhou Buyu, is that how it is? And who fell into the lake just now? Zhou Buyu quickly replied respectfully, reporting to Fourth Martial Ant, it's more or less like that. As for who fell into the lake, it was a disciple of the Nether sect. Lang Qingshan said their sect disciples were too trash and wanted to learn from our sect's geniuses, then he was sent into the lake with one sword strike. Hearing this, Lang Qingshan's face was already extremely ugly, the anger in his eyes almost setting his hair on fire. The group of young geniuses behind him also looked displeased. But in front of Lu Qingxia and the others, even Lang Qingshan didn't dare to act rashly and could only suppress his anger, saying in a muffled voice, Elder Zhou is right, these disciples are indeed of uneven quality. Therefore, I ask the Xianling sect to continue to enlighten us. Chen Qingdu, next match, it will be you. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Qingxia's domineering voice. If the young generation is useless, isn't it because your elders are incompetent? It's better to address the root cause than the symptoms. Rather than having the young people mess around here, how about your elders discuss it with each other? Zhou Buyu, you go and spar with him. Zhou Buyu hurriedly came out with a hearty laugh. Martial Ant is right, what's the fun in kids fighting? Lang Qingshan, how about you and I exchange a few blows? After speaking, he didn't give the other party a chance, directly flying into the void, while roaring, if you're afraid of losing face, then take your people and go back to the Nether sect, otherwise come up here and fight me. He had been holding back a bellyful of anger for a long time, but before, when the young people were dueling, it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere. Now that he had found an excuse, how could he let it go? At this point, Lang Qingshan couldn't avoid the fight even if he wanted to. The other party had already declared war, how could he not respond? Now he represented the Nether sect. Then let me see if your strength, Zhou Buyu, has improved in the last 100 years? After speaking angrily, he flew up. Lang Qingshan and Zhou Buyu were not only equal in realm and status, but were also geniuses of the same generation. They had been in secret competition their entire lives. But in their previous battles, he always felt slightly suppressed by Zhou Buyu, and today he had to get his revenge. The duel between the two nascent soul stage powerhouses instantly aroused the strong anticipation of everyone present. Especially the young people, their eyes filled with excitement. This was a rare opportunity to observe a battle between experts. But Lu Qingxia didn't even bother to look, and just waved to Lu Yuyan and her three disciples not far away. There's nothing to see here, you few come with me. After saying that, with a wave of her hand, she disappeared from the spot with her three disciples. At the same time, the other two supreme elders also disappeared. Lu Qingxia led the three back to Clear Spring Peak, which was where their few supreme elders usually cultivated in seclusion. The other two old men also followed with solemn expressions. As soon as they landed, Mou and Su Shiro hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Grand Ancestor, Second Martial Grand Uncle. Lu Yuyan also greeted them with a smile, looking as well behaved as a girl next door, without any trace of her previous domineering aura. The old man in gray with white eyebrows was the previous sect master of the Xianling sect and also Lu Yuyan's master, Gu Jiannan. The stern-faced old man in black beside him was Lu Yuyan's second martial uncle, Shen Baichuan. Together with Lu Qingxia, who was ranked 4th, these were 3 of the 5 supreme elders of the Xianling sect. The old people couldn't bother asking about Su Xiaorou's situation over the years, and all looked at Mou with complex expressions. Even Shen Baichuan, who had disagreed with fully rescuing Mou, was filled with emotion at this moment. This young man was once the pride of the Xianling sect, but now he had become a cripple. Chapter 17, Recovered? How is that possible? Mou happily stepped forward, taking the lead in breaking the silence. 4th Grand Aunt has finally returned. It must have been 100 years since I last saw you, old one. Little you has missed you so much. Lu Qingxia, with her blue robes and white hair, instantly had tears welling up in her eyes. Her dignified and kind old face was filled with doting affection and guilt. She couldn't help but reach out, just as she had when Mou was a child, and gently rubbed his head, sighing sadly. Grand Aunt missed you too, but Grand Aunt was truly useless. I spent 100 years out there, yet couldn't find a way. Little you, do you have any wishes? Tell 4th Grand Aunt, no matter how difficult, I will help you fulfill them. Lu Qingxia said firmly. These words also indicated that she had completely given up on Mou recovering his foundation. 100 years had already passed, and little Yu was still only at the early stage of the foundation establishment. Even if others had retrieved the origin of the Great Tao, it would be useless. With his remaining lifespan, how could he possibly step into the Golden Core stage in such a short period? It should be known that even before Mou was injured, it took him several decades to advance from foundation establishment to Golden Core. Now, with only a year left, the most she could do was help him fulfill some of his unfinished wishes. Gu Jiannan also wore a look of unwillingness, his heart filled with grief. He was originally a promising seedling with the potential to become an immortal, yet now, his life was just beginning, and it was already nearing its end. How could this not sadden people? Su Xiaorou, who had been standing obediently by the side, suddenly turned pale, her eyes filled with sorrow and despair. Could it be that little junior brother wasn't showing improvement, but was actually completely at the end of his life? When she first saw her little junior brother and discovered he only had foundation establishment level strength, she had felt uneasy. But then, remembering her master had called her back to be a Taoist companion to her little junior brother, she had held on to a last bit of hope. But now, hearing her grand aunt speak like this, her heart finally completely panicked. Intense despair surged through her. Her beautiful eyes became red and tearful. Finally, she couldn't care any longer and embraced Mou. Her voice choked with emotion. Little junior brother, tell second senior sister that this isn't true. Your talent has always been the best. How could you possibly? I don't believe it. We won't let you die. Su Xiaorou's tears fell uncontrollably, her expression sad and helpless. Lu Qingxia's old tears also quietly slid down her cheeks, instantly disappearing as she suddenly evaporated them. But her thin body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Even after thousands of years of cultivation, with her heart as firm as a rock, she still couldn't completely cut off all 7 emotions and 6 desires. Shen Baichuan stood blankly to the side with a complicated expression, not saying a word, and no one knew what he was thinking. Gu Jiannan, standing next to him, already had a face full of grief and unwillingness. If possible, he would really be willing to offer his old life to exchange it for Mou's new life. Unfortunately, such a possibility was destined to be meaningless. Mou, who had been pondering how to explain his situation without arousing the suspicion of his grand aunts, had no time to think any further. He quickly reassured them, Grand Master, Grand Aunts, second senior sister, don't be sad. Actually, I have recovered part of my physique and can cultivate again. This time, when I came out of seclusion, I wanted to tell you all the good news, but I unexpectedly encountered. What? What did you say? Little you, have you really recovered? Gu Jiannan, who was immersed in grief, suddenly looked up, his bright eyes shining like the sun. A huge and apprehensive joy suddenly welled up in his heart. Lu Qingxia and Shen Baichuan also looked at Mou in shock. For a moment, they were actually stunned. Recovered? How could that be possible? But soon, Lu Qingxia reacted and quickly separated Mou, who was still being held by Su Xiaorou, and shouted anxiously, Xiaorou, you can hug him later, let little you explain first, has he really recovered? Really? Although Su Xiaorou's cheeks were flushed red, she couldn't care about her shyness. She also stared at her little junior brother with burning eyes, her heart pounding erratically. An unprecedented tension made her body tremble violently. She was truly afraid that these words were just a lie her junior brother used to comfort everyone, because if that were true, she wouldn't be able to bear it. It's real. Mou nodded solemnly. Upon hearing his answer, everyone seemed to be frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. The scene was eerily quiet for a moment. They looked at each other and saw shock and bewilderment reflected in each other's eyes. Really? How could it be so unbelievable? Master, Uncle Master, it's really true. Lu Yuyan quickly stepped forward to testify and then continued according to the script she and Mou had discussed. When Xiao Yu and I entered the ancient forbidden area, we accidentally obtained a mysterious spiritual fruit. After Xiao Yu ate it, he suddenly found that it helped his injuries, so we rushed back to retreat. Unexpectedly, it actually recovered most of them. Mou hurriedly nodded and continued, "That's why I came to tell a few uncles master as soon as I recovered. Who knew we'd run into the nether sect causing trouble, and we didn't even have time to say anything." Mou could only say this much. If there hadn't been the matter with his master, he could have used the spiritual fruit explanation to also reveal that his strength had recovered to the golden core stage. But what he had told his master was that his foundation was restored after dual cultivation with her. If he were to now say that his strength had returned to the golden core stage, it would be too exaggerated and unexplainable. He would never reveal the system's secret to anyone. Otherwise, what would his master think? What would other women think in the future? Would they think that he was trying everything possible to obtain them just to gain the luck value from them? If that were the case, his troubles would be huge. At this moment, Lu Qingxia had already reached out to grab Mou's arm and started to investigate him, her eyes flashing with intense hope and apprehension. After a long while, she let go of Mou with a look of ecstasy, tears suddenly falling from her eyes, and then exclaimed excitedly, "It's real! It's really recovered!" Seeing her junior sister like this, Gu Jiannan and the others also suddenly came back to their senses, their aged gazes instantly as bright as stars, and they hurriedly stepped forward to confirm. A moment later, Gu Jiannan couldn't help pacing back and forth, his old face flushed with excitement, and then tears streamed down his face. "Ha ha ha, good. Excellent. I knew that heaven wouldn't treat my Xinling sect like this." Chen Baichuan's heart was also shaken by great waves. This young man, whom he had thought had no hope of ever recovering, had actually done it? Unbelievable. It was too unbelievable. Seeing his shocked expression, Lu Qingxia, like a victorious general, stared at him and laughed loudly. "Second senior brother, didn't you say those resources were wasted? Didn't you say that Xiao Yu had no chance of returning to his peak? What do you say now? Do you still think there's no chance? In 100 years at most, Xiao Yu will definitely be fully recovered." Chen Baichuan glared at her, stubbornly retorting, "It's only half recovered now, the remaining injuries will only become more difficult to heal, don't be too happy too early." After speaking, he turned to look at Mou and coldly said, "Now that your foundation is not fully recovered, you must not slack off. Only by returning to your peak will you be worthy of those who sacrificed for you. Second Uncle Master's teachings are correct." Mou respectfully nodded, not feeling the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. The sect had indeed paid too much for him. Seeing his sincere attitude, Chen Baichuan finally nodded slightly in satisfaction, his heart a mix of complex emotions. But fortunately, those disciples had not died in vain. Thinking of the deceased disciples, a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. Lu Qingxia, uncharacteristically, did not retort him. In the end, second senior brother was also doing it for the good of the sect, only his methods and ideas were a bit rigid. After a long while, Gu Jiannan stared at Mou and earnestly instructed, "Remember, don't tell anyone about this, including your senior uncles, don't mention it to them for now. From now on, focus on cultivating diligently within the spirit gathering array and strive to completely restore your foundation and strength as soon as possible." After their final discussion, everyone decided that 3 people would take turns guarding the mountain gate. Su Xiaoro would be responsible for looking after Mou's daily needs. As for how he had recovered, it was no longer important. An hour later, Mou, carrying a pile of heavenly treasures stuffed on him by several grandmaster uncles, returned to the back mountain with his master and senior sister. How to conquer 2-on-1. Mou began to worry. Chapter 18. My heart can barely take it. The 3 returned to the back mountain. While Mou was cultivating, Lu Yuyan pulled Su Xiaoro into the room for a long, hushed conversation. When Su Xiaoro came out again, the way she looked at Mou would inadvertently carry a trace of shyness. Mou didn't notice these subtle changes at all. And so, from that day on, the gentle and tender second senior sister transformed directly into a beautiful and all-capable maid, taking care of him meticulously. Serving tea and water, washing clothes and folding quilts were basic operations. Shoulder massages, and occasionally letting him take small advantages, were commonplace. Her docile and obedient appearance was too much for even Lu Yuyan, who directly told her not to dote on him so much. But Su Xiaoro just smiled gently and continued to happily revolve around Mou every day, so she could only pretend not to see it. Finally, she even said she had matters to attend to and left directly. Thus, the huge back mountain was left with only Mou and his second senior sister. Several days later, Mou was lying on a rocking chair in the courtyard, eating grapes peeled by his second senior sister while frowning in thought. These days, although he had been enjoying himself, it was only that. He hadn't even seen the conquest progress bar over his second senior sister's head. He couldn't hold back any longer and asked internally, "System, what's going on? Why hasn't my second senior sister's conquest level appeared? Please host, understand the word conquest correctly. Only after a relationship between a man and woman has occurred is the beginning of conquest." MOU was dumbfounded. "Then why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask either?" "Well said." MOU, feeling stifled, ignored the system. His eyes began to wander over his second senior sister's perfect figure. As a golden core cultivator, how could Su Xiaoro not notice his little actions? But she only blushed, her exquisite face flushed, and continued to peel grapes with her eyes lowered, then gently fed them to his lips. Her expression was serious, as if this was an extremely important matter. MOU steeled his heart and decided to increase his offensive. He had to develop a relationship between the two from that of a senior and junior sibling to an ambiguous relationship between a man and a woman as soon as possible. Otherwise, how could he conquer his senior sister within a year? If he failed to complete the task, he would automatically lose the system, and then he would have no place to cry. Anyway, no matter how much he messed around, his second senior sister would not get angry at him. With this thought in mind, he hardened his heart and, while eating a grape, gently bit her long and beautiful slender fingers. Feeling the tingle on her fingers, Su Xiaoro's cheeks flushed even more, and she couldn't help but bite her red lips and glare at him, chiding, "Little junior brother, don't be naughty. Second senior sister, you are so beautiful." MOU stared at her intently, turning a deaf ear to her chiding, his expression absolutely serious. For the gentle and obedient second senior sister, this somewhat rogue trick had always worked in the past. He was certain that his second senior sister wouldn't get angry because of it. But if it were his fifth senior sister, he would definitely get a hard flick on the forehead, or even two. As expected, Su Xiaoro only blushed and glared at him, and when she saw that it had no effect, she let out a soft hum and turned her head away. Then she lowered her head and quietly peeled the grapes, but her fair and slender swan-like neck had quietly turned a shade of crimson. MOU, feigning a melancholic and regretful look, sighed, "Ah, second senior sister, do you know what my biggest regret is in these 100 years? Su Xiaoro couldn't help but curiously turn her head to look at him, but she remained silent. MOU's tone was low, and his eyes were melancholy. "My biggest regret, apart from not being able to continue being with you all, is that I have lived for 300 years and haven't been in love with anyone. No, I should say I haven't even held a woman's hand. I thought at that time that I was a failure in this life, and I wouldn't know what it was like to love someone even when I died. I just cultivated every day, and in the end, my foundation was destroyed, my realm plummeted, and I guess I'll just grow old and die soon. Although I love Master and my senior sisters, as well as Uncle Master and Grand Uncle Master, it seems I shouldn't have any regrets. Yet in my heart, I feel like my life is full of flaws." MOU recalled the past, and his mood truly became heavy and complex. How could life be without regrets? Not having experienced love was indeed one of them, but it wasn't everything, not even the most important. What he thought about then was that he hadn't repaid the life-saving kindness of Master and Third Uncle Master, nor had he returned the favor of the sect elders' nurturing. His lofty ideal of reaching the pinnacle of the immortal path, and the promises he made to his senior sisters, none of it had been fulfilled. There was also the massacre of his clan, which he had been investigating for 100 years without any answers. Why did those people slaughter the entire MO family? Although Master had avenged him on the spot, were there any other instigators behind those people? He hadn't figured out any of this. If he were to die like that, he truly wouldn't be content. Looking at her little junior brother, whose eyes were filled with sadness, and thinking about the desperate situations and pressure he had faced over the years, Su Xiaoro felt a pain in her heart. She couldn't help but gently scold him, "Silly boy, wanting to hold a woman's hand is that simple?" She finished speaking and reached out to hold his hand. Then, her other fair hand covered the back of his hand and gently rubbed it. Looking at her second senior sister's face, full of tenderness and pity, MOU instantly felt like he wasn't a good person. He couldn't help but ask, as if possessed, "Second senior sister, if one day you find out that I lied to you, would you be angry?" "Why would I be angry with you?" Su Xiaoro asked with a puzzled look. "Because I lied to you, of course. I mean, hypothetically," MOU said, feeling a little guilty, but his face remained calm. This made him feel like he was really becoming bad. Su Xiaoro calmly adjusted her hand gesture, interlocking their fingers, and then withdrew her other hand. Her beautiful eyes looked at him seriously as she gently shook her head. "I wouldn't. If you lie to me, you must have your reasons. I just need to know that you're my little junior brother, and you would never harm me." This made MOU feel like he owed his second senior sister even more. His conscience was attacking him relentlessly. But soon, his resolve was firm again, and he gently pushed that feeling aside. He didn't want to experience the feeling of powerlessness from the past 100 years again. He wanted to strive to stand at the top of the world. Only in this way could he truly control his own destiny and protect the people he cared about. As for the path of universal love, he could no longer turn back. Perhaps all he could do was to treat every woman in his life as sincerely and devotedly as possible. Second senior sister, besides me, you can't be this nice to any other man, otherwise, you'll be sold, MOU earnestly warned, tightening his left hand. He felt a smooth, delicate, and boneless texture in his hand, and his chaotic heart quickly calmed down. Do you really think your second senior sister is a fool? Su Xiao couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. The charm of that moment instantly made MOU's eyes widen in fascination. He couldn't help but tentatively pull her closer with his left hand, easily pulling his second senior sister into his embrace. MOU was instantly dumbfounded. What was happening? Then, a huge surge of joy suddenly flooded his heart. With his second senior sister's strength, if she didn't want to, how could such a small force pull her closer? He felt like happiness had come too suddenly, and his heart couldn't take it. It was beating so fast. Should he do something? Chapter 19. The eldest senior sister returns as MOU and his second senior sister slowly drifted into an ambiguous atmosphere. Various rumors about him flew all over the eastern region. Some said he was completely crippled, having avoided the challenge from Chen Qingdu of the Netherworld sect. Others claimed he might have hope of recovery and that his current low profile was merely a way of biding his time. Of course, these arguments quickly faded as more and more people came forward to prove that MOU indeed only possessed the strength of the Foundation establishment stage. When everyone was convinced he was only waiting to die, MOU's name gradually ceased to be mentioned. The Azure Cloud continent was simply too vast, with new geniuses and freaks emerging every day. The Netherworld sect and many other sects secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No one knew how much pressure this young man had once placed on them. That pressure wasn't just felt by MOU's peers, many sect elders were also deeply worried. This was because he was someone who could absolutely cross the threshold of the God transformation stage and reach the Void Return stage. Perhaps even beyond the Void Return stage. Currently, there were no experts at the Void Return stage in the Eastern region. Once one appeared, it would completely disrupt the current structure of the Eastern region. Everyone liked geniuses, but only if that genius was on their own side. If they belonged to someone else, they became an endless threat. Fortunately, MOU was going to die. Even the disciples of the Profound Spirit sect were gradually influenced by outside rumors, accepting the reality that MOU was nearing his end. I heard senior brother MO has started closed-door cultivation again? That's right, many senior brothers saw him return to the back mountain that day. It seems, alas, heaven is jealous of talent. Senior brother Mo has worked hard for 100 years, and in the end, alas, but it's good that senior sister Sue was with him to see him out in peace. Yes, he was tormented for 100 years, and only senior brother Mo could have persevered. I would have collapsed long ago. Let's not bother him in his final days. Let him enjoy a bit of peace. Everyone thought that MOU was quietly waiting for death, that he had completely given up. However, besides feeling pity and sorrow, they were all helpless. The atmosphere in the entire Profound Spirit sect had become increasingly dull and depressing in the past 10 days or so. Even Zhou Buyu and the inner sect elders were starting to doubt their initial guesses. Could it be that little Yu was really failing? But MOU is currently hiding in the back mountain, and even they were not qualified to visit him, so they had no choice but to let it go. After all, many important affairs of the sect required their attention. In the last 100 years, the sect had devoted a lot of resources to MOU, causing neglect in the defense of some spirit stone veins in medicinal fields far from the sect, leading to theft. According to reports from outer sect elders, several strange incidents had occurred at a super spirit stone mine in the Helan mountain range, resulting in the deaths of more than 10 disciples. These required personnel to investigate. Even in some areas of dispute with other sects, they were forced to adopt measures of setting aside disputes for joint development. Zhou Buyu couldn't help but feel a headache. The Profound Spirit sect was far from as glorious as it seemed on the surface. Just then, Lei Lai rushed in urgently. Eldest senior brother, have you asked Master? Can we still not contact the ancestor? Zhou Buyu shook his head helplessly. It's still the same, the messages sent out received no response. The two fell into silence. They had not been able to contact the ancestor for a long time. Although the soul lamp was still lit, proving that he was still alive, judging from the current situation, things were probably not optimistic. If MOU was the sect's future, then the ancestor, who was at the late god transformation stage, was the sect's pillar of support. The deterrent force he possessed was something they could not replace. Without the ancestor guarding the sect, the Profound Spirit sect would become completely lacking in confidence when facing a top sect like the Netherworld sect. Once others found out, the sect would be in great danger. Many of the sect's benefits are likely being coveted by those with ulterior motives. Was unaware of these things. At this moment, he was pondering how to capture his second senior sister in order to completely bind the system and restore his physique and strength. This prompted him to take another look at the system panel. Temporary host, MOU, age, 299, realm, early golden core stage, physique, chaos god and demon body, 46.18% restored, currently conquering target, Lu Yuyan 30% conquered, conquerable target, Su Sharo 0%, looking at the arrogant zero behind his second senior sister's name, he couldn't help but feel troubled and helpless. However, these past 10 days hadn't been entirely without progress. At the very least, he had held her hand and even hugged her, although it was only for a brief moment before his second senior sister shyly pushed him away. But he believed that as long as he persisted with his rogue methods, his second senior sister would definitely not escape his grasp. He was filled with renewed confidence. Just as he was fantasizing about the future, a figure of unparalleled beauty and elegance suddenly flew from the direction of the main peak towards the back mountain, landing in the blink of an eye. This was a woman dressed in a white palace-style dress, breathtakingly beautiful. Her face was exquisite, her temperament refined and elegant. Her ethereal, beautiful eyes were crystal clear, as pure and innocent as a child's. She even possessed a hint of Buddhist charm. Her slender and graceful figure, even under the loose dress, still displayed domineering curves. No matter how one looked at it, she resembled a beautiful female bodhisattva. Just that her aura was a bit cold. Every gesture she made carried an aloofness and coldness that kept people at a distance. This was MOU's eldest senior sister, Lu Ruyu, a pitiful woman who had been abandoned by her parents from a young age and had even taken her surname from their master. She was also Lu Yuyan's most talented disciple, now the strongest among them. One of the 8 beauties of the eastern region. Lu Ruyu, eldest senior sister, why are you back too? MOU asked, his face filled with shock and joy. Then, he excitedly rushed forward, opening his arms as if to embrace her. The graceful woman in the pure white dress, her innocent eyes briefly flashed with a hint of panic. Her aloof and detached aura vanished perfectly at this moment. The woman stiffly opened her arms and gently hugged MOU, but quickly separated, a touch of shyness flitting across her beautiful eyes. Master said you had finished your seclusion, so I came back. MOU's eyes were warm. Eldest senior sister, I've missed you very much these past 100 years. Lu Ruyu's long, fan-like eyelashes fluttered, and the corners of her lips slightly curved upward. But she only nodded lightly with a soft not responding much more. MOU chuckled, not minding. He was pleasantly surprised that his eldest senior sister was willing to hug him, even if it was just for a brief moment. You had to know, even with the other senior sisters, his eldest senior sister rarely engaged in such intimate actions. It couldn't be helped, her personality was naturally aloof. However, she was warm on the inside but cold on the outside. But what shocked MOU the most was the transparent panel above his eldest senior sister's head. Name, Lu Ruyu, daughter of fortune, age 400, realm, early nascent soul stage, physique, innate glazed saint body, with a pure and untainted heart, pure Tao heart, and natural access to the 7 apertures, making her cultivation heaven-defying. As long as there are enough saint-grade spirit crystals, breaking through realms below the immortal realm is unobstructed, another daughter of fortune? And with such a heaven-defying physique? And she was his own eldest senior sister? His head began to ache faintly. It was annoying not being able to find a daughter of fortune. But if they all gathered together and were all familiar people, that was also a huge trouble. His master and second senior sister were already difficult enough. And now adding an eldest senior sister. MOU's heart immediately pounded with anxiety. Chapter 20, It's over, I'm going to faint. Lu Ruyu quietly looked at her little junior brother. She had many questions she wanted to ask, but suddenly she couldn't bear to ask them anymore. With only foundation establishment stage strength, it seemed her guess was wrong. She sat down on a stool a few meters away from MOU and softly asked, Little junior brother, did Master tell you about my return? No. MOU shook his head in confusion, then curiously asked, Senior sister, did Master ask you to come back? What about third senior sister and fifth senior sister? Lu Ruyu, who had originally wanted to say something, opened her mouth but swallowed the words back down. I haven't contacted them in a long time either. After she said that, she frowned her curved willow leaf eyebrows, her beautiful eyes thoughtfully gazing at him. Second senior sister is back too? Yes, she came back 10 days or so before you. She just went to the Crescent Lake in the west to catch fish, saying she's going to make fish soup today. MOU was preoccupied with his own thoughts and didn't notice his senior sister's odd behavior. Now that 2 senior sisters had returned, it might not be a good thing for his conquest. The ideal scenario was naturally to be alone with each one, so that he could have more opportunities. The feelings between a man and a woman were most easily broken through during ambiguous situations and hardships. Only by breaking through the final step could the system tasks officially get on track. Otherwise, he couldn't even see the progress bar and he was feeling uneasy. But now that the senior sister was back, she would naturally be staying with him at the back mountain, so how was he supposed to conquer her? 1 against 2, he didn't have a single bit of confidence. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, Lu Ruyu also kept quiet and didn't say a word, just studying her little junior brother with a serious expression. She had always been someone who didn't like to talk much. Besides, it seemed that Master hadn't told her little junior brother the purpose of her return, so it was even more difficult for her to bring it up. Also, she hadn't expected her second junior sister to be back as well. Her purpose was likely the same as hers, so she would have to find an opportunity to talk to her. If that were really the case, it would be embarrassing for her, the eldest senior sister, to compete with her second junior sister. After a little while, Mou suddenly came back to his senses, but he didn't pay it much mind. Since they were little, he and his senior sister would often sit in silence, not feeling awkward at all. At that time, he had just lost his family, and after coming to the Xinling sect, he didn't want to talk to anyone. Instead, he liked being with this senior sister who didn't like to talk. Even later, after he had gradually returned to being cheerful, he still liked sitting quietly with his senior sister. Or he would be the one talking, and his senior sister would listen intently. Often, he would forget what he had said himself. But his senior sister would remember everything, big or small. Once, he had just said that bear paw was delicious. The next day, his senior sister came back carrying a black bear on her back and had the most skilled chef in the Xinling sect, senior brother Yin, cook it for him. As soon as the meat was stewed, she sent the chef away. His senior sister said that chefs had the pickiest palates. If he stayed, he would eat the most delicious parts, and then Mou wouldn't get to taste the most flavorful bits. At that time, Mou had thought that his outwardly cold senior sister was actually very cute. The reason she seemed so cold and aloof was probably because she was an orphan. His senior sister wasn't as lucky as Mou. She was taken away from her adoptive parents' home by their master when she came of age. It was said that at that time, her adoptive mother had constantly tried to force her to marry an old landlord in the village as a concubine. There was also a possibility that his senior sister was deliberately trying to imitate Master. Master Lu Yuyan was the person his senior sister admired most, to the point that she even changed her last name to her master's. However, compared to Master's aloofness and dominance, his senior sister was clearly even more silent and reserved. These are things I've collected casually over the past 100 years. Take them, Lu Ruyu said, handing him a storage ring. Her tone was calm and understated, but Mou was left speechless after seeing what was inside. Millennium Blood Spirit Fungus, 9-rank Rejuvenation Herb, Dragon Blood Longevity Snow Ginseng. These are all extremely precious elixirs with tremendous effects on healing and extending lifespan. Unless you raid the treasury of a powerful cultivator, how could you casually gather such treasures? Probably each one was obtained by eldest sister through great hardship, even fighting for her life. And you tell me they were casually gathered? But Mou didn't refuse. Instead, he happily accepted them. Thank you, eldest sister, I like them very much. Lu Ruyu reached up and tucked a stray hair behind her ear, a hint of joy flitting through her eyes. Then, she calmly gave a soft hum and said nothing more. Eldest sister, where have you been all these years? Mou moved his stool closer to her, his eyes filled with concern. I mainly went to the northern region of Azure Cloud Continent, Xiang Kingdom, Kanglan Kingdom. Lu Ruyu, who usually didn't like to talk much, began to recount some of her experiences over the past 100 years. Although she had simplified it countless times, and many dangers were glossed over, she still spoke for more than half an hour. Mou listened, his heart filled with emotion and guilt. The dangers eldest sister had encountered over the past 100 years were definitely 100 times more perilous than she had described. It was like this for her, and second sister was no different. And then there were third sister and fifth sister who had not yet returned, as well as many other senior brothers and uncles. The entire Profound Spirit sect had gone all out for him, paying a huge sacrifice and price. One day, I will bring the Profound Spirit sect to the top of the eastern region, even to the top of the Azure Cloud Continent. Mou secretly swore in his heart. After a while, Lu Ruyu finally finished speaking, and she ultimately asked a question that concerned her most. Little junior brother, how is your body? Mou smiled triumphantly. Eldest sister, why don't you examine my body before you say anything else? As he said this, he immediately tore a small corner of the aura-shifting talisman, revealing its power. Lu Ruyu's eyes were dazed, but she followed his instructions. Soon, her delicate willow eyebrows furrowed slightly, then suddenly relaxed, her clear, cold eyes suddenly glowing. A huge surge of joy swept over her calm and exquisite face, finally blossoming into a moving snow lotus flower. That excited and joyous pure smile was like a child who had suddenly realized their deepest dream. It was heartbreakingly beautiful, like a dream. Even Mou had never seen eldest sister smile like this before. It was simply stunning. I'm done for, I'm going to faint. Mou, still sitting on his chair, was suddenly pulled into eldest sister's arms. As the fragrant scent of orchids filled the air, he was quickly engulfed by warmth and soft curves. The wonderful sensation on his cheek made his heart pound wildly, and he felt completely dizzy. Lu Ruyu couldn't help but murmur gently, "That's wonderful." It turns out that the heavens have opened their eyes. Just as Mou was about to be stared to death by his eldest sister's big eyes, a surprised and joyful clear voice suddenly came from not far away. Eldest sister, you're back too? That's great. Sushiaro, who was carrying a wooden bucket in her hand, was seen running over with joyful eyes. The fish in the bucket were startled, splashing water in all directions. Lu Ruyu was startled at the same time. At this moment, she only felt her heart pounding wildly, her face flushed red, as if she had been caught stealing. She hurriedly pushed away the little junior brother in her arms. A rare blush appeared on her cold and elegant face. How was she going to explain this to second junior sister? Chapter 21, Second Senior Sister's Confession. The understanding Sushiaro, as if she hadn't seen the two hugging just now, had eyes sparkling with immense joy. Hastily putting down the wooden bucket, she also threw herself into the arms of her eldest senior sister, rubbing her head vigorously against her. Eldest senior sister, Shiaro missed you so much. Lu Ruyu breathed a small sigh of relief, then tightly embraced her second junior sister, softly saying, eldest senior sister missed you all too. In the past, she wasn't very comfortable with such scenes. But during these 100 years alone, she often recalled similar moments from before. Now, her second junior sister's embrace felt especially wonderful. And also, that hug from her junior brother earlier had made her heart race. How strange. Sushiaro also sensed the changes in her eldest senior sister, and her smile grew even brighter. She snuggled for a while before letting go, cheerfully saying, eldest senior sister, I'll make you fish soup later, and junior brother, you can grill the fish. Eldest senior sister used to love eating the fish you grilled. Mou nodded happily, his face eager to try. No problem, my grilling skills are much better now than before. The courtyard had no shortage of cooking tools, and the three siblings quickly busied themselves, just like in the old days. As it turned out, Mou's grilling skills had indeed improved. But not by much. However, the two peerless beauties ate with exceptional joy and satisfaction, as if it were some rare delicacy. Having abstained from grains for countless years, they were now filled with a sense of everyday life. Sushiaro knew her eldest senior sister's personality, so she spent most of the time sharing her experiences over the years. But to her surprise, her eldest senior sister also took the initiative to share her own experiences, albeit briefly. The meal was spent in cheerful laughter. But by the next morning, the atmosphere had suddenly turned a little strange. Mou couldn't quite put his finger on what was strange. Second senior sister's care for him was still as meticulous as ever. Even the aloof eldest senior sister was exceptionally caring towards him. But Mou could clearly feel that they both seemed to be deliberately avoiding being alone with him. This left him utterly perplexed. What on earth had eldest senior sister and second senior sister talked about last night? But he won tea in a hurry. Eldest senior sister hadn't returned in 100 years. She would surely go see the Grandmaster soon, and he could ask second senior sister then. As expected, at noon that day, eldest senior sister said she was going to see the Grandmaster and left the back mountains alone. Mou stopped second senior sister, who was about to leave with her, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. My dear second senior sister, where are you going? Ah, nothing, just wanted to go see the Grandmaster too. Sushiaro's gaze was a little evasive. Is that so? I thought you were trying to avoid being alone with me. What did you and eldest senior sister discuss? No, there was no discussion. Mou stared directly at second senior sister, not giving her a chance to avoid him, and continued to smile. Really? Then touch your face, don't you think it's very hot? You still haven't learned how to lie after 100 years. Where is it? Sushiaro still instinctively reached out to touch her face, then glared at him in mock annoyance, her face now truly flushed. Mou's expression slowly turned serious. He reached out and pressed second senior sister down onto a stone bench, then sat down opposite her, speaking earnestly, second senior sister, I can completely restore my foundation, even my cultivation. But the premise is that I need your help. But before that, I want to know if your sudden return this time is because Master has instructed you to do something? Hearing his words, Sushiaro, who had already sat down, suddenly stood up again, her face filled with immense surprise. Little junior brother, is what you're saying true? Can you really fully recover? If it were before, she definitely wouldn't believe it. But now, little junior brother had already recovered nearly half his foundation, and saying it was possible to return to his peak wasn't too outlandish. At the very least, she believed it. Mou nodded earnestly, how could I possibly lie to you? But this method is a bit special. If I didn't know the reason for your return, I wouldn't tell you. At worst, I'll just take a few hundred years to slowly recover by myself, and if I can't, I'll just die of old age. Mou played the victim like a rogue, and a very obvious one at that. Sushiaro immediately looked anxious and helpless. Of course, she knew that little junior brother was deliberately forcing her. But she also believed that if she didn't speak, he would definitely keep it to himself. She knew his stubborn temper best. Given his current situation, where would he find the time to slowly recover? He was really messing around. She couldn't help but glare at him, her face flushed as she softly harumphed. You only know how to bully me. Why don't you talk like that to senior sister? That soft, sweet voice didn't carry a trace of anger. It almost made Mo want to laugh. Of the 4 senior sisters, second senior sister had the gentlest and softest heart. He would be a fool to go to the eldest senior sister. He naturally took second senior sister's fair hand, his eyes sincere as he softly said, "That's because I know second senior sister loves me the most." "Oomph, you only know how to say nice things. Actually, eldest senior sister loves you too, she just doesn't like to talk." Sushiro smiled happily, her eyes curving like crescent moons, before finally shyly lowering her head. "Actually, both eldest senior sister and I were called back by master. She said you had come out of seclusion, and if we wanted to be your Tao companion, we should come back immediately. So I thought I would come back and see you." You suddenly froze. Master actually said that? What did she mean? Hadn't she promised to wait until his cultivation reached a certain level, then she would become his Tao companion? Why would she actively call the senior sisters back? He didn't think that Master wanted to share him with the senior sisters. Probably, the most likely reason, was to break his thoughts and make him forget what had happened before. But, could he forget? He only felt a pain in his heart, and a feeling of emptiness, his face unintentionally showing a trace of loneliness. Seeing his change in expression, Sushiro instantly panicked. She thought that little junior brother was so sad and lonely because he heard her say she was only back to see him. She immediately felt distressed and guilty, hurriedly getting up and going to his side. Then, she pulled his head into her arms, shyly saying, "Little junior brother, actually, I came back willingly, and so did eldest senior sister." Willing? Willing to do what? Mou's eyes were dull, his attention still a bit scattered. "Silly, it's what Master said that thing." As soon as Sushiro finished speaking, her gentle and beautiful face was completely flushed red, like a fiery sunset in the sky. She could only feel her heart beating wildly, like a startled deer. "Ha!" Only then did Mou suddenly regain his senses, his eyes once again filled with life. What Master thought was her business, but it couldn't stop him from eventually claiming her. Once his cultivation caught up, he'd see how she'd deny him then? But for now, he'd still capture the senior sister first. Chapter 22, A Maiden's Heart Aches to Be Safe. Mou asked again, "Second senior sister, are you saying that Master told you and eldest senior sister about the matter of me needing a female prodigy to cooperate in dual cultivation? And you both agreed, is that right?" Sushiro hummed softly, then instantly lowered her head, her exquisite face flushing crimson. At this moment, she wished she could find a place to hide. But thinking about her junior brother's physical condition, she bravely raised her head, her eyes shy as she said, "We both know, and we're willing. It's just, we don't know who you like more, so we decided to let you choose yourself." Mou's heart fluttered with joy. They were both willing? And he could choose? Only children made choices. He was an adult, so naturally, he. "Well then, second senior sister, let me first tell you about my dual cultivation technique." Mou cleared his throat, shifting his gaze away from his second senior sister's perfect figure, and began to make up a story, half truth and half fiction. "This technique is very magical. It can not only completely repair my foundation but also quickly restore my cultivation. But the premise is that it must be done with a peerless female prodigy with a special physique, and the more people who dual cultivate, the more terrifying the effect. Once I'm completely recovered, this technique will increase the female partner's cultivation speed by several times, or even 10 times. What? Increase cultivation speed tenfold? How is that possible? Sushiro already knew about the earlier part, so she wasn't surprised. But when she heard the last sentence, her face was filled with confusion. In the beautiful eyes that looked at Mou, it was almost written, "Don't lie to me." She was just simple, kind-hearted, and soft-natured, but not stupid. This rascal of a junior brother, to trick her into dual cultivating with him, had even made up this kind of godly technique? If there were such a technique in this world, it would have been famous throughout the Azure Cloud continent long ago. How could she have never heard of it? But whether there was a technique or not, it was the same. Anyway, she was willing, it just depended on who her junior brother liked. But soon, she remembered her junior brother's words just now. The more people who dual cultivate, the more terrifying the effect? Her junior brother wouldn't be thinking of having both? Her face became even hotter, and she couldn't help but glare at him, huffing, "Junior brother, you're actually making up such an incredible technique for the sake of having 3 wives and 4 concubines. You've really worked hard, haven't you?" Mou quickly explained, "Second senior sister, this technique is real. As for 3 wives and 4 concubines, I really haven't thought much about it. I just want to restore my foundation and improve my cultivation as soon as possible, and then make the Xianling sect the #1 sect in the Azure Cloud continent." Looking at his sincere eyes, Sushiro didn't speak. She felt that her junior brother probably wasn't lying to her. Although that technique sounded a bit outrageous, it might just be a slight exaggeration, and the rest should be true, right? You should talk to eldest senior sister first. I'll listen to eldest senior sister. Su Xiaoro said in a flustered tone, no longer daring to stay any longer. With her beautiful face flushed red, she turned and ran back into the house. Hey, second senior sister, does that mean you agree? Mou was slightly stunned, feeling a bit uncertain. Think for yourself. A shy female voice came from afar, finally disappearing behind the door. Until his eldest senior sister returned, Mou still hadn't figured out whether second senior sister had shyly agreed, or if she was still planning to make him choose one of them. Where's second junior sister? Lu Ruyu looked calm, her beautiful eyes that looked at Mou were as clear and pure as gemstones. Mou, with his excellent quality of facing difficulties head-on, decided to cut through the knot quickly, so he looked at her with a smile and said seriously, second senior sister is resting. Eldest senior sister, I already know the reason why you and second senior sister came back. Lu Ruyu blinked, silently looking at him without saying a word, her expression much calmer than Su Xiaoro's. Mou also quietly looked at his eldest sister. Her tall, perfect figure, at least 1.75 m, stood ramrod straight, and her long legs under her white dress were even more slender and shapely. In the gentle breeze, she appeared ethereal and otherworldly, like a fairy. Mou quickly retracted his wandering thoughts and repeated the same lines he had told his second sister, and then shamelessly added, second sister has already agreed. She said that this way we can be together forever. She was too shy to say it, so she asked me to ask for your opinion. Okay. Lu Ruyu nodded decisively without hesitation, her beautiful eyes as calm as water. Ah, eldest sister, aren't you going to think about it? Mou looked completely dumbfounded. So simple? Not asking anything? It caught him a little off guard. Lu Ruyu looked at him with pure beautiful eyes, her expression calm. I had already thought it through when I returned. If I had to choose a Dao companion, you are 100 times better than anyone else. As for how many you want, that is your business. There was another sentence she didn't say. If she could become a Dao companion with her little junior brother and help him restore his foundation, that would be the best arrangement in the world. As for what was said about increasing cultivation speed by more than 10 times, she naturally didn't believe it. Even if one ate elixirs every day, it wouldn't be that miraculous. Eldest sister, if it weren't to help me restore my foundation, would you still be willing to be my Dao companion? Yes, you don't need to think too much. Lu Ruyu nodded gently, her eyes clear as she looked at him. This made Mou's heart even more complex, and a warm, happy feeling floated up involuntarily. Whether it was their master, or his eldest and second sister, they were all peerless women, 1 in a billion. Others would have to burn incense to get even one, so what kind of virtue or ability did he possess to be favored by them all at the same time? Eldest sister, thank you. Mou's eyes were tender as water, and then he opened his arms and hugged his eldest sister tightly. Feeling her slightly stiff body, he realized that his eldest sister wasn't as calm as she appeared on the surface. At this moment, Lu Ruyu couldn't help but exhale softly. Being stared at directly by her little junior brother was not as comfortable as being held like this. At least this way, he wouldn't be able to see her nervousness. Little did she know, her body had already betrayed her. Lu Ruyu remained still in his embrace, and Mou showed no intention of letting go either. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. However, Mou also knew that now wasn't the right time. He pressed his face against his eldest sister's delicate cheek and rubbed it before reluctantly separating. So soft and smooth. Looking at his eldest sister's already flushed, beautiful face, Mou felt like there was still something he hadn't done. He quickly gave her plump and petite red lips a quick kiss. Soft and sweet. Lu Ruyu was immediately at a loss, a deep sense of panic and shyness flickering in her usually calm and collected eyes. Yet she hadn't thought of dodging it all just now. At this time, in the room, Su Xiaoro, who was just about to come out, sensed what was happening outside, and she was immediately dumbfounded, then her face turned pale. Could it be, this was the little junior brother's choice? Didn't he say he wanted both? Could it be that the eldest sister didn't agree? Thinking of the eldest sister's always aloof personality, she almost subconsciously made this judgment. But eldest sister and little junior brother really look like a match made in heaven. She muttered blankly, then sat back on the stool, her white teeth gently biting her lower lip, her eyes gradually turning red. From the moment she received her master's message and returned, she had already regarded herself as little junior brother's woman. Her mind was filled with memories of the past, sweet and beautiful. But who knew? She suddenly regretted it a little. Should she have expressed her feelings more clearly just now? What if eldest sister misunderstood and thought she was unwilling to be with little junior brother together? She really wanted to get up and ask, but she stopped herself in the end. Having said it herself, how could her junior brother and senior sister not understand? They weren't stupid. Just as she was feeling melancholic and conflicted, Mou, holding the hand of a blushing Lu Ruyu, strode in. Hearing the commotion, Sushiro quickly wiped away her tears, then forced a smile and went to greet them. Chapter 23 Visitors from Liang country. Sushiro's eyes were still red, but she forced a sincere and sweet smile, looking gently at her eldest sister and junior brother, her voice soft and, "Eldest sister, you're back. I was just about to go out. Second sister, I also agree." Lu Ruyu's eyes were slightly shy, but her words were crisp and decisive. "Oh, I know. Eldest sister and junior brother are really a perfect match. Congratulations." Sushiro felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, but her face was as bright as a flower. Lu Ruyu nodded gently. "Then, from now on, we will take care of junior brother together, and strive to restore his foundation as soon as possible." As soon as these words came out, Sushiro suddenly froze. Then she looked at her eldest sister with uncertain beautiful eyes, her willow eyebrows slightly furrowed, full of confusion. What did eldest sister mean by this? Could it be? Her heart suddenly became turbulent, and the sadness between her brows instantly dissipated a lot. However, she was still not completely sure, and said in a low voice, her face flushed, "Eldest sister, I don't quite understand what you mean." Mou coughed lightly and hurriedly interjected, "Second sister, didn't you say you wanted to see what eldest sister says? Now that eldest sister agrees just like you do, rest assured, I will treat you both well in the future." After speaking, he directly took action. He grabbed one hand in each of his hands, and then refused to let go. How could the two women cope with this scene? They hurriedly turned their heads away, too embarrassed to look at each other. Fortunately, Mou had a thick face, constantly joking and making light of the situation, and didn't make any further excessive moves. The two women slowly adjusted a little. For the sake of long-term planning, Mou was not in a hurry. He needed to give his senior sisters a few days to adapt. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he was physically, he couldn't completely conquer a person. Both body and mind must be grasped, and spiritual harmony is even more important. In the following days, his time with his two senior sisters was warm and sweet, just like 100 years ago. Of course, the interaction between them was countless times more intimate. After a few days like this, the relationship between the three became increasingly intimate and natural, and a strong sense of happiness quietly permeated their hearts. Mou secretly decided that tonight he should go to his senior sister's room to sleep. There was less than a year left. He wasn't sure how long it would take to completely conquer his senior sisters, so it was better to be cautious. At this moment, thousands of miles north of the Xianling sect, two flying spirit vessels, each 100 feet long, were rapidly approaching. The spirit vessels were huge and luxurious, with banners fluttering, and many powerful individuals, many of whom were soldiers wearing bright armor. But they were vastly different from ordinary martial artists. Each person had a powerful aura, obviously a cultivator. At the bow of the two spirit vessels, different flags were hanging. One bore the two characters for Liang. The central flag of the other ship was embroidered with a four-clawed golden dragon. Other flags at the bow bore a large character for Chen. Chen was the surname of the Lifeng Kingdom's royal family, and the four-clawed golden dragon symbolized the crown prince. At this time, in the top floor of this large vessel, a young nobleman dressed in a white brocade robe was lightly fanning himself with a golden folding fan, sitting upright at the head. He had a cold and handsome appearance, his eyes were arrogant and unruly, and his superior temperament revealed his high birth. It was clear that he was a noble who had long been in a position of power. Two young and beautiful maids were kneeling in front of him, pouring wine and offering fruit with respectful attitudes. Behind the nobleman stood 6 middle-aged and elderly individuals, all with deep and sharp auras, terrifying in their strength. How much longer before we reach the Xianling sect? The young nobleman looked impatient, closed the folding fan and threw it casually on the table. He leaned back, stretching his legs. Without his command, another beautiful maid hastily came from the side, knelt down, and began to massage his legs. "Your Highness, we will arrive in 3 hours," an old man with white hair replied respectfully. "Had I known, I would have stayed in the capital of Liang." The brocaded noble sighed in frustration, then frowned and asked, "Has anyone here seen the third princess? Is she really as beautiful as the legends say?" "Your Highness, this old minister has been fortunate enough to see the third princess. Her beauty surpasses even the most beautiful woman in our Lifeng Kingdom. To be named one of the 8 beauties of the Eastern Domain, she truly deserves the title. Her cultivation talent is even more monstrous. At only 380 years old, she has already reached the late stage of the Golden Core, a top prodigy of the Xianling sect. Now, the ruler of Liang wishes to unite with your Highness through marriage with the third princess, a true display of sincerity. Congratulations to your Highness for soon obtaining such a beautiful bride." The noble in brocade robes was none other than Chen Jie, the crown prince of Lifeng Kingdom, a noble of the imperial family at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Hearing this, he sat up with a satisfied expression, and then laughed heartily. "Good, if that's truly the case, then she shall be my crown princess." The others hastily followed suit, showering him with flattery. In the vast eastern domain, sects stand in great numbers, along with numerous countries, but the true top forces are only the 5 kingdoms and 8 sects. The so-called 5 kingdoms, also known by the world as the Upper 5 Kingdoms, refers to the 5 superpowers with formidable strength. They are also home to many cultivators, not merely ordinary mortal nations. Lifeng Kingdom was one of them. The royal families of each kingdom are all ancient cultivating families with long heritages. As for the Liang Kingdom they mentioned, its strength was far inferior to the Upper 5 Kingdoms. If one had to compare, it was only equivalent to a third of the Lifeng Kingdom's strength. Now, it has a hostile relationship with its neighbor, on the verge of war. Therefore, the ruler of Liang is resorting to marriage with the third princess, hoping to gain the support of the Lifeng Kingdom. As for the 8 sects, it refers to the 8 top sects of the eastern domain. The Xianling sect is one of them. Although these 8 sects are not as strong as the Upper 5 Kingdoms in overall strength, they possess profound foundations and a multitude of experts. In terms of top-tier combat power, the Upper 5 Kingdoms are slightly inferior. In simpler terms, when it comes to all-out warfare, any single sect among the 8 sects would certainly be unable to defeat any of the Upper 5 Kingdoms. However, when that point is reached, the sect won't engage in direct combat, but would rather infiltrate your palace for sneak attacks and assassinations. In other words, the Upper 5 Kingdoms have the power to destroy a sect, but the 8 sects also have the power to slaughter your entire clan. Both sides are wary of each other. Thinking of this, Qinjie casually instructed, when we arrive at the Xianling sect, behave with restraint. After all, this isn't the Lifeng Kingdom. However, there is no need to be overly cautious, and you cannot diminish my princely dignity in front of the Liang Kingdom officials and the third princess. Yes, your highness. On another spirit ship, several worried-looking ministers were respectfully following a stern-faced middle-aged man. After taking their seats, the middle-aged man finally raised his head, looked at one of the white-haired elders, and asked with a frown, "Commander Shi, are you certain that the third princess has returned to the Xianling sect? It would be disastrous if we made a wasted trip with the crown prince of Lifeng Kingdom." The old man quickly cupped his fists and said, "Your highness, please rest assured, the news is absolutely true. However, since the third princess was sent to the Xianling sect by concubine Li to cultivate from a young age, her sense of belonging to Liang Kingdom is very weak. This humble subject is concerned that if the princess disagrees with the marriage alliance, it will anger the crown prince of Lifeng Kingdom." The middle-aged man snorted with a stern expression and said arrogantly, in the face of national interest, she cannot be allowed to act according to her whims. This is an edict issued by His Majesty himself. Does she dare defy it? When we arrive at the Xianling sect, just follow my instructions. Yes, your highness. The others agreed in unison, their faces filled with worry, and they secretly felt uneasy. That was the Xianling sect, one of the top 8 sects in the eastern domain. And they were known for being fiercely protective of their own. What if the princess disagreed with the marriage and they refused to let her go? 3 hours later, a majestic and vast mountain range appeared before everyone's eyes, enveloped in misty clouds, stunningly beautiful. Chapter 24. The confused crown prince, the back mountain gut and the others, who were supposedly in seclusion to heal but were actually engaging in romantic pursuits, were all slightly taken aback by the sudden appearance of Lu Qingsha. Fourth Martial Grand Aunt, why have you come? Mou subtly let go of his second martial sister's hand, his expression calm, but how could he hide it from Lu Qingsha's eyes? The old woman, after a brief moment of surprise, instantly made a decision in her mind and couldn't help but smile. "Xiaoyu, what's going on with you and Xiaorou?" Mou looked embarrassed, but he didn't shy away anymore, replying earnestly, "My second martial sister and I are mutually in love, and well, there's also eldest martial sister." Lu Qingsha, who had originally had a kind smile on her face, instantly froze, then glared at Mou with annoyance and snorted, "You little brat is really greedy. Others would be overjoyed to get one of these 2 girls, but you want both?" Although it was very common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, whether they were wealthy merchants, officials, or cultivators, these 2 girls were both exceptionally talented heavenly prodigies. In terms of status, Xiaorou was even a princess of a kingdom. These kinds of exceptional individuals would not be shared among multiple partners. However, if this person was Xiaoyu, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, one shouldn't let the good water flow into someone else's field. Moreover, with this brat's talent, he was worthy of such favor. Thinking of this, she turned her head to look at the 2 girls and asked seriously, "And what do you 2 girls mean by this?" "I am willing." Although Lu Ruyue's face was flushed, her answer was resolute and straightforward, without the slightest hesitation. "Yes, me too, we've already agreed." Su Xiaorou also quickly nodded, then lowered her head, her delicate cheeks flushed crimson red. The air was quiet, and everyone was nervous inside. This was the first time the 3 of them had openly acknowledged their relationship, and it was in front of their own elders in the sect. Even Mou, with his thick skin, felt a little awkward. After hearing the 3's replies, Lu Qingsha didn't say much. If the parties involved didn't mind, the elders naturally wouldn't say much. She just glared at Mou a few times, displeased. In that case, you and Xiaoro should come with me. The Liang Kingdom's royal family has arrived. Martial Grand Aunt, why are they here? Su Xiaoro's face was grave, and a hint of worry welled up in her eyes. Her mother was originally an unfavored concubine, and after becoming pregnant with her, she was even more targeted by the empress. Fortunately, she finally gave birth to her, and since she gave birth to a daughter and due to the emperor's neglect, the mother and daughter survived. However, as her talent gradually manifested, danger began to slowly approach. Helpless, her mother had to seek the emperor's favor and send her to the Xianling sect to cultivate. This was also the tradition of many secondary level kingdoms. They would send some royal descendants to various sects to cultivate, thereby maintaining some connection with the 8 great sects. Even the top 5 kingdoms were no exception. It was just that they all valued the situation differently, and the people they sent were also different. However, after Su Xiaoro's mother unexpectedly died tragically more than 100 years ago, she severed ties with that cold royal palace. Now that they suddenly came, in her opinion, it was definitely not a good thing. In the end, she couldn't help but frown and ask, "Fourth Martial Grand Aunt, do you know why they're here?" Lu Qingxia looked at her with pity, her tone gentle. "The crown prince of the Lai Feng kingdom is also with them, and it is said he is your betrothed. This marriage was personally decided by your father." "What? I don't agree." Su Xiaoro bit her red lip tightly, her face pale, her eyes flashing with a hint of stubbornness and determination. "Don't worry, this is the Xianling sect, not the Liang Kingdom's royal palace. If you don't want to, no one can force you." Lu Qingxia looked domineering. "Second martial sister, don't worry. Now you belong to me. If anyone dares to force you, I'll overturn their dynasty." Mou's eyes suddenly turned cold, his heart filled with rage. He had known about the relationship between his second senior sister and the Liang Kingdom's imperial palace since he was little. It was so thin, it was merely a trace of blood connection. They had ignored her since she was a child, and now that she had some value, they wanted to use her as a bargaining chip? Dream on. This might be a normal occurrence in aristocratic families. But in his mind, this was utter nonsense. Not to mention his second senior sister was about to become his woman. Even if she wasn't, he wouldn't stand by and watch this happen. With an angry expression, he pulled his second senior sister up and flew straight toward the main peak's reception hall. Lu Qingxia, following behind, couldn't help but roll her eyes, but she was actually very satisfied with Mou's actions. If the peerless genius of the Xianling sect, the future successor to the sect master, didn't have this kind of backbone, that would truly disappoint her. She pulled Lu Ruyu and quickly followed. At this moment, the reception hall was bustling with activity. Since it was a prince and a royal from another kingdom, the reception from the Xianling sect was of a very high standard. Except for Lu Yuyan, who was nowhere to be found, the first elder, Zhou Buyu, was leading 2 other elders as hosts, giving them considerable respect. The 2 sides sat down as host and guest, enjoying tea and casual conversation, a harmonious scene. Chen Jie, the reserved and elegant crown prince of the Lai Feng kingdom, wore a warm smile, clearly in a good mood. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. A handsome, extraordinary young man in white was walking in, holding hands with a gentle and beautiful woman. The young man's extraordinary demeanor actually made him feel a pang of inferiority. Truly, a gentleman like Jade, unparalleled in the world. This caused a strange discomfort in his arrogant heart. But soon, his eyes fixed on the stunning beauty whose hand the man was holding. Pure and refined, gentle and endearing, her figure delicate and supple as a willow, her face as beautiful as a celestial being descended to earth. With just one glance, he was stunned, then filled with a sense of loss and jealousy. Such a beauty was his perfect match. How could she be taken by that kid? However, when his eyes caught the figure of another woman in a long white dress behind the 2, his sour heart was instantly comforted. Surely, this celestial beauty was the 3rd princess of the Liang kingdom. Truly, she was cold, pure, and ethereally beautiful. Those long legs, that tiny waist, were just incredible. Although she looked a bit cold, her figure, face, and temperament were in no way inferior to the woman in front. Such an unparalleled beauty would be a true delight to conquer, and she would be a perfect match for him too. "I am Chen Jie, the crown prince of the Lai Feng kingdom. May I ask how you all are called?" To demonstrate his approachable demeanor, Chen Jie hurriedly stood up gracefully, looking at them with a warm smile. The old white-haired man behind him, upon seeing Su Xiaoro being led by Mou, had a dramatic change in expression. Those from the Liang kingdom also had a shift in their expressions. The 3rd princess, actually walking hand in hand with this young man? What was going on? The Prince Rui of the Liang kingdom felt his vision darken, his heart ablaze, and it felt as if the sky above him was about to collapse. The crown prince of the Lai Feng kingdom was absolutely going to lose it. Chapter 25. What are you? Su Xiaoro, walking at the front alongside Mou, ignored the crown prince of the Fierce Wind kingdom. Instead, she went directly to the front of Prince Rui of the Liang kingdom and politely greeted him. "Xiaoro greets Uncle Royal. May I ask what brings you here?" At this point, there was no need for any pretense. Directness was the simplest approach. Your subject greets the third princess. The accompanying officials of the Liyang kingdom hastily rose to pay their respects. You may dispense with the formalities, everyone. Sushiro casually waved her hand, then gracefully returned to sit beside Mou, while Lu Ruyu sat on Mou's other side. Witnessing this, Chen Jie's eyes nearly shot flames. His marriage partner was being so intimate with another man? How could the crown prince of one of the 5 great nations tolerate such humiliation? With a livid face, he returned to his seat and then glared coldly at Prince Rue of Liyang, whose expression was equally unpleasant. Prince Rue, I demand an explanation from your Liyang kingdom. Is this so-called marriage alliance meant to be such an insult? Prince Rue hurriedly stood up, anxiously saying, Your Highness, please calm your anger. Before coming here, this prince was unaware of the third princess's specific situation. Please allow me to inquire and then apologize in person. How about that? The person is right here. Is there a need to ask separately? Chen Jie's voice grew louder, his inner rage barely contained. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the profound spirit sect, he would have torn down the entire hall. And that white-robed youth, not only was he more handsome than him, but he dared to steal his woman? He was simply courting death. Looking at Mou, Chen Jie's gaze grew increasingly sinister, without a trace of his previous gentle demeanor. Everyone in the hall was bewildered, including the disciples and elders of the profound spirit sect. Zhou Buyu was equally stunned. He had never imagined that Shiro, who had only recently returned to the sect, would be so close with Xiaoyu. Judging by the situation, even the dullest person could understand what was happening. His gaze then swept to the aged figure behind them and quickly stood up respectfully. Fourth Master Uncle, why have you come too? Greetings, Fourth Master Uncle. This disciple greets the Supreme Elder. The other disciples and elders of the profound spirit sect also quickly rose to pay their respects, their expressions exceptionally respectful. Chen Jie, who was silently seething with rage, had no choice but to forcefully suppress his anger and greet them politely. Chen Jie, Crown Prince of the Fierce Wind Kingdom, greets Senior Lu. Although he had never met Lu Qingxia, he had done his homework before coming. He naturally knew who among the supreme elders of the profound spirit sect was female. Su Zhangnan of the Liyang Kingdom greets Senior Lu. The people of Liyang Kingdom did not dare to be negligent either, quickly rising to pay their respects. Here, they could only use the status of the cultivation world to address each other, with Lu Qingxia naturally being the most senior. Crown Prince and Prince Rue, no need for formalities, please be seated. After Lu Qingxia sat down, she asked with a calm expression, May I know what brings you to the profound spirit sect? Chen Jie remained silent, only glaring coldly at Prince Rue. The latter felt a chill down his spine and an inner surge of irritation. The person he was angry at was not Chen Jie, but Su Xiao. In his view, since she knew he was coming, she still appeared with another man. This was clearly a slap in his face. Did she think that this would allow her to avoid the marriage alliance? She was being willful, disregarding the country's interests, and was shameless. He forcefully suppressed his anger and, with a stiff smile, cupped his fist toward Lu Qingxia. Senior Lu, you may not be aware, but our monarch had long since agreed with the Fierce Wind Kingdom's emperor to have the third princess marry the Fierce Wind Kingdom's crown prince. This prince is here under orders to take the third princess back to Liyang to prepare for the wedding in a month. Is that so? Xiao, what do you think? Lu Qingxia's expression was calm. Logically speaking, even though the profound spirit sect was Su Xiao's sect, it wasn't convenient to interfere with a disciple's family affairs. But there were always exceptions. If Su Xiao didn't want to go back, the profound spirit sect couldn't possibly help them drive away its own disciple, right? As for the Liyang kingdom personally coming to arrest her, this was the profound spirit sect, how could they allow such impudence? What's more, Xiao and Xiaoyu were a couple who loved each other, so it was even more impossible to break them up. How to handle things had already been decided the moment she saw the two little ones holding hands. Frankly speaking, she just needed an excuse now. Su Xiao naturally understood this, and said firmly, Grand Marshal Aunt, my junior brother and I have long been betrothed privately, it's impossible for me to marry anyone else. I implore the sect to make the decision for me. Lu Qingxia couldn't help but feel helpless inside. This girl was actually willing to tarnish her reputation in order to reject this marriage? Her attitude was indeed resolute. As an experienced person, how could she not see that the girl was still a virgin? But this did not affect her decision in the slightest. She pretended to be troubled, turned to look at Prince Rue, and said helplessly, Your Royal Highness Prince Rue, you have also heard what this girl has said. Since things have come to this, why not just change the marriage partner? Otherwise, wouldn't it be disrespectful to the Crown Prince of Lai Feng Kingdom? Prince Rue, Su Zhangnan, looked displeased. He didn't dare to be rude to Lu Qingxia, so he could only stare at Su Xiao and say coldly, Third Princess, as a member of the royal family, you can't only consider yourself, you also have to consider the world. As for the marriage, it was a decision made by the monarch himself. How could we possibly make the decision? If you have any ideas, you might as well go back and tell your father. Please don't make things difficult for us. Third princess. Sushiro looked at him calmly, shaking her head firmly. Uncle, there's no need to persuade me further. My mind is made up. I will never go back. From now on, I am only a disciple of the Profound Spirit sect, no longer the princess of the Liang Kingdom. Prince Rue, please return. Since birth, she had only met her father 4 times. To her, he was a stranger. Moreover, if it wasn't for his indifference, how could her mother have died tragically in the imperial palace? Although there was no evidence, she never believed that her mother was truly drowned in the lake. She was a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. Drowned? It was simply a huge joke. It's just that she didn't have the strength to investigate the truth yet. But one day she would avenge her mother. As for herself, she was also a negligible, transparent person in the Liang Palace, not even having a title. It was probably only because the people below mentioned her to that monarch that he remembered he had such a daughter. Now that there was a marriage, he thought of her? Third princess, be careful with your words. You must return with this prince. This is your father's order. Do you intend to defy the decree? Su Zhangnan growled through gritted teeth, his face ashen. If the other party didn't return, how would he report to His Majesty? How would he explain to the Crown Prince of Lifeng Kingdom? Mou, who had been silent all this time, suddenly sneered. This is the Profound Spirit sect, not the Liang Kingdom. You are yelling at my senior sister here. Are you demonstrating against the Profound Spirit sect? His voice wasn't loud, but it was full of dominance. Chen Jie, the Crown Prince of Lifeng Kingdom, who had been holding back his anger and resentment for a long time, could no longer bear it and immediately stood up, shouting angrily at Mou. We are discussing important matters. How dare a mere disciple interrupt? And even directly scold a prince? Is this how your master taught you etiquette? In his opinion, if it wasn't for Sushiro, the other party wouldn't even have the qualifications to appear here. He didn't dare to be rude to Lu Qingxia. Could he not scold a disciple? If it wasn't for the wrong place, he would have killed the other party, let alone scolding him. Mou turned his head indifferently. What are you? And you think you have the right to lecture me? Is this how the Gale Wind Kingdom teaches etiquette? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone, from both the Gale Wind Kingdom and the Liang Kingdom, changed their expressions, their eyes filled with shock. They never imagined this young man would be so audacious. The key was, the few elders of the Profound Spirit sect actually looked calm, without the slightest intention to reprimand him. What was that supposed to mean? Chapter 26. The Crown Prince's Heartbreak and Fury. Haha, what am I? I am the Crown Prince of the Raging Wind Kingdom. What do you think I am? Chen Jie's face was ashen, his entire being radiating a sharp and tyrannical aura, itching to lash out and kill. In his heart, this young madman, no matter his identity, was already destined to die. Even if he couldn't kill him today, he would send people to execute him afterward. Otherwise, he, Chen Jie, would become the laughingstock of the entire eastern region. The Crown Prince of a nation, publicly insulted like this, was not just a slap to his face, but to the entire Raging Wind Kingdom. Among the elders who had accompanied him, some had already angrily stepped forward, and then coldly strode towards Mou. No matter who you are, daring to insult our Crown Prince is a capital crime. The white-haired elder's voice was low, his face twisted, each step leaving a deep footprint on the bluestone floor. He didn't walk quickly, resembling an old man taking a stroll. However, the berserk aura of a nascent soul cultivator frantically spread around, terrifying like endless raging tides. It was as if with a single thought, he could crush the entire hall into powder and scatter it with the wind. The white hair on his head began to move without wind, while his clothes seemed to be cast in iron, his whole body emitting a faint golden light. As he took his 5th step, his aura was nearing its peak, and it was faintly pressing down on Mou. The dignified crown prince of one of the top 5 kingdoms, yet humiliated by a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Even if this was the Profound Spirit sect, one of the 8 major sects of the eastern region, he had to step forward to uphold their prestige. Otherwise, it would become a disgrace to the entire Raging Wind Kingdom. 3 more steps at most, and he could use his aura to crush the boy into the ground and kill him. Although it would anger the Profound Spirit sect, he believed that the other party would not turn against the Raging Wind Kingdom because of this. Just as they didn't want to turn against the other party. One side was the Crown Prince, and the other was just a Foundation Establishment disciple. The importance of each was obvious. Chen Jie, the Crown Prince of the Raging Wind Kingdom, thought the same. Therefore, he never considered stopping the elder. In his angry gaze, the white-haired elder raised his foot again. Just at this moment, a calm and old voice suddenly rang out clearly, "Dare to take another step forward, and you will die." The white-haired elder's foot suddenly froze in mid-air. As if someone had cast a immobilization spell on him, he remained motionless, looking at Lu Qingxia who had spoken, his eyes heavy with shock. He couldn't understand. Was the Profound Spirit sect truly planning to completely turn against the Raging Wind Kingdom for a Foundation Establishment disciple? Why? Not only him, the people of Liyang Kingdom also couldn't understand. In their view, it might be understandable if he were a peerless prodigy, but this was just a foundation establishment cultivator? Would the Profound Spirit sect turn against the Raging Wind Kingdom for an ordinary disciple? Was the Profound Spirit sect that overbearing? Senior Lu, could it be that in your eyes, the dignity of me, the Crown Prince of the Raging Wind Kingdom, is not as important as a disciple of the Profound Spirit sect? Chen Jie gritted his teeth, his gaze cold and furious as he continued to shout, or is the Profound Spirit sect preparing to go to war with my Raging Wind Kingdom? Lu Qingxia looked at him with contempt, a calm smile on her face. Go to war? Are you sure you're qualified to declare war on my Profound Spirit sect on behalf of your father? Do you believe that if you dare say that, your position as Crown Prince will be changed after you return? Also, in my eyes, your so-called dignity is not as important as him at all. There is simply no comparison. Straightforward, direct, overbearing, and unreasonable. Lu Qingxia's words directly stunned the people of Liyang Kingdom. Su Zhangnan, the Prince Rui, couldn't help but twitch his lips, secretly rejoicing that he hadn't provoked these ruthless people from the Profound Spirit sect. Otherwise, the situation of the Liyang Kingdom would have been even more dire. But then he felt extremely troubled. After today, the Liyang Kingdom had completely offended this Crown Prince, and even the Emperor of the Raging Wind Kingdom would blame them. How would he explain himself to His Majesty upon return? He couldn't help but feel inflamed, with a heart full of murderous intent. As for the people of the Raging Wind Kingdom, they were all extremely angry at this moment, but not a single one dared to act recklessly. Even the white-haired old man who had lifted his foot retreated it with a face full of unwillingness, his eyes ashamed and aggrieved. He himself was fine, but the Crown Prince was still on their territory. If they really fell out, it was uncertain whether they could even return. Standing opposite them was a powerhouse at the Transformation God stage. Judging by that fierce and decisive demeanor, it didn't seem like a simple intimidation tactic. That was true decisiveness in killing. Chen Jie's eyes flickered, and he forcibly suppressed the fury in his heart. His face flushed crimson. He was only the Crown Prince, not the king. If he simply came out for a trip and provoked a strong enemy like the Profound Spirit sect for the Raging Wind Kingdom, his position as Crown Prince might very well be in jeopardy. Which emperor would pass the throne to such a reckless descendant? It wasn't as if they had no other sons. He took a deep breath and forced a smile, saying, Senior Lu is right. This junior was indeed impetuous. May I ask which genius this one is from your esteemed sect? To be so protected by your sect, they must be an unparalleled prodigy, wouldn't you say? Lu Qingxia glanced at him indifferently and warned, keep your petty thoughts to yourself, or you'll only harm yourself. Having said that, she no longer looked at him. If not for the fact that he was a crown prince, she wouldn't even bother to glance at a golden core stage cultivator like him. She then turned her head to look at the Prince Rui of the Liyang Kingdom and said solemnly, although Shiro was once a princess of the Liyang Kingdom, now that she has decided to sever ties with the royal family, she is now only a disciple of my Profound Spirit sect. If you wish to arrange marriages, go find other candidates. You are not to harass my sect's genius anymore, or it will be considered intentional provocation. Zhou Buyu, you stay here and entertain them. Before the Raging Wind Kingdom leaves, make them compensate for the spirit stones needed to repair the floor. Shiro, let's go. After saying that, Lu Qingxia took Su Shiro's hand and walked out, domineering and imposing, with Mou and the eldest senior sister following behind. Leaving the people of the Raging Wind Kingdom and the Liyang Kingdom in the hall, staring at each other, feeling both angry and helpless. The Profound Spirit sect wasn't powerful enough to crush the Raging Wind Kingdom, but they dared to be so audacious. The most crucial point was that the Raging Wind Kingdom didn't dare to be as reckless as them. It was like an ordinary street fight. Two people of similar strength, but one dared to gamble their life and go all out, while the other had too many concerns and worries. How could they win? Return to the kingdom. Chen Jie threw down a storage ring, then couldn't help but roar in aggrieved anger before striding away. He, who was always proud and aloof, had ultimately failed to control his emotions. To be publicly insulted and even have to pay for a few broken floor tiles? What a great humiliation, so utterly outrageous. He swore that today's humiliation would surely be washed away with that kid's blood. And that so-called third princess, did she really think she could escape his grasp like that? What a fantasy. The people of the Liyang Kingdom also left. Prince Rui was still hoping to use the time on the way back to think of a way to quell the anger of the Raging Wind Kingdom's crown prince. As for Mou and the other two, after being repeatedly instructed by their fourth ancestral master uncle, they returned to the back mountain once more. Mou's heart began to race with excitement. After adapting for so long with his two senior sisters, it was time to start completing his system mission. As long as he conquered one of them, not only could he completely bind with the system, but he could also fully recover his physique. Most importantly, the system would also reward him with the universe's strongest dual cultivation technique. Exercising for an hour would be equivalent to 10 days of cultivation? He couldn't wait to experience the effects. Chapter 27. Beginning the system task. The moon was bright in the night sky behind the mountain. Quietly arrived outside his eldest senior sister's bedroom door and then walked in naturally. Eldest senior sister, I accidentally soiled my quilt. I want to sleep here tonight. The reason was clumsy, not even worth thinking about. But Lu Ruyu, who had always acted calmly and decisively, couldn't maintain her composure this time. A blush quickly spread across her elegant and beautiful face, like a drop of red ink falling into clear water. Her entire cheeks, along with her fair, slender neck and crystalline earlobes, were instantly dyed crimson. This cool, ethereal fairy, seemingly fallen to the mortal world, could no longer maintain her usual composure. She responded with a soft hum, as if she had used all her courage. Then, she quickly fled back into her room, her heart pounding like a drum. Although she had long prepared herself mentally, she was still very nervous, her body involuntarily tensing up. She quickly picked up 2 crystal glasses from the table and then, from some unknown place, took out a small jar of fine wine, pouring 2 glasses. Seeing her junior brother's curious gaze, she explained with a guilty conscience, this wine was prepared for the 3rd junior sister. I think it's quite delicious, so I wanted to let you taste it too. Oh, really? I understand. His gaze was gentle and apologetic, and he did not expose his eldest senior sister. He picked up a glass of wine and handed it to her, while he picked up the other glass and gently took her hand, sighing softly, eldest senior sister, to be able to meet you all in this life is a blessing I have accumulated for 8 lifetimes. If there is a next life, let me repay you. Lu Ruyu looked up at him, then suddenly smiled brightly. Okay, if there is a next life, you still have to marry me, was stunned, and then nodded heavily with a warm heart. Okay. After speaking, he raised the wine glass in his hand, interlocked arms with hers, and drank a cup of nuptial wine with their gentle gazes locked on each other. After putting down the wine glass, he quickly picked up his slightly trembling eldest senior sister and strode towards the bed. At this moment, the air began to burn with ambiguity, and both of their body temperatures rose sharply. The subtle emotions of tension, excitement, and anticipation spread rapidly and grew within their hearts. The moon outside the window seemed to be shy and quietly hid into the clouds, the room becoming pitch black. But soon, a flash of fire lit up, and the room became bright again. Junior brother, put out the oil lamp. The woman's voice was shy and flustered. Wow! It's so beautiful. Eldest senior sister, such a beautiful scene in this mortal world. I'm afraid I won't be able to see it if the lights are off. The young man's voice was heavy and excited. The woman didn't say anything more. After a short while, a shy female voice sounded again. Junior brother, you're doing that, it's a little itchy. How about this? A little better. Ah! You can't. A gust of wind suddenly rose inside the room. It was dark inside again, and in the end, the night shouldered everything. But the annoying soft moans and whispers wafted outside, drifting far away into Su Xiaoru's ears. This caused her breathtakingly beautiful face to become increasingly flushed as she listened, and it felt as if small ants were crawling all over her body. She wanted to shut off her 5 senses, but the curiosity within her prevented her from doing so. It's just accumulating experience, she comforted herself internally. But as the movements from over there became louder and louder, her eyes gradually became hazy and dazed, and finally, she couldn't help but sigh in annoyance and shyness. This bad junior brother must be doing it on purpose, but eldest senior sister's moans are so strange. An hour passed, and the battle over there became more and more intense. Su Xiaoru was already lying on the bed, completely exhausted, but she still couldn't fall asleep. As for cultivating, that was even more unthinkable. In such a restless state of mind, she was more likely to suffer chi deviation. Fortunately, after another 2 hours, the place finally became quiet. Su Xiaoru finally let out a long sigh of relief as if completely drained, and after a long while, she quietly got up to clean herself. She had just broken out in a sweat. At this moment, Mou was staring blankly, lost in thought, at his eldest senior sister who was fast asleep in his arms. Was the effect really that good? But why did Master only get 30% after 3 tries? Could it be because of the master-disciple relationship, a mental block? This might be a bit tricky in the future. However, looking at the transparent panel above his eldest senior sister's head, he was once again filled with joy. Name, Lu Ruyu, daughter of destiny, age, 400, realm, early nascent soul stage, physique, innate glass saint body, conquest level, 80%. Yes, he had rubbed his eyes several times before, but it proved that he had not seen wrongly. It really was 80%. A number he had never even imagined. The only possibility was that his eldest senior sister had secretly liked him for a long time. Only this reason could explain everything. Looking at his eldest senior sister's captivatingly beautiful face, which slowly regained its usual cold calmness in her sleep, he couldn't help but chuckle. His eldest senior sister was hiding it quite well. He couldn't resist reaching out to the beauty in his arms again. Lu Ruyu murmured softly in her sleep, her delicate face gradually flushing crimson and hot. Not long after, Su Xiao, who had just returned from her bath, heard that devilishly enticing sound again. Even with her gentle temperament, she couldn't help but bite her silver teeth in embarrassment and secretly curse her junior brother for a full 10 seconds. As for why she didn't curse him for more than 10 seconds, it was because she ran out of words. She had repeated stinky junior brother, little rogue and bad egg 3 times. Thinking that 3 times was enough, she finally stopped. She refused to believe it. It was almost dawn. Did they still have the nerve to go for a 3rd time? Sure enough, this time, even the heavens were on her side. Because before the Second World War ended, it was already dawn. But even though it was dawn, some things were still continuing. Su Xiao fled to the West Lake, caught some fish and some wild animals, preparing lunch for her junior brother and eldest senior sister. As for breakfast, they probably wouldn't have time for it. She couldn't help but think shyly, wondering if her junior brother would come to her room tonight? Just thinking about it made her feel her body heat up. That night, the person tormented by the noise finally became Lu Ruyu. Mou did not favor one over the other. However, compared to Su Xiao last night, Lu Ruyu, having tasted the pleasure, was clearly hit even harder. It was then that she realized that many of her shameful moments last night had probably been overheard by her second junior sister. With a mindset of mutual understanding, she did not avoid it and endured the sonic attacks all night. When Mou saw the 80% conquest level above his second senior sister's head again, he already had some resistance. Nevertheless, he was still stunned and overjoyed for quite a while. At this rate, 100% was just around the corner. If one day wasn't enough, then he would do it day after day. He seemed to see the strongest dual cultivation technique in the universe beckoning him. Good days always passed quickly. 3 months flashed by in the blink of an eye. With Mou's diligent cultivation, the conquest levels of the 2 senior sisters were steadily rising, neck and neck. They had quietly reached 98%. Although the rate of increase had slowed, there was no sign of stagnation, which was smoother than he had expected. He couldn't help but call out to the system in his heart with excitement, "Little system, if I conquer both of them to 100% at the same time, what rewards will I get? If the host can achieve this within a year, the system will additionally reward a bottle of realm-breaking pills. Below the Void Return realm, any bottleneck in any realm can be broken with 1 pill, and there will be no side effects. There will also be 5 unlimited lottery chances and the shop system will be unlocked, where the host can buy items using luck points." Hearing the function of the realm-breaking pill, Mou's heart almost jumped out of his chest. Heaven-defying. It was simply too heaven-defying. Cultivation accumulation was not difficult, it was the breakthroughs that were hard. Most cultivators, due to their innate talents or cultivation methods, might be stuck at a certain realm for their entire lives. Take the few grand elders within the sect, for example. The reason they are still stuck at their current realm is because they are nearing the limit of their own innate talents. Without higher-level cultivation methods or external assistance, they're pretty much at their peak for life. But if they had this breakthrough pill, would breaking through even be an issue? Mou was very excited. But what he valued most was the shop function. Inside, there would definitely be great fortune pills, as well as recovery pills suitable for the soul transformation stage to restore cultivation. By then, his third martial granduncle could completely recover, just like him. His heart began to swell with anticipation. Chapter 28. Undercurrents. While Mou was lost in pleasure, the atmosphere in the Xianling sect's main hall was somber. Worry and anger were etched on the faces of all the high-ranking members. Even Lu Yuyan, who had been absent for a long time, had returned and was now sitting in the sect master's seat, looking furious. What did second martial uncle say? Is it true that they found the immortal Joy Fairy's cave from 100,000 years ago at the Helan Mountain Spirit Stone Mine? Gu Jiannan sighed, his eyes filled with worry. Whether it's the immortal Joy Fairy's cave is uncertain, but it is true that someone obtained several top-grade spiritual treasures there. One of them is the Crimson Cloud Golden Cicada shawl that the immortal Joy Fairy wore before reaching the Dao integration stage. Now this matter has spread throughout the eastern region, and it is estimated that it won't be long before everyone knows about it. Gu Jiannan's voice was low, his face more serious than ever before. The mining of the top-grade Spirit Stone mine in Helan Mountain must be suspended for now, but the most serious problem is that many people are spreading rumors. They're saying that your sudden search for a Dao companion was because you obtained the immortal Joy Fairy's dual cultivation method, so you need a Dao companion for dual cultivation. What? Master, do you know who is spreading the rumors? I will chop them into pieces. Upon hearing the words dual cultivation, Lu Yuyan's fair face flushed red, and she couldn't help but think of a certain rebellious disciple's unrestrained actions. Gu Jiannan shook his head helplessly. I've investigated, but the source can't be found for now. Everyone's mood became extremely heavy. They were all too aware of the power of these rumors. With one wrong step, the Xianling sect might be destroyed because of them. Lu Yuyan pondered for a moment, then said decisively, quickly recall all the elders and disciples who are outside, and at the same time, open the Helan Mountain mine, allowing major sects to enter and investigate. In the near future, whether it is an elder or a disciple, no one is allowed to leave their posts without authorization. They must fully defend the sect, especially the back mountain. Without my order or the orders of the few supreme elders, no one is allowed to approach. Those who disobey will be dealt with according to the sect rules. Yes. A series of orders was issued, making the atmosphere at the scene even more tense. Lu Yuyan turned her head again and asked, Master, can you still not contact the ancestor? I can't. Gu Jiannan shook his head gravely, his eyes filled with worry. The deterrent power of an ancestor in the late stage of the Transformation God realm was not something he could compare with his middle stage of the Transformation God realm. The two seemed to be only one step apart, but only those who had reached the middle stage of the Transformation God realm could understand the huge difference between the two. A sect with an expert in the late stage of the Transformation God realm, even if its overall strength was inferior, no one dared to push them too hard. Because if a late-stage Transformation God realm expert were to retaliate ruthlessly, no one could defend against it. The end result would likely be mutual destruction, with no one benefiting. But now, the Xianling sect only had two supreme elders in the middle stage of the Transformation God realm. This difference was vast. Just as the high-ranking members of the Xianling sect were worried and making plans, the news that the Xianling sect had obtained the Immortal Joy Fairy's inheritance had already spread wildly in the eastern region. The speed was so fast that it had already exceeded normal limits. Everyone who heard it was extremely excited, and no one paid attention to this small detail. Have you heard? The Xianling sect has already obtained the Immortal Joy Fairy's inheritance. That's an immortal technique that can be cultivated to the Mahayana stage. No wonder the proud Lu Yuyan suddenly looked for a Tao companion. It turns out she wants to cultivate the Immortal Joy Fairy's dual cultivation technique. This is nothing new. That cave is in the Xianling sect's spirit stone mine. It's normal that they discovered it. Damn it! I heard someone obtain top-grade spiritual treasures. How terrifying is this treasure hoard? Before her fall, the Immortal Joy Fairy was the most promising to become an immortal in the eastern region in the past 100,000 years. She was a Mahayana stage expert. Damn it, I don't want any treasure. I just want to become Lu Yuyan's Tao companion. Stop dreaming. Ask anyone in the eastern region who doesn't want to? Forget it, let's go to Helan Mountain and try to pick up some scraps. Brother Zhou, I'll go with you. And me. Many cultivators mobilized urgently, setting off towards the Helan Mountains. It was said that spiritual treasures belong to the virtuous. Although no one said it aloud, who didn't want to obtain some peerless opportunities inside the Bliss Fairy's cave? A great ascension stage cultivator's cave, even picking up something at random would be a great fortune. If they could find a few cultivation methods that the Bliss Fairy had collected, they could directly take off. As one of the 8 great sects in the eastern region, the Falling Dusk sect naturally heard the news. At this moment, the entire sect's higher-ups were in urgent discussion. What does everyone think about the recent rumors? Cui Chang, the sect master of the Falling Dusk sect, had a solemn expression. In fact, he already believed it 9/10. But he still had to listen to the analysis of the sect elders, because the implications of this matter were too great. This involved the Xianling sect. Regarding this sect, no one in the entire eastern region dared to be careless. Even the Falling Dusk sect, which was also one of the 8 sects, didn't want to become their enemy. They were a pack of mad dogs. The Supreme Elder, Zhou Yuanjin, analyzed with a serious gaze. This should be true, otherwise everything is truly inexplicable. Lu Yuyan is stunningly beautiful and her talent surpasses her peers. She has always been very proud, yet not long ago it was revealed that she was looking for a Tao companion? I was still puzzled at the time, but if she obtained the inheritance of the Bliss Fairy, then everything makes sense. Zhou Yuanjin exclaimed excitedly. It is said that the Bliss Fairy was originally a rogue cultivator, but she relied on her innate charm and beauty to exchange for countless cultivation methods and resources, and that's how she reached the Great Ascension stage. The richness of her collected cultivation methods is no less than that of the top sects before the Demon Extinction War. Cui Chang's eyes flickered, and greedy thoughts grew like crazy. He couldn't help but eagerly ask, Uncle Master, then your meaning is that we should also send people? Zhou Yuanjin said firmly, that's natural. At that time, several of us Supreme Elders will lead the team, and you will sit in the sect. Even if it causes a falling out with the Xianling sect, it's worth it. This heaven-defying opportunity, our Falling Dusk sect must get a piece of the pie. The current Xianling sect is probably unable to stop us anymore, Not only were they unable to stop them, in his opinion, the Xianling sect might even be in self-preservation mode. Unless they were willing to hand over the Bliss Fairy's dual cultivation methods. But who would be willing to share such immortal techniques with others? Especially the always domineering Xianling sect? There was a good show to watch. It wasn't just the Falling Dusk sect that had similar ideas, other top sects had their own plans. Everyone wanted this opportunity, just with different methods. Other sects with slightly weaker strength also began to travel and form alliances, then they all went to the Helan Mountains together. Accompanying them were also the most monstrous genius disciples from each sect. The so-called opportunity wasn't something that you were sure to get just because you had high strength, you also had to have that fate. Although cultivators talked about defying the heavens, deep down, they were the group that believed most in destiny. So those genius juniors were also held in high hopes. For a time, the Helan Mountains were flooded with people. Now, they just wanted to see how the Xianling sect planned to respond. Would they obediently hand over the Bliss Fairy's dual cultivation immortal techniques? Or would they become the enemy of the entire eastern region? Chapter 29. The great figures of each sect arrived. The Helan Mountains, located 30,000 miles north of the Profound Spirit sect, were famous for their abundance of top-grade spirit stones, serving as a source for a third of the sect's spiritual stone revenue, a truly strategic location. Usually, 2 or more nascent soul inner sect elders led a group of elite disciples to garrison the area. But now, the garrison had been replaced by Grand Elder Chen Baichuan and another Grand Elder, Tang Feihu, who had just returned to the sect and come straight here. Unlike the gaunt Chen Baichuan, Tang Feihu was not only tall but also extremely burly and robust, with a straightforward and valiant personality. He was currently listening to his second senior brother recounting recent events. When he heard that the Crown Prince of the Raging Wind Kingdom had a verbal altercation with Mou, only to be forcefully suppressed by his fourth senior sister, he suddenly paused, a shrewdness inconsistent with his appearance flashing across his rugged face. Second senior brother, this matter wouldn't be related to the Raging Wind Kingdom, would it? Logically speaking, we haven't offended any significant power, and only the Raging Wind Kingdom can be considered a contender. Xian Baichuan smiled bitterly and nodded. We did consider that. However, offending the Raging Wind Kingdom happened after the rumor about Yu Yan seeking a Dao companion. He couldn't have predicted the future and arranged this in advance, could he? Therefore, at the very least, the rumor about Yu Yan seeking a Dao companion should be unrelated to the Raging Wind Kingdom. As for the rumor about the Joyful Fairy, Yu Yan has sent people to investigate, but the results are probably not going to be ideal. Tang Feihu also fell silent. If the other party dared to spread rumors about the Profound Spirit sect, how could they not cover their tracks? It was likely hopeless to find useful clues. In other words, the current predicament could not be resolved by finding the person behind the rumors in the short term. Then the rest depended on their own hard strength and attitude. The cultivation world was never a place for reason. Little Yu had spoken well on this point years ago. Reason, the Tao was always above reason. Only when your fist was hard enough would others reason with you. He had always felt that the kid was right. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, second senior brother, what's Little Yu's situation now? Didn't he come out of seclusion? Why is he in seclusion again? Chen Baichuan, who originally had a solemn expression, couldn't help but reveal a faint smile, but he quickly pretended to be calm and said, that kid has recovered most of his foundation and he can cultivate. This seclusion was his own request. It seems like he has a surprise for us. These words instantly made Tang Feihu so excited that he almost jumped up. What? He can cultivate? Ha ha ha. Good. This kid, I knew I wasn't wrong about him, he's really damn good. It wasn't just good, it was simply perfect. His foundation had been damaged without the origin of the Great Tao or the legendary Immortal Pill. There was basically no cure. Who would have thought he would have recovered by half? For a moment, Tang Feihu forgot the current predicament and excitedly paced back and forth in the room. Then, he looked triumphantly at his second senior brother and laughed arrogantly. Second senior brother, what did you say back then? You said that kid had no hope of recovering in this life, and that instead of wasting a large amount of resources and energy to save him, it was better to focus on cultivating other geniuses. What about now? Do you still think that way? Humph, luckily, the fourth senior sister and I strongly opposed it, or else the grand senior brother would have been persuaded by you. Chen Baichuan glared at him with indignation and coldly snorted, don't make me the scapegoat. I didn't say I wouldn't save him back, then I just didn't agree to focus the entire sect's strength on him. Even if he has recovered by almost half now, didn't he ultimately rely on his own opportunities? If we had listened to me back then, others wouldn't have been delayed or died, and this kid would still have recovered. Tang Feihu sneered and shook his head. Are you sure it would be the same? Besides, if you weren't sincere to him, when he reaches the peak, why would he be sincere to the sect? Chen Baichuan's eyes widened in anger. As a disciple of the Xianling sect, living is to be of the sect, and dying is to be a ghost of the sect. Isn't that a very normal thing? Just because the sect didn't concentrate resources for him alone, does he have the ability to forget the sect's grace of nurturing him? If that's the case, the sect would have collapsed long ago. The Xianling sect belongs to all the disciples, not some genius. As he spoke, Chen Baichuan's face flushed red, his eyes filled with anger, dissatisfaction, and a hint of helpless incomprehension. He never felt that he was wrong. Although it was impossible to be absolutely fair within the sect, it shouldn't be so special. However, Tang Feihu didn't care about what he said and chuckled triumphantly. With that kid's talent, he deserves such privileges, otherwise, what's the point of having inner disciples, outer disciples, and personal disciples? Besides, going out to find the origin of the great Tao for him is not a mandatory requirement of the sect, it's everyone's willingness, so how can you say it's unfair? Looking at his speechless second senior brother, Tang Feihu, having already won, quickly waved his hand triumphantly to stop. Okay, second senior brother, let's not talk about these things now. Which sects are preparing to enter the Spirit Stone mine area for investigation? Chen Baichuan, with an unpleasant expression, had to forcibly suppress his anger and handed over a list with a cold snort. Look for yourself. Tang Feihu triumphantly took the list, but as he looked at it, his face began to turn ugly. Damn it, even trash sects like the Fiery Flame sect dare to come to our Xianling sect's territory to join in the fun? The other 7 major sects are all here. I didn't expect even the Heavenly Sword sect to come. Chen Baichuan glanced at him unhappily, snorting. Do you really think that with that unannounced marriage alliance from back then, the Heavenly Sword sect could resist such a temptation? Moreover, the current MOU is just a dying cripple in their eyes, so they would be even less likely to care. Tang Feihu was full of anger. If that's the case, then when the time comes, let eldest senior brother take that kid and break off this engagement. I even think the Heavenly Sword sect Saintus is not worthy of little you. Chen Baichuan suddenly froze, then looked coldly into the distance. Let's not worry about these for now. Those people are here. Let's go out first and see what they want. After speaking, he took the lead and walked out of the house, only to see a large, densely packed group of disciples from various sects, all exuding divine power, standing a li away to the east. The 20 or so old men and women standing at the front were all cultivators at the Transformation God stage. The nascent soul stage big shots, who were usually respected wherever they went, didn't even have the qualifications to stand in front now. Everyone has graced my Xianling sect's mind. I wonder what your guidance is? This place has limited reception capacity, so please send representatives from each sect, and as for the disciples, please rest in place for now. Chen Baichuan calmly cupped his hands from afar. Very well, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, we will do as fellow Taoist Qian says. A mighty figure at the Transformation God stage responded calmly. Subsequently, more than 20 cultivators at the Transformation God stage soared into the air, creating a subtle atmosphere. Chapter 30, each calculating their own gains. More than 20 cultivators in the nascent divinity stage, almost half of the top combat power in the eastern region, gathered in a grand hall within the Helan Mountains. This was where the Xianling sect disciples usually discussed important matters, but it had now become a gathering place for the old phobies of various sects. Besides the people from the 8 major sects, there were also 3 others, the so-called alliance leaders of treasure hunting promoted by other sections. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. Only the people of the Xianling sect remained expressionless. Chen Baichuan put down his teacup, his gaze sweeping over each familiar old face, and cut straight to the chase. I am well aware of your intentions. I will only say 3 things. First, the Xianling sect has not obtained any inheritance from the blissful fairy. We heard these rumors no sooner than you did. Second, we have also not discovered any hidden treasure caves here. I know you don't believe it, so please feel free to search. If you find any treasures, take them as you wish. Third, please restrain your disciples and do not damage the mineral veins here. Otherwise, you are deliberately antagonizing my sect. I have finished speaking. Do any of you have any questions? Chen Baichuan looked at everyone calmly. Fellow Taoist Qian says that the Xianling sect did not obtain the blissful fairy's inheritance. How can you prove that? An old man in a red robe, with a sinister aura, questioned with suspicion. That's right, with our abilities, if we were to really discover a treasure cave, we could completely move or hide it without leaving a trace. Others chimed in, nodding in agreement, the scene becoming lively. Only a few sects with better relations with the Xianling sect did not join in the criticism at this time, but they also did not step forward to help. Sects like the Heavenly Sword sect and the Jade Snow Palace clearly felt in their hearts that the Xianling sect might not be telling the truth. Tang Feihu, his face flushed with anger, sneered, how do you want us to prove it? So, the Flowing Cloud sect wants to dictate how we prove it? Or rather, you, Yang Tianci, how can you prove that we obtained those things? Can you rely on mere rumors alone? The old man in the red robe was none other than Yang Tianci, the supreme elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, one of the 8 major sects of the eastern region. There was much animosity between the 8 sects, and the relationship between the Flowing Cloud sect and the Xianling sect had not been amicable for the last 300 years. The cause was that Lu Yuyan had rejected the current sect leader of the Flowing Cloud sect, Zhao Mufei, 300 years ago. And Zhao Mufei was Yang Tianci's eldest disciple. Yang Tianci smiled slightly, his expression calm. Where there's smoke, there's fire, and now the entire eastern region is saying this. How can it be without reason? First, the Xianling sect leader selects a Dao companion, and then the blissful fairy's treasures appear in your Xianling sect's mind. Is it really just a coincidence? Yu Buchuan, the supreme elder of the Netherworld sect, also chimed in with a fake smile. That's right, rumors spread easily, but the blissful fairy's crimson cloud golden cicada shawl, surely that's not a lie, is it? That is a top-grade defensive spiritual treasure, incredibly precious. The key point is, how could such intimate clothing fall into the hands of others? And who would use such a treasure to spread rumors? Her cave must be here, hee. I think the Xianling sect should not think of keeping it all to themselves. Everyone present nodded in agreement. This was also why everyone had chosen to come so brazenly over something that they hadn't even verified, even at the cost of offending the Xianling sect. Firstly, the allure of the blissful fairy's inheritance was too great. Secondly, the possibility was indeed too high. When a great opportunity that could change the entire sect appeared before them, even if there was only a 1 in 1,000 chance, they would still take the gamble. Not to mention that this was an opportunity with a 50% chance? Xian Baichuan and Tang Feihu were instantly infuriated by Yu Buchuan's insidious words. Did they not know if there was anything or not? But when they tried to explain, no one would believe them. Nevertheless, Tang Feihu couldn't help but burst into a loud, "Yu Buchuan, you insidious villain, although this kind of thing is hard to find, who knows if it might just be in the hands of someone like you. My Xianling sect is full of righteousness, and we've offended quite a few evil demons and heretics. It's normal for us to be framed and slandered. Since you don't believe it, then go investigate yourselves. If it really exists, how could you not find a single clue?" The more Tang Feihu spoke, the more furious he became. Logically speaking, any treasure appearing on one's own territory should belong to oneself. However, when the value of this treasure is so great that everyone covets it, it won't be distributed according to that principle. Instead, it'll depend on who has the bigger fist. Even the domineering and powerful Xianling sect had to compromise. How could one family withstand the combined forces of the entire eastern region? At this moment, Dong Shouzhua, the supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. I think what fellow Taoist Tang said is not unreasonable. Seeing is not always believing, let alone hearing. Now that the Xianling sect is being so magnanimous, why don't we first search and see what the truth is? The matter will naturally be clarified afterward. Although the Heavenly Sword sect also had its own selfish motives, its relationship with the Xianling sect had always been quite good. Dong Shouzhua and several supreme elders of the Xianling sect were old friends who had known each other for thousands of years. Although this relationship couldn't compare to the interests of the sect, they were unwilling to kick them when they were down at this time. The supreme elder of the Jade Snow Palace also spoke in agreement. That's right, we can't just say that there is the inheritance of the joyful fairy here just because of a piece of clothing. Let's search first. Alright, then let's search first. Which of those old men who were shouting so loudly just now wasn't a shrewd person? How could they really completely offend the Xianling sect without even seeing a hair of the thing? It wasn't like everyone was from the Netherworld sect and had a feud with the Xianling sect. It wasn't too late to escalate the pressure after they confirmed that the Xianling sect really had the inheritance. Thus, a group of old men, with excited and expectant hearts, took their own geniuses and began searching for opportunities all over the mountains and fields. In the empty main hall, only Qian Baichuan and Tang Feihu remained, both with solemn expressions. The brothers exchanged glances, and they both saw the worry in each other's eyes. This group of people was still being polite now. But when everyone had searched for a while and found nothing, they would suspect the Xianling sect. At that time, it would be when this group of people revealed their ugly faces. They would definitely try every means to force the Xianling sect to hand over the cultivation methods, and even join forces to coerce them with force. Because the temptation was simply too great. The dual cultivation method that could be cultivated to the Mahayana stage, as well as other cultivation methods from before the demon extermination war. Not to mention others, even they would be tempted. Unfortunately, the Xianling sect didn't have it. If they really had it, it would be easier to handle. At worst, they could unite with some favorable forces to resist some people. They could even use this opportunity to severely injure the Netherworld sect and the Flowing Cloud sect. Tell the eldest brother about the situation and have them prepare for the worst. Qian Baichuan's eyes were sharp, and his tone was firm and resolute. No matter who it is, if they want to cut a piece of meat from the Xianling sect, they'll have to break a few teeth. Okay. Tang Feihu began to transmit the message, his rugged old face filled with fierceness and decisiveness. At worst, it was just death. But before dying, they had to drag a few people down with them. Chapter 31, Conquering Eldest Senior Sister. When Tang Feihu's message arrived, Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxiao wore expressions of sorrow. Beside them sat an old man with white hair, emanating an aura of decay. His frame, as thin as a bamboo pole, looked like it could be knocked over by a gust of wind. His snow-white hair was as tangled as a chicken coop. His face was as aged as tree bark, with high cheekbones and cloudy, lifeless old eyes. No one who saw him would associate him with the most talented supreme elder of the Xianling sect. Third senior brother, how did you grow so old in the blink of an eye? Lu Qingxia's eyes were red-rimmed, and she finally couldn't hold back any longer, the tears she'd been fighting back suddenly spilling. She grasped his thin, bamboo-like arm, weeping with aged tears. The blue-robed cultivator was none other than another supreme elder of the Xianling sect, Sima Xiaotian, once MOU's protector. He was also the most gifted among the several brothers, even slightly surpassing Gu Jiannan. Before the accident, he was a mid-stage transformation god cultivator. He was the most likely among the brothers to reach the late stage of the transformation god realm. Recalling the past, Gu Jiannan's eyes also moistened. Sima Xiaotian, on the other hand, was calm, looking at his sorrowful senior brother and sister and said with a sigh, "Senior brother, senior sister, you are too attached to forms. We cultivators, though we can seize the creations of heaven and earth, in the end, who can live forever? I have simply walked ahead of you. After thousands of years of cultivation, these last 2 or 3 years, I just want to relax. So I came out to see you and that child, Xiaoyu. How is he, now?" As he said this, the one who had been urging them to be open-minded couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in his heart, his eyes flashing with grief and regret. That child, he had watched him grow up. He was the unparalleled genius of the Xianling sect, most likely to step into the void return stage. Alas, the heavens were blind. Hearing him ask about MOU, the bitterness on Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia's faces suddenly lessened, and a smile involuntarily appeared. Haha, look at me, I forgot to tell third junior brother this biggest piece of good news. Eldest senior brother, let me tell him. Lu Qingxia quickly took the lead, adding embellishments as she recounted how MOU had already recovered most of his foundation. Sima Xiaotian's expression went from disbelief to shock and then was filled with joy. His thin body trembled like bamboo in a gale. His cloudy old eyes erupted with a brilliant light, and he finally couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha, good. It seems the heavens are not completely blind after all, they have opened one eye. With Xiaoyu, the Xianling sect has a promising future. In that case, even if I die right now, I will have no regrets. Cough cough, cough. Sima Xiaotian laughed until tears streamed down his face, coughing continuously. But the joy and relief on his face could not be concealed. At this moment, the biggest grievance and regret in his heart was finally put to rest. His sacrifice back then had not been in vain. As for himself, he no longer harbored any illusions. Fourth junior sister, when do you think Xiaoyu will be out of seclusion? I really miss him after 100 years. Sima Xiaotian smiled kindly, his eyes filled with anticipation. If one only looked at his expression, who could tell that he was a man with only a few years left to live? Gu Jiannan pondered for a moment, carefully saying, third junior brother, Xiaoyu's seclusion this time has no set time. He said he would come out when he is completely recovered, so why not wait a bit longer? Then don't disturb him, I was just saying. There's no rush, I still have a few years to live, huh? Sima Xiaotian laughed happily, but after a while, he noticed something was wrong and frowned. Are you two hiding something else from me? This time, Lu Qingxia didn't interrupt. Instead she glanced at her eldest senior brother, a clear signal that this was his turn to speak. Gu Jiannan gave a wry smile, looking at his third junior brother's staring eyes. He had no choice but to explain the current situation in detail. Finally, he said gravely, now, all the sects are gathered in the Helan Mountains. If we can't find the so-called inheritance of the blissful fairy, the next step will be to directly coerce our sect. Now that we can't contact our grandmaster, relying on just a few of us, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deter them. Gu Jiannan's mood was heavy, and he couldn't help but get up and pace back and forth. The only way now is to stall for time. Then I will immediately go into secluded life or death cultivation for a month, and do my best to break through to the late stage of the deity transformation realm. Lu Qingxia and Sima Xiaotian almost simultaneously shook their heads anxiously. No, with only a month, you going into this kind of life or death seclusion is just courting death. That's right, although senior brother has accumulated enough, it's almost impossible to make a breakthrough in just 1 month. Even with Grandmaster's talent back then, it took him decades of secluded cultivation to break through to the late stage of the deity transformation realm. Junior brothers and sisters, there's no need to persuade me any further. My mind is made up. It's either success or death. Gu Jiannan's eyes were firm. Did he not know all this? But was there any other choice now? With a cultivator at the late stage of the deity transformation realm, they might not be able to get through this difficulty. If they only had 2 cultivators at the middle stage of the deity transformation realm and 3 at the early stage, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to those people at all. The Xianling sect would definitely decline to dust. It was even very possible that it would completely disappear from the eastern region's cultivation world. The Nether sect, the Flowing Cloud sect, and those who believed in and coveted the inheritance of the blissful fairy, as well as those who were greedy for the Xianling sect's foundation. They would tear the Xianling sect to pieces. How could Lu Qingxia and the others not know about this? But they couldn't possibly watch their senior brother go to his death, could they? Just as they were about to try to persuade him again, Gu Jiannan suddenly shouted sternly at them, his face serious, "You don't need to try to persuade me anymore. I am the senior brother, and my cultivation is also the highest. Even if I am going to die, this is my responsibility." After rebuking them, he solemnly instructed, "After I go into seclusion, junior sister, don't worry about anything. You only need to watch over the back mountain. If things become impossible, take Xiao Yu and the others and leave. As long as Xiao Yu and the others are alive, the Xianling sect will still have hope. Do you understand?" Towards the end, Gu Jiannan, who had always been kind and tolerant to his junior brothers and sisters, became unusually stern. Seeing their senior brother like this, Lu Qingxia opened her mouth, but ultimately nodded with red eyes. Only then did Gu Jiannan's voice soften. "Yu Yan should have already arrived at the Helan Mountains. You must relay these decisions to her." "Okay." Lu Qingxia's voice choked with emotion. Time passed day by day. The atmosphere in the Helan Mountains gradually became more and more somber. Those treasure hunters, full of expectations, had not even found a decent-looking bird feather. Many people's moods began to become agitated. But at this time, the back mountain of the Xianling sect was a scene of unique beauty. Two peerless beauties of unparalleled beauty, just standing there, were the most beautiful scenery in the world. Moreover, these beauties were obedient, gentle, and compliant. Mou, who was staring blankly at his senior sister's head and laughing foolishly, could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. With slightly reddened eyes, he roared madly, "Ha! Damn it! It's finally at 100%! Chapter 32, the Chaos Yin Yang Sutra. Although they didn't know what the 100% their junior brother was talking about meant, Lu Ruyu and the other two could sense that it must be a good thing. "Junior brother, could it be that your foundation has completely recovered?" Thinking of a possibility, Su Xiao's gentle eyes suddenly brightened, and her whole being became excited. Lu Ruyu pursed her red lips and didn't speak. But her pure beautiful eyes were also looking at him nervously, without blinking, and her fair small hand clenched involuntarily. "Ha, it should be recovered, let me check first." Mou replied excitedly. "Congratulations to the host for achieving the goal. The system is currently in the process of complete binding. 36%, 100%. The host's physique is being repaired, completely repaired. The host's cultivation is being restored, completely restored." Feeling the changes coming from his body, Mou couldn't help but tremble, and tears almost rolled down his eyes. A full 100 years. He had been looking forward to this day for a whole century. The Mou of the past had returned. And he would be even more terrifying and monstrous than before. 100 years of pressure today was finally completely released. He only felt that his whole body was light and airy. An excited heart, trembling hands, beautiful senior sisters and fine wine. But he had to hold back now, and he opened the system panel again. Host, Mou, age, 299, realm, mid-nascent soul stage, physique, chaos godfiend body, cultivation method, Chaos Yin Yang Sutra, the strongest dual cultivation method in the universe, can accelerate the cultivation speed of other cultivation methods, click to comprehend immediately, conquered object, Lu Ruyu 100%, can provide the host with 1000 points of luck value every day, without affecting her own luck, conquering object, Su Xiao 99%, Lu Yuyan 30%, please continue to work hard. Host, to conquer another favored woman to unlock the shop function and receive other additional rewards. Finally, he was no longer a temporary host. Just seeing the first line of text, Mou felt the excitement and joy of a serf turning over to sing. The key was that he had also obtained the Chaos Yin Yang Sutra. Just the phrase, the strongest dual cultivation method in the universe, was the best introduction. He couldn't wait to click on it, and then a profound and vast amount of information suddenly poured into his mind. His consciousness was uncontrollably drawn into a mysterious space. Two unclothed small figures quietly appeared and began to demonstrate in front of him, with a variety of moves and exquisite actions. And the spiritual power in Mou's body, in a mysterious and profound pattern, quickly ran in many hidden meridians and acupoints in his body. Time seemed to have passed countless years, and yet it seemed to have only passed a moment. He finally woke up from that state. He had completely comprehended and learned the Chaos Yin Yang Sutra. It was only at this time that he truly understood the value of this cultivation method. It was simply a cultivation method accelerator, which could be cultivated simultaneously and complementarily with any cultivation method. If the cultivation effect of other cultivation methods was regarded as the base, then the Chaos Yin Yang method was the multiplier. The same hour of dual cultivation was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation. 10 days of cultivating a low-level cultivation method and 10 days of cultivating a high-level cultivation method were worlds apart. I wonder what kind of heaven-defying cultivation methods will be in the system shop after it is opened. Mou wondered secretly in his heart, looking forward to it. Although the cultivation methods of the profound spirit sect were top-notch in the eastern region, Mou now looked down on them a bit. Only then did he slowly open his eyes, looking at his two senior sisters with astonished expressions. After slightly regaining his senses, he hurriedly asked curiously, "Second senior sister, how long was I in meditation just now?" "Not long, just 5 breaths. We thought you were going to cultivate. The aura on your body was so strange just now." Recalling the mysterious aura that flashed on their junior brother's body just now, Sushiro and Lu Ruyu were all surprised. "My foundation has completely recovered now. I was just adjusting to my body." Mou suppressed the shock in his heart and replied, feigning calmness. He was certain that his consciousness had been in that mysterious space for much longer than 5 breaths. This system was truly unfathomable. What, completely recovered? Sushiro widened her eyes. She, who was usually gentle and quiet, excitedly grabbed his hand and shook it with enthusiasm. Even the cool and elegant Lu Ruyu opened her small mouth in surprise. Her eyes, as pure as the sky, sparkled with excitement and joy. She quickly walked over, instinctively wanting to take her little junior brother's hand. When she realized that it was occupied by her second junior sister, she quietly retracted her hand. Then, with a smile in her eyes, she stood aside, feeling her small heart filled with joy. Although she had been mentally prepared for this day, when it actually arrived, she still couldn't control her emotions. Just as Lu Ruyu was secretly happy on the side, Mou had already pulled her into his embrace. "Eldest senior sister, second senior sister, thank you. We're family, and it's natural for us to do things for each other. There's no need for thanks, especially now." Sushiro, snuggled in his other arm, corrected him, her voice sweet and shy, but she couldn't bring herself to finish her sentence. "Now what?" Mou couldn't help but laugh teasingly. "Humph. Anyway, you're not allowed to say thank you." Sushiro buried her head shyly on his shoulder. "Second junior sister is right, you are not allowed to say that again," Lu Ruyu said with a serious face, her eyes as bright as stars. She had been an orphan without a family since she was young, but now she not only had a family but also a little junior brother. "Okay, then second senior sister, let's go cultivate together. Now that my foundation has recovered, I want to test the effects of dual cultivation." Mou quickly kissed his eldest senior sister on the forehead. Then, without allowing any argument, he picked up his second senior sister, laughing as he flew towards her room. Now. It's still daytime. Sushiro's face flushed red, but how could she stop Mou's decision? "Second senior sister, the path of cultivation lies in diligence. We can cultivate at any time, even at noon. It won't matter, ha ha ha." A moment later, a melodious song echoed from inside the room. As time passed, this was the first time Mou had truly put the technique into practice, and he was astonished by the profundity and terrifying nature of the chaos yin-yang scripture. Not only was his happiness doubled, but the cultivation effects were so shocking that he was completely dumbfounded, exclaiming internally. The feeling of his strength visibly increasing was truly intoxicating. Sushiro felt it too. At first, she was just shy, her face flushed red and her body weak from her little junior brother's new tricks. But soon, she felt the wonderful essence of it. The feeling of her strength gradually increasing, along with double joy, made her quietly fall into infatuated intoxication. Little junior brother. She couldn't help but hold him tighter. 3 hours later, Mou, still full of vigor, looked at his second senior sister, fast asleep in his arms, his mouth almost stretched into a wide grin. 3 hours of exercise was equivalent to a month of cultivation during his peak period. This was just too awesome. He excitedly opened the system panel. Host, Mou, age, 299, realm, mid-nascent soul stage, physique, chaos divine demon body, cultivation technique, chaos yin-yang scripture, luck value, 1,992 6,000, conquered targets, Lu Ruyu, Sushiro, pending conquest targets, Lu Yuyan 30%, system, where are my rewards? Give them to me quickly. Mou excitedly shouted in his heart. Host, don't be impatient. The rewards are being distributed, 1 bottle of beginner stage breaking pills, 30 pills. Below the return to void stage, 1 pill can perfectly break through any realm bottleneck. 5 draw chances, with no restrictions on the level or type of item. Can be used at any time. The basic store permissions have been activated. We wish you a pleasant shopping experience. He wasn't in a hurry to draw a lottery. Instead, he anxiously opened the store. He hadn't forgotten that his third grand uncle master hadn't recovered his foundation yet, and now he was probably close to being completely exhausted. Everything else could wait, but this matter had to be resolved immediately. Chapter 33, Complete Recovery? How is that possible? The mall interface was simple, with only 5 categories: cultivation methods, pills, magic treasures, items, and heavenly treasures. He directly clicked into the pills category and, among the dazzling array of immortal elixirs, found the creation pill. Small creation pill, price per pill, 1 million chi luck points. Effect, can restore most damaged physiques and foundations. Grand creation pill, price per pill, 3 million chi luck points. Effect: as long as the person is alive, it can restore the damaged physique and foundation of all cultivators below the tribulation transcending stage. Damn, that's amazing? MOU's eyes lit up. This is it. Looking at the Grand Creation Pill's astonishing effects, MOU's eyes were filled with excitement, and he directly placed an order for one. As for the expensive price of 3 million, he didn't care at all. Not to mention that he now had nearly 20 million chi lut points. Even if he only had 3 million, he would still buy it without hesitation. He then found the Chi Return Pill. First rank Chi Return Pill, price 1000 Chi Lut points, can instantly restore a destroyed Chi refining stage cultivation. Second rank Chi Return Pill, price 8000 Chi Lut points. He directly found the 5th rank Chi Return Pill corresponding to the nascent soul stage and spent another 1 million Chi Lut points to buy one. Only when he saw 2 ancient jade bottles in his system space did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, he began searching in the items section, which was filled with all sorts of strange things. For example, bottles that could contain fire, black stone tablets that could contain a small world, flags that could collect the souls of living beings. After searching for a long time, he finally found what he wanted. An inconspicuous space ring that even tribulation transcending cultivators couldn't open. It cost him more than 1 million Chi Lut points. Anxious, he didn't have time to look at other products. He needed to deliver the pills to his third master uncle first. As for an excuse, it was easy to find. In his early years, he had entered a place where a suspected return to void stage expert had passed away and obtained many good things. The elders of the sect knew this, and he could push it to that. He had just gently put down his second senior sister and was about to get up to put on his clothes when the latter was awakened by him and looked at him with a shy expression, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Junior brother, don't you need to rest for a while? MOU couldn't help but grin mischievously at her. No need, I'm going to see third ancestral master uncle first and tell them that I've completely recovered. Of course, Sushiro knew what he was laughing about. Her pretty face flushed red as blood, and her small hand subconsciously reached for the bedsheet beneath her, while at the same time, she cried out in annoyance and shyness, "Bad guy, don't laugh." Thinking of her embarrassing behavior just now, after she shouted, she didn't have the courage to look at him anymore. Her entire head buried into the quilt. This matter would probably be laughed at by him for a lifetime. It's all his fault, playing some new tricks. She wouldn't drink so much water next time. Second senior sister, rest first, I'll come see you later. MOU laughed loudly and turned away triumphantly, leaving Sushiro hiding in the quilt, completely ashamed. As soon as MOU reached the door, he saw his eldest senior sister, with a strange expression, sitting under a tree in the distance, staring straight at him. Eldest senior sister, what are you looking at? MOU was slightly surprised. He had set up a barrier just now. Eldest senior sister shouldn't have been able to hear the intense movements, right? Nothing, where are you going? Lu Ruyu slightly turned her head away, her gaze a little evasive, and there was a hint of shyness deep in her eyes. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't notice it. But MOU knew eldest senior sister very well, so he naturally saw through her emotions at a glance. I want to go see third ancestral master uncle, are you sure you don't have anything to say? MOU was suspicious. No, I'll go with you. Lu Ruyu quickly strode forward, walking fast. But after only a few steps, MOU quickly caught up, then took her soft little hand and they flew forward side by side. Lu Ruyu's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't struggle. The two arrived at the main peak this way, and along the way, all the disciples they met stopped and bowed. Greetings, Uncle Master Mo, Aunt Master Lu. Uncle Master Mo, hello, and Master Lu, hello. They smiled and nodded in return, and after they passed, some of the younger disciples were shocked and started to discuss. Wow, Uncle Master Mo and Aunt Master Lu, they are such a perfect match. Yes. Uncle Master Mo is so handsome. They are simply a match made in heaven. It's a pity that Uncle Master Mo. I heard his lifespan isn't long. It's truly heaven's injustice, damn it. Ah, Aunt Master Lu is so brave, but if Uncle Master Mo is willing, even if it's just for a day, I would be willing. Humph. Me too. MOU and Lu Ruyu, one handsome and the other beautiful, both with unparalleled talent. Although one had been in seclusion for 100 years, and the other was often away, the legends surrounding them were well known to the young disciples of the Shanling sect, who greatly admired them. As soon as MOU and Lu Ruyu moved, Lu Qingxia, who was sitting in the main hall of the main peak, sensed it and was immediately astonished. Could it be that Xiaoyu knows about the recent events of the sect? Sima Xiaotian, who was sitting next to her with his eyes closed, also suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed with joy, Xiaoyu has come out of seclusion? After saying that, he stood up and quickly walked out of the hall. His excited and joyous steps didn't look like those of an old man in his twilight years at all. Lu Qingxia hurriedly called out helplessly, third senior brother, they are coming this way, you can just sit and wait, why are you in such a hurry? Even as she said that, she had already followed. She wanted to see what the boy was planning to do after coming out of seclusion. Mou, who was walking towards the main hall with his senior sister, was smiling and greeting the fellow disciples he met along the way. Then out of the corner of his eye he saw a white-haired old man with a body as thin as a bamboo pole walking towards him excitedly. He suddenly froze. His whole body seemed to be fixed in place, trembling with excitement. But this state lasted less than a second, and then he rushed out. "Third ancestral uncle, you are well?" Mou's eyes were red, and before he could finish his words, he had already knelt on the ground. But the old man, whose eyes were also wet, immediately helped him up and anxiously scolded, "Silly child, get up. A man has dignity beneath his knees. What do you look like kneeling all the time? Your third ancestral uncle is fine. So what if there's dignity? Then I'll drag him down to kneel with me." Mou stubbornly kowtowed before getting up with a look of joy. "Third ancestral uncle, hello." Lu Ruyu also hurried forward to pay her respects. Sima Xiaotian looked at her, then at Mou, and couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh with satisfaction. "I said before that Xiaoyu would sooner or later find one among you girls, and sure enough, huh? Very good." Hearing him say that, even someone as composed and aloof as Lu Ruyu couldn't help but blush. Lu Qingxia, who was behind them, snorted coldly and said unhappily, "It's more than just one, there are already two now." "Two? Who has the other one?" Sima Xiaotian didn't take it seriously, but his eyes showed a hint of gossip. "The other one is that little girl, Xiaorou." "Ah, very good. They're both very well matched." Sima Xiaotian laughed even more happily. As they joked, the group arrived in the hall and sat down. Mou immediately waved his hand and set up a barrier, then took out 2 jade bottles and respectfully handed them to Sima Xiaotian, excitedly saying, "Third ancestral uncle, the pills in these bottles can help you completely repair your shattered foundation and restore your cultivation. Please take them quickly." As soon as these words came out, the hall fell into an eerie silence. All 3 of them stared at him blankly, their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. If it weren't for the fact that he seemed to be serious, everyone would have thought he was joking. Completely repair a shattered foundation? Restore cultivation? Are you even listening to yourself? Chapter 34, A Shocking Surprise. Xiaoyu, your grand uncle knows his own body. There's nothing left that can cure it. These elixirs must be very precious. You should keep them for yourself. Your grand uncle is already very content with your concern. Sima Xiaotian held his hand, closed the jade bottle in his palm, and smiled with relief. Hearing that you've recovered half of your foundation, your grand uncle is happier than anything. Even if I die right now, I can. He originally wanted to say he could die in peace, but thinking of the perilous situation Xianling's sect was in, how could he rest in peace? Seeing Mou looking like he had something to say, he seriously waved his hand. "Xiaoyu, listen to me first. The future of Xianling's sect can only rely on you young people. Promise your grand uncle that you must live well. Only if you live, will the Xianling sect have hope. Can you do that?" Mou couldn't hold back any longer and asked in shock, "Grand uncle, has something happened to the sect?" Lu Ruyu, who had been quiet, also looked surprised, her pretty face filled with unprecedented solemnity. For their grand uncle to say such words, the Xianling sect must be facing a huge crisis. "Let me tell them." Lu Qingxia sighed. These things were not meant to be concealed from them. They couldn't be hidden anyway. She just didn't want to disturb their closed-door cultivation before. After she described in detail what had happened recently, Mou and Lu Ruyu were already stunned. "So, with all this dirt being thrown at us, it will be difficult for our Xianling sect to avoid it, is that right?" Mou's eyes were calm, but filled with anger. Lu Qingxia smiled bitterly and nodded, "That's right. Just a few days ago, someone found several broken supreme-grade spiritual artifacts in an ancient cave. Your second grand uncle personally went to investigate. The residual spiritual energy in that cave was indeed much richer than other places. And there were traces of life from 10,000 years ago. Not to mention them, even if we were unaware of it, we would be suspicious." Mou's face was shocked. "Such a coincidence? It is that much of a coincidence." Lu Qingxia smiled bitterly, "But it is precisely because of this that it proves the viciousness and patience of the person who planned this. This layout couldn't have been done with a spur-of-the-moment thought. First the rumors, then the appearance of the spiritual treasures, plus the scarlet cloud golden cicada shawl of the immortal fairy of bliss. Faced with the legacy of the immortal fairy of bliss, no one can resist the temptation. Many sects are already preparing to join forces and force a confrontation." Lu Qingxia finished through clenched teeth, then said sadly, "Now your grandmaster is on Qingshuan Peak, preparing for a life and death seclusion. Before he left, he repeatedly instructed me that if things were unmanageable, to take you away from the Xianling sect." Mou shook his head firmly. "Fourth grand aunt, I'm not leaving. It won't be that easy for those people to destroy our Xianling sect." Although Lu Ruyu didn't speak, just looking at her firm expression, one knew that her decision was the same as Mou's. Sima Xiaotian stood up, his face flushed, and scolded sharply, "Foolish. Now Xianling sect only has 2 nascent soul middle-stage cultivators. Even adding 3 nascent soul early-stage cultivators, it won't deter those people. The reason they haven't dared to press too hard is because they are wary of the existence of the patriarch. Once they know we can't contact him either, the situation will inevitably deteriorate tenfold. At that time, the Xianling sect will surely be torn to pieces and divided. Lu Qingxia also looked sad. Her old cheeks, set against her full head of silver hair, seemed to have aged many years in an instant. She rubbed Mo's head and said kindly, Xiaoyu, your grand-aunt can understand your feelings, but you must leave. I have also ordered other geniuses outside not to return. You will be the hope of the resurgence of the Xianling sect. As the most talented disciple of this generation, you must take on this responsibility. Mou looked at her intently and hurriedly said, Fourth Ancestral Master, if Ancestral Master can step into the late stage of deity transformation. Lu Qingxia directly raised her hand to interrupt him, her eyes sorrowful as she said, Impossible. Don't mention a month, even 10 or 100 years, the hope is slim. How easy is it to step into the late stage of deity transformation? Mou looked helpless. When had it become so difficult to speak the truth? Forget about whether you believe me or not, could you at least let me finish? But the two who had interrupted him were his most respected elders, so he had no choice but to patiently listen to them finish. It was not easy to wait until the two of them stopped talking, and he hurriedly said, between laughter and tears, All right, you two elders, please don't interrupt me again, listen to me finish, and then the two of you can make a decision. Seeing him like this, Lu Qingxia and Sima Xiaotian looked at each other with wry smiles, their eyes helpless. They knew that this stubborn kid would not be so easy to persuade. But Lu Qingxia had long made up her mind that if Xiaoyu dared not leave, she would simply knock him unconscious and take him away. Alright, then tell us, Lu Qingxia calmly nodded. Mou cleared his throat and said seriously, First of all, my foundation has completely recovered. You two elders can check if you don't believe me. What? It's completely recovered? Lu Qingxia was immediately shocked and dumbfounded. After she finished speaking, she quickly stepped forward, grabbed Mou, and began to investigate. Then, the expression on her face was exceptionally colorful. Doubt, shock, joy shifted one after another, finally turning into intense ecstasy and alarm. It was actually completely recovered? It was unbelievable. And just now Xiaoyu had said that the elixir could also restore the third senior brother's foundation, could it be true? Looking at the expression on her junior sister's face, Sima Xiaotian also suddenly reacted and rushed forward. After a moment, a surge of joy suddenly rushed into his heart. Not only had the foundation recovered, it was also intact, without leaving even a trace of hidden damage. Before, when he heard that he was still in seclusion to recover, he had actually lost much hope in his heart. After all, with such a severe Dao injury, it was already a great miracle to be able to recover half. How could it be possible to recover completely? But now it seemed that this dream had actually come true? Aha, good, the heavens have eyes. My Xianling sect is not destined to be destroyed. Not destined to be destroyed. Sima Xiaotian's eyes were wet with laughter, his expression frenzied. So what if they were crushed this time? In 1,000 years, my Xianling sect will surely return to the eastern region, and then we will settle accounts with this gang. At this time, Lu Qingxia was even more excited than him. Her whole body was trembling violently. She pointed at Mou, then pointed at Sima Xiaotian, and shouted excitedly, Third senior brother, what Xiaoyu just said, maybe it's really possible? What? What is possible? Sima Xiaotian was dumbfounded, obviously not having recovered from this great joy. The elixir! The elixir! Lu Qingxia shouted excitedly. Sima Xiaotian then suddenly froze, and a surge of uncontrollable joy and hope rushed straight to the top of his head. He stammered as he looked at Mou, his withered body trembling violently, and he could not speak for a moment. As the former peerless genius of the Xianling sect, a deity transformation cultivator, how could he really be willing to die in this crippled body? All the calmness he showed was just a compromised disguise forced by his helplessness. He understood this pain better than anyone else. Moreover, now that the sect was facing a crisis of annihilation, he could only watch helplessly, which was more painful than death. If he could really restore his former cultivation level and fight for the sect again, he would have no regrets even if he died in battle. Looking at the apprehensive and nervous Third Ancestral Master, Mou felt an immense ache in his heart and hurriedly nodded emphatically, Third Ancestral Master, it was precisely after taking this elixir that my constitution was completely restored, and my strength has also recovered. The words were spoken, and not only Lu Qingxia and Sima Xiaotian were stunned. Even Lu Ruyu was shocked, her pure and clear beautiful eyes wide open. When did her little junior brother recover his cultivation? How come she didn't know? Mou didn't explain further. The terrifying aura of a mid-nascent soul cultivator suddenly spread out, completely dumbfounding the three astonished faces. Chapter 35, Third Martial Grand Uncle restores his foundation. It's true. It's really restored. Ha, good. Sima Xiaotian suddenly burst into laughter, tears welling up in his eyes, the bitterness of 100 years completely dispelled. The peerless prodigy of the Xianling sect was back. Even if he were to die now, he could rest in peace. What's more, Xiaoyu had even taken out that elixir. At this moment he was already 80% convinced of the elixir's efficacy. As for Lu Qingxia, her heart was already churning like a stormy sea. It was all so dreamlike, as if she were in a fantasy. Her expectations for the elixir in Mo's hands began to rise frantically. The most convinced one, however, was Lu Ruyu. Although her little junior brother's words were exaggerated, if he were the one who said them, then she was willing to believe them. When the three gradually calmed down, Mou handed the jade bottle to the third martial grand uncle again, urging, "Third martial grand uncle, quickly take it and try it." Sima Xiaotian had just excitedly taken it when Lu Qingxia raised a hand to stop him with a look of unprecedented solemnity. "Third senior brother, let's go back to Clear Spring Peak to cultivate in seclusion. It won't be as convenient here after all." In her mind, restoring the foundation and recovering one's strength would take at least a few months. Who knew that Mou would shake his head dismissively, saying, "No need, it's fine here. It won't take long anyway." Not long? Lu Qingxia and the others couldn't help but smile wryly. If it weren't for the living example standing right before their eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. "Okay, let's listen to Xiaoyu." Sima Xiaotian laughed heartily, immediately sat down cross-legged, and then poured out a pill. Suddenly, spiritual energy soared into the sky. The light cyan pill even emitted a faint glow, displaying extraordinary divinity. This can't be the legendary immortal pill, right? Seeing this scene, the other three were already stunned, the previous doubts and trepidation instantly vanishing. Then, their minds began to race wildly, wondering where Xiaoyu had obtained such a peerless divine pill. But no one asked. Mou was also inwardly amazed. As expected of something produced by the system, it was indeed extraordinary. What third martial grand uncle had taken out was the great fortune pill. Sima Xiaotian didn't think any further and immediately swallowed the pill. Not long after, the expression on his face began to change continuously. From surprise to joy, then to madness and anticipation. The three watched the dramatic change of expressions for a good while. Finally, after half an hour, they saw Sima Xiaotian stand up, a look of excitement on his face. "Ha ha ha, it's restored. It's really restored." Sima Xiaotian, who had cultivated for thousands of years, couldn't help but let out a loud, excited roar. "Third martial grand uncle, this is just the beginning. Try taking the other pill." "I took two together before," Mou said, pretending to be nonchalant, and smiled faintly. In his heart, however, he was so happy he could barely contain himself. Back then, third martial grand uncle had sacrificed his own path to save him, becoming a cripple. No one understood the pain more than Mou. It was because of this that he felt even more guilty and remorseful. Now that he had finally healed third martial grand uncle, he felt a sudden sense of relief, his eyes moist in red. Even the sky outside the hall seemed to have become brighter and clearer. As he was deeply moved, a soft little hand quietly slipped into his, their fingers intertwined. He turned his head to see that his eldest senior sister was standing quietly beside him, her eyes pure and clear like a pool of spring water. He couldn't help but smile warmly, gripping her soft hand even tighter. After taking the elixir, Sima Xiaotian's aura continued to surge, prompting Lu Qingxia to quickly set up another barrier. Then, they watched his realm reach the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, late stage, early stage of the deity transformation realm. Finally, it stopped at the mid-stage of the deity transformation realm. However, Sima Xiaotian didn't wake up immediately, still in the midst of cultivation. The strength of the medicinal power was so intense that it had given him a strange illusion. It felt as if barriers that had stood unbroken for a century could now be easily overcome. But he knew this was just his illusion. To have recovered to this extent was a blessing he hadn't dared to dream of, and he would be content even if he never progressed further. Only those who have lost something know the true value of regaining it. He opened his eyes, about to rise. Unexpectedly, Mou offered him another golden pill, brimming with spiritual energy, and earnestly instructed, "Third Grand Uncle Master, take this pill and try to break through." "All right." Sima Xiaotian was momentarily stunned but took it without hesitation, swallowing it directly. Then he closed his eyes again to cultivate. Lu Qingxia, who was beside him, was too late to stop him and began pacing anxiously, unable to help but scold in her worry. "You child, even if you have some miraculous elixir, you should have waited for your third grand uncle master to stabilize his realm. How can you start breaking through at this time? Third senior brother too, so old and still so reckless." Mou couldn't help but chuckle, reassuring her, "Fourth grand aunt master, please rest assured, nothing will happen. Just sit back and watch our Xianling sect add another late-stage divine transformation cultivator. With Master Ancestor, our sect will have 3 late-stage divine transformation cultivators. Let's see who dares to cause trouble." Looking at his confident expression, Lu Qingxia wanted to say that breaking through to the late-stage divine transformation was not so easy. Like her, trying to break through to the mid-stage divine transformation was incredibly difficult. Although third senior brother had amazing talent, it would still take decades to slowly grind his way to the late-stage divine transformation. But then she remembered how third senior brother had recovered from a cripple to normal right before her eyes. It was simply a miracle. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, who would believe it? So, if Little You said he could break through his realm in a short time, it didn't seem too outlandish. Therefore, she opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Mou looked at his fourth Grand Aunt Master, smiled, and didn't explain further. The pill he had just given his third Grand Uncle Master was a realm-breaking pill, a reward from the system. Below the returning Void Realm, as long as one had sufficient accumulation, it would guarantee a perfect breakthrough of the bottleneck. The main reason he didn't immediately have his fourth Grand Aunt Master breakthrough as well was that during this critical time, they needed a master to protect them. Soon, the aura around Sima Xiaotian began to become terrifying. Even Lu Ruyu, who was only in the early nascent soul stage, felt a sense of oppression. It wasn't until Mou pulled her back a distance that she felt better. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingxia's eyes became incredibly shocked. She hadn't expected third senior brother's breakthrough to be so rapid it completely exceeded her understanding. It seemed she had wrongly accused Little You earlier. That pill was simply a divine elixir. No, not just that one, but the previous two as well. None of them seemed to be from this mortal world. Such divine pills could not exist anywhere in the entire Azure Cloud continent. She couldn't help but look at Mou several times with curiosity. This little guy must have a great secret. But she had no intention of investigating it. Thinking that such a chosen one was a disciple of the Xianling sect, she felt a rush of excitement. As long as they overcame this calamity, the Xianling sect would surely reach the peak of the Azure Cloud continent. If third senior brother could break through, what about first senior brother? He should be able to as well, right? And the other senior brothers. The remaining ones were still far from the late-stage divine transformation, but even if they stepped into the mid-stage divine transformation, that would be terrifying enough. 3 late-stage divine transformation cultivators and 3 mid-stage divine transformation cultivators? At that time, even if other sects joined forces, they would not be afraid. Thinking of this, she felt her heart pounding. She wondered if Little You had any more of these pills? Even if there was just one more, that would be great. Thinking this, she could no longer contain her excitement and asked Mou anxiously, Little You, this kind of pill, do you have any more? Looking at fourth Shirshuzu's nervous expression, Mou couldn't help but smile smugly, then, pretending to be calm, said, it's not much, I probably have about 20. What? 20? That many? Lu Qingxia's eyes went blank and she was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 36. The 5 sects join forces to exert pressure. At this moment, Lu Qingxia's eyes were wide with shock. A hint of ecstasy quietly surfaced at the corners of her mouth, then stretched wider and wider until she finally couldn't hold back the urge to burst into laughter. But thinking that her third senior brother was still in the middle of his breakthrough, she quickly covered her mouth. Yet the joy in her eyes couldn't be concealed no matter how hard she tried. Lu Ruyu also wore an expression of astonishment, her gaze towards her junior brother as bright as the stars. Her exquisite little face, bathed in the bright sunlight, seemed even more beautiful and refined, like a white lotus flower. Her thoughts drifted back to her childhood. Even then, she felt that her junior brother was unique in all his words and actions, different from everyone she had ever met. She never imagined that even now, he would constantly surprise her. Lu Qingxia stopped asking questions and began to seriously protect her third senior brother. Although they were at the Xianling sect's mountain gate in these uncertain times, who knew what those people might do? Time passed bit by bit. Sima Xiaotian's aura became more and more terrifying, already far exceeding that of a mid-stage nascent divinity cultivator. Lu Qingxia grew increasingly tense. Success or failure hinged on this one moment. Under the expectant gazes of the 3, Sima Xiaotian was like a peerless divine weapon suddenly drawn from its sheath. Light shone brilliantly from his body, as if an immortal had descended to earth, and a faint power of the laws seemed to flicker around him. The sharp, fierce aura almost overturned the main hall. Had it not been for Lu Qingxia's barrier, that would have been the inevitable result, and it would have even alarmed cultivators within a 1,000-mile radius. After a long while, Sima Xiaotian slowly opened his eyes. A divine light shone in them, before finally settling into calmness. He couldn't help but smile faintly, an unprecedented sense of confidence, lost for 100 years, returning to him once more. His body, once as thin as a bamboo pole, now gave off a feeling of boundless strength, brimming with charm. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Now, he was truly an indestructible spirit, an immortal soul, having taken the first step from the mortal realm to the immortal. In a single leap from the river into the sea, he had completely understood his true self. His comprehension of the source of the great Tao was nothing like before. At this moment, Lu Qingxia, who had been incredibly tense, suddenly relaxed. She then walked over to him excitedly, still unable to believe the ecstatic joy as she asked, "Third senior brother, did you just break through? It feels like a dream. It's too outrageous." "Yes, I've broken through. You'll have this day too, junior sister. Sima Xiaotian smiled faintly. But inside, he was already overcome with excitement. From death to life, from being a cripple to returning to the top, and even climbing another step higher. How could he truly remain calm? It was just that the sect was facing a crisis, and it reduced his joy countless times. Little you, third ancestral uncle thanks you. Sima Xiaotian smiled as he stepped forward, tenderly ruffling Mou's hair. Then he glanced at Lu Ruyu next to him and earnestly instructed, but one thing is one thing, you must not let this girl down, or your third ancestral uncle will still have to give you a beating. Lu Ruyu, who had been standing quietly to the side, immediately said with a serious expression, third ancestral uncle, don't worry, junior brother will be good to us. Her words were crisp and concise, filled with joy. Of course, I will never let down eldest senior sister and second senior sister. Mou quickly nodded, a little uneasy inside. Because in this lifetime, he was destined to be unable to be with just one person. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at his eldest senior sister with a mix of apology and heartache. Alright, third senior brother, we don't need to worry about the youngster's matters, let's quickly go find eldest senior brother. Lu Qingxia said urgently. He shouldn't have started his seclusion yet. Right. Let's go. Sima Xiaotian, having recovered, didn't have time to reflect on his feelings either. He hastily waved his hand, whisking Mou and Lu Ruyu away towards the place where his eldest senior brother was in seclusion. The four of them quickly landed on a mountaintop. They saw Gu Jiannan sitting quietly cross-legged in front of a cave dwelling under an ancient pine tree facing the setting sun, clearly making his final preparations. His junior brothers and sisters' arrival didn't surprise him. But how did Xiaoyu get here too? Wasn't he in seclusion to recover? He quickly composed himself and stood up, saying helplessly, third junior brother, fourth junior sister, weren't you supposed to keep Xiaoyu from coming? My seclusion this time doesn't require you to protect me. Eldest senior brother, we're not here to protect you, but Xiaoyu has something good to give you. Lu Qingxia smiled triumphantly. However, Gu Jiannan didn't even look at her. Instead, he stared at Sima Xiaotian in shock, his whole body trembling with excitement. Third junior brother, you're different? Could it be, you've recovered your cultivation? But how is that possible? Eldest senior brother, nothing is impossible. Sima Xiaotian laughed with high spirits. I have now stepped into the late stage of the nascent soul realm. With that, the aura of a late-stage nascent soul realm expert quietly spread out. At this, Gu Jiannan couldn't help but burst into tears, then he laughed heartily towards the sky. Ha, good. Indeed, the heavens have not forsaken my profound spirit sect. No one felt the pressure of the sect's current crisis more than him. With his grandmaster unreachable, he was the strongest force in the profound spirit sect, and he shouldered all the responsibility without hesitation. Because he was everyone's eldest senior brother. But now, not only had his third junior brother recovered his cultivation, he had also successfully entered the late stage of the nascent soul realm? He felt the burden on his shoulders lighten all of a sudden. Even after Lu Qingxia finished explaining what happened, he still felt like it was all a dream. But his junior brother, and Xiaoyu, had indeed recovered. Everything was so wonderful. Good, then today, let's enjoy my good grandson's filial piety. Ha! Gu Jiannan laughed with relief as he received the breakthrough pill from Mou, swallowed it directly, and then sat down in a meditative posture. Lu Qingxia also sat down, preparing to use the breakthrough pill to enter the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. For the current profound spirit sect, every increase in strength was a crucial benefit. Sima Xiaotian sat quietly to the side, protecting them. Helan Mountain Range. At this time, the atmosphere in the profound spirit sect's council hall was heavy. Lu Yuyan, Chen Baichuan, Tang Feihu, and more than 10 inner sect elders who had recently returned to the sect were all sitting there with angry expressions. After receiving the news of their return to the sect, they were originally a little confused. But after hearing the rumors about the Helan Mountain Range, they immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and rushed back overnight. Even so, many disciples and elders were still on their way back. Zhou Buyu glanced at the crowd with concern and sighed. Yesterday, the Flowing Cloud sect and the Underworld sect met secretly again. No one knows what they discussed. But today, the Falling Cloud sect Master Cui Chang went to see the Flowing Cloud sect Master Jiao Mufeng again. There must be a conspiracy between them. I'm afraid the time for them to reveal their intentions is not far off. Just then, an old and calm voice suddenly came from the distance of the main hall. Flowing Cloud sect, Underworld sect, Falling Cloud sect, Azure Wave Sword sect, Moon God sect, requesting to see the friends of the Profound Spirit sect. Everyone couldn't help but exchange serious glances, all seeing the worry and anger in each other's eyes. 5 of the other 7 major sects had come, and once it was obvious what they wanted. Were they going to disregard all pretense and start snatching by force? Hee, fellow Taoists, please. Xian Baichuan laughed calmly and then led the crowd out to welcome them. After all, they hadn't completely broken ties, and basic courtesy still had to be maintained. These people are really too much. Looking at the crowd slowly approaching in the distance, Tang Feihu snorted angrily, his eyes filled with boundless rage. Although Lu Yuyan was also extremely angry, she was still forcing herself to control her emotions, and she whispered, "Fifth uncle, master has repeatedly emphasized that we must endure recently to buy him time to break through." Tang Feihu sighed inwardly, his heart aching. His eldest brother had risked his life and his path for this. What could he not endure? But he feared that even endurance would be in vain. Their granduncle had not appeared for 100 years, and now, even with this happening, he remained absent. He suspected they were already beginning to doubt. This visit, he guessed, was likely the final push, the final test. He followed them, his heart burning with anger, yet his face remained calm. Chapter 37, aggressive and forcing 12 people came, all cultivators in the deity transformation stage. Among the 7 major sects, only Jade Snow sect and Heavenly Sword sect might have abstained out of past considerations. As for the so-called treasure hunting alliance and rogue cultivators, they probably weren't considered worthy by these sects and were also absent. This did ease some of the pressure on the profound spirit sect. Everyone took their seats, host and guests, and after a moment of tea, Shen Baichuan cut to the chase, cupping his hands calmly. "May I inquire as to the purpose of this joint visit, esteemed fellow cultivators?" Since fellow Taoist Qian is so direct, we one tea beat around the bush. We hope to get a glimpse of the immortal bliss Feria's secret legacy. Yu Buchuan, the supreme elder of the Netherworld sect, chuckled with a calm and self-assured expression. The other deity transformation stage cultivators quietly sipped their tea, clearly having discussed this matter beforehand. Shen Baichuan's expression grew increasingly grim. "We have stated before that the profound spirit sect has not obtained any cultivation techniques. This is all merely an attempt to frame us. You have been searching in the Helan Mountains for nearly a month, have you not seen this?" Yu Buchuan burst into laughter, his sparse white beard trembling. "Fellow Taoist Qian, what about that cave in the north? You wouldn't say that was fabricated as well?" Lu Yuyan retorted coldly, "The Helan Mountains are so vast, how easy it is to find a cave. Just because you found some broken spiritual artifacts inside, does that prove it is the immortal bliss fairy's cave dwelling? If that's the case, I might as well find a similar place in your netherworld sect's territory one day, leave a few treasures, and claim it to be the cave dwelling of the Grand Supreme Immortal. And then ask you to hand over his inheritance? Sect Master Lu is not only beautiful, but also eloquent. No wonder she is known as the foremost of the 8 beauties of the eastern region." Yang Tianci, the supreme elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, dressed in red robes, calmly placed his teacup down and chuckled. "Then how do you explain the immortal bliss Feria's scarlet cloud flowing gold cicada shawl?" The elders of the profound spirit sect were all infuriated by his impudence. Lu Yuyan was the sect master of the profound spirit sect, yet he judged her by her appearance and called her eloquent? Even if Yang Tianci was of higher seniority, he seemed frivolous and disrespectful. However, the others did not interrupt immediately. Lu Yuyan was equally furious internally, but her face remained coldly calm as she looked at him with a gaze that conveyed seeing him as a fool. If Senior Yang were to frame someone, he would undoubtedly leave behind some items that align with the rumors. He wouldn't just leave a note, would he? If so, then Senior Yang would be a fool. The scarlet cloud flowing gold cicada shawl, although it was an item worn by the immortal bliss fairy. Given her style, it wouldn't be strange if it was lost. How can it be used as evidence? Yang Tianxi's expression darkened. He had indirectly mocked her as a pretty face, but she had called him a fool. He gained no advantage at all. However, since she phrased it as a hypothetical, he could not flare up because of it, and could only sneer discontentedly. "What you say is only one side of the story. You say someone framed you, then do you have any evidence?" Tang Feihu, who was beside her, could no longer endure, angrily rebuking, "Even if we did not get any inheritance, it would be our good fortune. Why should we share it with you? Would you share the cultivation techniques of your Flowing Cloud sect with everyone? You finally admit it?" Yang Tianci burst out laughing, his smile sinister and cunning. These shameless words infuriated Tang Feihu. His burly body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and then he roared as he stood up, "I admit your grandpa. Just one sentence, we didn't get anything. I ask you, Flowing Cloud sect, what do you want? Do you want to start a sect war? A war is a war. Is Flowing Cloud sect afraid of you?" Yang Tianxi's expression instantly turned dark and grim, clearly enraged. "Since you want a war, then why did you even bother coming for a chat?" Shen Baichuan's eyes blazed with anger. The other party wasn't here to negotiate at all, but to force their hand. There was no way he could tolerate this. Lu Yuyan, who had originally intended to endure and delay, also wore an icy expression, her entire being radiating an intense killing intent. These people were clearly here to instigate a conflict. But she was no longer going to hold back. At this moment, the other nascent soul cultivators remained silent, their faces calm, though their eyes flickered with uncertainty. How could they not understand the reasoning of the Xianling sect? It was all because the legacy of the blissful fairy was too tempting. So even if there was only the slightest possibility, they couldn't give up. That's why they were deliberately seizing upon a minor suspicion and blowing it out of proportion. Moreover, there had long been rumors in the eastern region that the Xianling sect's old ancestor wasn't within the sect but was instead searching for opportunities for MOU. Such a golden opportunity was even more impossible to pass up. The supreme elder of the Falling Sunset sect, Zhou Yuanjin, who hadn't spoken until now, slowly stood up and said with a sanctimonious smile, "Fellow Taoist Tang, although that secret manual was obtained by the Xianling sect, it is, after all, an unowned item. It's not appropriate for one sect to monopolize it. The path to longevity is long and lonely. Isn't it more beautiful to have fellow Taoists accompany you? Why become such a villain?" The others also broke their silence, offering their advice with smiles. Indeed, although this is the Xianling sect's territory, the item was left behind by predecessors and should be shared. Besides, we're only asking to transcribe a copy of the manual. The Xianling sect won't suffer any loss. Why make enemies of the entire eastern region? That's right, harmonious coexistence is the best policy. Why must the Xianling sect be so stubborn? Originally, the 8 great sects balanced each other out, each with their own concerns. Even the 5 upper kingdoms couldn't change this situation. But if the Xianling sect suddenly produced a void refinement stage expert and became the dominant power, how would they survive? Wouldn't they all have to live according to the whims of the Xianling sect? This was a situation that everyone naturally wouldn't allow. To put it bluntly, it was fine to be stagnant together. But if you wanted to strive for self-improvement and become superior, you would naturally be targeted by everyone. The Xianling sect truly has lofty ambitions. Is it trying to dominate the eastern region? Yu Buchuan, the supreme elder of the Nether sect, suddenly sneered with a sinister look and continued, "At this point, we might as well be frank. The Xianling sect either hands over the blissful fairy's dual cultivation immortal art, or it can hold on to the technique and become enemies with the entire eastern region. In 10 days, we will ascend the Xianling sect's mountain gate to hear your answer." Tang Fei, who raised his hand, pointing at him with anger, and laughed back in fury, a bunch of hypocritical villains who live in a dream. It's exhausting to talk to you. I'll say it one last time, the Xianling sect doesn't have the so-called legacy of the blissful fairy. If you wish to be the lackeys of the one who laid the trap, and fight a decisive battle with the Xianling sect, then come. Yu Buchuan looked at Qian Baichuan and Lu Yuyan, and chuckled coldly, "Is this also what the two of you think?" Lu Yuyan looked at him with icy eyes, and replied domineeringly, "What Martial Uncle Tang said is what all disciples of this sect think. The Xianling sect has never feared a death battle. If your Nether sect is not afraid of death, then come." Qian Baichuan also swept his eyes over the crowd with a fierce expression, and roared, "Everyone, I've said all there is to say. If you want to become mortal enemies with the Xianling sect, then we'll see you in 10 days. Now, please leave." After speaking, he stood up, no longer wanting to talk any further. But those people didn't move. As they looked at each other, hesitation and longing flickered in their eyes. If they were destined to become enemies of the Xianling sect, now was undoubtedly a good opportunity. As long as they could capture Lu Yuyan, the atmosphere within the hall suddenly became tense. How could Qian Baichuan and the others not guess their intentions? Immediately, their expressions became serious and they began to be vigilant. In that moment, tensions escalated. Chapter 38. People were stunned. The people of the 5 major sects looked hesitant. They originally thought that facing their joint coercion, the Profound Spirit sect would definitely compromise decisively. After all, no sect could withstand the combined force of several sections. Even if the Heavenly Sword sect and the Jade Snow sect did not participate, it wouldn't matter. The 5 major sects were enough to sweep through the eastern region, and no one could stop them. This was also the reason why the major sects had not mobilized all their forces. They had anticipated this situation. But who knew the Profound Spirit sect was so unyielding? This was a bit awkward. Now that they made a move, there would be no turning back. The most crucial thing was, what if the old ancestor of the Profound Spirit sect, Long Padian, was still in the sect? Then their rash actions would be unwise and could lead to many deaths. A desperate late-stage nascent soul expert would require at least 4 or 5 mid-stage nascent soul experts to barely resist. As for early-stage nascent soul cultivators, they were even more in danger. Most of the dozen or so people present were in the early nascent soul stage. That was why they had decided to visit in 10 days, to wait for the old ancestors of each sect to arrive. Otherwise, facing Long Padian, they would be too uneasy. Anyway, the Profound Spirit sect couldn't run away. After secretly discussing with their divine senses, everyone stood up. In that case, we won't disturb you any further. We hope that by then, the Profound Spirit sect will make a wise choice. Farewell. After the people from the 5 major sects had left, the high-ranking members of the Profound Spirit sect began to discuss the matter with solemn expressions. "Uncle Master, Junior Sister, the most urgent matter now is to return to the sect to prepare for battle. We can't worry about this place for now." Zhou Buyu, the great elder of the inner sect, suggested with a heavy gaze. Lei Lai, Wang Sanyu, and the other elders also nodded hastily. Not a single one of them considered compromising. Yu Yan, tell your fourth uncle master about the situation and have her immediately stop your master from going into seclusion. Breaking through in this situation will surely lead to death. Okay. Lu Yuyan nodded decisively. Faced with such a matter of life and death, Zhen Baichuan, the supreme elder of the profound spirit sect, directly took over the command. Also, have your fourth uncle master dismiss the young disciples in the sect. Staying in the sect will only lead to needless sacrifices. All those below the golden core stage, send them away. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt even heavier. This was practically like preparing for the aftermath. But everyone was fearless, their eyes revealing endless fighting spirit. The profound spirit sect had never been afraid of a death battle. Zhou Buyu, gather the qualified disciples to return and guard the sect. The others will be dismissed on the spot. Qian Baichuan roared, his voice impassioned. Everyone present felt a surge of boiling blood, and a violent aura of killing intent shot straight into the sky. For them, the sect's interests were above all else. Even if they had to die for it, they would have no regrets. Just as everyone was preparing to return with a death-defying spirit, they saw Lu Yuyan walking in with a strange expression. Yuyan, what's wrong? Has your master already started his seclusion? Tang Feihu asked anxiously. No, my master has not gone into seclusion. After hearing about the situation here, he just told us to return immediately. That's good. Tang Feihu breathed a sigh of relief. But Chen Baichuan frowned. He felt like something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. But he didn't have time to think about it now, and hurriedly led all the disciples, packed up the valuables, and sped back to the sect. A mere 30,000 miles was just half a day's journey for cultivators. But when everyone returned to the sect with boiling blood, they found that the situation was a little different from what they had imagined. According to their speculation, by now, the sect would have been in chaos. After all, the profound spirit sect had many young disciples. If they were to follow the plan of evacuating all those below the golden core stage, then at least 90% of the disciples would have to leave. But now, while the atmosphere in the entire sect was tense, it was far from what they had expected. There wasn't a single person seen leaving. Could it be that none of the disciples are willing to depart? This was the first thought that flashed through everyone's minds. After all, the disciples of the Xianling sect, a sect known for its protectiveness, all felt a strong sense of belonging. At this critical moment, being unwilling to leave was quite normal. Xian Baichuan couldn't help but frown, muttering in annoyance, what are senior brother and fourth sister thinking? Why haven't they started organizing the disciples to evacuate? Even if they don't want to leave, they should force them to go. The others also looked equally puzzled. However, their large group of several hundred people immediately attracted the attention of many disciples, who came forward to pay their respects. Greetings, Grand Uncle Master, Sect Master, and senior brothers and sisters. Although the disciples' expressions were solemn, there wasn't a trace of panic. This made Qian Baichuan even more certain that his senior brother and the others probably hadn't even begun evacuating the disciples. He helplessly instructed, you all return to your posts for now and don't act rashly. Fifth junior brother, Yu Yan, you few come with me to see your master. With that, he flew angrily towards the main Peaks Council Hall. When they arrived inside, they saw Gu Jiannan, Lu Qingxia, and Mou sitting there, waiting. As soon as Qian Baichuan sat down, he waved his hand to set up a barrier and anxiously said, Senior brother, the situation is urgent. The 5 major sects will definitely arrive in 10 days, and a major battle is likely inevitable. There's no need for the young disciples of the sect to stay here, they need to be evacuated as soon as possible. Gu Jiannan calmly waved his hand, second junior brother, don't be anxious. Even if those people come, they might not dare to act. The Xianling sect is not what it used to be. If they push us too far, we'll fight to the death. Qian Baichuan's brows immediately furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion. The Xianling sect was indeed not what it used to be, because their grandmaster was not in the sect. But this would only make those people more unscrupulous. Yet, why did senior brother look so confident? He didn't think his senior brother was being foolish, surely there was something he didn't know. Senior brother, could it be grandmaster has returned? Qian Baichuan's expression became excited, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. This was the only good news he could think of at the moment. Even Tang Feihu and Lu Yuyan thought the same. No, we still can't contact Grandmaster for the time being. Gu Jiannan sighed softly, a trace of worry in his eyes. He didn't keep them in suspense and quickly added excitedly, it's third junior brother, he has recovered. What, third junior brother's foundation has recovered? How is that possible? Chen Baichuan looked utterly shocked. Tang Feihu, Lu Yuyan, and the others were equally stunned, speechless for a moment. This was simply too incredible. A foundation shattered for 100 years just recovered like that? And they hadn't heard anything about it recently? Lu Yuyan couldn't help but steal a glance at Mou. She had a feeling that this might have something to do with him. Not only has he recovered his foundation, but his strength has also taken a step further. He is now a late-stage soul transformation cultivator. Gu Jiannan dropped another bombshell, stunning everyone into a daze, looking at each other with blank stares. Their bewildered expressions clearly showed their doubt and shock. At this moment, the air was eerily silent. Chapter 39, Greatly increased confidence. Gu Jiannan's eyes were filled with excited joy. Lu Qingxiao was even more smug, finally not the only one who was stunned. Seeing these people's unsophisticated expressions, she felt a surge of comfort and happiness. This was nothing yet. If they knew that she and her eldest brother had also broken through, who knew how shocked they would be. Thinking of this, she hurriedly coughed towards her third brother. Third brother, give them a demonstration. Sima Xiaotian smiled, pretending to be helpless. In truth, he also wanted to casually show off a little in front of his caring brothers and sisters. These past years, everyone had truly worried themselves sick over them, these two disabled people. Thus, the aura unique to a late-stage deity transformation cultivator suddenly expanded. It instantly enveloped the entire hall. The terror of that aura made Qian Baichuan's heart tighten, a strong sense of palpitations arising from within. At this moment, he actually felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He had only ever felt this way when facing his martial granduncle. Even his eldest brother, who was at the mid-stage of deity transformation, could not give him such intense pressure. He couldn't help but feel his heart surge. His usually rigid, serious face turned blood red with excitement. Third brother, are you really at the late stage of deity transformation? How did you manage this? Qian Baichuan grasped Sima Xiaotian's arm, almost speechless with excitement. If this was the case, this crisis might not be insurmountable. As long as third brother displayed his strength, everyone would have to be deeply wary and think thrice. The martial granduncle, who had not yet shown his face, would no longer be a weakness, but a more mysterious and terrifying deterrent. Third brother had already stepped into the late stage of deity transformation. Who would dare say that martial granduncle was not in closed-door cultivation, breaking through to an even higher realm? Even if, taking a step back, the various sects confirmed that martial granduncle was not in the sect, or even had an accident, they wouldn't dare to destroy the profound spirit sect. Otherwise, as long as third brother didn't die, they would have to live in fear and trepidation. They would face death as soon as they went out the door, even the grand elder of the deity transformation stage. That was the deterrent power of a late-stage deity transformation cultivator. Lu Yuyan also breathed a deep sigh of relief. The smile on her usually cold face was as radiant as a blooming flower, the pressure in her heart instantly relieved by more than half. At this moment, she could finally catch her breath. Looking at her masteress' delicate and beautiful face, showing traces of exhaustion, Mou felt a pang of heartache, his gaze full of tenderness. Lu Yuyan, catching his gaze, hurriedly turned her head in embarrassment, her pale cheeks faintly blushing. But she quickly composed herself. The surprised and shocked crowd did not notice this scene. Everyone was celebrating wildly. Congratulations, third brother, now that you have entered the late stage of deity transformation, we don't have to feel so oppressed and frustrated when we speak in the future. Before, when I saw those hypocritical villains, I really wanted to fight them, but unfortunately, I couldn't beat them. Tang Fei, who laughed excitedly, his expression unbridled. Zhou Buyu and others also roared excitedly, happy like children. It was only after a long time that everyone's emotions gradually calmed down, and Lu Qingxiao once again smiled triumphantly. It's not just third brother who has broken through, my eldest brother and I have as well. Now, our profound spirit sect has 3 late-stage deity transformation cultivators. Of course, she was not one of the 3, she was referring to their martial granduncle. What? You and the eldest brother have also broken through? Then doesn't that mean eldest brother is? How is that possible? Qian Baichuan was completely dumbfounded. Eldest brother had clearly said just 2 days ago that he was preparing for closed-door cultivation to break through. How could he have reached the late stage of deity transformation so quickly? Not only could he not understand, everyone who had just returned to the sect was also completely bewildered and shocked. If it weren't for the fact that it was fourth martial aunt who was speaking, and if it weren't for the living example of third martial uncle, they would never have dared to believe it. This was even more miraculous than what had happened to third martial uncle. After all, third uncle had been in seclusion for 100 years, claiming to have broken through during that time. It was barely acceptable that he only told everyone now. But what was going on with master? Eldest brother, is what fourth sister said true? How about, you show us as well? Tang Fei, who gulped, looking at the eldest brother with disbelief, his rugged face as if he had seen a ghost. Gu Jiannan did not hesitate, and a terrifying aura silently spread out. Feeling the same pressure as before, everyone finally believed it, and then looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were all filled with question marks. Was breaking through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm that easy? At this moment, Lu Qingxia skipped the demonstration and sternly warned Zhou Buyu and the others, what I'm about to say is a top secret of the sect. Anyone who can't control their mouth, get out first. Hee hee, fourth uncle, my mouth is the tightest, I can definitely keep a secret, you can rest assured. Wang Sanyu grinned ly. Such an exaggerated and strange thing, if he didn't know the truth, he would probably be distracted even during cultivation. The others also echoed loudly, their eyes full of wonder. Lu Qingxia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not drive anyone away. Originally, she and the eldest brother had intended to keep the secret of the pills as quiet as possible, even from the inner sect elders. But Mou had said that these pills were prepared for everyone. Since they would be exposed sooner or later, it was better to use them sooner and benefit sooner. Most importantly, he trusted the loyalty of these uncles and senior brothers to the sect, and they would never make mistakes on such important matters. After repeatedly admonishing them, Lu Qingxia solemnly said, "The reason we were able to break through so quickly is all thanks to little you. He gave us this unparalleled opportunity. Of course, everyone has a share in this opportunity. As long as your cultivation reaches the late stage of the nascent soul realm or the soul transformation stage and your accumulation is sufficient, you can use the pills to quickly break through. Not only can you save 100 years, but the realm you break through with the pills will be even more perfect and flawless. However, those at lower realms can only rely on themselves to break through. These peerless divine pills are not many, and they must be used in key situations. Originally, according to their plan, it would be a waste to use them even for cultivators in the early stage of the soul transformation realm, let alone the late stage of the nascent soul realm. It would be best to save them for when they reach the middle stage of the soul transformation realm to advance to the late stage, or even to challenge the void refinement realm. That would be the best use of the pills. It was only because of the current crisis, coupled with little you directly taking out 20 pills, that they relaxed the requirements. But this was only this once. In the future, unless it was to challenge the late stage of the soul transformation realm, or even higher realms, they would absolutely not use them haphazardly. At this moment, everyone was stunned. So, the uncles and senior brothers had broken through with little use pills? But how could he have such divine pills? Pills that could help cultivators break through realms were not unheard of on the Azure Cloud continent, but they were all for low-level cultivators. There were hardly any that could help nascent soul cultivators, let alone soul transformation cultivators. And even for low-level cultivators, they only slightly increased the probability of breaking through, and did not reduce the time needed by much. Not to mention perfect breakthroughs without any flaws. Cultivators who broke through with pills basically had unstable realms and weak combat power. Compared to cultivators who broke through on their own, their combat power was more than 30% weaker. But even so, such pills were extremely precious and hard to come by. Tang Feihu and the others couldn't help but stare at Mou in a daze, while Chen Baichuan was even more emotional. He had once strongly opposed the sect going to great lengths to find the source of the great Tao for Mou. Now, it seemed that he had probably been wrong. This kind of child of destiny was someone who could change the fate of the sect. Being a little special, it didn't seem like a bad thing. He had been stuck in the middle stage of the soul transformation realm for a long time, and the fifth junior brother had also been polishing his skills in the early stage of the soul transformation realm for many years. Once the two of them successfully break through, even excluding senior uncle, the profound spirit sect would have 3 late-stage nascent divinity cultivators and 2 mid-stage nascent divinity cultivators. Added to that would be Yu Yan at the early stage of nascent divinity, as well as those late-stage core formation cultivators stepping into the nascent divinity stage. Who would dare provoke such power? Those people still want to come and threaten us in 10 days? He'd like to see if they still have the guts to go for broke. Chapter 40. The storm is brewing. A long time passed. The excited and overjoyed high-level members of the Xianling sect gradually calmed down. Tang Feihu couldn't help but ask with doubt, "Xiaoyu, where did you get these pills?" Gu Jiannan and the others had long wanted to ask this question as well. They all looked at him with burning eyes, their gazes filled with barely concealed curiosity. Mou smiled slightly, took out the ring he had bought from the system, and handed it to his fifth grand uncle. Then he said in a serious tone, "I obtained this from that mysterious ruins over 100 years ago, but I couldn't open it back then. After recovering my cultivation this time, I don't know why it opened, but it only opened a small part. I feel like there's still space inside, but I just can't reach it. Fifth grand uncle, please take a look." Mou was very calm. The system had explained the ring very clearly. Once blood was used to claim it, even a tribulation transcendence cultivator couldn't probe it, let alone open it. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all that his grand-uncles could see anything. Upon hearing that those divine pills all came from this ring and that there was an unknown space inside, everyone became extremely excited. They had already obtained such treasures from just the outer area. What if they could open up the other areas? It was unimaginable. The group of elders, their hearts shaken, took turns examining the ring out of curiosity, but they couldn't make heads or tails of it. "It's truly a divine object, it's unbelievable." Gu Jiannan sighed and shook his head. With his powerful divine sense, probing into it was like a mud cow entering the sea. Not even a ripple was created. Lu Qingxia and the others also had looks of shock on their faces. In that case, the ruins that Xiaoyu entered back then must be extraordinary. It might even be the cave dwelling of a Mahayana stage expert. This ring should be the legendary spatial ring, Gu Jiannan said with a solemn expression and in a amazed tone. Storage rings and storage pouches were very common. As long as a delicate formation was inscribed within, they could have a large space. The top-tier storage rings even had a space of hundreds of meters in circumference. However, spatial rings were completely different. It was said that they were created by absolute powerhouses by cutting off a piece of extraterritorial space and forging it. Their volume was as vast as a true small world. But being able to do this required at least a Mahayana cultivator. It seemed like the original owner of this thing was of extraordinary origin. After a fruitless discussion, Gu Jiannan returned the ring to Mou and solemnly instructed, Xiaoyu, this thing is fated to be with you. Be sure to keep it safe. Perhaps there may be more gains in the future. Yes, Grand Uncle. Mou nodded and took the ring. Of course, he knew that there would be more gains. Because in the future, all the treasures he bought from the system would be attributed to this ring. The gains would be huge, hee. While everyone was happily discussing who in the sect was qualified to break through first, those people in the Helan Mountains had already vaguely divided into 3 camps. The 5 major sects and the 3 treasure-seeking alliances each formed one group, and the remaining were the Heavenly Sword sect and the Jade Snow sect. Since all the Xianling sect disciples had withdrawn from the Helan Mountains, the 5 major sects moved directly into the mines and waited for their respective sect ancestors to arrive. After much discussion, they all agreed that the Xianling sect ancestor was most likely not in the eastern region, as rumored. They even suspected that something had happened to him. After all, the Xianling sect's predicament had spread throughout the eastern region, and likely even reached other parts of the Azure Cloud continent. If the Xianling sect ancestor was fine, how could he not show up until now? The most excited and expectant were naturally the people from the Nether sect. As the Xianling sect's neighbor, if the Xianling sect fell, their mineral veins, medicine fields, and other resources would certainly be theirs. Everyone, let's follow the plan. In 9 days, we will descend upon the Xianling sect. If they don't know what's good for them, they can't blame us, Yu Buchuan sneered triumphantly. Fellow Daoist Yu, please rest assured, my sect's ancestor will arrive soon. It's laughable that the Heavenly Sword sect and the Jade Snow sect are still pretending to be noble. How truly pedantic. Yang Tianxi, the supreme elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, also laughed and nodded, a hint of reserve and anticipation on his face. Fellow Daoist Yang need not worry, the 5 sects are enough. It's good that they're not coming, lest some matters become difficult to negotiate. Indeed, if the mysterious spirit sect refuses to hand over the secret manual to the deaf, we can only settle for second best. This so-called second best naturally meant dividing up everything the mysterious spirit sect possessed. Everyone laughed heartily. It was as if the mysterious spirit sect was already a piece of meat on the chopping board, ready for them to arbitrarily divide and cut. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Helan Mountains, Dong Shoujo of the Heavenly Sword sect and Mu Shiqi of the Jade Snow sect, the supreme elder, sat facing each other with solemn expressions. Dong Shoujo had a kind and amiable appearance, while Mu Shiqi wore a stern and unsmiling face. These two seemed to be polar opposites. Yet, sitting together at this moment, they appeared strangely harmonious. Fellow Daoist Dong, what do you make of this matter? Mu Shiqi's expression was wooden, his eyes as deep as an abyss, making it impossible to discern what he was thinking. Dong Shoujo shook his head and sighed. Although this matter seems obvious, it is precisely for this reason that it cannot be trusted. If the mysterious spirit sect had truly obtained that inheritance, why would they leave so many flaws at the scene? Those people may not be without suspicion, but they all have their own selfish motives and are just playing dumb. Mu Shiqi couldn't help but smile faintly, non-committal. Has fellow Daoist Dawn not thought of taking advantage of the situation to gain some benefits? After all, according to the current situation, the mysterious spirit sect may have a hard time surviving. Dong Shoujo shook his head solemnly. The reason we came here was only to try our luck for a chance. Now that we know the chance does not exist, there is naturally no need to continue. As for them, how is it different from robbery? It's just that my Heavenly Sword sect can only refuse to join their ranks. As for drawing swords to help, we simply don't have the ability. After saying that, Dong Shoujo couldn't help but look slightly dejected. If it were up to his personal temperament and his friendship with those few in the mysterious spirit sect, he would definitely get involved in this matter. But he represents more than just himself, he represents the entire Heavenly Sword sect. A single misstep could plunge the sect into danger. How could he act on emotion? He sighed helplessly and asked, puzzled, what about the Jade Snow sect? Why are you also staying out of it? Mu Shiqi smiled, just as fellow Daoist Dong said, there are some moral principles that we do not have the ability to uphold, but we will not trample upon them. Moreover, the mysterious spirit sect is not made of clay. If they are truly provoked, the 5 major sects will have to pay a heavy price. Dong Shoujo's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Mu really thinks the mysterious spirit sect still has such power? It is rumored that the old ancestor of the mysterious spirit sect is not in the eastern region. Hee, fellow Taoist Dong hasn't left, isn't it just to see the final outcome? Let's wait and see. Alright, I do hope the mysterious spirit sect can pull through. Those villains are really an embarrassment to the 8 great sects. Dong Shoujo cursed angrily, feeling inexplicably agitated. Holy crap! Is it that exaggerated? In the back mountains of the mysterious spirit sect, Mou was staring at the items in the system shop with shocked eyes, completely dumbfounded. Then his heart began to pound uncontrollably. Such heaven-defying cultivation techniques, if combined with his physique and the chaos yin-yang method, what kind of effect would it produce? Not to mention the void return stage, he felt like ascending to immortality wouldn't be a problem? Chapter 41, Interest-Free Loan? In the cultivation technique section, there are 4 levels. They are Mortal Path, Immortal Path, Saint Spirit Path, and Chaos Grand Tao. And what he clicked on now was the last one, the Chaos Grand Tao. In his mind, if he was going to buy one, it had to be the best. Anyway, he still had over 15 million points of destiny value, so he wasn't short of money. Creation scripture. This was the cultivation technique that first caught his eye. It was so terrifying that he suspected the system was deliberately messing with him. Introduction to the technique. The creation scripture is one of the 3 strongest innate cultivation techniques that were conceived before the opening of the primordial chaos. When cultivating, one can directly absorb the cosmic essence from the sun, moon, and stars, making the cultivation speed incredibly heaven-defying. Upon reaching great accomplishment, one can create something from nothing, create all things in heaven and earth, and control all laws. This simple introduction made Mou tremble with excitement. But after he saw the price, he fell silent. Price: 88,888,888,888 destiny value. A full 88.8 billion plus. His current destiny value couldn't even afford the price after the decimal point. He stared blankly for a long while, then reluctantly shifted his gaze and glanced at the prices of the other 2 techniques. Primordial Scripture, price 88,888,888,888 destiny value. Tao Scripture, price 99,999,999,999 destiny value. Looking at that long string of numbers, Mou was once again stunned. The cheapest one was over 88 billion? He only got 20 million for conquering a woman of destiny. Even if he exhausted himself to death in bed, he probably wouldn't be able to afford them in his lifetime. He looked away, no longer reading the introductions, afraid of getting discouraged. System, is the shop so shady? Can't you give me a discount? He asked agitatedly, full of unwillingness. The system's childlike voice was full of shock and disbelief. Shady? Host, do you know the value of these 3 cultivation techniques? Forget it. Even if I tell you now, you won't understand. In short, you only need to know that even a great Luo Golden Immortal wouldn't have the qualifications to possess any of these 3 cultivation techniques. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be qualified to know their names. You should look at the Mortal Path techniques first. Mou was once again dumbfounded. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal wasn't qualified to possess them? Above him were the 5 great realms of Transformation Spirit, Return to Void, Harmony Tao, Mahayana, and Tribulation Transcendence. Only after undergoing the 3 calamities and 6 tribulations could one become a true mystic immortal, which people commonly refer to as a celestial immortal. Legend had it that above the celestial immortal there were the so-called true immortal, golden immortal, and finally the great Luo Golden Immortal. Based on that, the difference was like an entire galaxy. Reluctantly, he clicked on the next level, the Saint Spirit level techniques, and went straight to the prices. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, price 7,888,888,888 destiny value. 8-9 Arcane Art, price 8,888,888,888 destiny value. Other Transformation Freedom Art, price 9,999,999,999 destiny value. He read from beginning to end, and the exorbitant prices made his eyes go blank. The cheapest one was over 6 billion. Then, still unwilling, he clicked on the Immortal Path techniques. After looking at them, a herd of grass mud horses galloped through his mind again. The cheapest one was over 50 million? And his current total assets were only 15,238,000 destiny value. He had no choice but to reluctantly back out again and then obediently click on the Mortal Path techniques, searching through the dazzling array of manuals. Beginningless Scripture, price 22 million destiny value. Undying Scripture, price 18,888,888 destiny value. Void scripture. Price 16,999,999 destiny value. After looking around, the most suitable one for him to buy now was a cultivation technique called Jade Profound True Explanation. Price 14,888,888 destiny value, which would practically empty him out. He stared intently at the introduction of this technique, his heart wavering. Jade Profound True Explanation, a top-grade heaven-rank technique. The Yuan spirit and Dharma aspect cultivated are infinitely close to perfection. It allows cultivators to cultivate all the way to the tribulation transcending stage, and if their talent is sufficient, they have a high chance of entering the celestial immortal realm. If it were the previous MOU, he would have bought it without hesitation upon seeing this. That was a heavenly high-grade cultivation method. Cultivating all the way to the tribulation transcending stage and even having the chance to become an immortal? He had never heard of such a cultivation method before. The world categorized cultivation methods into 5 levels, from high to low: heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and mortal. Each level was further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The entire eastern region, let alone a heavenly high-grade cultivation method, didn't even have an earth grade one. Take the profound spirit sect for example. The most precious was only a profound high-grade cultivation method called profound spirit canon. Historically, only the most core disciples could cultivate it. MOU guessed that the other 7 top sects were probably the same. But now, a heavenly high-grade cultivation method was right in front of him, and he could possess it immediately if he wanted. However, he had seen too many advanced cultivation methods earlier. It led to him now looking down on even heavenly grade methods. It was as if, after leaving an auto show in his past life, he found the so-called beauties on the street to be nothing special. He couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, what do you think I should choose?" The system's childlike voice calmly sounded, "Dear host, although cultivating a heavenly grade cultivation method first and then switching to a better one later is possible, the foundation will ultimately be imperfect. For low-level cultivators, the foundation is the golden core. But considering the entire journey from mortal to immortal, the most important foundation is the primordial spirit. Only with a perfect primordial spirit can the path of cultivation in the future be smooth and unimpeded. Therefore, before you step into the spirit transformation stage, you have the opportunity to make your foundation perfect. However, the prerequisite is that you must possess a saint spirit grade or higher cultivation method, otherwise you will have to recultivate from scratch." MOU was immediately dumbfounded. "You're saying that without a saint spirit grade or higher cultivation method, no matter what level I cultivate to, I'll have to start over? If you don't want to enter the Grand Luo Golden Immortal Realm, you can ignore it, but if you don't reach that realm, it will be very miserable." The system's childlike voice was actually very pleasant to hear. But at this moment, MOU's heart was pounding. "What do you mean by that? You don't have to worry about that now, you should cultivate properly for now." The system fell silent, and no matter how MOU called out, it wouldn't answer him another question. MOU couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. He should decide on a cultivation method first, as thinking about this now was too early. He sighed deeply and opened his personal panel again. Host, MOU, age, 299, realm, mid-nascent soul stage, physique, chaos god demon body, cultivation method, chaos yin yang scripture, luck value, 1, 523, 8000, conquered targets, Lu Ruyu, Sushiaro, targets to be conquered, Lu Yuyan 30%, reward items, 5 no rank limit lottery draws, would you like to use them? When he saw the last column, he suddenly froze. He had almost forgotten about the 5 lottery draws that the system had rewarded him with. He wondered what he could draw. However, he had always had little interest in lottery and gambling, as he had never won anything. Not to mention lotteries, in his past life, his biggest profit from playing scratch-offs was only 20 yuan. And that was after investing 200 yuan in the first place. So he had always felt that these things just gave you a beautiful hope and then let you break it yourself. However, these 5 lottery draw opportunities wouldn't generate any interest if left alone, so he might as well just draw them. System, start the lottery, draw 5 times in a row. Okay. Ding, thank you for your patronage, thank you, thank yous in a row. MOU's face turned green immediately. Although he didn't have much hope, it should at least give him a consolation prize, right? Thank you, my ass. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a one-time opportunity for an ultra-long-term, large-sum interest-free loan. Would you like to use it? Ha? What the hell is this? Interest-free loan? MOU was dumbfounded. Did he look like someone who needed to borrow money? But then he remembered the Chaos Great Tao cultivation method he had seen first, and his heart suddenly began to race. If he borrowed tens of billions, wouldn't he be able to use it first and pay it back later? Chapter 42, then lend me 10 billion. System, what's the duration of this super long term? And what's the limit of this so-called large sum? MOU asked nervously. This was crucial to whether he could afford those Chaos Great Tao cultivation methods. Rather than having to rebuild from scratch later, it was of course more worthwhile to get it done in one go. Most importantly, with better cultivation methods, his strength would grow more rapidly and his life would be more secure. He didn't want a repeat of what happened 100 years ago. A genius who doesn't grow up is no different from roadside weeds. Based on the host's current talent and potential, the longest repayment period is 5,000 years. The maximum interest-free loan amount is 10 billion fortune points, which can be repaid in equal installments annually or in advance. What if I can't repay it? Mo asked curiously. If the repayment is delayed, the system will directly erase the cultivation method from the host's memory and take back the benefits brought by the system. Mo was dumbfounded after hearing this. It was too ruthless. But before he could ask, the system seemed to have guessed his thoughts and continued, the host should not think about recording or teaching the cultivation method to others. Without the system's permission, this cultivation method cannot appear in any form to the outside world. Mo was both happy and worried after hearing this. The last bit of luck in his heart was shattered. He had just been thinking of cultivating with his master and senior sisters after buying such peerless cultivation methods. That would have maximized the benefits. It seemed he had thought too much. The system's anti-piracy measures were beyond his imagination. He asked again, if I buy other cultivation methods, can I teach them to others? Chaos Great Tao cultivation methods can only be cultivated by the host. Holy Spirit Tao cultivation methods can be purchased for others, but only one person can cultivate them at a time. Human Tao and Immortal Tao cultivation methods can be freely used by the host after purchase. Mo was extremely excited after hearing this. Immortal Tao cultivation methods that surpassed the heaven rank? Not to mention Immortal Tao cultivation methods, even heaven rank cultivation methods probably didn't exist in the Azure Cloud continent. But he couldn't afford them now, so he could only wait until later. The most urgent thing now was to take out a loan. 10 billion. This loan amount was simply tailor-made for him. But this repayment period, 5,000 years seemed very long, but he was borrowing 10 billion. That meant he had to repay at least 2 million each year. Each of his two senior sisters could generate 1,000 fortune points per day, which would be 730,000 in a year. The annual shortfall was 1.27 million. Fortunately, he would also receive a one-time reward of 20 million fortune points for each fortune daughter he conquered. He now had about 15 million left, which could cover the deficit for 12 years. As long as he conquered another fortune daughter during this time, he would not default on his loan. Then with another source of fortune points plus the 20 million reward, he could cover another 20 years deficit. As long as he found another fortune daughter to conquer within those 20 years. He kept calculating the risks, his face grave. Conquering his senior sisters seemed simple, but that was because there was a deep emotional foundation already. And he didn't have to go looking for them. But now, apart from knowing that his master was a fortune daughter, where else could he find others? He didn't have a clue. What if his master became stubborn and went into seclusion or left to avoid him? Not to mention 10 years, it might be 100 years. Just looking for a fortune daughter would take countless time. Not to mention the most difficult process of conquering them. The risk was huge. But the allure of the Chaos Great Tao cultivation methods was even greater. He decided to take a gamble, to fight for it, to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle and not be afraid. System, lend me 10 billion. Okay, the loan process is underway. The loan has been issued. Please check it yourself. Mo opened the system and quietly looked at that long string of numbers, feeling both excitement and immense pressure. It was like taking out a mortgage in his previous life. Only back then he was a mortgage slave, and now he was a cultivation method slave. The commonality was that they all became stingy as dogs when spending money. He gritted his teeth again and returned to the Chaos Tao cultivation techniques section, then looked at the 3 cultivation techniques, unable to decide for a long time. System, given my situation, which cultivation technique do you think is the most suitable? When facing a problem, ask the system. In these aspects, the system's knowledge definitely surpassed his entire galaxy. They are all suitable, but the most suitable for you must be the Tao scripture. He glanced at the introduction of the Tao scripture again, his heart pounding. Tao scripture, the strongest innate cultivation technique born when chaos had not yet opened. The origin of all laws in the universe lies in the Tao scripture. Upon reaching great mastery, one thought can collapse the universe and cause the 6 paths of reincarnation to rise and fall. Then I'll choose it. Mo unhesitatingly clicked purchase below the Tao scripture. No matter how you looked at it, the Tao scripture seemed more powerful, and the system also advised him to choose it. So it must be right. Looking at his luck points column, which instantly returned to pre-liberation, his heart was bleeding. This was 99.99999 billion. Only 1 luck point less than 100 billion. Thinking of what would happen in a few days, he reluctantly browsed the magic treasure section of the mall again. This time he was smarter and directly picked from the low-end goods. Even the low end was only relative. The top-grade spiritual sword he gave to Yen Wuji was top-grade among spiritual artifacts. But it was not presentable here. Because even the worst items here were spiritual treasures. What he was currently looking at was a blue ancient sword, 1.5 meters long and as wide as an adult's palm. Its appearance was simple and ancient, not much different from an ordinary giant sword. But its description was quite cost-effective. Giant Spirit Sword, low-grade sacred artifact. Through the magic array engraved in the sword, it can enable cultivators below the Void Return realm to instantly unleash 10 times their own power. However, it can only continuously unleash 2 slashes, after which the effect disappears, with a 10-day cooldown time. Price: 2 million luck points. You bought it without hesitation. For the first time, he felt that the items here were cheap. This giant spirit sword, although useless against experts above the Void Return realm, was the most urgently needed killing weapon for the sect right now. With it, during same-level battles, one sword would surely be the end of an opponent. Looking at the 2 million luck points that had decreased, he didn't dare to browse any further. He needed to save these to repay the loan. Open the Tao scripture for me, I want to cultivate immediately. Yu shouted excitedly in his heart. Lu Ruyu and Su Xiao, who were meditating not far away, did not come forward to disturb him. Their stunningly beautiful faces, which could overthrow countries and cities, were all tinged with worry. Although the sect's strength had greatly increased, the enemies they were facing were the 5 great sections. How could they not worry? However, with their current strength, they couldn't interfere in such major matters, and could only fret anxiously. Eldest senior sister, do you think those people will back down in 8 days? Su Xiao finally couldn't help but ask, her red lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. In comparison, Lu Ruyu's expression was noticeably calmer. But deep within her clear and pure eyes, a hint of worry was also hidden. She brushed the slightly wrinkled hem of her long dress and stood up. The sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves plated her slender and graceful figure with a faint layer of gold. Beautiful as if a celestial being had descended to earth, like a dream and an illusion. They will back down. When the time comes, it will depend on whose determination is greater. In this aspect, our profound spirit sect has never lost. Her tone was firm, as if speaking to her junior sister, and also as if she was comforting herself. In another 8 days, the 5 great sects and the prominent sects and families of the eastern region would gather at the profound spirit sect. This news had long been widely spread in the eastern region. As for the forces near the profound spirit sect, they were even more aware of the situation, as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Because they all had deep connections with the profound spirit sect. Either their talented junior disciples were studying in the profound spirit sect, or their family sects had partnerships with the profound spirit sect. In the past, this was their means of survival and development. Now, it had become an obstacle. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire clan. Thus, many families had already begun summoning their children studying at the profound spirit sect, ordering them to return and sever their ties with the sect. Those families who had collaborated with the sect urgently declared publicly that they had dissolved their partnerships. Compared to offending the soon-to-be-destroyed profound spirit sect, their own safety was undoubtedly their foremost consideration. In just a few days, the profound spirit sect seemed to have become a pile of dog excrement, something everyone desperately avoided. Chapter 43, Sharpening the Sword. Centered around the Xianling sect, there were countless large and small forces within a radius of 100,000 miles. Among them, the 3 sects and 5 families with the strongest power had always regarded themselves as subordinate forces of the Xianling sect. The Heavenly Fire sect was one of these 3 sections. As the sect master of the Heavenly Fire sect, Lai Rulin was naturally aware of the current situation. At this moment, looking at the elders in the main hall, he couldn't help but ask expectantly, Elder Chen, what did the Imperial Sword sect and the Purple Firmament Pavilion say? The Imperial Sword sect and the Purple Firmament Pavilion were the other 2 sects among the 3. An old man with white hair hurriedly stood up and replied, reporting to the sect master, the Purple Firmament Pavilion has also issued a statement severing ties with the Xianling sect. However, the Imperial Sword sect has remained silent, and it's unknown what their plans are. Lai Rulin suddenly rose to his feet, his burly frame exuding a domineering aura, his eyes filled with disdain. The Xianling sect is in deep trouble, and the Imperial Sword sect hasn't seized the opportunity? They're truly courting death. Never mind them. What about the other 5 families? The white-haired old man replied again, the Wang, Yan, and Lu families have already begun recalling their family disciples from the Xianling sect. Those who are unwilling to return have been directly expelled from their families, acting decisively and resolutely. However, the Yan and Zhu families have not made any moves yet, and are probably intending to sit on the sidelines. Hearing this, a chorus of ridicule immediately erupted in the hall. No way, they still don't dare to join in at this point? These 2 families are truly timid and afraid of death, haha. Indeed, although the Xianling sect has treated us well, that was only due to mutual needs. Now that the Xianling sect can not only no longer protect us but will also bring disaster, it is our responsibility to draw a clear line. Alas, the sect master is thinking of the future of our sect and has to make this decision. He is truly bearing a heavy burden. That's right. The sect master doesn't need to feel guilty. As the master of a sect, of course he has to think for his own sect. As for morality, that can be put aside for now. Lai Rulin, who originally had a smug smile on his face, then put on a helpless expression inside. Elder Wang and Elder Shi truly understand me. If there was no other way, who would be willing to do such a despicable thing? But as a sect master, as long as the disciples of the sect don't have to sacrifice themselves for nothing, I will bear this infamy. Thinking of the benefits promised by the Netherworld sect, he almost burst out laughing. Although the benefits they would receive from the destruction of the Xianling sect were not much. But if it was true, as the Netherworld sect had promised, and they could copy a cultivation technique of the Xianling sect, it would be a great fortune. Given time, the Heavenly Fire sect might not be unable to become the second Xianling sect. Ha ha ha! Lai Rulin could no longer hold back his laughter. The others did not feel awkward seeing this and laughed excitedly along with him. Looking at the sect master's smug smile, the elder responsible for passing down skills, who originally wanted to persuade him further, eventually closed his mouth. He knew that it was useless to persuade him any further. Originally, according to his idea, even if they didn't support the Xianling sect, there was no need to offend them to the death. Like the Imperial Sword sect, although they couldn't satisfy the Netherworld sect, they probably wouldn't gain any benefits either. But at least they wouldn't offend either side too deeply, which was the most stable approach. The Xianling sect had a powerhouse in the late stage of deity transformation, and it was not a good thing to be hated by them. Did they really expect the Netherworld sect to protect them forever? At this time, someone suddenly excitedly suggested, "Sect Master, since it has come to this, why not directly side with the Netherworld sect and go to the Xianling sect to take a look together?" No! Before the sect master could reply, the elder responsible for passing down skills could no longer help but loudly retort, "Sect Master, we were originally on good terms with the Xianling sect. Now, for the sake of the sect's safety, it's one thing to sever ties with them. But if we stand on the opposite side of them, not only is it risky, but how will the world look at us? The reputation of our sect will be completely ruined." Hee, Elder Lin, your idea is a bit too pedantic. In the face of the sect's interests, you only care about saving face? That's right, since we have already offended them, why not go all the way? This way, when dividing the spoils, we can have more say. But looking at the greedy smiles of the others and the silent sect master, the transmission elder couldn't help but close his eyes in helpless frustration. It seems this is what the sect master intended. When a whale falls, 10,000 things thrive. Everyone's ideas are beautiful. But this whale isn't dead yet, rushing to surround it like this. Aren't they afraid of being crushed to death? The Purple Cloud Pavilion also received the corresponding promises. At this time, the pavilion master, Luo Sansi, sat in the main hall of the sect, a look of longing on his emaciated face filled with anticipation. He looked at the dozen or so elders below the platform and asked nervously, "What is the current situation of the Profound Spirit sect? Has Long Padian not appeared?" A white-haired elder hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Pavilion master, please rest assured, the old ancestor of the Profound Spirit sect has not returned. It seems the rumors are true." "Ah, good, then 3 days from now, we just wait for the results. Whether our Purple Cloud Pavilion can rise to another level depends on this opportunity. Wealth is found in danger." Luo Sansi's expression suddenly relaxed, and the greed and anticipation in his heart began to grow wildly. If he were asked to be at the forefront, he wouldn't dare even with 10 times the courage. But now, the vanguard is the other 5 top sects. This is very safe. He even felt that even the Heavenly Sword sect and the Jade Snow sect, who had not stated their positions, might also have other ideas. Perhaps it was just for face, or for their past friendship with the Profound Spirit sect, that they were too embarrassed to go directly to their door. Otherwise, why go to the Helan Mountains? And why haven't they left yet? The Profound Spirit sect's momentum is gone. They have become the public enemy of the eastern region. So don't blame me for being ungrateful. Luo Sansi found reasons for himself, and suddenly felt much more at ease. Similar scenes were happening in many places in the eastern region. Faced with this behemoth, the Profound Spirit sect, about to collapse, everyone wanted to take a bite. Of course, there were also many forces and individuals who sympathized with the Profound Spirit sect, but no one dared to offer a helping hand at this time. If you are not strong enough and meddle in other people's business, you will only die quickly in the cultivation world. Alas, I always feel that this rumor is a bit strange. If the Profound Spirit sect really obtained the inheritance, how could they still hold on to it at this time? 3 men make a tiger, now even the false must be true. Perhaps some people are not going for the inheritance at all. It's a pity. Among the 8 major sects, the Profound Spirit sect has always had a good reputation. I didn't expect them to be jointly besieged? There's nothing to regret. 5 days from now, there will only be 7 major sects left in the eastern region. Yes, the Profound Spirit sect is definitely finished this time. They are truly stubborn. What stubbornness? That's just foolishness. Facing the aggressive 5 major sects, no one in the entire eastern region was optimistic about the Profound Spirit sect, except for the Profound Spirit sect itself. At this time, the top echelons of the sect were gathered at the Spirit Gathering Array in the back mountain. For safety's sake, everyone was taking turns entering the array to break through. Gu Jiannan and others were personally protecting them. Chen Baichuan had broken through to the late stage of the Transformation God Realm 2 days ago. He was currently consolidating his cultivation by the side. Tang Feihu had broken through to the middle stage of the Transformation God Realm yesterday. As for Lu Yuyan, since she had entered the Transformation God Realm not long ago, she was not attempting a breakthrough for the time being. In addition, there were also 3 inner sect elders who had been struggling at the late stage of the nascent soul realm for a long time, who were also preparing to attack the chasm of the Transformation God Realm. The one in the array at the moment was Zhou Buyu. As the great elder of the inner sect, his strength was second only to the monstrous little junior sister. He could be considered the strongest among the many elders. Now, less than half a day after swallowing the breakthrough pill, 1 foot had already stepped into the Transformation God Realm. Seeing his situation, the other elders were also excited and filled with anticipation. Without Xiao Yue's pills, none of them would have dared to say they had a chance at this realm. But now, it had become within reach. How could they not be excited? Especially when they thought about what would happen in a few days, their feelings became even more urgent. They were eager to see the expressions on those people's faces when they arrived at the Profound Spirit sect. Chapter 44. The prodigies return home in the blink of an eye. Only 1 day remained of the 10-day period. But before the gates of the Profound Spirit sect, a sea of people had long gathered, cultivators swarming. They were certainly not here as guests. Thus, they all stopped outside the gates. Among them were many forces that had previously had close ties with the Profound Spirit sect. For example, the Wang, Yan, and Lu families, as well as the Heavenly Fire sect and the Purple Cloud Pavilion. These few had always been regarded as subordinate forces of the Profound Spirit sect. But now these former underlings all stood outside the gates like strangers. And to clear their names and find excuses for their betrayal, they even began to slander the Profound Spirit sect. As if the whole incident was provoked by the Profound Spirit sect. Gu Jiannan, who sat quietly in the sky above the gates, awaiting the return of his disciples, paid no mind to the clamor and discussions outside. These petty clowns were not worth his attention. Most importantly, he did not want to trigger the situation prematurely and reveal his strength. When it came, it should come in a big way. For instance, kill 1 or 2 late-stage deity transformation cultivators to deter others. Otherwise, similar troubles would be endless. He still felt dazed when he thought of the sacred artifact that Xiao Yu had mentioned. It was simply too terrifying. However, after experiencing a series of recent magical events, the higher-ups of the sect had long become accustomed to trusting MOU without reservation. After dealing with the 5 major sects, they would slowly clean up those traitors. Gu Jiannan snorted inwardly, his gaze towards those people as if looking at the dead. The Heavenly Fire sect and other small sects were still unaware that their fate was sealed. In order to show their loyalty to the Netherworld sect, they had been constantly denouncing the Profound Spirit sect. At the beginning, they spoke cautiously, even with a bit of shame. But as they spoke more and more, and Gu Jiannan remained silent, they grew bolder and gradually became more assertive. In their mouths, the Profound Spirit sect quickly became an unforgivable villain. If you ask me, the Profound Spirit sect has been planning this for a long time, otherwise how could the treasures in that cave be moved so cleanly? Lai Rulin of the Heavenly Fire sect spoke through gritted teeth, as if his Dao partner had been violated. Shin Tianshou, the pavilion master of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, nodded in agreement with a similarly indignant look, his old face filled with pity. Indeed, it's fortunate that the 5 major sects are upholding justice, otherwise the inheritance left by the Fairy of Bliss would have been monopolized by one family. In the past battle against demons, the inheritance of the eastern region was severely disrupted. Now that the opportunity has emerged, it's a compensation from the heavens to the eastern region, and it should belong to everyone. Even if we have some personal friendship with the Profound Spirit sect, we cannot agree to this. Otherwise, we would become the eternal sinners of the eastern region. Elder Shin is righteous, we admire you. Alas, if the Profound Spirit sect hadn't been so stubborn, why would we have to turn against them? The several white-haired old men who chimed in were the ancestors of the Wang, Yan, and Lu families, respectively. They were the strongest of their families, all late-stage nascent soul cultivators. In the eastern region, as long as the supreme elders of those top sects did not appear, they could be considered big shots. In the past, although there were occasional frictions between the families, they were still relatively harmonious on the surface, as they were all under the thumb of the Profound Spirit sect. Now, having jointly betrayed their former big brother, their relationship had become even closer. They all understood that to gain more benefits in the future, they must stick together to negotiate with the Netherworld sect and other forces. Otherwise, as a scattered group, they would not be valued by anyone. Therefore, the Heavenly Fire sect, the Purple Cloud Pavilion, and the Wang, Yen, and Lu families quickly formed an unprecedentedly united small alliance. They were the ones who criticized the Profound Spirit sect the most fiercely. As for the onlookers, they followed the principle of it's better to do less than more. In front of the Profound Spirit sect eskates, they did not dare to be too presumptuous. However, the people of the 5 major sects in the eastern region were obviously not among them, especially the Netherworld sect. Having just lost face at the Profound Spirit sect not long ago, they were eager to get it back. This was why the great elder of the Nether sect, Lang Qingshan, had brought a group of prodigies here in advance. They wanted to ambush the disciples leaving the Profound Spirit sect and vent some anger. Unfortunately, their ambush came up empty. The few who did leave were all disciples from the Wang, Yen, and Lu families who had secretly defected to them. The Profound Spirit sect had been unusually calm recently. Contrary to what the world imagined, there was no mass dismissal of disciples. On the contrary, more and more elite disciples were rushing back every day. These were disciples who had previously gone out to search for the origin of the great Tao for MOU. Among the 10 great prodigies, only 4 had not returned. 2 of them were Lu Yuyan's female disciples, Situfian and Morong Chodi. They were also 2 of the other 8 beauties of the Profound Spirit sect. Someone once joked that the beauty of Qing Yun came from the eastern region, and the beauties of the eastern region were in the Profound Spirit sect. This referred to the Profound Spirit sect's exclusive claim to 5 of the eastern region's 8 great beauties. The young cultivators present were very familiar with these peerless prodigies. A large part of the reason why so many young people risked coming to watch the spectacle this time was that they wanted to see the elegance of those peerless beauties with their own eyes. However, as they watched the other geniuses of the Profound Spirit sect constantly returning, many of the young people watching the spectacle gradually became excited. Putting aside their positions, the spirit of facing death as if it were a homecoming was moving. Because, based on the current situation, returning was basically tantamount to courting death. But the disciples of the Profound Spirit sect were not afraid at all. As more and more people returned, the expressions of the people from the 5 major sects became increasingly ugly. Lang Qingshan's gaze became even more sinister. Although the return of these people had no effect on the overall situation, it actually suppressed the momentum of the 5 major sects, which annoyed him. According to the disciples who had been stationed outside the mountain gate of the Profound Spirit sect, almost 80% of the nearly 100 elders of the inner and outer sects of the Profound Spirit sect had returned in the past few days. Several thousand disciples had also returned. In the Profound Spirit sect, only those who had entered the Golden Core stage could hold the position of deacon. Those in the late Golden Core stage could become outer sect elders. Those who stepped into the nascent soul stage were promoted to inner sect elders. The Profound Spirit sect had a total of 42 inner sect elders, a formidable force. But they seemed somewhat weak when faced with the combined forces of the 5 major sections. The 5 major sects had no less than 20 cultivators at the deity transformation stage. There were nearly 200 nascent soul stage cultivators. Even so, it could not deter the return of the disciples of the Profound Spirit sect, which was very annoying. Looking into the distance, another dozen young cultivators flew towards them. The handsome young man leading them was a mid-Golden Core stage cultivator. Lang Qingshan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and sneered loudly, "The Profound Spirit sect is on the verge of destruction, yet you still return to court death. It's simply foolish." The young man leading them glanced at him with disdain and laughed arrogantly. "How could you, who are greedy for life and afraid of death, understand the way our Profound Spirit sect does things? The Profound Spirit sect is not worried about sorrow. Return to the sect." The young disciples behind him also shouted loudly, their expressions unrestrained. Zhang Shaoer of the Profound Spirit sect, return to the sect. Mu Caixia of the Profound Spirit sect, return to the sect. At this moment, outside the mountain gate of the Profound Spirit sect, there were only the roars of these young people. Murderous intent surged, ready to die as if going home. "Yang Mu, a follower of MOU, return to the sect." Another shout came from outside the heavens. After the words fell, a black-clothed young man with a cold face, carrying a giant sword, suddenly appeared. He was actually a nascent soul stage cultivator in the early stage. Such a young nascent soul stage cultivator was very rare even in the major sections. This made Lang Qingshan's face even uglier, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Chapter 45. The Profound Spirit sect must be destroyed. "You brazen madman, showing no respect for your elders, do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Lang Qingshan stared at the young prodigy named Mo Wencho, his face dark. His eyes were cold and merciless. A dignified inner sect elder of the 8 major sects being scolded as a coward by a young man? This pushed his patience to its limit. If it weren't for saving face, he would have already attacked and killed the other party. And conveniently dealt with that evildoer named Yang Mu as well. A nascent soul cultivator not yet 500 years old, even in the entire eastern region, was among the top geniuses. Of course, except for MOU, who had stepped into the mid-stage of nascent soul at the age of 180. That guy was simply not human. What made Ling Qingshan even more determined to kill was that this Yang Mu was also a follower of MOU, which meant he couldn't be spared even more. This time, enforcing the Profound Spirit sect, the 5 major sects still had some disagreements. 2 of them believed that if the Profound Spirit sect refused to compromise until death, then they should just kill all their divine transformation cultivators. Then, disband the sect and divide up the prodigies and resources. As long as the Profound Spirit sect disciples stopped resisting, there was no need to be too ruthless in the killing. After all, as a top sect in the eastern region, they still needed some reputation. As for the legacy of the joyful immortal, if the Profound Spirit sect truly possessed it, it was most likely in the hands of the higher-ups. Secondly, it would be among those talented young cultivators. As long as they controlled these 2 groups, even if they didn't get it themselves, the Profound Spirit sect would have no chance of recovering. However, the other 3 sects believed that if the Profound Spirit sect didn't act according to the 5 major sects' demands, then not even a Foundation establishment cultivator should be spared. Either submit to the 5 major sects, or be completely annihilated. Since they had already offended them, they might as well go all the way. It was just a matter of more deaths. Of course, any disciple who dared to resist or harbor hatred towards the 5 major sects would all have to die. This had nothing to do with their cultivation level. Those holding this attitude were the Nether sect, the Flowing Cloud sect, and the Azure Wave sect. On this matter, the 5 sects had still not reached an agreement. Therefore, their 3-sect strategy was to destroy as many of the Profound Spirit sect's good seedlings as possible when they had the chance, to avoid unnecessary future troubles. At this moment, Lang Qingshan wanted to create an opportunity to kill this Yang Mu. As for Gu Jiannan, who was sitting cross-legged in the void in the distance, the supreme elders of the 5 major sects would naturally deal with him. Now, except for the old ancestors who hadn't arrived yet, the divine transformation cultivators of each sect had basically arrived. Dealing with the Profound Spirit sect, which only had a mid-stage divine transformation cultivator, was not a problem. This was also the main reason why he dared to be so high-profile. However, he had clearly underestimated the Profound Spirit sect's determination. The very next moment after he finished speaking, a figure flew out of the Profound Spirit sect's main peak. It was Zhou Buyu, who had previously beaten him into a sorry state. Haha, Lang Qingshan, you really are getting more and more impressive. You're actually making things difficult for a golden core cultivator of my Profound Spirit sect? Zhou Buyu's laughter was contemptuous and disdainful. This made Lang Qingshan's face completely darken. Facing this lifelong rival, he only felt his blood boiling, and the anger in his chest almost ignited his beard. Zhou Buyu, you can be arrogant today, but tomorrow, you will become a broken corpse. Lang Qingshan roared loudly with a livid face, his body trembling with anger. But Zhou Buyu was not angry at all, his face only showed disdain and contemptuous mockery. Even if it's a broken corpse, it won't be your handiwork, Lang Qingshan. You are destined to be trampled under my feet your whole life. If you want revenge, you can only find my sex juniors. How pathetic. Zhou Buyu's calmness made Lang Qingshan feel a sense of powerlessness, as if he had punched cotton. But more than that, it was boundless anger and shame. The key was that he had just been defeated by the other party not long ago, which made him lack confidence in his harsh words. Qingshan, step back. Just wait for tomorrow. It's pointless to waste your breath here, you'll only make people laugh. An old man with white hair and a white beard suddenly descended from the distant void. His transcendent aura, coupled with a long robe as white as snow, made him seem like an immortal from the mortal realm. However, his fierce and indifferent eyes shattered this image. Many onlookers immediately gasped in astonishment. I didn't expect the old ancestor of the Nether sect to arrive so early. It seems he is determined to seize the Profound Spirit sect. Heh, it's more than just determined to seize it, he probably wants to exterminate them all. Shu, keep your voice down, have you forgotten about the old ancestor of the Pure Dust sect 200 years ago? Recalling that terrifying scene, everyone fell silent, trembling with fear. The old ancestor of the Pure Dust sect was a powerful cultivator in the early stage of the Transformation God realm. Just because he said in the crowd that the Nether sect's old ancestor was too domineering, he was angrily killed by Yubaihu, who was in a fit of rage. And Yubaihu was the name of the Nether sect's old ancestor. At the time, killing the old ancestor of the Pure Dust sect was not enough for him. He ran to their sect and killed all of their disciples. He then forced the Pure Dust sect to disband on the spot. In his words at the time, "Since you say I'm domineering, then I'll let you see what true dominance is." Fortunately, either Yubaihu's temper had improved, or he didn't notice the conversations of these small fry, and he didn't cause them trouble. This allowed one of the secretly nervous big shots to breathe a sigh of relief. Facing an existence in the late stage of the transformation god realm, their late-stage nascent soul cultivators were utterly no match. Yubaihu glanced at Gu Jiannan indifferently and snorted, "Is your profound spirit sect determined to seek your own death?" Gu Jiannan's expression was calm. "Whether it's a dead end, one has to try to find out. Maybe it's you who will die." "Ah, putting on a pretense. Do you really think you can get away with it like this? How naive." Yubaihu laughed arrogantly. Although he couldn't see through Gu Jiannan's cultivation, he wasn't surprised. After cultivators reach the transformation god realm, their divine aura is contained, and the strength of their power is more reflected in their divine soul. And the divine soul is the most mysterious part of the human body. Therefore, unless one is two minor realms higher than the other, it is normal not to see through the other's cultivation. Some late-stage transformation god realm cultivators can't even see through an early-stage transformation god realm cultivator without a fight. Gu Jiannan was a mid-stage transformation god realm cultivator, now the number one in the profound spirit sect. Even if he was as arrogant as Yubaihu, he wouldn't underestimate him too much. But that was it. If it weren't for his worries about the profound spirit sect's old ancestor, Long Padian, why would he need a 10-day period? These 10 days were not just for waiting for them to come, but also to further confirm whether Long Padian was still alive. If he didn't show up at this time, it was very likely that something had already happened, and the various sects would be able to act without any real scruples. Now, it seemed that this matter could be confirmed with 80 or 90% certainty. The profound spirit sect must be destroyed. But no matter what, there were still several transformation god realm cultivators in the sect, so he certainly wouldn't let the Nether sect face them alone. Anyway, one more day wouldn't make a difference. At this moment, Gu Jiannan's heart was itching for action. Although several transformation god cultivators had come, only Yubaihu was in the late stage of the transformation god realm. If he joined forces with his two junior brothers, they would have a chance to kill Yubaihu without using the sacred artifact. Wouldn't that save a sword strike? Chapter 46. I'll take you flying later. However, after careful consideration, Gu Jiannan gave up on this tempting opportunity. Not to mention whether he could swiftly surround and kill Yubaihu under the noses of those nascent soul cultivators. Even if he succeeded by luck, his side would completely expose their true strength, which would then incite extreme fear and hostility from the entire eastern region. At that time, the rumors of the Bliss Fairy's inheritance would become a confirmed truth, and one that was deeply believed. That act of killing Yubaihu would bring enormous side effects. Although killing a late-stage nascent soul cultivator with a single sword strike tomorrow would be even more shocking, everyone's attention would be focused on that sword. The deterrence effect would be there, but his strength would not be fully exposed. The only thing that needed explaining was the origin of that sword. And this point could be slightly covered up by Xiaoyu's experience more than 100 years ago. The matter of Mou entering the cave of a great power was already widely known in the eastern region. Although it wasn't foolproof, it was the best method he could think of at the moment. Having thought all this through, Gu Jiannan stopped arguing with Yubaihu. Instead, he turned to the group of young cultivators who were standing respectfully by his side and instructed them, "You've been wandering outside for many years, it must have been hard. Go back to the sect and get some rest. Thank you for your concern, Grand Uncle Master, we're not tired." The young cultivators shouted loudly, their expressions both excited and ashamed. In the past 100 years, although some had returned midway, that was also decades ago. Most had not returned for 100 years. They didn't expect that when they returned now, it would be at a time when the sect was facing a crisis of annihilation. It was like a wanderer who had struggled for many years without achieving anything, suddenly hearing that their parents at home were being bullied. The complexity and anger of that feeling were beyond words. Sensing the subtle emotions of the crowd, Gu Jiannan didn't explain much, but only comforted them with a smile. "It's good that you've returned safely. Hurry and go see your masters and fellow disciples." "Okay, Grand Uncle Master, we'll take our leave then." The group couldn't wait to bow again and then flew towards the sect at top speed. Gu Jiannan couldn't help but linger his gaze on young Mu, his eyes filled with undisguised approval. "Very good, to think that in 100 years, you've actually stepped into the nascent soul realm. Hurry back, Xiaoyu is in the back mountain." He greatly admired these three followers left by Xiaoyu. Not only was their talent better than average, but their character was also exceptional. Being able to stick by Xiaoyu's side for 100 years even after he was crippled was truly rare. "Elder Gu, this junior will take his leave." Yang Mu was also very respectful towards this grand elder of the Xianling sect. Although he was not a disciple of the Xianling sect, the disciples of the sect had always treated him as a fellow disciple. Over so many years he had long considered himself a part of the Xianling sect. Not having seen their young master for 100 years already made him excited. Especially after hearing Yan Wuji say that their young master's foundation had been restored, his heart was pounding, and he was completely thrilled. After bidding farewell to Gu Jiannan, he couldn't wait to rush to the back mountain. "Young master, I'm back." Mou, who was sitting in the courtyard listening to Yan Wuji's report, suddenly heard an excited shout. He saw a tall youth with a dark outfit and a cold face walking towards him excitedly. He couldn't help but smile and stand up, then gave the newcomer a big hug. After separating, he punched the other on the chest and laughed. "Very good, to think that in 100 years, you've actually stepped into the nascent soul realm. Hee, just luck." Receiving praise from his young master, Yang Mu couldn't help but grin. A rare happy smile appeared on his usually unapproachable, cold face. His young master could see through his cultivation at a glance. It seemed he had truly recovered. It was only now that the weight in his heart was completely lifted. Mou couldn't help but jokingly say to Yan Wuji, "Wuji, you need to hurry up, don't get left too far behind Yang Mu." "Don't worry, young master, I'll catch up to him." Yan Wuji's eyes were firm and serious. He thought that with his hard work, he should be able to close the gap with Yang Mu. Who knew, the other person hadn't been idle either. He couldn't help but stride up to Yang Mu, and gave a hard pat on his thin shoulder with his strong arm, and coldly snorted, "Old Yang, don't be so smug, I'll break through soon, and I'll catch up to you." Yang Mu glanced at him indifferently and slightly curled his lips. "I'll be waiting, but you should catch up to Chen Feixiong first. He's already in the late golden core stage now, and he should be back today." Yan Wuji's gaze immediately became even more solemn. Chen Feixiong was also in the late golden core stage? He was indeed at the point of breaking through. But soon, that might not necessarily be the case. Every hurdle in cultivation wasn't so easy to overcome. After the sect crisis passed, he would have to work twice as hard in his cultivation. Otherwise, if he kept saying he was the young master's follower, he'd be embarrassing the young master. Just as he was thinking seriously, Mou handed him a pill overflowing with spiritual energy, his tone calm. "Take this and try breaking through." Yan Wuji's eyes were filled with doubt. But he had no doubts about the young master's words, and he took the pill and threw it directly into his mouth. Then his eyes shook, followed by great joy. A terrifying, mysterious energy was rapidly coursing through his body, violently impacting the rock-solid barrier within him. He couldn't care about the shock in his heart, and hurriedly sat down cross-legged to begin his breakthrough. Yang Mu, who was on the side, had long been stunned. He was breaking through just like that? What kind of miraculous pill had the young master given him, that it was so magical? If he had this pill back then, why would he have needed to spend years to break through? This kid, he really has good fortune. Yang Mu couldn't help but mutter softly. "You don't need it for now, come and get it when you need it." Mou glared at him, amused. Yang Mu hurriedly shook his head awkwardly. "Young master, I can break through on my own. You should keep such a divine object for yourself. I don't need this kind of thing to break through." Mou shook his head with a smile, but didn't explain further. With the profoundness of the Tao scripture coupled with the terrifying supporting effects of the chaos yin-yang scripture, his cultivation speed was almost as fast as light. He was only half a step away from the late nascent soul stage. Of course, this wasn't entirely due to the cultivation technique, it was also due to his century of accumulation. The spiritual power he cultivated in those years, although it couldn't be stored in the dantian, it had scattered into his limbs and bones. Now that he had resumed cultivation, it was like a natural progression. As for the breakthrough pill, although precious, it could also be bought in the shop. It was just a little expensive. One pill required 200,000 points of luck. But compared to its effect, this was practically a bargain. Therefore, the 9 pills he had left were naturally for whoever needed them first. While Yan Wuji was breaking through, Yang Mu recounted his experiences over the years. Mou listened, deeply moved. Although Yang Mu's words were understated, he could imagine the dangers he faced. However, all of that was in the past. Mou patted his shoulder and confidently laughed. "From now on, I'll take you all flying and let you see the true peak." At this moment, Yang Mu discovered that the young master from back then had returned, and couldn't help but nod heavily with reddened eyes. "Okay, when the time comes, I will still be your horse holder and sword bearer." But as soon as he finished speaking, he became heavy-hearted again. The young master had recovered, but how would they overcome the Xianling sect hurdle? Mou glanced at him and couldn't help but chuckle. "No need to worry, tomorrow we will be responsible for watching the show." Watching the show? Yang Mu's eyes were filled with doubt, and 100 questions suddenly floated into his mind. Chapter 47. If you're not afraid to die, then come and fight me. The next morning, the atmosphere on the main peak of the profound spirit sect was solemn. The sect's disciples had never been so unified in the past century. At least a third of these nearly 10,000 disciples had been wandering outside for years. Now, they had finally gathered together. But the joy of their reunion was completely washed away by the impending crisis. It transformed into a soaring killing intent, anger suppressed, a readiness to die. Before returning, everyone had considered the most likely outcome, death. But even so, they had still returned. Today would be their time to shine. They would let the entire eastern region witness the mettle of the profound spirit sect disciples. As for the few who had already left, they could no longer be considered members of the profound spirit sect. Gu Jiannan, leading a group of high-ranking members, stood solemnly at the front of the formation, his eyes flashing with pride and satisfaction. Faced with such a sect-destroying crisis, these disciples had still rushed back to help. This was the spirit of the profound spirit sect, fearless and moving forward without hesitation. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. In the past, the profound spirit sect has faced countless crises, but we have overcome them all with unity. Today, the 5 major sects and those villains who want to take advantage of us want to witness the prowess of our sect's disciples once again. Tell me, what should we do? Kill! 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 The roar of 10,000 people reverberated for miles around. The majestic, chilling aura made the onlookers tremble with fear. And then came endless envy and admiration. Regardless of whether the profound spirit sect could survive today, their spirit was unparalleled. Even the high-ranking members of the 5 major sects couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. If their own sects faced such a situation, their disciples would probably have already fled in droves. The next moment, the profound spirit sect disciples, led by Gu Jiannan and other high-ranking members, stood in a mighty formation before the mountain gate, their momentum overwhelming. Facing them was the army led by the 5 major sects and the Lifeng Kingdom. They also numbered many, with powerful experts abound. Their terrifying aura stirred the air within a 100-mile radius, causing it to roil and churn, an awe-inspiring sight. As for Chen Jie, the crown prince of the Lifeng Kingdom, who stood next to the 5 major sections, his eyes were fixed on Mou, surrounded by 3 beauties, his teeth gnashing with hatred. But when he thought of the fate of the profound spirit sect after today, he was filled with excitement. At least 2 of these 3 peerless beauties would be his then. That was the agreement, he. Today, almost half of the power of the eastern region had gathered here. Not only were both sides present, many neutral forces also stood in the distant sky to observe. Among them were the Heavenly Sword sect and the Jade Snow sect. Although their sect founders had not come, several supreme elders had arrived. Alas, this time, the profound spirit sect will probably have a hard time surviving this. Mu Shiqiu, the supreme elder of the Jade Snow sect, said with a sigh. Senior Long, it seems something has truly happened. Dong Shouzhua also nodded solemnly, a nameless fire rising in his heart, making him feel frustrated and aggrieved. There was anger towards the 5 major sects, but also resentment towards himself and all those who stood by. But in the cultivation world, many things were beyond one's control. What could they do? As they were frowning and talking, a sudden commotion arose in the crowd. A huge flood dragon, with a body more than 10 zhan long, was seen breaking through the air. The ferocious and domineering aura of the monster was unrestrained, spreading wildly in all directions, making the faces of the low-level cultivators turn pale. On its head sat a gaunt, white-haired old man in a green robe, his expression cold, his eyes sharp and deep. Seeing the old man riding the dragon appear, many people exclaimed in surprise. Damn, this flood dragon must be the guardian beast of the Flowing Cloud sect, said to be a nascent soul stage sub-blood dragon. As expected of the founder of the Flowing Cloud sect, he even uses a nascent soul stage monster as a mount. His foundation is truly incredible. Demonic beasts have powerful physiques and robust souls. To conquer one, you'd need to be at least a whole major realm higher. Especially a dragon like this, possessing a trace of ancient divine dragon blood, its soul is countless times stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. Taming it as a mount is even more difficult. Amidst the discussions, those who considered themselves of some status stepped forward with smug expressions to greet the old man. If they received a nod or a smile in response, they'd display an arrogant, honored look, as if it was a matter of great pride. From the direction of the profound spirit sect, Gu Jiannan was earnestly introducing the young talents like Mou, that's Yang Lai, the old ancestor of the Flowing Cloud sect, a late-stage deity transformation realm cultivator, and also the uncle of Yang Tianxi, the supreme elder of the Flowing Cloud sect. He's ruthless and unscrupulous, you must be especially careful when you encounter him. Yes. Mou and the others nodded seriously. As they were talking, another red-clothed, plump old man flew in swiftly, riding a red gourd. The gourd was at least the size of a regular house, and coupled with the old man's red clothes, he appeared like a burning cloud as he rolled in. Gu Jiannan continued calmly, that's Jia Bancheng, the old ancestor of the Setting Sun sect, and the senior brother of Qiu Yuanjin, the supreme elder of their sect, a late-stage deity transformation realm cultivator. The wine sword gourd under his feet is a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Not only can it nurture various magical treasures and spiritual artifacts like swords and sabers, but even if you put elixirs, spiritual herbs, or wine inside, it can increase their effectiveness many times over. He's known for his volatile temper, loves drinking, frequents brothels, often kills during casual conversations, and is secretly called the Smiling Yama. You couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Looking at the plump old man with a benevolent smile like a compassionate Maitreya Buddha, he couldn't reconcile these descriptions with him at all. Ha ha ha, Elder Gu, have you all thought it through yet? As they spoke, the Maitreya Buddha-like old man was walking towards them with a smile. Looking at his kind demeanor, you would think he was just asking if you've eaten today. Gu Jiannan sneered domineeringly, there's nothing to think about, anyone who dares to smear the profound spirit sect will have their hands chopped off. Jia Bancheng stopped with a smile 100 meters in front of the profound spirit sects group, his chubby face showing no sign of anger. Young people are too impulsive, with your granduncle not around, we elders really can't bear to watch you go astray. Hand over the inheritance of the blissful fairy, that thing belongs to the entire Eastern Domain cultivation world, not to any one person. Otherwise, our Eastern Domain will forever be looked down upon by the other 3 domains, and we will not allow that. Taoist Jia is right, that's exactly what we are thinking. An aged laughter came from the sky. 3 white-bearded and white-haired old men were seen coming together, sitting cross-legged on a massive golden stone seal. Their otherworldly aura, ethereal and holy as immortals, made countless cultivators below look at them with longing. As for the stone seal, it was obviously no ordinary item, its aura containing a trace of the power of law. This was at least a mid-grade spiritual treasure. At this time, many older cultivators had already recognized the 3 of them and were introducing them to their younger generations. Through the surrounding discussions, you also gained a basic understanding of these 3. The cold-faced, white-robed, and white-haired Yubaihu, the old ancestor of the Nether sect, the tall and sturdy Jiang Feng, the old ancestor of the Demon Suppression sect. And then there was Wei Daozi, the old ancestor of the Azure Wave sect, dressed in a green scholar's robe, with a refined demeanor. All were late-stage deity transformation realm cultivators. The 5 of them put away their magical treasures and stood proudly in the air above the entrance of the profound spirit sect, each with the bearing of an immortal, their aura transcendent. The terrifying aura they exuded invisibly made the surrounding onlookers unable to help but have solemn and shocked faces, their hearts greatly shaken. Each one of them here was a top-tier existence in the Eastern Domain, capable of destroying a sect alone. But now, 5 of them had appeared at once. One last question, is the profound spirit sect determined to monopolize the inheritance? Yubaihu, the old ancestor of the Nether sect, he questioned with a cold, indifferent sneer. Gu Jiannan stepped forward calmly, not looking at the old ancestors of the 5 major sects, but rather addressing the surroundings earnestly. I declare once again to the world that the Xianling sect has never received any inheritance other than the cultivation techniques left by its own ancestors. This statement, the Xianling sect will only make this once. Having said this, he turned his gaze to Yubaihu, sneering, as for certain petty individuals with ulterior motives, if you're not afraid of death, then come and fight me. What? How dare he? Although everyone had vaguely guessed the Xianling sect's decision, seeing their rigidity, the onlookers were still in an uproar. The Xianling sect is completely finished now. From now on, there will only be 7 major sects in the eastern region. Countless people sighed in complex ways. Yubaihu's face, however, turned completely black, his eyes seething with murderous intent. If that's the case, then he'll grant him his wish. Chapter 48. The older, the more rampant profound spirit sect, alas, too rigid and easily broken, why can't they see through it? Dong Shouzhua, watching from afar, couldn't help but sigh in frustration. He didn't need to watch any longer, he already knew the outcome. With the combined force of the 5 major sects, plus the various forces eyeing them like tigers, the profound spirit sect was destined for annihilation. Mu Shiqiu, the supreme elder of the Jade Snow sect beside him, also had a complex look in his eyes. The relationship between the Jade Snow sect and the profound spirit sect could only be considered decent. But what no one knew was that his master and Long Padian, the old ancestor of the profound spirit sect, had quite a history. If there was anything he could help with, he would be willing to, but the current situation had exceeded the bounds of personal friendship. A single wrong move could decide the fate of the entire sect. How could they treat it like a child's play? On the surface, the profound spirit sect was facing the 5 major sects, but behind them were also the other 3 nations among the upper 5 involved. This was the main reason why his master hadn't shown his face. Unless their Jade Snow sect and the Heaven Sword sect had the courage to stake everything to help the profound spirit sect, they might have a 30% chance. But not to mention the Heaven Sword sect wouldn't agree, even their Jade Snow sect wouldn't do it. Because the risk was too great and utterly pointless. Unless the profound spirit sect really had the legacy of the Bliss Fairy, and was willing to share it with them. But that possibility had become infinitely slim now. Either the profound spirit sect really didn't have it. Or they had it but didn't want to take it out. Otherwise, they should have already formed an alliance with the methods earlier. The two's thoughts were only a moment. But the confrontation on the scene had already reached the brink of explosion. The profound spirit sect disciples were filled with soaring anger, ready to die. The 5 major sects also had a large number of people with high morale. Fellow Taoist, you, please wait, allow me to say a few words first. Wei Daozi, the old ancestor of the Azure Tide sect, with his refined appearance, smilingly stopped Yu Baihu, whose face was gloomy. Then, he turned his head to look at Gu Jiannan and chuckled, fellow Taoist Gu, it's fine if you want to struggle yourself, why drag these disciples behind you to their deaths? Why don't we let the top cultivators from each side have a debate? Life and death are determined by fate, what do you say? Gu Jiannan couldn't help but sneer, that's exactly what I want. Hearing his words, the old ancestors of the 5 major sects couldn't help but look at each other and smile. This Gu Jiannan was truly foolish. In their eyes, whether it was the other side's disciples or their own, they were all a huge fortune. They had long been regarded as their own property and naturally did not want a large-scale battle to break out, causing unnecessary losses. What they were most worried about before was that the profound spirit sect would directly disband and then all the elite members would hide and escape. Then they would have to constantly face countless dark arrows and ambushes. But now, the profound spirit sect had chosen the most foolish way. They were actually trying to confront them head-on, without any self-awareness of their own limitations. Seeing that the profound spirit sect had no intention of fleeing these past few days, they had almost laughed out loud. The courage of a fool, what's the difference with suicide? Since that's the case, you can choose one of the 5 of us as your opponent, we will compete and decide life and death. Yu Baihu, the old ancestor of the Nether sect, sneered proudly, not taking Gu Jiannan to heart at all. Not just him, except for a few high-ranking members of the profound spirit sect, almost no one was optimistic about him. The gap between mid-stage and late-stage god transformation, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a chasm. Although Gu Jiannan had a good talent, which of those who had stepped into the late-stage god transformation was not a peerless genius? The defeat was already set. Since you want to die first, then I'll choose you. Gu Jiannan's tone was calm, but a boundless killing intent flashed in his aged eyes. It was time to settle old and new scores together. Hearing his choice, no one around was surprised. The feud between the Nether sect and the profound spirit sect was almost common knowledge. It wasn't just because of the competition for resources and outstanding disciples between neighbors, but also because of the ambush of MOU 100 years ago. The profound spirit sect had always suspected the involvement of the Nether sect. That's what nearly caused a war back then. Tens of thousands of people were present, but at this moment, there was complete silence. However, from a camp behind the 5 major sects, a passionate shout suddenly erupted. May Elder Yu win a swift victory and uphold justice for our eastern region. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but turn toward the source of the shout. Many immediately recognized the person, and their faces filled with astonishment. Lai Rulin, the sect leader of the Skyfire sect? Wasn't that sect always following the lead of the Xianling sect? What's going on? Heh, I guess he saw the light and abandoned the darkness, but this is too eager, isn't it? People couldn't bring themselves to call him shameless, but they couldn't hide the disdain in their eyes. It was understandable not to follow the Xianling sect to their deaths. But this blatant backstabbing was just inhumane. Seeing the looks on everyone's faces, Lai Rulin's expression was slightly awkward, but his gaze was very firm. What did the Nether sect want from them? Weren't they just pawns to slap the Xianling sect in the face? Otherwise, with their strength, how could the Nether sect have even looked at them? As expected, hearing his shouts, as well as the astonished whispers around him, a happy look appeared on Yu Baihu's face. At this moment, the Purple Cloud Pavilion, who had been hesitant, and the Wang, Yan, and Lu families also began to shamelessly flatter him, shouting loudly. As the saying goes, the just will find support while the unjust will find little. The Xianling sect is greedy and insatiable. We cannot continue to aid such tyranny. Indeed, it is fortunate that the eastern region still has Elder Yu and other leaders of the cultivation world upholding justice for us low-level cultivators. Otherwise, who knows when we would ever have the chance to glimpse the great Tao. Yes, the Xianling sect should be destroyed, or the eastern region will never have peace. They cursed more and more fiercely. In the end, they spoke through gritted teeth as if they had a deep-seated hatred for the Xianling sect. The current situation was clear. The Xianling sect was destined to fall. Now that they had placed their bet, they might as well go all in to get what they wanted. The rich could bet only 1% of their assets. But the poor didn't have that luxury, they could only bet everything. The Xianling sect disciples were enraged by their shameless words. One by one, their anger rose, wanting to tear these people limb from limb. Shameless villains, betraying your friends for personal gain and being proud of it, you 2 sects and 3 families will surely die a horrible death. Patriarch, give the order, let's destroy these dogs first. A bunch of dogs that kick you when you're down. Where was your cursing when you were fawning over us? Not just the young disciples, even the Grand Elder Tang Fei, who, if his fourth senior sister hadn't held him back, would have charged out. Mo also had fire in his eyes. He coldly glanced at the families, his eyes so icy that they seemed to be looking at the dead. These people would surely die today. But not now. Silence, no one is allowed to act rashly without my orders. Gu Jiannan was also suppressing his anger, but he still forcefully stopped the sect disciples from going berserk. If a full-scale conflict broke out, the Xianling sect was bound to lose. The most effective way was for him to come forward and make an example of these people. Only in this way could the Xianling sect safely weather this crisis. Otherwise, even with his holy artifact, the Xianling sect couldn't withstand a united attack. The disciples, though their faces were flushed with anger, dared not disobey the Grand Elder's orders and had no choice but to grit their teeth and endure. Seeing this, Ubaihu couldn't help but burst into laughter, his gaze towards Gu Jiannan and the others full of mockery and contempt. 100 years ago, although the two sects hadn't actually fought, the Nether sect had been bullied to their own gates. Back then, Long Patian relied on his superior strength and showed him no mercy. The key was that he didn't have the confidence to fight him back then. Thus, he was always suppressed in terms of momentum. It was only when the elders of the major sects intervened that a war was avoided. A dignified late-stage deity transformation powerhouse, his journey had been smooth sailing, enjoying the respect and admiration of the world. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Today was the day he would thoroughly cleanse himself of this shame. Gu Jiannan, today I will show you just how terrifying a late-stage deity transformation powerhouse truly is. It's beyond the imagination of a mere mid-stage deity transformation like yourself. Come forth and die, ha ha! Ubaihu roared with arrogance. With that, he instantly appeared in the void 10 miles away, one hand behind his back and the other pointing at Gu Jiannan. His confident and invincible domineering aura shocked the onlookers. Truly, the older he gets, the more arrogant he becomes. Gu Jiannan sighed softly. Then, he took an ancient, simple longsword with a cyan scabbard from Mou beside him. He soared into the sky. Chapter 49. I have a sword, capable of slaying a deity transformation. Seeing this scene, the entire area fell into a solemn silence. To face a late-stage deity transformation cultivator with a mid-stage cultivation base? Such decisiveness and courage were not possessed by everyone. This was a life-or-death duel, not a discussion or competition. How difficult was it to cultivate to the mid-stage of deity transformation? They were almost the pinnacle of the eastern region, noble in status, with promising paths ahead, and possessed thousands of years of lifespan. It could be said that the further a cultivator progressed, the more they cherished their life. Apart from the path to immortality, there was little else that would make them risk their lives. But today, Gu Jiannan had taught them a lesson. Dong Shouzhua, who was watching from afar, couldn't help but sigh. Fellow Daoist Gu's courage is extraordinary, worthy of admiration. Mu Jiqi also sighed softly. Alas, the outcome is already decided today. Not only them, but all the Xianling sect disciples also showed expressions of grief and anger. The Supreme Elder of the mid-stage deity transformation was about to use his own life to defend the final glory of the Xianling sect, even knowing he was no match. Perhaps after today, the Xianling sect would come to an end. But so what? We will defend the sect to the death, we will not retreat in battle, someone roared loudly. Defend the sect, we will not retreat in battle. One after another, roars echoed through the heavens and earth, finally merging into a unified, earth-shattering torrent. All the Xianling sect disciples shouted until they were hoarse, their blood vessels bursting, their eyes filled with a murderous aura of mutual destruction. A shocking aura of killing surged from the direction of the Xianling sect, stirring the air currents in the sky above. The onlookers around were all horrified and moved, their hearts filled with fear. The momentum of the Xianling sect today lived up to its previous reputation of being fierce and ruthless, worthy of being called the #1 brute in the eastern region. Even the disciples and elders of the 5 major sects were shocked and apprehensive. It was fortunate that this was not a large-scale melee, otherwise, even with their numerical advantage, the 5 major sects would definitely suffer heavy losses. Just then, a heroic roar came from afar. Yujian sect's Fu Tianxiong, leading the sect's elders to provide support. We apologize for our tardiness, and hope that the fellow Taoists of the Xianling sect will forgive us. Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw a team of 20 to 30 golden core cultivators rapidly flying in from the northeast. The leader was a burly, middle-aged Mason soul cultivator with a rugged face. His black robe added to his solemnity and majesty. The appearance of this group immediately caused a huge uproar. No way, Yujian sect dares to come and support the Xianling sect at this time? Isn't this courting death? Yeah, this Fu Tianxiong is indeed as rumored, reckless and heroic, but not very bright. Indeed, coming to die at this time is simply foolish. To be honest, I admire them quite a bit, daring to come at this time. I wonder who among you has this courage? An old man sighed softly, which immediately diminished the mocking sounds around him. It is said that the Yu Jian sect was almost destroyed in the past, and it was the Xianling sect that saved them. This Fu Tianxiong is indeed a man of gratitude. Looking at the Tianhua sect and the Zixiao Pavilion and the other three families, haven't they received countless favors from the Xianling sect over the years? Yet in the end, not only did they not offer support, but they rushed to the front to add insult to injury. That's what makes people feel chilled. As these words fell, the mocking voices in that small area completely disappeared. Although they couldn't do the same, it didn't mean they disliked such people. Who wouldn't want their friends to be kind and grateful? The discussions around were naturally heard by Lai Rulin and others from the Tianhua sect, and they couldn't help but feel embarrassed and annoyed. But there were so many people saying such things that even they couldn't afford to offend them. They could only vent their anger on the Yu Jian sect. However, before they could even open their mouths to sneer, a slightly self-deprecating, old laughter came from the distance. Ha, it seems not everyone in the world is heartless. Little Fu, you're not bad, at least better than this old man. As the words fell, a kind-faced old man with the bearing of an immortal appeared in the arena, none other than Dong Shouzhua, the supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Fu Tianxiong hastily bowed respectfully, his face serious. Elder Dong, you flatter me. The Profound Spirit sect has done a great kindness to our sect. As humans, we should know gratitude, or how are we different from certain pigs and dogs? As he said this, Fu Tianxiong's bowl-like eyes glared directly at the group from the Heavenly Fire sect. It was practically an open insult. This immediately enraged Lai Rulin and the others, their faces turning ashen, while the heads of the Wang, Yan, and Lu families were also filled with shame and indignation. Finally, they couldn't help but explode in anger. You surnamed Fu, you're courting death yourself, and dragging your sect to its grave. You're an utter fool. Indeed, as a sect leader, you should seek benefits for the sect. You, for the sake of your own reputation, completely disregard the sect's survival. What right do you have to mock us? Fu Tianxiong glanced at them coldly and sneered arrogantly, you pigs and dogs are not worthy to speak with me. You surnamed Fu, are you seeking death? Fu Tianxiong's arrogant gaze and contemptuous words completely ignited the pent-up anger of the Heavenly Fire sect group. But before they could continue their outburst, Gu Jiannan glanced at them indifferently and said coldly, do you think that just because you found a new master, I can't kill you? Faced with Gu Jiannan's sudden warning, they all felt a chill in their hearts and shut their mouths, daring not speak carelessly. The Profound Spirit sect was now prepared to fight to the death. If they provoked them now, and they were singled out for revenge, even with the 5 major sects present, they might not be safe. At this moment, Dong Shouzhua rose into the air and came before Gu Jiannan, bowing with a look of guilt and apologizing, Brother Gu, we've known each other for many years. Today, the Profound Spirit sect faces trouble, yet I was unable to lend a hand. I am truly ashamed and uneasy. Brother Dong, you're too serious. Neither of us is free to act as we please. How could I not understand your difficulties? There is no need to mind this matter. As long as you are not here to make things difficult for my Profound Spirit sect, we can still be friends. Brother Dong, please step aside and watch me slay the enemy. Gu Jiannan laughed heartily, then turned his head towards the Profound Spirit sect and instructed, Yu Yan, we have guests. Arrange for the disciples to receive them, we cannot be discourteous. Yes, master. Lu Yuyan responded respectfully, and personally went to greet the people from the Sword Control sect. Mou and the others followed closely behind. At this time, to dare come and offer support, this Fu Tianxiong and the Sword Control sect were rather impressive in Mou's eyes. If there was an opportunity in the future, perhaps he could bestow a good fortune upon him. At this moment, Yu Baihu, who had been standing quietly in the air waiting, already had a gloomy and ugly expression. He couldn't help but snort coldly, Gu Jiannan, have you finished settling your affairs? Then hurry up and come to die. Standing opposite him, Gu Jiannan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, his smile faded, and he said with pity, Yu Baihu, you should be thankful for their arrival, which has allowed you to live a little longer. Now it is time for you to die. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings were filled with shock and disbelief. Where did Gu Jiannan get his confidence? His opponent was a late-stage nascent soul realm expert. Yu Baihu was equally incredulous, and then, he chuckled with sinister anger, a mere mid-stage nascent soul, and you dare to speak such words to me? How ridiculous! Die for me! After speaking, he slapped down with his palm. The sky instantly darkened, and a gigantic, boundless golden palm forcefully descended on Gu Jiannan. The palm was at least 10,000 feet in size, but its speed was as fast as lightning. The terrifying aura contained within it caused the space within 100 miles to surge and boil, while violent spiritual energy rampaged wildly. At that moment, all the onlookers changed color in horror. Many lower-level cultivators felt their entire bodies stiffen, unable to move. Even nascent soul cultivators couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. The terror of a deity transformation grandmaster was indeed inconceivable. Even a casual strike possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The Xianling sect disciples all had worried expressions, their fists clenched tightly. If the Supreme Elder couldn't withstand the attack in the absence of the ancestor, then the Xianling sect would have no chance today. Amidst the worried gazes of the crowd, Gu Jiannan suddenly smiled slightly. I have a sword capable of slaying a deity transformation cultivator. As the words fell, a shocking sword beam suddenly flew from his hand. It tore through the sky, carrying a destructive aura that suddenly descended upon this world. The indomitable momentum seemed capable of cleaving through the heavens themselves. Seeing this scene, Yu Baihu, who had previously been composed, felt a chill run down his back. An intense fear and shock surged wildly into his heart. His eyes were filled with anger and disbelief as he couldn't help but roar in indignation. How is it possible? Chapter 50. One sword slaying a late-stage deity transformation cultivator. Gu Jiannan was not merely a mid-stage deity transformation cultivator. He was, in fact, at the late stage of deity transformation. His realm was the same as theirs. Most importantly, the power of that sword strike was terrifying. They would have believed it if someone said he had 1 foot into the return to void stage. But now, Yu Baihu had no time to think further. That terrifying sword beam had already shattered his palm imprint and was violently slashing towards him like an ancient demonic dragon rampaging through the world. It was unstoppable and impossible to dodge. He felt as if he had been locked onto by that sword beam. This made his heart race with mortal terror. The tranquility he had gained from thousands of years of cultivation was on the verge of collapse in the face of death. I don't believe it. I am a late-stage deity transformation mighty figure, Yu Baihu roared, gathering all his spiritual power, hastily forming a golden, dazzling, sturdy shield. He dared not think of counterattacking. He only prayed that he could withstand this sword strike. As long as he could endure this one blow, others would surely react and come to his rescue. Then, he would have escaped this calamity. As for victory, defeat, and face, none of it mattered in the face of death. However, he had clearly underestimated the power of Gu Jiannan's sword. The golden shield he had put his hope in was as fragile as paper in front of that sword beam. He only felt a tremor throughout his body, and then, he was cleaved in two. Moreover, his severed body instantly burst into flames. An icy chill, like the cold of the 9 nether realms, completely engulfed him. His soul trembled, and endless regret flooded his heart. That sword was too terrifying. It was definitely more than just a top-grade spiritual treasure. If he had known that the opponent possessed such a divine weapon, he would not have taken the lead, even if he hadn't reached the late stage of deity transformation. He had originally wanted to exert more effort, hoping to get a larger share of benefits later. As neighbors of the Xianling sect, the Yuming sect did have this advantage. But now, everything had become empty. His physical body was destroyed, and even if he found a suitable body to possess and cultivate again, his cultivation would never reach its current level. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, his primordial spirit had already burst out, desperately shouting, "Fellow Taoists, save me!" His frantic cries for help echoed throughout the scene. To accelerate his escape, he even used the blood escape technique, flying rapidly towards the 5 major sections. The shocked onlookers felt as if they were in a dream, everything seeming surreal. At this moment, Old Ancestor Jia Bancheng of the Luoxia sect, Old Ancestor Yang Lai of the Luyan sect, Wei Daozi of the Kanglan sect, and Jiang Feng of the Jinma sect, among others, suddenly snapped out of their shock. They quickly exchanged glances, then simultaneously flew towards Yu Baihu's primordial spirit. At this critical moment, if the sects did not unite, they would likely become passive. No one had expected Gu Jiannan to have actually entered the late stage of deity transformation. Moreover, that sword strike just now was truly terrifying, like that of a ghost or god. Luckily, it was Yu Baihu who had faced him. If it had been them, their fate would have been no different. This made them feel a mix of sympathy and gratitude towards Yu Baihu. It was fortunate that it was a fellow Taoist who had died. The two groups were not far apart to begin with, and coupled with Yu Baihu's primordial spirit using the blood escape technique, which was faster than his physical body, he quickly hid behind the 5 major sects. Gu Jiannan, who had initially intended to obliterate his primordial spirit along with his physical body, had no choice but to give up. However, he was not overly concerned. Even if Yu Baihu found a suitable body, it would be impossible for him to return to his current realm. Furthermore, it would take at least a century. In the end, Yu Baihu's primordial spirit was carefully collected into an ancient jade disc by the Supreme Elder Yu Buchuan of the Yuming sect. He then nervously looked at Gu Jiannan, clearly fearing that he would continue to pursue and kill them. At this moment, all the disciples of the Yuming sect were immersed in an atmosphere of sadness and trepidation. The sect's old ancestor had been killed by a single sword strike? As fragile as a chick. Had it not been for the protection of the other sect elders, his very nascent soul would have been obliterated by that sword, resulting in complete annihilation. The terrifying power of that earlier strike sent waves of fear crashing through his mind once more. After this battle, even if they managed to wipe out the profound spirit sect, the nether sect would still be the losers. Fu Tianxiong and the group of elders standing beside the disciples of the Profound Spirit sect only returned to their senses at this moment. The ancient senior was actually in the late stage of divine transformation? And he had even killed Yu Baihu with one strike? This meant that the ancient senior was definitely more than just a cultivator in the late stage of divine transformation. Who in the eastern region could possibly be his match? Those who had come with the resolve to repay a debt with their lives suddenly realized that they wouldn't have to die. The joy they felt was beyond words. And the disciples of the Profound Spirit sect were even more excited and thrilled than they were. So what if the sect's patriarch hadn't returned? The Profound Spirit sect still had a powerful figure in the late stage of divine transformation guarding it. This crisis had been resolved. Once the patriarch returned, they would have two experts in the late stage of divine transformation, making them the #1 sect in the eastern region. At this moment, even though he looked calm, Gu Jiannan's heart was churning like a stormy sea. The power of this sword was simply beyond his understanding. If he hadn't had this ancient sword, he would at most have been able to fight the opponent to a draw. Yet now, he had killed him with a single strike. As for the higher-ups of the Profound Spirit sect, they were already dumbfounded by what they had witnessed. Then they all secretly looked at Mou with burning and strange gazes. There was excitement, thrill, doubt, and satisfaction. A sense of pride in the sect, of finally having found their voice, surged within them. Ever since Little Yu had recovered his foundation, the sect had undergone earth-shattering changes. In just half a month, the sect had gained 5 new divine transformation cultivators. The most crucial thing was that they had directly created 3 experts in the late stage of divine transformation. With the addition of the sacred sword in the hands of their eldest senior brother, in terms of high-level combat power, they could completely crush the combined forces of any 2 major sections. They were now the #1 sect in the eastern region. Who would dare to provoke them at will in the future? I never thought that Brother Gu would actually have stepped into such a realm, and that his combat power would be so terrifying. It's truly unimaginable. Dong Shoujua couldn't help but sigh in shock, his eyes filled with both relief and envy. It is indeed beyond imagination. It seems that the Profound Spirit sect will be able to safely weather this crisis. Mu Shiqiu, standing beside him, had a similar look of shock in his eyes. That earlier sword strike had even frightened them. It was simply like a celestial being descending from the heavens. With just one strike, a mighty cultivator in the late stage of divine transformation had his physical body shattered. The feeling was like hearing a thunderclap in silence, or like a mayfly seeing the vastness of the sky. With such combat power, the 5 major sects would certainly not dare to force them into a corner with martial force. Otherwise, if Gu Jiannan were to secretly unleash a sword strike at someone, who could withstand it? These were principles that those old patriarch-level men naturally understood. It was precisely because they understood that they felt so much heavier. Now they had only 2 paths to take. Either they could risk everything and fight to the death, striving to jointly eliminate Gu Jiannan. The consequence of that was that if they didn't succeed, they would have to live under the shadow of death every day. Unless they stayed together forever. Otherwise, no matter who it was, facing Gu Jiannan alone would lead to the same fate as Yu Baihu. The second option was to strive for a reconciliation with the Profound Spirit sect. But the problem now was that although they had 4 experts in the late stage of divine transformation, the initiative seemed to have shifted. How were they going to reconcile? The current Gu Jiannan was practically invincible. Fortunately, he wasn't without a weakness, and that was the Profound Spirit sect. If they were to truly fight it out, they would suffer heavy losses, and the Profound Spirit sect would be nearly destroyed as well. Having thought through all of this, Wei Daozi of the Azure Wave sect, with a complex expression on his face, politely cupped his fist towards Gu Jiannan and said, "Congratulations, fellow Daoist Gu, on stepping into the late stage of divine transformation. Today's events, we were all misled by the Nether sect, and that's why we joined forces to come and inquire. Since fellow Daoist Gu has already explained that your sect did not obtain the inheritance of the blissful fairy, we naturally believe you. Let's just drop this matter here, how about it?" Gu Jiannan couldn't help but sneer. "Oh? Now you believe it again?" Of course, now that fellow Daoist Gu was a late-stage deity transformation powerhouse, how could he lower himself to lie? We naturally believe it. The Jinma sect's old ancestor Jiang Feng spoke with utmost seriousness, and the others nodded earnestly as well. It was as if late-stage deity transformation cultivators truly never lied. As for the Netherworld sect, their old ancestor was crippled, and they were the Xianling sect's greatest enemy. Almost instantly, they were used as a scapegoat. Not enough. Gu Jiannan stared in a certain direction within the crowd, his tone filled with an unyielding domineering aura. Chapter 51. For dragons pulling a chariot. Fellow Daoist Gu, although your battle prowess is extraordinary, it's best not to push too hard. Our 5 major sects are not afraid of you. Yan Lai, the old ancestor of the Flowing Cloud sect, stared at the blue ancient sword in his hand, a hint of greed and apprehension flashing in his eyes. With their strength, they could naturally see that the earth-shattering sword strike just now owed at least half its power to this ancient sword. This sword was definitely not ordinary. Gu Jiannan couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Ah, not afraid of me? Then come and fight. Isn't your Flowing Cloud sect always displeased with my Xianling sect? Today, I'll give you the chance. How about a fight to the death? Wei Daozi of the Azure Wave sect quickly stepped forward with a smile to smooth things over. Fellow Daoist Gu, we are all among the 8 major sects of the eastern region. It's best to value harmony. However, our visit this time was indeed a bit rude. Why don't you state your conditions? Yang Lai's face was ashen and he snorted coldly, turning his head away. A one-on-one fight with Gu Jiannan? Only a fool would go to his death. If the opponent could kill Yu Baihu with 1 sword, he could kill him with 2. Zhang Feng of the Demon Suppression sect nodded in agreement. Jia Banchang, the old ancestor of the Sunset Glow sect, who resembled Maitreya Buddha, naturally had no objections either. Of course, they knew that Gu Jiannan didn't necessarily want to fight to the death. But no one dared to gamble. The people of the Xianling sect had always been reckless and mad. If they really pushed them too far, there would be no room for negotiation. We'll discuss the conditions later, but I need to deal with the enemies who have come first. I hope you all won't meddle. Gu Jiannan's tone was calm, and his dangerous gaze swept over a certain area of the crowd. Seeing his gaze, the people from the Skyfire sect suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, and an unprecedentedly strong sense of crisis suddenly arose. The enemies he was talking about. Could he be referring to them? If there was anyone the Xianling sect wanted to kill the most, it would definitely be the old ancestors of the 5 major sections. But now that the 5 sects were working together and were on guard, no matter how strong Gu Jiannan was, it was impossible for him to do so easily. Then the second person they would want to kill. It must be those who had stabbed them in the back. Thinking of this, the sect masters and family heads of several forces broke out in a cold sweat. They looked at each other, their faces flustered and regretful. If they hadn't been greedy, even if they had just ignored it like the Yen and Shu families, they wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Chen Jie, standing among the elders of the 5 major sects, couldn't help but shrink back into the crowd. These madmen from the Xianling sect even dared to kill the old ancestor of the Nether sect. If they didn't like him, a single sword strike would be the end of him. Wei Daozi and the others naturally knew who Gu Jiannan wanted to kill. After looking at each other, they all nodded imperceptibly. Ha, this is a matter for the Xianling sect. Naturally, we won't interfere. Fellow Daoist Gu, please feel free to do as you wish. Lai Rulin could no longer hold on. With a face full of fear, he came to Yu Buchuan, the supreme elder of the Nether sect, and bowed, trembling. Elder Yu, the Nether sect promised to protect us from being threatened by others. We have also been doing things according to your instructions. You can't abandon us now. That's right, Elder Yu. You. Shut up. What do you mean by doing things according to my instructions? When have I ever instructed you to do anything? If you dare to speak carelessly again, be careful that I won't be polite to you. Yu Buchuan interrupted darkly, wishing he could strangle them to death to silence them. Now, the sect's old ancestor's physical body was destroyed, while the Xianling sect had another late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator. And the Nether sect had provoked the Xianling sect 2 months ago, and had also set up a genius competition 1 year later. Added to the old grudges, the most dangerous of the 5 major sects was definitely the Nether sect. These things weighed on his heart like a mountain, making him tremble with fear. How could he have time to care about the people of the Skyfire sect? He now hoped that their deaths could extinguish the Xianling sect's anger. Hearing Yu Buchuan's words, Lai Rulin and the others turned ashen-faced. After exchanging a glance, they abandoned all pretense of dignity and knelt before Gu Jiannan, pleading, Senior Gu, we were blinded by greed. To protect our sects, we committed this grave error. Please, give us another chance. That's right, we will absolutely follow Xianling sect's lead from now on and never repeat this. Indeed, we were only worried about our sect's survival and were forced to rely on Yuming. It was truly a last resort. Their cries of lamentation were hoarse, as if they had endured great injustice. But the surrounding onlookers listened with disdain. They had surrendered to the enemy when things looked bad, and now they were begging for mercy after losing? It was the height of shamelessness. Bah, you dogs! You clearly wanted to scavenge for scraps behind others, and yet you dare claim you're wronged? Wronged my ass. Fu Tianxiong of the Royal Sword Sect was the first to jump out and curse. This time, in the face of his insults, the group remained silent. The Royal Sword Sect was now Xianling sect's top lackey. As long as Xianling sect didn't fall, who would dare provoke them? This was the reward for helping in their time of need. They, the ones waiting to be judged, naturally dared not respond. Gu Jiannan listened quietly until they finished, then coldly said, I haven't even said I was going to kill anyone, and yet you jump out to beg for mercy. You're quite self-aware. Since you claim it was for your sex, I'll give you one chance. The group was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior Gu, for your magnanimity. I knew Gu Jiannan, with disgust, raised his hand to interrupt him. Stop. You will end your own lives, then move your families and sects 300,000 miles away from Xianling sect. But all cultivation resources are to be left behind. Otherwise, he didn't say what would happen otherwise, but everyone knew what those unspoken words implied. The cultivation world was ruthless, and this punishment was considered light. Mou, at least, felt it wasn't enough. However, he didn't pay much attention to these small fries. Next, he would seclude himself to break through. The sect's focus, however, would be on investigating the mastermind behind the scheme, as well as the whereabouts of their ancestor, Longpadian. He was also worried about the two senior sisters they couldn't contact. Seeing his slightly furrowed brow, Lu Yuyan beside him softly asked, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? It's about the two senior sisters. I want to have a detailed talk with Master about it later. Looking at the serious Mou, Lu Yuyan felt his reason for a detailed talk was rather flimsy. After all, it was normal not to be able to connect from afar, especially if they were in some special secret realm. This rascal was probably just making excuses to get closer to her. Her pretty face flushed, and she subtly rolled her eyes at him, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Just then, a sorrowful and resentful cry suddenly echoed through the field. We know we were wrong, what more do you want? He quickly turned his head. He saw a figure soaring into the sky and rapidly fleeing into the distance. It was Lai Rulin, sect leader of the Heavenly Fire sect. At the same time, the heads of the Wang, Yan, and Lu families, as well as the Purple Cloud Pavilion's master, all desperately fled in different directions. Clearly, facing death, none of them were willing to end their own lives. But alas, they hadn't fled 1,000 meters before their bodies fell like broken kites, as if weighed down by a colossal mountain. The speed of their descent was unimaginable. Everyone who looked to the north was shocked and bewildered. They weren't surprised that these people were easily subdued. It would be strange if a few nascent soul cultivators could escape from a late-stage deity transformation powerhouse. What truly shocked them was a luxurious dragon-drawn carriage flying in from the distant horizon. A dragon-drawn carriage wasn't much different from a horse-drawn carriage. It only differed in the animals that pulled it. Those were 4 giant, snow-white dragons. Each one was 20 or 30 zhang long. Judging by its aura, it was far more powerful than the mount of the Flowing Cloud sect's ancestor. All the nascent soul cultivators present couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. It was simply too exaggerated. These 4 white dragons were all early-stage nascent soul demonic beasts. What kind of existence must be in that carriage? Chapter 52. The familiar little girl. Amidst the astonished and shocked gazes of the crowd, the massive, luxurious dragon-drawn carriage arrived before the Xianling sect's mountain gate and came to a halt in the blink of an eye. The driver was an old man in his twilight years, dressed in coarse cloth and short shirt, with a withered frame. His face was stern and cold, his eyes flashing with an aloofness that kept people at arm's length. It was as if nothing in the world could catch his attention. The aura emanating from his body was as mysterious as an abyss. None of the nascent divinity cultivators present could see through his cultivation level. They even had the feeling that they were inferior to him, which made all the big shots present feel a slight tremor in their hearts. Such a figure was actually driving a carriage? The crowd's gaze shifted to the dragon-drawn carriage. The carriage was huge, looking like a moving palace up close. Some well-informed nascent divinity cultivators already had fiery looks in their eyes. The frame of the carriage was actually made of extraterrestrial gold refined marrow, which was a top-grade material for forging superb spiritual treasures. Even a fist-sized piece could cause the cultivators present to fight to the death. Not to mention such a large carriage, even the old ancestors of the 5 major sects would look at it with envy and excitement. As for the carriage's material, it was also the precious 10,000-year-old dragon bone treasure tree, a top-grade material for forging arrays. Countless profound runes were engraved on it, and faint laws flowed slowly within, making it divine and extraordinary. Gu Jiannan also looked on with amazement. Unless he used the giant spirit sword in his hand, there was no way he could break through the carriage's protective array. It was too luxurious. Not to mention the 4 giant dragons, just this carriage alone was something that many major sects could not create even if they exhausted all their resources. What kind of existence could afford to use such a carriage? Everyone was filled with shock and curiosity, including Mou. Just as everyone was in a daze, a heavenly and tender voice suddenly rang out from inside the carriage. Grandpa Gu, have we arrived? Yes, second miss, we have arrived at the Xianling sect. The expression of the old driver, who had been aloof and cold, instantly became as kind and amiable as an old man next door. The smile on his old face was as bright as a chrysanthemum. Mou was speechless. This change of face was too fast, wasn't it? But what did they want at the Xianling sect? Could they also be here for the so-called inheritance? He couldn't help but frown slightly. The people from the 5 major sects, hearing this, had their eyes lit up, their gazes filled with expectation. The origins of these people were obviously extraordinary, especially the two old men, whose strength was unfathomable. If they were here to cause trouble for the Xianling sect, that would be great. The higher-ups of the Xianling sect were on their guard. Now that the crisis was about to pass, they didn't want any more complications at this time. As for the few people from the Heavenly Fire sect, they had long been killed on the spot by the hot-tempered Tang Feihu. Not even their primordial spirits were able to escape. At this moment, the curtain of the dragon-drawn carriage moved, and a small, white jade-like hand reached out. As the curtain was lifted, a petite figure quickly jumped out of the carriage. It was Yi Qingxian. She was a beautiful young girl of 13 or 14 years old, with pure black eyes full of spirit, a well-behaved appearance, and a small, palm-sized face that was as exquisite as carved jade. Under her white silk long dress, her small body was upright, standing tall and graceful like a newly sprouted lotus leaf. The girl also wore a string of jade beads on her wrist, with a pink tassel hanging down. It added a touch of well-behaved playfulness to her ethereal and holy aura. When she saw so many people present, the little girl's face turned red, and she hurriedly stood obediently. An elegant and dignified aura washed over them, her cheeks flushed, making her irresistibly adorable. This likable little girl would make anyone who saw her for the first time feel a strange sense of affection. As a result, no one paid attention to the white-haired old woman who got out of the car with her, nor to the four beautiful maids. Even though the old woman's aura was not at all weaker than that of the old man driving the carriage, and the four maids were all at the nascent soul stage, everyone's attention was still fixed on the little girl. Mou was no exception, and as for his second senior sister, Su Xiao, her eyes had long since lit up. He couldn't help but glance at her. He discovered that even his usually aloof master and eldest senior sister had softened their gazes slightly, which made him a little shocked. This so-called saintly spirit body of the myriad worlds was simply irresistible to all ages. A transparent panel was suspended above the little girl's head. Name: Yi Qingxian, daughter of fortune, age 14 years old, realm, late-stage chi refining, physique, saintly spirit body of the myriad worlds, naturally affable to all living beings in the myriad worlds, protected by the heavenly Tao's fortune, and impervious to all evils. Another daughter of fortune? It was a pity she was too young. He subconsciously shook his head. This beauty in the making would absolutely be a devastating beauty in the future, but he had no interest in her at present. Not to mention in the cultivation world, even in a mortal world like Blue Star, she was still just a child. Furthermore, in the cultivation world where a few hundred years was considered young, this was even more so. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. After getting his system, his first reaction when seeing a daughter of fortune was to figure out how to conquer her. Leaving aside her age, just looking at her entourage, she was definitely a direct descendant of some terrifying cultivation family. At the very least, the current Xianling sect could not afford the dragon-drawn carriage. Going out with two suspected late-stage deification realm experts for deification realm dragons pulling the carriage. Even the maids were nascent soul cultivators. How could someone with such a status be conquered so easily? Besides, he didn't even know if she was friend or foe. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, the little girl walked elegantly towards the Xianling sect side. The old man driving the carriage and the white-haired old woman formed a protective guard on either side, while the four beautiful maids followed at the back. The expressions on their faces were also surprised, clearly not expecting that so many powerful figures would gather here. 30 to 40 deification realm cultivators forced them to be cautious. As the host, Gu Jiannan took the lead in slightly cupping his hands towards the old man driving the carriage, and courteously said, "I wonder what brings you fellow Taoists to our humble sect." Although the other was a driver, Gu Jiannan did not dare to slight him in the least. "We dare not offer guidance. We have come here with a request." The old man paused, and then looked around before continuing, "How about we have a detailed talk after you, fellow Taoist, are done with your current business here?" Gu Jiannan nodded with a smile, "Very well. Yu Yan, take these fellow Taoists to the guest hall. I will arrive shortly." The old man turned his head to look at the white-haired old woman next to him, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. The latter shook her head slightly. Of course, she knew what her companion meant, but the matter here was a little complicated, so it was best not to get involved. Who knew that after the little girl's eyes had swept around, she would stop her gaze on Mou and suddenly ask in a clear voice, "Big brother, do you need any help?" Mou was taken aback, but he still shook his head with a smile. "Thank you, little sister. We can handle these matters ourselves." The little girl's face tightened, and her eyes were exceptionally earnest and sincere. "Oh, if they are bullying you because they have more people, I can ask Grandpa Gu and the others for help. He has never lost a fight." "Okay, if we need help, I'll come find you." Mou suppressed the confusion in his heart and smiled slightly at her. The little girl smiled happily, revealing her teeth, her clear eyes curving like crescent moons as she nodded vigorously. The two old people behind her exchanged surprised glances, both seeing the astonishment in the other's eyes. How could the second young miss be so close to this young man she had just met? Could it be? The two were lost in thought and then followed Lu Yuyan towards the Shenling sect. See you later, big brother. Remember to find me after you finish your work, the little girl said, waving goodbye reluctantly as she walked away. Okay. Mou smiled and nodded. Seeing this scene, the higher-ups of the 5 major sects all wore gloomy expressions. Finally, amidst the mocking laughter of the Shenling sect disciples, they swallowed their anger, gave a few hurried instructions, and slunk away. They had been so ambitious, wanting to annihilate the Shenling sect, yet they had ended up in such a miserable state. The Nether sect's old ancestor even had his physical body destroyed. After today, the Shenling sect would surely be at its peak. Watching the departure of the 5 major sects, Gu Jiannan and the others wore cold expressions. It wasn't convenient to act now. But after some time, they didn't believe the 5 sects would stay together every day. When they relaxed their guard, it would be the time for the Shenling sect to avenge their grudges. Mou followed his grandmaster back to the sect's main hall. The little girl saw him and quickly waved at him with a sweet smile, behaving very obediently. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Mou felt that her smile contained a trace of cautiousness and flattery. This made him even more puzzled. Chapter 53, Begging to Stay, Seeking Opportunity? Seeing the expression on the little girl's face, Mou was utterly taken aback. Although the old man had said earlier that they had a request, with their background, what could they possibly need from the profound spirit sect? Moreover, this little girl had directly approached him. Could this matter be related to him? Big brother, sit here. The little girl pointed to a seat not far away, her smile radiant. Looking at the pure and holy smile on her face, Mou set aside his inner doubts. Then he smiled and sat down beside her. After a few polite greetings, the white-haired old woman introduced Mou kindly. This is my family's second young lady, Yi Qingxian. My old name is Xiang Lanji. Then, she pointed to the poker-faced old man beside her and laughed. That old man who looks like someone owes him spirit stones is called Gu Dongzhou. His face is a bit ugly, but he is not a bad person. Mou couldn't help but glance at the old man. His face was indeed a bit cold, but he couldn't be called ugly. On the contrary, that indifferent, stern face had a hint of a detached and aloof demeanor of a worldly master. Junior Mou pays his respects to the 2 seniors. Mou hurriedly bowed to the 2 elders. You are too polite, young Master Mo. Although the old man didn't smile, he returned the courtesy politely. As for the white-haired old woman, she was much more kind and amiable, her smile growing warmer. Our second young lady has a pure heart and is young, so please forgive any impoliteness from her, young Master Mo. Mou politely shook his head and smiled. Senior is too kind. Miss Yi has the heart of a child, loved by all. How could there be any impoliteness? Ha, if young master doesn't mind, this old woman is relieved. The white-haired old woman laughed happily, clearly pleased with his praise. The little girl turned her bright eyes to look at him, her slender, beautiful legs gracefully together. Granny Xiang, I told you big brother wouldn't mind. After a brief exchange, Xiang Lanji finally got to the point, her old face serious as she sighed. To be honest, we have come here this time with a request. Although it's abrupt, it's a matter of life and death, so we can't worry about propriety. Please speak, fellow Daoist, Gu Jiannan said calmly, without committing to anything. Xiang Lanji hesitated for a moment, then said solemnly, we are from the Yi family of the Divine Revelation continent. The Yi family has a million-year heritage, and it has some reputation in the Divine Revelation continent. The people present couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder their group was so extravagant. It turned out they were an ancient cultivation family from the Divine Revelation continent? That was no wonder. The Azure Underworld, where the Azure Cloud continent was located, was vast and boundless, containing 7 divine continents ranked by size: Divine Revelation, Everlasting Brightness, Snowy Plains, Flat River, Bewitching, Azure Cloud, and Flowing Wind. Each continent was so vast that it seemed like a world of its own, separated by a terrifying and strange endless boundary sea. Ordinary cultivators could not fly across it without nascent soul cultivators or the protection of top-grade flying spiritual treasures. Although the customs and cultures of each continent were different, even the Bewitching continent, the base of demonic cultivators, had no shortage of ancient human cultivation families. And the Azure Cloud continent in the eastern region, with its vast territory and prosperous cultivation civilization, had a relatively low presence in the entire Azure Underworld. There was no comparison with the top-ranked Divine Revelation continent. This Yi family, with a million-year heritage in the Divine Revelation continent, had a foundation far beyond what the profound spirit sect could match. How could it be just a slight reputation? It was probably quite extraordinary. Xiang Lanji paused for a moment, sighed, and continued. 23 years ago, the 4th-generation great-granddaughter of the Yi family's main lineage was born, who was the second young lady's elder sister. But from the moment she was born, she was afflicted with a congenital illness. The Yi family has tried countless methods, but none have worked. Now, her lifespan is almost exhausted. Later, we were fortunate to receive guidance from an expert who stated that only by going to the treasure land of the Far East, the spirit sect of 1,000 mountains, could we find a glimmer of hope. The eastern domain of the Azure Cloud continent is east of the Azure Nether realm, and your sect is located on the very eastern edge of the eastern domain, coupled with the mention of the spirit sect of 1,000 mountains. This is very likely referring to your sect. At this point, everyone, including the white-haired old woman, the poker-faced man, and the petite beauty Yi Qingxian, looked at Gu Jiannan with excitement, their eyes filled with anticipation and tension. Therefore, we have come to this place, hoping to stay in your sect for a while and search for that glimmer of hope. Gu Jiannan couldn't help but ponder. Although what they said might be true, it was just after the news of the immortal Maiden of Bliss's inheritance had spread that someone had come to their door, saying they wanted to stay in the profound spirit sect to seek opportunities. This wasn't just about staying, it was about seeking opportunities within, and who could resist overthinking it? The sect's grounds were the core of its secrets. Many special and precious natural treasures were cultivated and grown there, and treasure pavilions and grottos were scattered throughout. How could they allow outsiders to freely pry? Seeing Gu Jiannan's troubled expression, Xiang Lanji hurriedly took out a storage ring and offered it to him, sincerely saying, "We know that this request is inappropriate, but we are truly out of options. Please understand our urgent desire to save someone. Please accept this small token. If we truly find the opportunity, the Yi family will repay you handsomely." Gu Jiannan swept his divine sense over the pile of precious and rare natural treasures in the ring, feeling shocked, but he didn't take it. He frowned and said, "I wonder what kind of opportunity you are referring to." Xiang Lanji smiled bitterly and placed the storage bag on the table. After exchanging a look with Gu Dongzhou, she frankly said, "We have come here to search for the vermilion bird spirit fruit to cure our young mistress of the harm caused by the 9 nether profounding holy body." 9 nether profounding holy body? Gu Jiannan and the others were immediately shocked, clearly having heard of this rare and strange physique. Only Mou looked blank. Indeed, this physique is powerful, and the speed of cultivation is terrifying. However, without the assistance of the vermilion bird spirit fruit, it will be difficult for her to live past 20. And now, our young mistress is already 23. She had actually managed to hold on for 3 extra years? While Gu Jiannan was shocked, he was also full of confusion. "But my profound spirit sect doesn't have the vermilion bird spirit fruit. Why have you come here? Grandpa Gu, there are many mountains here, and the spiritual energy is rich. Perhaps it's in some corner. Without this fruit, my sister will die." Yi Qingxian said pitifully, her pure eyes already brimming with tears. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her little mouth was trembling, about to cry. Looking at the porcelain doll-like little girl, Gu Jiannan couldn't help but soften, but he still didn't agree. Lu Yuyan opened her mouth to speak, but after glancing at her master, she obediently closed it and simply turned her head away. The other elders also sighed and remained silent. The previous sect annihilation crisis had been a setup. Fortunately, they had Mou's help, and they had managed to withstand it. Now, letting a group of outsiders into the core of the sect and allowing them to wander freely, how could they feel at ease? Seeing that the older ones were unyielding, Yi Qingxian hurriedly turned her head to look at Mou. She didn't speak, she just let large teardrops fall, one after another. Her pitiful appearance made everyone feel heartbroken, not to mention the white-haired old woman. As for the poker-faced old man, Gu Dongzhou, he walked over with a look of distress, stroking the little girl's head and saying in a deep voice, "Second miss, don't cry. Perhaps there isn't any vermilion bird spirit fruit here." That old Taoist's words were vague anyway. "We searched so many places before and couldn't find it. I think he was just trying to fool us. No, there must be one. I feel like this place is very different." Yi Qingxian pouted, her little face like a painted cat, looking at Gu Dongzhou with hopeful stubbornness. The old man immediately wore a worried frown, defeated. But this Xianling sect clearly didn't want people staying to search. What could they do? They couldn't just start a fight because of it, could they? Changing to another sect wasn't out of the question, but recalling the ancient sword that Gu Jiannan held in his hand earlier, he couldn't help but feel a heaviness in his heart. If he wasn't mistaken, that should have been a sacred artifact. And adding to that, those few seated there all had extraordinary auras, and were probably not easy to provoke. Even if he and old lady Xiang had terrifying battle prowess, they weren't confident they could avoid any mishaps. If that were to affect the second miss, the consequences would be dire. Just as they were troubled, Mou suddenly spoke, "Master Ancestor, how about letting them stay temporarily? Consider it making a good connection." Chapter 54, Master, wait for me. In that case, the few of you will stay at our sect for the time being, but please refrain from wandering into certain areas. Gu Jiannan, who had originally wanted to refuse, nodded in agreement this time, and the others didn't object either. The fact that the Xianling sect could come back to life and undergo such a tremendous change was all thanks to Mou. In their eyes, he was truly a person blessed by destiny. Since that was the case, it was natural to listen to him. Moreover, the Xianling sect was not what it used to be. At worst, they could just keep an eye on them. It wouldn't hurt to build a good relationship with the people from the Yi family of the Divine Revelation continent. Everyone quickly found their reasons. Xianlongji and Gu Dongzhou were still dumbfounded. They had seen that this young man was highly regarded in this sect, but they hadn't expected him to be so valued. Just one sentence changed the minds of all the elders? That was impossible in any sect or family clan. This old one thanks young Master Mo on behalf of our young miss. Gu Dongzhou stood up with a serious face and respectfully cupped his fist at Mou, his expression one of gratitude and respect. His usual poker face showed a bright smile for the first time. Mou even saw a bit of boldness and sincerity in it. Whether it succeeds or not, the Yi family owes young Master Mo and the Xianling sect a great favor. We will surely repay it in the future if we have the chance. Xianlongji also rose to bow, her eyes solemn. As for Yi Qingxian, her small mouth was agape with surprise, and she jumped off her stool. Not even bothering to wipe away the tears, she excitedly stood up and bowed gracefully to Mou, shouting happily, "Qingxian thanks big brother, and my sister, if she knew, would be very grateful to you too." She knew that this handsome big brother would be her lucky star on this trip. That feeling of closeness, that mysterious feeling, was indeed correct. The little girl smiled with a brilliant and pure smile, her large eyes curving like crescent moons. In the end, the jelong that pulled their carriage was settled in a lake, while the others stayed at the guest lodgings on the mountain peak beside the lake. Although they were called lodgings, the few of them had no intention of staying. Their focus during this time would be on finding the vermilion bird immortal spirit fruit. So, as soon as they settled in, they eagerly searched the mountain range with the help of the disciples of the Xianling sect. Even Yi Qingxian ran around the mountains with a small snow-white monkey. Mou no longer paid attention to them. Returning to the main hall, he explained to his grandmaster and several grand-uncle masters, "The reason I allowed them to stay is because I can sense that they have no ill intentions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought such a child with them. Another reason is that they come from the Divine Revelation continent, and it was on the Divine Revelation continent that the old ancestor lost contact." Gu Jiannan and the others were immediately shocked, and their eyes showed a look of understanding. It seemed that little Yu also believed that their grand-uncle had met with trouble. The group couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. The joy they felt from the increase in their strength and defeating their powerful enemy was greatly diminished. Alas, in matters like these, they were not as calm and comprehensive as the younger generation. They were truly ashamed. Tang Feihu, blushing, asked, "Little Yu, do you want them to help inquire about information?" "Yes, after all, it is their territory." Shen Baichuan and the others nodded in agreement. That is indeed a good idea. Judging by the Yi family's power, they are definitely not an ordinary family on the Divine Revelation continent. With their help, it will surely be twice as effective. Gu Jiannan couldn't help but stand up and pace back and forth in the hall, saying, "Grand-uncle has been out of contact for so many years. Now that the sex crisis has been temporarily resolved, and third junior brother and little Yu have also recovered their foundations. If there are no other matters after a while, I will go to the Divine Revelation continent." Shen Baichuan hurriedly stood up, anxiously saying, "Eldest senior brother, the sect needs you to be here to oversee and deter others. Let me go. Don't fight over it. I haven't left the sect for 100 years. Now that my cultivation has recovered, I'll take this opportunity to go out and have a look." Situ Xiaotian's one sentence snatched the right to go out. At this point, no one was scrambling anymore. If they were truly going to the God's Revelation continent to look for their grandmaster, how could it be smooth sailing? But the third disciple had been in seclusion for 100 years, and before that, he had been living under the shadow of his realm's fall. It would do him good to go out and relax. This was necessary for adjusting his mindset and even for breaking through in the future. If it had been before, everyone wouldn't have dared to even dream of reaching the return to void stage. But now, with the breakthrough pill, as long as they accumulated enough and had a flawless mental state, it became very possible. The matter was temporarily settled, and the Yi family's gifts were returned. After giving his master a look, Mou went out and flew straight to the back mountain. Since his physique had recovered, he had returned to his cave dwelling. The 1,000-mile mountain range where the mysterious spirit sect was located had countless peaks. As long as a cultivator reached the golden core stage, they could independently open up their own cave dwelling. As the sect master's personal disciple and the youngest inner sect elder, Mou's moon invitation peak was in the top 10 of the mysterious spirit sect in terms of spiritual energy and scenery. The two senior sisters naturally also had their own cave dwellings, but they used to prefer living with their master. Now, for the convenience of cultivation, they had both moved into Mou's cave dwelling. The entire back mountain was now occupied by only Lu Yuyan. Being alone with him at this moment, Lu Yuyan felt a strange tension. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and then spoke calmly, "Your two senior sisters may not be in danger even if we haven't contacted them yet, so don't worry. Oh, Mou pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned to look at her seriously. Master, did you let eldest sister and the others come back because you wanna go back on your word? Go back on what? Lu Yuyan's eyes flickered slightly. She knew that this brat was definitely not just asking about the other two disciples' situation. Humph, he's taking advantage and playing innocent. She had originally wanted to let the two disciples decide for themselves, but she hadn't expected the two silly disciples to agree to this brat. This made her feel annoyed while also giving rise to a subtle emotion that she didn't even understand herself. I haven't forgotten what you said in the ancient Forbidden Zone that day. Mou began to act like a rogue. He already had the two senior sisters, and facing his master, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. But since his master had become his woman, then she naturally couldn't be missed. Lu Yuyan was both angry and amused. She quickly put on a serious face, her beautiful eyes glaring at him fiercely, and scoffed, "What, you're not satisfied after getting your two senior sisters? These are two different things. When we made the agreement, it wasn't specified that I could only marry one of you. Besides, you were the one who played matchmaker. The current Mou could only play the rogue. If they were to talk about logic, he was naturally in the wrong. Then according to what you said, can I find myself two Dao partners as well?" Lu Yuyan gritted her teeth in anger. Why hadn't she realized before that this disciple was such a shameless rogue? No, you can't do such a thing. Mou still smiled cheekily. This made Lu Yuyan suddenly feel like she was completely in his grasp. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, "What if I just did it? Then I'll kill your other Dao partner. If you find one, I'll kill one. Either he dies or I die. There can only be one." Mou's eyes were incredibly serious as he said this. This made Lu Yuyan want to hit him with a board. She certainly knew that this brat was serious. "Get out of here, I'm going into seclusion soon." Lu Yuyan did not continue the topic, but she did not deny it either, which made Mou secretly rejoice. "Okay, I'll break through to the nascent soul stage soon, master, please wait for me." After bidding farewell, Mou happily flew towards his cave dwelling. He felt like he was going to break through in the next few days, so he had to seize the time to cultivate. "You little lecher." Looking at his departing back, Lu Yuyan's eyes were subtle, her flushed cheeks were shy, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 55. The woman who says one thing but means another. The five major sects pressured the Profound Spirit sect, but not only did they fail, but the old ancestor of the Nether sect, Yubaihu, had his physical body destroyed by Gu Jiannan's single sword. Once the news spread, it caused an uproar throughout the Eastern Domain's cultivation world. No one had expected that the Profound Spirit sect, which they thought was doomed, would experience such a shocking reversal, practically blinding everyone's eyes. The sky of the Eastern Domain was about to change. Bright Moon Kingdom, Lingshan County. The Shu family's old residence. The family head, Zhu Nengfei, and a group of family elders were sitting there looking bewildered. Their faces, as they looked at each other, were filled with shock and disbelief. After a long while, the dumbfounded elders finally came back to their senses. Then, they excitedly slapped their thighs. The family head is truly wise and divine, otherwise, our fate would have been the same as those other families. That's right, originally, if we hadn't provided support, while it wouldn't have been a big mistake, it would have definitely made the Profound Spirit sect uncomfortable. But now, compared to those other families, we didn't add insult to injury, which makes us seem very commendable. We really have to thank them. As long as we seize this opportunity, our Zhu family will definitely rise to another level. Zhu Ningfei glanced at everyone, his eyes filled with surprise, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "It's a little late to choose a side now, but it's better than doing nothing. We must not hesitate any longer. From now on, just remember one thing, we are the blade in the hands of the Profound Spirit sect. Wherever it points, we will strike." Yes, family head. The reason they didn't add insult to injury was purely because Zhu Ningfei was worried that they would be dragged down by the enraged Profound Spirit sect. Although the Zhu family was a powerful cultivation family in Lingshan County, they were as weak as ants in front of a behemoth like the Profound Spirit sect. Even if they faced the five major sects and seemed to have no power to retaliate, cough cough, of course, now it seems they were clearly hiding their strength. But no matter what, as long as one elder escaped, they could destroy the Zhu family. This kind of situation was not something they could participate in. So after discussing it with the Yin family, they chose to stay neutral. This behavior, at the time, was extremely risky. Not only did they not please either side, but they also offended both. But now it seems like an extremely wise decision. It was only 3 or 5 times worse than the sword control sect's gamble. Thinking of this, Zhu Ningfei couldn't help but feel regret in his heart. If he had been like the sword control sect, the Zhu family would have taken off on the spot. Compared to the Zhu family's surprise mixed with joy, the sword control sect had already completely descended into a frenzy. As one of the major sects of the Bright Moon Kingdom, the expulsion of those 2 sects and 3 families left a power vacuum, as well as many resources like mines and medicinal fields. This would definitely allow the sword control sect to undergo a complete transformation. The most important thing was that they had completely latched onto the profound spirit sect's leg. No matter how much they expand and develop in the future, other sects wouldn't dare to interfere. Because now everyone knew that the Sword Control sect was the profound spirit sect's loyal little brother. They weren't afraid of death before. Now, besides not being afraid of death, they also had a strong backer who would dare to provoke them. At this moment, the most complex feelings belonged to the Heaven Sword Gate and the Jade Snow Palace. The outcome of the profound spirit sect also exceeded their imagination and expectations. No one had thought that it would end this way. The key was the powerful combat strength displayed by Gu Jiannan, which shocked them all. Everyone had always thought that he only had a mid-nascent soul stage strength. They didn't expect that he had quietly stepped into the late nascent soul stage. He was really hiding it deep. Could it be that the other members of the profound spirit sect were also hiding their strength? The old ancestor of the Heaven Sword Gate, Li Kei, couldn't help but look at the Jade Snow Palace's old ancestor and Xiao Xian, who was sitting calmly in the main seat, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. They were all human beings who had lived for thousands of years, and none of them were stupid. This point, the other party must have thought of, but he still couldn't help but ask, Daoistan, do you think this is the full strength of the profound spirit sect? And Xiao Xian looked at him calmly, not answering the question directly, but asking in return, is it important whether it is their true strength? The current profound spirit sect is already the number one in the eastern region. But the 5 major sects probably won't let this go. They will only unite more closely. Because they are afraid of being retaliated against. I wonder, what are Daoist Li's Heavenly Sword sect's plans? Li Kei couldn't help but shake his head and laugh loudly. Then what about Daoistan? Given your friendship with Daoist long in the past, I thought you would directly lend a hand this time. The old woman, who originally had a calm face and an elegant temperament, immediately lost her composure. A flash of irritation abruptly swept across her kind face, which had been eroded by time. Humph, don't mention him to me. I have long since broken ties with that person. What does the life and death of his profound spirit sect have to do with my Jade Snow sect? Li Kei stroked his white beard, shaking his head and smiling, not exposing her any further. If she really didn't care, why would she have secretly hidden near the profound spirit sect? Ha, a woman of duplicity. If the 5 major sects continue to form an alliance, and even pull in the forces of the upper 5 kingdoms, you won't help either? No, let his profound spirit sect live or die on its own. Are you really sure? Why do you talk so much nonsense? And Xiao Xian glared at him, her face flushed with anger. Li Kei didn't pay any attention, his old face full of teasing smiles. Ha, if that's the case, then let's quietly watch the show. And Xiao Xian glanced at him, coldly snorting, isn't the girl from your Heavenly Sword sect engaged to the boy from the other side? Did they break it off? Not yet, it's said that the boy is already running out of time, there's no need to lose face for nothing. Li Kei couldn't help but sigh, a look of pity on his face. That boy, in the past, how outstanding and dazzling his talent was. He really had high hopes for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to marry his own heavenly daughter to him. What a pity! Bang Chenjie angrily smashed the Eastern Palace Hall to pieces. While smashing, he furiously roared, the Netherworld sect is simply trash, and the other major sects are all bullshit. This inexplicable rage had been pent up for a long time, making him feel like he was about to explode. The 5 major sects pressured the profound spirit sect, yet they were instead severely slapped in the face by the other side? Didn't all the rare treasures he gave them go to waste? Not to mention the peerless beauty that the other party promised. All of his hard work ended up being for nothing. Thinking of Mou, with his arms around beauties, his heart was filled with jealousy and anger. This matter absolutely cannot be left like this. Thinking of the peerless divine sword in Gu Jiannan's hands, his eyes suddenly lit up. A plan quietly surfaced in his mind. Come, prepare the carriage and guards for this crown prince, I will go to the Flowing Cloud sect. Chen Jie shouted in a cold voice. Chapter 56, Preparing for a Breakthrough. Mysterious Spirit Sect. Moon Invitation Peak. Eldest senior sister, second senior sister, I feel like I'm about to break through, so it's best not to stop midway during this cultivation. Looking at their serious-faced junior brother, Lu Ruyu, and Su Xiaoro felt a surge of shyness. To not interrupt, wouldn't that mean they'd have to in all this time? The two of them had never cultivated together with their junior brother at the same time. The 2 women felt their hearts race. Yet, despite their shyness, they agreed in unison. Okay. Mou felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He knew very well how much mental resistance the 2 shy senior sisters had to overcome. But it wasn't that he was deliberately looking for a reason to play the dragon with 2 phoenixes. It was just that the combination of the chaotic yin-yang scripture and the Tao scripture was simply too powerful. A single cultivation session lasted at least 3 or 4 hours, and that was with him deliberately accelerating the entire process. Then, after a short rest, they could start cultivating again. But his senior sisters couldn't handle that kind of intensity. Not just physically. Also, their dantian sees. The terrifying spiritual energy that suddenly flooded in couldn't be completely digested in a short period. With the eldest senior sister's cultivation, she could only handle about 4 hours of dual cultivation a day. The second senior sister was even more fragile, reaching her limit after 3 hours. If Mou insisted on continuing, it could very likely cause her chi to explode. It was at this point that he understood why the system wanted him to find daughters of fortune, because ordinary women simply couldn't dual cultivate with him. He turned his head towards his second senior sister, her status panel quietly appearing. Name: Sushiro, daughter of fortune, age 380, realm late stage, golden core physique, exquisite immortal body, not fully awakened. Hint: those with this physique possess extraordinary innate comprehension, can automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and cultivate at a heaven-defying speed. But to fully awaken it, one must use the exquisite immortal crystal as a guide. He couldn't help but sigh slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to help his second senior sister fully awaken her physique, but the exquisite immortal crystal was just too expensive. One single crystal cost 5 million fortune points. If it weren't for the massive financial hole he had to fill every year, he would have bought it without hesitation. But now, he could only endure it. Luckily, this wasn't an urgent matter. The speed at which they were currently cultivating using the dual cultivation method was already terrifying. For every hour of dual cultivation, Mou increased his cultivation by 10 days, while his senior sisters received half the effect. Even if the second senior sister only dual cultivated for 3 hours a day, it was equivalent to half a month. That was a 15-fold increase compared to before. The eldest senior sister was 20 times faster. Of course, compared to Mou, it seemed very ordinary, because he spent 7 out of 12 hours a day cultivating, which meant a single day was equivalent to 70 days in the past. But once Mou spent all his fortune points and couldn't repay the system loan one day, then everything he possessed because of the system would vanish into thin air. Therefore, he wouldn't spend his fortune points recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Unless he conquered another daughter of fortune in a short period of time. The eldest senior sister's situation was similar, although her innate lapis lazuli saint body was already fully awakened. She was still limited by the lack of a saint-grade spiritual crystal, and her cultivation speed was also limited. And the so-called saint-grade spiritual crystal was said to be produced only in small quantities within a dangerous restricted area in the enchantment continent. Even late-stage divine transformation experts regarded it as a treasure, because the spiritual energy inside contained a trace of the original chi of the law. Comprehending the power of the law was the key to stepping from the divine transformation stage to the return to void stage. So, although saint-grade spiritual crystals were a bit easier to obtain than exquisite immortal crystals, it was still unrealistic to use them for long-term cultivation. At least the current mysterious spirit sect didn't have even a single one. Seeing their junior brother staring at the two of them in a daze, Sushiro, despite her cheeks being as red as blood, still shyly spoke first. Junior brother, then let us begin. The gentle and kind her still thought that junior brother was embarrassed to speak because he was worried about them being shy. Okay, Mou did not explain. Smiling, he took the hands of his two senior sisters and strode into the spacious bedroom. Bang! The doors and windows instantly closed. Although it wasn't the first time, each time they cultivated, Luruyu and Sushiro were strikingly consistent. That was, they were still as shy as virgins. However, with junior brother's guidance, the two had gradually learned to cooperate. As for this time, everything was fine, it was just too embarrassing. Granny Xiang, do you think brother Mo might be the divine son mentioned in the prophecy? Yi Qingxian's bright eyes were full of curiosity. Since this mountain peak was not an important place, the Xianling sect disciples were not following too closely. Xian Lanji glanced at the treasure-seeking spirit ape running rapidly in front and chuckled. How could that be? He is just a foundation establishment cultivator, a 300-year-old foundation establishment cultivator. This talent can only be considered average. Yi Qingxian's small face showed a slight dissatisfaction. Just average? I think brother Mo is definitely more powerful than you think. Ha, is that so? You have so much confidence in him? The old woman affectionately rubbed her head, her smile kind. Yi Qingxian nodded seriously. Of course, if brother Mo's talent was just average, why would those old grandpas value his words so much? Xian Lanji was immediately stunned, her aged eyes thoughtful. She thought again of the sentence the old Taoist had divined after burning his life to cast the forbidden spell. She unconsciously muttered, the treasure land of the Far East, the spirit sect of 1,000 mountains, the divine son of danger, all things. Her words stopped abruptly. It wasn't that she didn't want to say the rest, but no one knew it. At that time, only a few large golden characters had appeared in the night sky, and that old Taoist with terrifying power had already vomited blood and fainted. Even now, she still remembered the shock and awe on his face. In one night, the old Taoist seemed to have aged by hundreds of years. Xianlanji came back to her senses and hurriedly and sternly instructed, "Second miss, revealing the secrets of heaven has great consequences, you must never tell him this, understand?" Yi Qingxian seemed to understand but hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Okay." The old woman was not reassured and smiled bitterly. "You must remember, some things that you know before you should know them are not necessarily good. You must never do good deeds with good intentions and end up harming him." "Yes. Granny Xiang, don't worry, I will never harm Brother Mo." This time, Yi Qingxian's small face was extremely serious, and her head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Xianlanji couldn't help but laugh. However, the second miss was fated to meet that young man, which might not be a bad thing. At least this time she could stay in the Shenling sect, seeking a chance of survival. It was all thanks to the other party, and this kindness must be remembered. Now what remained was to confirm whether this place was the place mentioned in the prophecy. Thinking of the eldest miss with her life nearing its end, her heart could not help but become heavy. As for Yi Qingxian, her small face was full of anticipation. She believed that she would definitely be able to find the vermilion bird holy spirit fruit for her sister. She definitely could. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and more than 10 days had passed. At this time, Xianlanji and others had carefully searched 80% of the nearby mountains. Even with the powerful divine senses of Xianlanji and Gudongzhou, they looked exhausted. Not to mention Yi Qingxian and her several maids, who all looked haggard. Unfortunately, there was still no harvest. But none of them gave up and continued to search patiently. "Break for me!" Mou roared angrily, his whole body's spiritual power rushing towards a certain acupoint like a river. A powerful and astonishing aura rolled and boiled around him. Today, he was determined to break into the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Chapter 57. Stepping into the late stage of the nascent soul at this moment, Mou's Qi was like an underwater volcano erupting, fiercely churning and boiling. The terrifying momentum was at least 10 times more intense than when he broke through to the late nascent soul stage a century ago. And it was still growing stronger. Even he himself was stunned. He knew that this was all because the cultivation method was different from before. The Tao scripture, which he had bought with 100 billion loan, now seemed worth every penny. Judging from the current situation, once he broke through, he was confident that with his late nascent soul cultivation, he could face a deity transformation stage cultivator head-on and win. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to operate his cultivation method, focusing on the breakthrough with all his might. In his Naiwan palace, the nascent soul little figure was becoming increasingly dazzling and holy, like a brilliant little sun. The spiritual energy of the entire moon invitation peak suddenly became restless, but it was quickly concealed by the formations set up on the mountain peak. The entire profound spirit sect remained oblivious. Only the 3 supreme elders in the late deity transformation stage glanced towards moon invitation peak with slight puzzlement. When their divine senses detected that the formation there was still intact, they confidently retracted their gaze. Time passed day by day for the sake of safety. Mou did not use the realm-breaking pill this time. He was worried that the extreme limit that the realm-breaking pill could achieve was not the extreme limit of his cultivation method, which would be a greater loss. It was like climbing a mountain. Ordinary cultivators could only reach the halfway point. But with the realm-breaking pill, they could be sent to the summit. However, Mou, with the Tao scripture, could completely break through the summit and then soar into the sky. Naturally, he would not sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Now it seemed that his choice, the system's suggestion was very correct. The 2 peerless beauties, who were quietly guarding Mou, were now looking at each other in shock and awe, speechless. They could see the terrifying power of laws rapidly revolving around their little junior brother. A holy and tall illusory figure was slowly forming behind him. A golden body illusion? The 2 women exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with horror. The so-called golden body illusion was a life-bound Tao technique that cultivators would only begin to cultivate after entering the deity transformation stage. With the divine soul of a nascent soul cultivator, they could not reach the intensity to cultivate a golden body. Only deity transformation stage cultivators could delve into it. Refining essence into Qi, refining Qi into spirit, refining spirit to return to emptiness, refining emptiness to merge with the Tao. These were the inevitable small steps that any cultivator had to take. And the so-called deity transformation was the transformation of the upper yang spirit and the lower yin spirit. Only when the yin and yang spirits merged to form a truly perfect and flawless primordial spirit could one be considered to have reached the great perfection of the deity transformation stage. Finally, when the primordial spirit returned to the original self of emptiness, one could be said to have truly touched the great Tao. This was the returning emptiness stage that cultivators in the eastern region could only aspire to but never reach. And the golden body was the outward manifestation of a cultivator's primordial spirit. The stronger the primordial spirit, the more solid the manifested illusion would be. In the end, the golden body would even become almost tangible and possess all sorts of terrifying and profound great divine abilities. That kind of realm was not something that the two women could dare to imagine now. Right now, their little junior brother had not yet broken through to the deity transformation stage, and yet his golden body had already begun to condense. How could they not be shocked? Normally, a cultivator who had just entered the deity transformation stage would not even think about it. But even if their little junior brother broke through, he would only be in the late nascent soul stage? The two women looked at each other, their beautiful eyes filled with shock. The commotion caused by this breakthrough was even more exaggerated than when those few uncles had broken through from nascent soul to deity transformation a few days ago. However, their little junior brother was currently in the midst of his breakthrough, so the two had no choice but to suppress their curiosity and quietly guard him, not daring to make the slightest noise. As time passed, the illusory figure gradually solidified. Although its face was still a chaotic blur, the ancient and vicissitudinous aura silently spread out, becoming even more powerful than before. The spiritual energy within 1,000 miles was pouring into him like a dam bursting, and the range was still expanding. By this point, even a great formation designed to conceal auras could no longer hide it. The entire Xianling sect was completely alarmed. The first to react were the three supreme elders in the late stage of divine transformation. Gu Jiannan, Xian Baichuan, and Sima Xiaotian arrived above inviting Moon Peak almost simultaneously. Then, they joined forces to lay down several layers of barriers, allowing spiritual energy to enter but not letting any aura leak out. As soon as they set up the barriers, Lu Qingxia and Tang Feihu arrived, their eyes filled with shock. Eldest brother, what's wrong with Xiaoyu? The commotion is so huge? It seems like he's breaking through. Gu Jiannan wore an equally astonished expression. A breakthrough wasn't strange, but the commotion was unreasonable. It was more lively than entering the divine transformation stage. A breakthrough? This is really too exaggerated. Looking at the vast and boundless river of spiritual energy, everyone was dumbfounded. When we broke through to the divine transformation stage a few days ago, there wasn't such a huge commotion. He's still only in the late nascent soul stage. Zhou Buyu and others, who had rushed over, were also dumbfounded. Haven't you all realized that he's about to step into the late nascent soul stage? He's only 300 years old. In the entire eastern region, is there a 300-year-old cultivator in the late nascent soul stage? Lei Lai's eyes were glazed over, then he looked at everyone in shock and added, moreover, his foundation was destroyed for 100 years in between, so it's equivalent to him only cultivating for 200 years. It's true, comparing people is infuriating those present. Wang Sanyu originally wanted to say, are there any present who could compare? But realizing his master and uncles were present, he quickly swallowed his words. But everyone naturally understood what he hadn't said. They all exchanged complicated glances. Okay, if they really compared themselves to Xiaoyu, everyone present was trash. Ahem, today's matter, no one is allowed to leak it. Quickly seal off the surroundings, don't let anyone else come over. Those who don't have anything to do, leave, don't gather here. Gu Jiannan solemnly instructed, starting to shoo people away. Only then did the crowd reluctantly leave. In the end, only Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia, who wouldn't leave, remained, sitting cross-legged in the void, guarding the process. After another 3 days, Mou's breakthrough finally came to an end. At this moment, he felt comfortable all over, an unprecedented feeling of power arising spontaneously. The current him could at least beat 10 of the previous Mou. The Tao scripture is indeed extraordinary. Mou thought inwardly and slowly opened his eyes. An invincible confidence emanated from him. The Chaos Yin-Yang method, while only enhancing cultivation speed, the Tao scripture enhanced not only the speed but also the quality. As long as one cultivated according to that technique, there would be no flaws, directly peeking into the great Tao. However, although he now possessed the entire Tao scripture and understood all the profound meanings within, it was like knowing the path up the mountain. Even if one saw the great Tao, there wouldn't be any gains without walking it. But compared to those who needed to find the great Tao themselves, this cheat was extraordinary. Others were crossing the river with their eyes closed, while he had a smooth road. There was no comparison at all. Plus, with the Chaos Yin-Yang scripture as an accelerator, he was full of strong anticipation and confidence in his future. Not to mention the divine transformation, returning to void would only become his starting point. Looking at their radiant and spirited junior brother, Lu Ruyu and Su Xiaoro had long been stunned. Although their junior brother had an extraordinary temperament and a peerlessly handsome face before, compared to now, it felt like something was missing. Right, invincible dominance. Their junior brother was also confident before, but definitely didn't have the invincible aura he had now. That was like he could handle anything in the world. It made them become mesmerized for a moment. Cough, eldest senior sister, second senior sister, what's wrong with you? Mou looked bewildered. Ah, it's nothing. The The two women then woke up with a start, glancing at each other with slight shyness, before hurriedly asking, "Junior brother, you've already broken through?" "Yes, I've broken through." Mou smiled happily, but without any hint of smugness. Late-stage nascent soul cultivators were already figures of unreachable heights among the younger generation. But he was no longer comparing himself to the younger generation. Instead, his comparison was with all cultivators in the eastern region, even all cultivators and living beings in the Azure Cloud continent and even the Azure Netherworld. Just then, several figures suddenly flew from afar. It was Xianglanji and the others, their faces full of shock. In the latter's hand, an ancient stone disc was emitting a dazzling purple light. However, when it approached the group, the light on the stone disc suddenly went out. Could it be a mistake? Xianglanji looked at Mou, then at Gu Jiannan and the other two who had descended from the sky. Her face was filled with doubt. Chapter 58. The Ancestors echo Brother Mo. Hello. Yi Qingxian forced a smile and greeted him, looking well behaved. You too. Mou smiled and nodded. Just by looking at her face, he knew that they must have had no gains recently. Therefore, he didn't ask any further questions. Fellow Daoist Gu, fellow Daoist Lu, fellow Daoist Mo, we felt a huge fluctuation of spiritual energy here from a distance just now. That's why we came to investigate out of curiosity. Please forgive us for being presumptuous. Xianglanji cupped her hands apologetically towards the group, her smile gentle and warm. It's alright, I wonder how the recent harvest of your fellow Taoists has been. Gu Jiannan glanced at the strange stone plate in her hand and smiled faintly. Of course, he knew that things might not be so simple. However, he didn't press the matter, nor did he intend to explain the situation just now. Xianglanji also tacitly didn't continue the topic and said with a wry smile, "We have searched the area within 2,000 miles and still have found nothing. Perhaps the opportunity has not yet arrived, or maybe we are looking in the wrong direction. In a few days, if it is still the same, we should take our leave." Having said this, she bowed sincerely again, looking grateful. "We have disturbed your sect recently, and we are very sorry. If fate allows, you are welcome to visit the Yi family in the Divine Enlightenment continent. Fellow Taoist Xiang is too kind. We will definitely come to visit if we have the opportunity." After a few words of pleasantries, Xianglanji and the others prepared to say goodbye. However, Yi Qingxian suddenly turned her head, her dark eyes looking at Mou expectantly. "Brother Mo, can I come and chat with you tonight?" As if afraid of being rejected, she hurriedly added, "It won't take up too much of your time. If you are busy, tomorrow will also be fine." Mou was slightly stunned. Apart from the first day, he had been busy breaking through lately, and the two of them hadn't seen each other at all. He was indeed a little curious about what the little girl wanted to talk to him about, so he readily nodded, "Of course you can." Then goodbye, Brother Mo, and goodbye to Grandpa Gu, Grandma Lu, and the two beautiful sisters. The little girl smiled sweetly at everyone and waved. Her mood was clearly much better than before. The poker-faced old man, Gu Dongzhou, looked surprised, and Xianglanji also wore an astonished expression. However, the four beautiful maids didn't look too surprised. They had obviously known about this for a long time. However, their gazes towards Mou were still full of curiosity and amazement. There were not many people who could get their young miss to take such initiative in getting close to them. However, they had rarely seen such a handsome and charming man either. It was truly pleasing to the eye. After they had left, Mou respectfully saluted the two old people. "Grand Ancestor, Grand Uncle Ancestor, would you like to come and sit at my place?" Gu Jiannan and the other looked at each other and nodded without hesitation. "Alright. Just kidding, even if Mou hadn't invited them, they would have asked for clarification." Their hearts were as itchy with curiosity as if they were being scratched by cat paws. As soon as they sat down, Lu Qingxia couldn't wait to ask, "Little you, did you break through?" "Yes, I've reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm." Mou nodded calmly. Even though they had already expected it, seeing his calm and composed demeanor, Lu Qingxia couldn't help but feel speechless. "Why do I feel like you're not happy at all that you've broken through?" "That's right, young people should have the vigor of young people." Gu Jiannan also stroked his white beard in agreement. How did it seem like they were more excited than Mou, who had broken through? This child was too mature for his age. If one didn't know better, they would think that they hadn't seen the world. Mou couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Grand Ancestor, Grand Uncle Ancestor, I've only broken through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. It's still far from the true great Tao." These words rendered the two old people speechless. If he put it that way, they were only at the transformation god stage. Then wouldn't the surprise and excitement they had when they broke through their realms be a joke to this kid? But isn't it good for a disciple to be humble and low-key? Why is there still an urge to curse someone? Even Lu Ruyu and Su Xiao felt that their junior brother's words were a bit irritating. "What do you mean by just the late-stage nascent soul realm? One was in the early nascent soul realm, and the other was in the late-stage golden core realm. Wouldn't they be even more insignificant?" Gu Jiannan quickly changed the subject. Just broke through. The realm is not solid enough. We must seize the time to consolidate. Speaking of this, he suddenly paused. With the commotion Xiaoyu just made, this realm was probably solid to the extreme, right? Whose late-stage nascent soul realm could cause such a commotion? That power was not inferior to a deity transformation cultivator. Alas, having such a monstrous grand disciple isn't good either. It's hard to even find a few words to show concern. Lu Qingxiao was equally speechless, but the joy and pride in her eyes couldn't be concealed. This was the heavens chosen of the Xinling sect. In the future, he would surely soar above the 9 heavens, shocking the entire eastern region, even the Azure Cloud continent. Just as Gu Jiannan didn't know what to say, his communication talisman suddenly vibrated. He quickly took it out, and then his whole person fell into joy. But soon, the joy turned into shock and worry. Senior brother, what's wrong? Lu Qingxia frowned solemnly. Mou and the others were also looking at their grandmaster with fiery eyes full of curiosity. Now that the 5 major sects, logically, shouldn't dare to provoke the Xinling sect so easily. Then, who else could make the grandmaster show this expression? It's martial uncle, he replied. Gu Jiannan's expression was heavy. He sighed deeply, and continued, he said, don't look for him unless we reach the Dao integration realm. What? Did martial uncle not say where he is? Did he not say why we have to reach the Dao integration realm to find him? Lu Qingxiao's face turned pale, her weathered eyes filled with shock. The Dao integration realm? That was such a distant realm. The entire eastern region doesn't even have a void refinement cultivator right now, let alone the Dao integration realm? If that's the case, then it's equivalent to saying they shouldn't even bother looking for him this lifetime. Their greatest dream right now is merely to step into the void refinement realm. For cultivators, the most important thing is to be down to earth, taking one step at a time. The most taboo thing is to be ambitious and unrealistic. Otherwise, it's just courting a blow, adding an impossible obsession to oneself for no reason. Martial uncle didn't say much else. Gu Jiannan closed his eyes tightly, his face filled with grief. The 2 women also looked sorrowful. This matter was already beyond their capabilities. Only Mou, although his face was guilty, his eyes were firm. Wasn't it just the Dao integration realm? Others can't step into it, but he believed he definitely could. The ancestor went to the god-initiated continent to help him find the source of the great Tao. Now it seemed that he was likely trapped in some dangerous forbidden area or controlled by some terrifying existence. Otherwise, it wouldn't take so long to reply with such a short sentence today. However, judging from the fact that the ancestor could still reply, the possibility of him being controlled was low. He looked calmly at his grandmaster and the others, his tone firm. Grandmaster, Master, don't worry, I will definitely step into the Dao integration realm and save him. Lu Qingxia couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake her head. Is the Dao integration realm so easy to reach? Since the Demon Extermination War, in nearly 100,000 years, the eastern region hasn't produced a single void refinement cultivator. During that time, how many incredibly talented geniuses have there been? But she didn't continue. Although Xiaoyu's talent was unparalleled, a monstrous genius, they believed he could reach the void refinement realm. But the Dao integration realm, it was still too far away to be talking about now. Sigh, Xiaoyu, don't put too much pressure on yourself, just cultivate properly, your granduncle master's matter is on us. Gu Jiannan comforted him, his heart also not believing Mou's words. However, it was natural for young people to have such ambition, so he wouldn't discourage him. But the further you go on the path of cultivation, the harder it becomes to break through. This is also why there are so many early-stage deity transformation cultivators. But it's the main reason why there are only a handful of late-stage deity transformation cultivators. Even with Xiaoyu's breakthrough pills, they would at most dare to hope for the return to void stage. But above the return to void stage, those breakthrough pills are useless. And even if they were still useful, you'd have to accumulate to that level first, right? This accumulation process alone would filter out 80% of cultivators. Didn't explain much to the 2 elders' doubts. He'd just let the facts speak for themselves when the time came. After the 2 old people left, pulled his eldest sister into the house. Eldest sister, it's time to cultivate. Ah, now, but it's still daytime. Lu Ruyu's pretty face flushed red. That little girl will be looking for me tonight. I'm afraid I won't have time. Okay, alright then. Chapter 59, The Little Beauty's Request. 4 hours later. The radiant Mou, with a bashful Lu Ruyu in his arms, walked out of the spacious and luxurious room. It was a room that Mou had specially renovated for his cultivation. Eldest sister, take a rest first. I'm going to cultivate with second sister. Mou planted a hard kiss on his eldest sister's red lips before smiling and walking towards his second sister in the courtyard. Ever since he helped her break through those 2 days ago, his second sister had been adamant about not doing it together with the 3 of them. The reason was nothing more than her unique physique, which was prone to a hem. He had told his second sister many times that it had nothing to do with drinking water, but she didn't believe him at first. Little junior brother, don't you need to rest for a bit? Su Xiaoro glanced at her eldest sister, her cheeks flushed. She had made a fool of herself in front of her eldest sister that day, and she still blushed every time she saw her. As for her little junior brother, well, it wasn't the first or second time, so she was a little bit used to it. The important thing was that her little junior brother wouldn't laugh at her. Of course, her eldest sister wouldn't laugh either, but she still felt guilty. Mou couldn't possibly not know what she was thinking, so he couldn't help but chuckle. It's okay, I've already rested enough. It wasn't him just being stubborn, he was already strong. And now that he had broken through in his cultivation level, his continuous combat ability had improved quite a bit. Seeing that there was no escaping, Su Xiaoro could only shyly let her little junior brother lead her into the room. From beginning to end, she didn't even dare to look at her eldest sister. Bang! As the doors and windows closed, she finally relaxed a bit. Second sister, are you very afraid of eldest sister? Mou couldn't help but tease her with a chuckle. What? Why would I be afraid of eldest sister? Su Xiaoro's cheeks flushed even more, but her mouth was stubborn. Naturally, she wouldn't admit it. Humph, this little junior brother, he was very bad. She couldn't help but bite her red lips, then glare fiercely at him. But with someone's slight move, her feigned fierce expression instantly melted into a pool of tenderness amidst her gasps, gentle as water. Bad person, always bullying people. Then do you want to be bullied by me? Humph, I won't tell you, 3 hours later. The bashful Su Xiaoro once again collapsed onto the bed. After a while, she got up to put on her clothes. Her pair of intelligent and beautiful eyes glared shyly at Mou, who was openly watching her, and she said with a delicate pout, little junior brother, aren't you going out? Isn't that little girl coming to see you? I want to cultivate. After saying that, she ignored him and sat down cross-legged, starting to absorb the overflowing spiritual energy in her dantian sea. Mou couldn't help but blush a bit. It was all his fault for cultivating too diligently. He had almost forgotten about this. By the time he had dressed and walked outside, the moon had already risen above the willow trees. In the main reception hall, his eldest sister was chatting with Yi Qingxian, with her 4 beautiful maids standing outside the door. Greetings, young Master Mo. Seeing Mou, the 4 maids hurriedly bowed respectfully, not neglecting him just because he was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Greetings to you ladies. Mou returned the greeting with a smile. Then, he pretended to be calm as he entered the main hall and awkwardly smiled at Yi Qingxian, who stood up with joyful eyes. I'm sorry, once I start cultivating, I almost forget the time. Miss Yi, please don't take offense. The little girl hurriedly shook her head seriously. Not at all, it was me who disturbed Brother Mo's cultivation. I should be the one who is embarrassed. Also, Brother Mo, in the future can you call me Xiao Xian? Calling me Miss Yi feels so distant. The little girl looked up at him expectantly, her delicate and pink face, with its dark, bright eyes, sparkling. Okay. Looking at this angelic, delicate, pure, and cute little girl, Mou really couldn't refuse. Besides, this was just a trivial matter. After that, are we considered friends? The little girl's smile was pure and ethereal, like a Buddhist maiden. Of course, as long as we both agree, we're friends. Mou nodded affirmatively. This second young lady of the Yi family seemed to have been too well protected. She probably hadn't had any friends growing up, so pure and innocent. At 14 years old, in his previous life on Blue Star, many were already causing trouble. It was the beginning of their parents' headaches. Then Sister Lu, are we friends too? The little girl turned her head to Lu Ruyu with an eager expression. Of course, we are. Lu Ruyu, who had been sitting quietly to the side, gave a rare toothy smile, warm and radiant. That's great. I didn't have many friends on the Divine Revelation continent. My dad was always afraid they would lead me astray. The little girl's face was filled with surprise and joy. But when she spoke of her father, her face instantly became helpless and resentful. Without even looking, Mou could already guess. Her father must be a doting father to have protected his precious daughter so tightly. Could it be, are there little yellow hairs in the cultivation world too? Recalling the past, Mou almost laughed. Big brother Mo, what are you laughing at? Yi Qingxian, sitting next to him, tilted her head and looked at him curiously. Her demeanor was obedient and elegant, her fair and rosy cheeks seemed to glow. It's nothing, I just remembered some past events. Oh, I miss my older sister too. From childhood until now, my sister has always been the kindest to me, but I can't help her. The smile on Yi Qingxian's face instantly disappeared. She tightly clutched her skirt, tears welling up in her dark eyes. Her delicate and beautiful face was full of helpless self-blame and worry, pitiful and heart-wrenching. Big brother Mo, can I ask you a favor? The little girl pursed her lips, her gaze fixed on him, clear tears silently falling. Tell me. Mou couldn't help but sigh softly. Her current state was so similar to how his master and elder sisters were back then. Their despair back then must have been the same as hers, right? Thinking this, he couldn't help but turn his head to glance at his eldest senior sister. The latter was also looking at him, her eyes calm and gentle. Yi Qingxian quickly wiped away her tears and forced a smile. My mother said that people who are good-looking have good luck. If you happen to come across a vermilion bird sacred spirit fruit in the future, could you please buy it for me? Don't worry, my family will pay for it. You just need to buy it first. Mou looked at her with a strange expression. How are you so sure I'll come across it? Yi Qingxian shook her head gently. I don't know, I don't have any other friends, I can only ask you. Her self-assured manner immediately left Mou speechless. So, that's how friends are used? Indeed, so true. The little girl looked at him shyly and added softly, and since Grandma Xiang brought us here, it means there's still hope here. It's just that we might not have enough time to look. You live here all the time, so you can look around more when you have time. Maybe you'll find it? After saying that, the little girl took out a drawing from the ring on her hand and handed it to Mou with anticipation. This is a picture of the vermilion bird sacred spirit fruit. Big brother Mou, please take it. Mou could only smile wryly and accept it. It seemed she had come prepared. The drawing showed a small, verdant tree, about 2 feet high, with a fiery red fruit growing on it, looking similar to a cherry tomato. Mou looked at it and then handed it to his eldest senior sister before nodding. If I see this fruit nearby, I will definitely pick it for you and find a way to send it to you. Me too. Lu Ruyu nodded gently. Thank you, big brother Mou. Thank you, sister Lu. Yi Qingxian smiled happily, as if she had gained another sliver of hope. As she spoke, a crystalline, snow-white, ancient-looking dagger, about a foot long, had appeared in her hand. Then, with sincere hands, she offered it to Mou, earnestly saying, Brother Mou, this is a gift my sister gave me for my birthday. Now, I'm giving it to you. Please, you must accept it. Mou was immediately slightly surprised. This dagger. It was actually a top-grade spiritual treasure? Chapter 60, Yi Qingxian's matchmaking potential. This level of treasure, this little girl is actually giving it away? Is she clueless? Or is she just incredibly wealthy? You have to know, the giant spirit sword he bought from the system was only 1 grade higher than this dagger. Yet it cost him a full 2 million luck points. That was a peerless treasure capable of turning the tide of battle, and there was only one in the entire eastern region. This little girl's top-grade spiritual treasure was definitely a treasure of the same caliber as a foundation treasure within the 8 great sects. Some sects might not even have something this good. Anyway, besides the giant spirit sword, the Xianling sect only had one other bottom-of-the-box top-grade spiritual treasure, the Qiankuan 8-array disc. It was the Xianling sect's protective formation. Little Xian, this gift is too precious, I can't accept it. Don't worry, as long as I see that fruit, I will definitely help you get it. Mou shook his head in refusal. As the saying goes, one should not accept a reward for no service rendered. Otherwise, he would feel guilty, like he was tricking a child out of candy. But the little girl was resolute. My mother said that things given to good friends should be the best. If you don't like it yourself, it's not really a gift when you give it to someone else. Yi Qingxian looked utterly sincere. It was as if she was just giving away an ordinary dagger. But Mou still shook his head firmly. Next time, if I accept your gift now but don't have a gift in return, wouldn't that be a bit embarrassing? Yi Qingxian then looked to Lu Ruyu for help, but she also smiled and shook her head. Your brother Mou is right, take it back. Okay then. The little girl pouted, reluctantly taking back the dagger, and then looked up at Mou, earnestly saying, Brother Mou, if we meet again next time, you'll accept it, right? Yeah, pretty much. I'll prepare a return gift by then. Mou said dismissively. What return gift? He had never left the Azure Cloud continent in his entire life, and he probably wouldn't have a chance to see her again. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He wasn't a saint, but he wasn't the type of person to take advantage of others. If he accepted such a valuable gift from her and didn't help her find the vermilion bird holy spirit fruit, he would feel terrible. The main thing was that he actually had that item. Of course, it was in the system space, and it was worth 3 million luck points. He didn't even have enough luck points now. How could he dare to spend them recklessly? The 2 senior sisters only generated 730,000 luck points together every year, but the cultivation technique loan alone required him to repay 2 million. Of the more than 15 million luck points he had before, he had spent 2 million on the giant spirit sword. He dared not spend the remaining luck points. How easy was it to conquer a woman of destiny? It's not like everyone was his senior sister. Now, he didn't even know where she was. He might have to spend years just finding her. Moreover, the ancestor was waiting for him to save him. Stepping into the Dao integration stage was not an easy task and might require money as well. Therefore, he could only pray that the girl he had never met would be lucky on her own. Mou looked at the little girl with a slight pang of guilt, feeling helpless inside. Yi Qingxian immediately gave him a well-behaved smile, a pure and sweet smile. Then, she took off the jade beads on her hand and, full of anticipation, handed them to Lu Ruyu. Sister Lu, you can accept this one, right? This one is really worthless. Seeing the jade beads overflowing with the aura of law, Lu Ruyu was speechless. This was called worthless? Looking at it, it was no less inferior than the dagger from just now. Mou had seen many treasures in the system, and his perception was much better than his senior sister's. He could tell the grade of this item at a glance. It was undoubtedly a top-grade spiritual treasure. Moreover, it was an even rarer defensive spiritual treasure. In the outside world, it was a rare treasure that could not be bought even with money. If it were to enter the eastern region, the major sects would surely fight to the death for it. Little Sin, if a top-grade spiritual treasure isn't worth any money, then what is? Mou looked at her, speechless. She was really incredibly wealthy. Only at this moment did he truly appreciate how terrifying the Yi family was. He felt even more guilty towards this pure-hearted and generous young girl. This was truly giving a gift to a friend, only the best would do. In comparison, was he being too selfish? Mou shook his head, firmly casting the thought aside. Selfishness be damned, he could only worry about those close to him right now. Besides, he didn't even know the fairy sister. He would just try not to owe her any favors. Yes, that's right. Mou kept convincing himself with a complex look in his eyes. Yi Qingxian didn't think so much. Seeing that Lu Ruyu was determined not to accept her gift, she could only reluctantly take it back with a troubled look. Seeing her sullen face, anyone would think she had suffered a great loss. Mou, thinking of the missing ancestor in the Divine Revelation continent, suddenly asked Little Sin, do you know of any place in the Divine Revelation continent that is, very dangerous? Maybe only a cultivator in the Dao integration stage could go? The young girl looked at him curiously. Big brother Mo, do you have relatives who went there? Yeah. Mou nodded lightly, not explaining further. Yi Qingxian frowned her beautiful crescent brows, thought for a long while, and then shook her head embarrassedly. I can't recall any such place, but I can ask Grandpa Gu for you. He has been to many places, he surely knows. It's okay, I won't be going there for the time being. Mou just asked casually. Considering her age, it's normal that she wouldn't know. Besides, even if he knew, going there before reaching the Dao integration stage would be useless, just adding to his worries. In the cultivation world, if one wanted to live long, one had to be passionate when needed, but one must also be a coward when necessary. They chatted for a while longer, mostly the young girl chattering away while he answered her questions. Mou's unique words and thoughts always brought surprise and admiration from the young girl, her eyes gradually lighting up with little stars. Lu Ruyu, as always, was quiet and spoke little. As they talked, the young girl looked at him with increasing admiration, and finally sighed softly with a face full of regret. Big brother Mo, if you didn't already have Sister Lu and Sister Su, I would have wanted to introduce you to my sister once she gets better. My sister is so beautiful and has a great personality, you would definitely like her. And I believe she would like you too, it's such a shame. Looking at the regretful Yi Qingxian, Mou was speechless. You're so young, and already thinking of playing matchmaker? Hee, it's just that I think you're a good person, and you would be a good match for my sister, and of course, also for Sister Lu and them. After saying that, the young girl quickly gave Lu Ruyu a sweet smile as if trying to make amends, her appearance being extraordinarily well-behaved and cute. Big brother Mo, Sister Lu, it's late, Little Xian won't disturb you any longer, I'll come find you to play again when I have time. The young girl reluctantly stood up, then bid farewell and left. After seeing Yi Qingxian off, Mou then embraced his eldest senior sister and headed towards the room, the latter's cheeks instantly turning a flushed crimson. Little junior brother, I can't cultivate tonight. Hee, not practicing the dual cultivation method is also possible. After 3 hours of torrential rain, Mou finally held his limp as mud senior sister, falling quietly asleep. Early the next morning, Yi Qingxian hurriedly brought Gudongzhou and once again came to Mou's moon invitation peak, yelling as soon as she arrived, Big brother Mo, we roughly know the place you were talking about. Chapter 61, Take me to break off an engagement? Upon hearing Yi Qingxian's words, Mou and the other two were immediately excited. The little girl was even more excited than them. Before she even sat down, she anxiously urged the poker-faced old man. Grandpa Gu, quickly tell brother Mo about the situation there. Second miss, no need to be anxious, I will explain it to young Master Mo right away. Gu Dongzhou looked at her with doting eyes, his expression helpless. Yi Qingxian could be impolite to the old man, but Mou and the others wouldn't dare to take it lightly, and they quickly rose to express their gratitude. Then we'll have to trouble you, senior. You are too polite. The old man nodded slightly and began to seriously introduce the situation. If I'm not mistaken, that place should be the Celestial Island at the easternmost part of the God Revelation continent. Legend has it that it was the cultivation ground of the Qingfeng immortal before his ascension, leaving behind many treasures and divine pills. However, for hundreds of thousands of years, countless cultivators have rushed there one after another, but very few have come out alive. Hundreds of thousands of years? Has that place existed for so long? Mou looked puzzled. Indeed, at least 400,000 years. Gu Dongzhou nodded affirmatively, his old face looking complex with helplessness, regret, and lingering fear. It seemed that he had also been among the treasure seekers back then. But Mou was very puzzled. If it had really existed for so long, this treasure should have been completely excavated long ago. The ancestor had said not to look for him until he reached the Dao integration stage. In other words, as long as he reached the Dao integration stage, it would be relatively safe. The current God Revelation continent might not have any experts at the Dao integration stage. But what about in the past? Were there none in the past either? It should be known that before the Demon Extinction War, even the eastern region had Dao integration stage cultivators, let alone the God Revelation continent? When he asked this doubt, Gu Dongzhou smiled with certainty and shook his head, saying, "Young Master Mo, there is no need to doubt. That place is very special. Unless your strength can surpass the Qingfeng immortal of the past. Otherwise, a person only has one chance in their lifetime to step into it, and they can only take away one treasure at most. As for how far they can go and whether they can gain anything, it all depends on their personal luck and cannot be forced. Therefore, the experts of the past did not want to take all the treasures inside, but they couldn't do it." Having said this, he looked at Mou seriously and said solemnly, "Actually, as long as you choose the appropriate passage to enter, the danger is not great, but of course, the gains will be much smaller. The person you are looking for has most likely entered an area that they shouldn't have entered, and that's why they are trapped inside." Mou was shocked upon hearing this and hurriedly asked, "Then, is the person trapped inside in danger?" The old man's already serious face became even more grave. "That depends on what area it is. Some areas mean certain death upon entry, while other areas are much safer. But there is a common point, that is, the formations inside will gradually suppress the realm of the intruders, causing them to slowly decline. Of course, this is temporary, and as soon as they come out, their realm will immediately recover. But if their realm is suppressed to a certain level before they come out, even the safest area will become dangerous." Everyone naturally understood this principle. The simplest example was ceasing to eat grains, which is a power that cultivators only possess after entering the foundation establishment stage. But if a golden core cultivator entered inside and their realm suddenly dropped below the foundation establishment stage, they would starve to death, no matter how safe it was. Moreover, the safety of any place is only relative. As one's own strength declines, what was once cute might turn into a ferocious man-eating beast. Mou and his two senior sisters looked at each other, their hearts heavy. It seemed that the ancestor's situation was likely very dire. They had previously thought that the ancestor was just trapped, or that even their communication talisman was destroyed, which was why they couldn't get a reply. Now it seemed that it might be related to their declining realm. The distance a cultivator's communication talisman can transmit is directly proportional to the strength of their divine soul. Theoretically, only a late-stage deity transformation cultivator can achieve cross-continental information transfer. Low-level cultivators can only establish brief connections when high-level cultivators initiate contact. Otherwise, their divine sense isn't strong enough to transmit messages over long distances, even with a communication talisman. It seems that the ancestor was only able to send that one reply because the Grandmaster had stepped into the late stage of deity transformation. But even so, the ancestor was still so sparing with words. From this, one can deduce that the ancestor's cultivation realm was likely suppressed below the late stage of deity transformation, perhaps even lower. Understanding the details, Mou's heart immediately filled with anxiety. The reason the ancestor would be in such a dangerous situation, without even thinking about it, was definitely to help him find the origin of the great Tao. The old, kind figure seemed to appear before his eyes again. "Little you are the hope of the profound spirit sect. The ancestor and the entire sect, even if we have to risk our lives, will heal you. You must hold on." It could be said that without the support of the ancestor and fellow disciples, Mou would not have lasted this long. Even if he hadn't ended his own life, he would have long since died of exhaustion. Now, Mou had survived. But many fellow disciples had died for his sake in various forbidden areas and secret realms. Now, his third and fifth senior sisters were still missing. And the ancestor was also in danger for him. He only felt a tightness in his chest, his mood inexplicably irritable and guilty. Although he was confident that in the future he would lead the profound spirit sect to the peak of the Azure Cloud continent, even to rule the entire Azure Nether realm. But what he owed some people, he would never have the chance to repay. Just as he was feeling down, a soft, smooth little hand slipped into his, their fingers intertwining. Almost at the same time, his other hand was also firmly grasped by his eldest senior sister, the warmth in her palm gradually calming his heart. "Junior brother, don't worry. I believe that one day, you will bring the ancestor back, and you still have us." Lu Ruyu's tone was firm. She, who seemed indifferent to everything, now had a strong look of concern on her cold and aloof face. Junior brother had carried the title of the #1 genius in the eastern region since he was young, and also carried the expectations and hopes of the entire sect. The pressure was greater than anyone could feel. Therefore, although she had never liked to talk and didn't seem to be so close to the other junior sisters, she liked to be with her junior brother. She only hoped that her company could give her junior brother a moment of relaxation so that he wouldn't break down. Fortunately, he had always done very well. Sushiro's eyes were gentle, her bright, spiritual black eyes full of trust and concern, her voice soft and sweet. Junior brother, you said that you would take us to the peak of the great Tao together, a mere Tao integration stage. Won't you reach it in the blink of an eye? When the time comes, we will go with you to bring back the ancestor. Okay. Mou suppressed the emotions in his heart, his eyes becoming more determined. There was no use in being sentimental and sad now. It was better to use this time to cultivate. Brother Mo, I believe you can do it. Yi Qingxian's pretty little face was tense, her eyes unusually serious. It was clear that in her heart, she really thought so. But Gu Dongzhou, standing beside her, didn't think so. How difficult it was to reach the Tao integration stage. It was difficult to find anyone who could achieve it in the Divine Revelation continent, let alone in a small eastern region. But he didn't say these words. After talking in detail about the situation on Celestial Island, he bid farewell to leave with Yi Qingxian. 3 days later, Xiang Lanji led Yi Qingxian and others to officially say goodbye, preparing to continue eastward. If there were no more gains, they would have to return to the Divine Revelation continent. They left their divine sense on each other's communication talismans, adding each other as contacts. Reluctant, Miss Yi II finally waved goodbye and departed. Just as Mou was pulling his eldest senior sister to go cultivate, he was summoned by their grandmaster's divine sense to the council hall. Upon arriving, he discovered that several supreme elders were already present. Before he could speak, Gu Jiannan went straight to the point. If you're free these next few days, accompany me and your fourth grand-uncle to the Heavenly Sword sect. Mou's eyes were full of curiosity. I'm free these days, but why are we going to the Heavenly Sword sect? To annul your engagement. Annul my engagement? Hearing this, Mou was immediately dumbfounded. How could he not know he had an engagement? Chapter 62, The Heavenly Sword Sect Grandmaster, what exactly is going on? Mou was completely bewildered. Gu Jiannan pondered for a moment and then said with a wry smile, 100 years ago, we arranged a marriage for you with Sita Qingxian, the holy maiden of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Back then, your talent was too monstrous, and we were worried that other sects might harbor ill intentions. So we thought of forming an alliance with the Heavenly Sword Sect through marriage, which would also serve as a lock for your safety. With your talent, they were naturally willing, and it was a match made in heaven. But who knew, less than 2 days after the engagement was set, that incident happened to you. Gu Jiannan sighed with regret. At that time, neither side knew what your injuries would be like, so we tacitly agreed not to announce it. Actually, everyone was waiting. If you could recover, the marriage would naturally continue. Otherwise, everyone would just treat it as a joke, so it was delayed until now. Now that your foundation is recovered, but given the situation with you and your 2 senior sisters, the Heavenly Sword sect will naturally not agree to it anymore. It would be better to break off the engagement sooner, so that everyone can save face. Gu Jiannan said with a bitter smile, fortunately, they don't know that you have recovered. I think they will be happy about it too. Grandmaster, then let us break it off quickly. Mou said with a serious face. This marriage must be called off. If he were to marry the other party, many of his actions would no longer be just his own business, but would concern the reputations of both sections. To put it bluntly, if he wanted to give each favored woman a home, he would have to consider the feelings of the Heavenly Sword sect. Their holy maiden is married to you, and yet you are fooling around outside? The patriarch of the Heavenly Sword sect would probably come to their door with a blade, seeking an explanation. Therefore, this matter must be dealt with as soon as possible. If the other party finds out about his relationship with his senior sisters, it would be a different matter. And if they were to discover that his foundation had recovered, it would be even more complicated. Gu Jiannan sighed helplessly. Then you will come with me to the Heavenly Sword sect tomorrow to break off the engagement in person. Ah, I have to go too? Mou looked helpless. He didn't even have time to cultivate. He really didn't want to go. Gu Jiannan nodded firmly, of course. Speaking of which, we were the ones who broke the agreement. As the person involved, you naturally have to go. Okay. Mou nodded helplessly. After returning to the Moon Invitation Peak, he informed his 2 senior sisters about the matter. Their expressions turned subtle as they listened. They both seemed surprised that their little junior brother had almost been snatched away. Early the next morning, Mou, along with his grandmaster and 4th grand-uncle, boarded a flying spiritual vessel headed for the Heavenly Sword sect. Although the Heavenly Sword sect and the Xianling sect were both in the eastern region, the distance between them was tens of millions of miles. Even at the speed of the spiritual vessel, it would take more than 10 days. On the massive flying spiritual vessel, besides the three of them, there were more than a dozen disciples following. Among them were MOU's 3 followers, who insisted on coming no matter how much he tried to get them not to. MOU had no choice but to give up. The cold and aloof Yang Mu, the low-key and taciturn Yan Wuji, and the boisterous and hearty Chen Feixiong. Out of the 3, 2 were silent as the grave, and 1 was a simpleton. The other disciples, besides showing respect, were full of admiration for MOU. Under such gazes, he really couldn't have a good chat with them. Therefore, his journey was monotonous and entirely devoted to cultivation. He didn't encounter any holy maidens being chased, needing a hero to save them. None of the cultivators they encountered along the way dared to provoke them. Of course, he knew the reason. Such a huge flying spiritual vessel was a symbol of strength and background. It was like a supercar from his previous life on Earth. Ordinary people would subconsciously stay far away from it. Ordinary small sex or rogue cultivators were so poor that they could only fly by sword. Neither speed nor comfort could compare to a flying spiritual vessel. Fortunately, the days of cultivation passed quickly. After flying for 12 days, the spiritual vessel stopped in front of a range of majestic mountains shrouded in misty clouds. Among the mountains, there was a particularly majestic and vast peak, like a celestial sword piercing straight into the earth. Countless cultivators, riding their swords, flew in and out, resembling a celestial court on earth, beautiful and magnificent. A majestic and sacred aura of immortals wafted over. Grand Master, is this the Heavenly Sword sect? MOU asked, slightly curious. In terms of the beauty of its environment, the Heavenly Sword sect was even 2 points more beautiful than the Xianling sect. Indeed, let's go in. Someone is here to greet us. No sooner had Gu Jiannan finished speaking, a team of powerful cultivators, led by several elderly ones, quickly flew over. Fellow Daoist Gu, fellow Daoist Lu, your honored presence graces the Heavenly Sword sect. It is truly our honor. Please come in. Walking at the front were 2 elderly cultivators with white hair and beards, their aura ancient and weathered, currently smiling. Behind them followed a group of middle-aged cultivators, all with extraordinary presence. Gu and Lu led MOU forward briskly, their expressions full of emotion. 100 years have passed in a flash. Fellow Daoist Yang and fellow Daoist Yan's demeanor is even more extraordinary than in the past. It is truly enviable. Fellow Daoist Gu, your words make us old fellows ashamed. As for demeanor, who can compare with your junior sister? Ha ha! The leading elder laughed heartily. Dressed in a pure white robe, his temperament refined, his smile gentle, a silver white beard hanging down to his chest, he looked detached like an immortal. You talk among yourselves, why drag me into this? Lu Qingxia glared at the old man, annoyed. The latter laughed heartily, not caring in the slightest, clearly very familiar with each other. Amid the joking and pleasantries, they quickly arrived at the Heavenly Sword sect's reception hall. Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia only brought MOU inside, while the other disciples were entertained by the younger disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect in other locations. Besides the 2 elders, there were also several inner sect elders accompanying them from the Heavenly Sword sect. Perhaps because of MOU, there was also a cold and aloof young man present. At this moment, he was looking at MOU with surprise, the astonishment and surprise in his eyes difficult to conceal. Clearly, he had recognized this former first genius of the eastern region from 100 years ago. However, he did not come forward to greet him. Instead, he turned his head to the side, quickly regaining his reserved and aloof demeanor. MOU smiled slightly, not paying it any mind. The old men exchanged pleasantries for a while. Gu Jiannan then put down his teacup, pointed at MOU, and said to the white-robed elder with a wry smile, "This is my grand disciple, MOU." The white-robed elder was immediately shocked, the tea in his hand almost spilling. He gazed at MOU in surprise for a good while, before saying with a complicated look, "Truly a man of talent, a dragon among men." These words were from the bottom of his heart. However, there was another sentence, "It's a pity," that he did not say aloud. In that instant, he had roughly guessed Gu Jiannan's purpose. It was likely related to the marriage agreement from 100 years ago. He just did not know what their intentions were this time. Everyone present, upon hearing that he was MOU, all turned their astonished gazes towards him, their expressions varying. Most of the people present were very familiar with this once world-shaking genius of the eastern region. This was not only because of his talent and reputation but also because he had almost become their sect's son-in-law. The marriage agreement was not a secret among the higher-ups of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even the disciple, Qing Xian herself, had long known and agreed to it. Unfortunately, a conspiracy 100 years ago caused this genius to fall from grace, making this matter a taboo subject. What was his purpose in coming today? Was he here to fulfill the marriage agreement from back then? Even though the Xianling sect was now flourishing, fatally having the momentum of the top sect in the eastern region, MOU was not the same as he was back then, making the marriage agreement an awkward matter. The minds of the crowd were complex, and several even had their brows furrowed. Chapter 63, Situ Qingxuan's decision. After a few polite words, Gu Jiannan began to introduce Mou. The white-robed old man was none other than Dong Shoujua, the previous sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect and now the Supreme Elder, a mid-stage deity transformation expert and also the master of the current sect master. Mou, greetings, Elder Dong. Mou quickly got up and bowed. Sit, no need for formalities. Dong Shoujua waved his hands repeatedly, his face full of regret and pity. If that incident hadn't happened a century ago, with this child's looks, bearing, and monstrous talent that surpasses the eastern region, he would have been a perfect match for Qingxian. What a pity! Gu Jiannan continued the introductions. The blue-robed old man next to Dong Shoujua was his junior brother, Zhong Wuji, another supreme elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. He was also a deity transformation cultivator. However, his physique was significantly more robust than Dong Shoujua's. His dignified old face carried a kind and gentle smile, and his eyes were deep and profound. After introducing him, he automatically took over the task of introducing the others, beginning to introduce the rest of the people to Mou. The other two supreme elders of the Heavenly Sword sect were currently in seclusion. As for the current sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, Wei Tianming, he was the dignified-looking middle-aged man sitting on his right. He wore a long, ink-colored robe, and his face was cold and unsmiling. He was Dong Shoujua's eldest disciple and also the master of Mou's saintess fiancée. Mou had already noticed that from the moment he saw him, Wei Tianming's brow had been tightly furrowed and his eyes full of displeasure. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Was he worried that he would ask to complete the marriage? Good thing it was a divorce, otherwise, who knows how much he would have been despised. But he could understand, after all, no one would want their disciple to marry someone on the verge of death. He bowed slightly again. Junior Mou, greetings, Sect Master Wei. Fellow Taoist Mo, no need to be so polite. To his bow, Wei Tianming just gave a perfunctory nod, his attitude aloof and polite. Mou didn't mind. As for the others, they were all inner sect elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, and he also greeted them politely. After introducing everyone else, a young man with a somewhat arrogant air stood up on his own. Mu Chen of the Heavenly Sword sect, greetings to the seniors of the Profound Spirit sect. After speaking, he gave a slight bow to Mou as well, his expression indifferent. He didn't say another word. Then he smiled reservedly, showing no intention of exchanging pleasantries. Mou had no choice but to nod as well. Anyway, he hadn't heard of this person. Back then, he only had his eyes on the older generation of geniuses, and he really didn't know much about the younger generation. Dong Shoujua frowned slightly as he watched. Although Mu Chen was also the second genius of the younger generation in the sect, having entered the late golden core stage at 400 years old, he deserved the title of genius. But this mindset was destined to not take him far. As for the number one genius of the Heavenly Sword sect, it was Mou's fiancée, Situ Qingxian, a late golden core genius at 280 years old. However, she was not present today. As a junior, Mou naturally had no right to speak in this kind of situation. He was happy to be idle, focusing on drinking tea and eating fruit. The cute little maidservant next to him who was in charge of pouring tea and water couldn't help but sneak several glances at him. She had lived for 12 years, and this was the first time she had seen someone eating so happily in this kind of situation. As expected of Sister Qingxuan's fiancé, he was different. After chatting for a while longer, the group finally got to the main topic. Dong Shoujua's eyes were serious. May I ask, the two of you, fellow Taoists, what brings you to the Heavenly Sword sect today? Gu Jiannan sighed softly, then gently set down his teacup, saying with emotion, the marriage agreement that the two of us made for our juniors back then, it's time for it to come to an end. Your sect's saintess is incredibly talented and beautiful. Whether it's us elders or little you himself, we are very satisfied. Unfortunately, my grand disciple's injuries have not recovered in 100 years. I really can't bear to delay that girl any longer. Therefore, after much deliberation, I have come specifically today to dissolve the engagement. The words caused the entire hall to fall silent, expressions on everyone's faces complex. They had thought he was here to finalize the engagement, never imagining he would be seeking a dissolution. The actions of the Xinling sect were quite refined. Dong Shoujua couldn't help but chuckle. Thank you for the thoughtful intentions of your esteemed sect. Allow us some time to discuss this matter before we give you our reply. How about that? Very well. Gu Jiannan nodded slightly. The so-called discussion was merely to save face for everyone. The Heavenly Sword sect naturally wished to withdraw from this engagement. At this moment, the adorable little girl behind Mou had quietly slipped out of the main hall and was now dashing away in the distance. The little girl ran all the way to a secluded courtyard. Before even entering the house, she anxiously shouted, "It's bad, Sister Qingxian, you're about to be jilted." "Shaolinger, what do you mean, I'm about to be jilted?" A crisp, pleasant voice of a young woman echoed from inside the house. After a moment, A beautiful young woman in a red dress, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, walked out with an air of heroic spirit. Her beautiful eyes were pure and clear, her figure graceful, her long black hair casually tied behind her head with a red string, neat and efficient. A dark ancient sword hung at her waist, further adding 3 parts of heroic spirit to her pure and elegant temperament. Simple, clean, and pure. Most importantly, her beauty was out of this world. Situ Qingxian, the girl called Linger, quickly told her everything that had happened in the main hall, word for word. At the end, the little girl complained with a disgruntled look that Mou was really heartless. He was actually eating so happily in the hall. He didn't come to see Sister Qingxian for 100 years, and when he finally does, he wants to break off the engagement? He is really a silly goose. Situ Qingxian couldn't help but furrow her brow, then calmly said, "Don't worry, my engagement, Situ Qingxuan's engagement, isn't so easily broken. It's been 100 years now, he can't just run." "Ah, Sister Qingxian, I heard that Mou was almost dying, are you still going to marry him?" The little girl was utterly stunned. Her dissatisfaction stemmed only from the fact that the engagement break was proposed by the other side first. In her opinion, anyone who encountered someone like Sister Qingxian would naturally try every means to win her over. Then, Sister Qingxian could propose the annulment herself, which would be more dignified. Although Mou was handsome and had reportedly possessed terrifying talent in the past, how could he not like Sister Qingxian? Just like the senior brothers and even senior uncles in the sect who secretly admired Sister Qingxian, they just did so in secret. It's just that sister ignores them. Could it be that Mou is a weirdo who doesn't like women? Ugh. She couldn't help but shiver. Then, after a moment, she heard Situ Qingxuan's helpless voice asking, "Xiao Linger, what are you thinking about again? I've asked you something and you're not responding." The little girl scratched her head embarrassedly and chuckled, "Sister Qingxian, I wasn't thinking about anything. About that, Mou, could it be that he doesn't like women?" Situ Qingxian was instantly thunderstruck by her words, then warned with a helpless gaze, "Stay away from those senior brothers in the future, and stop eavesdropping on their conversations, do you hear? Oh, then, do you think, Mou, could he really not like women? Otherwise, why would he want to break off the engagement?" The little girl was in a tangle, her adorable face filled with confusion. Situ Qingxian was defeated by her, and said irritably, "Then you can ask him yourself later." Okay. But, will Grandpa be upset? I'm afraid he'll scold me." The little girl's eyes lit up. "You go back and keep an eye on him, don't let anyone know it was me who sent you." Situ Qingxian didn't want to continue this conversation with her. "Okay, I'll definitely keep a close watch on him for you." The little girl ran off in a flash. After dismissing the little girl, Situ Qingxian bit her red lip, pacing back and forth in the courtyard, a resolute glint flashing across her exquisite face. "Engaged for 100 years and you still want to run? If you're truly beyond saving, I, Situ Qingxian, will just be a widow for you." With that, she decisively headed towards the main hall. Chapter 64, The Beauty's Interrogation. After settling Gu Jiannan and the others, Dong Shouzhua and the others returned to the main hall with complex expressions. They weren't surprised to see Situ Qingxian barge in, clearly having anticipated it. Earlier, when Dong Shouzhua's precious granddaughter had left the hall, they had guessed she was going to inform her, saving them the trouble of explaining. "Xiao Xian, you must know about the annulment. Do you want to meet that boy?" Dong Shouzhua sighed with regret. Situ Qingxian looked calmly at the old man and nodded gently. "Of course, I want to meet him, but I don't agree to the annulment. A virtuous woman doesn't serve 2 husbands. I have been engaged to him for a century, how can it be undone just like that? You won't annul?" Dong Shouzhua was astonished, his mouth agape, unsure how to persuade her. Wei Tianming, standing beside him, grew anxious and couldn't help but frown. "Qingxian, that Mou not only hasn't recovered his foundation but is still at the early foundation establishment stage. Meaning, his cultivation hasn't progressed in a century, he's a cripple now. With his foundation establishment realm, how many years do you think he has left? Do you really want to be a widow for the rest of your life?" Zhong Wuji, who had remained silent until now, couldn't help but sigh and advise, "Qingxian, you're still young and exceptionally talented, with at least several thousand years ahead of you. Don't delay yourself for this. You're only engaged, how can you talk about serving 2 husbands? Besides, he's the one who proposed the annulment. Why are you so persistent?" Situ Qingxian looked at her elders with resolute eyes, and said calmly, "Grand ancestor, grand uncle ancestor, master, we all know why he proposed the annulment. It's only because he doesn't want to hold me back. After we got engaged, I secretly inquired about many things regarding him. He has been my fiancé for a century. I also believe that my Dao partner should be like him. If there's no one else like him in this world, what harm is there in pursuing the Dao alone?" Situ Qingxuan's tone was calm and firm, her pure and exquisite face filled with stubbornness and determination. She was like a believer who had found her path. As her master, Wei Tianming knew too well the pride and aloofness hidden beneath her calm and obedient exterior. She didn't care about many things, didn't like to dress up, didn't care about beauty, and didn't care about others' opinions. However, once she had made up her mind about something, even he, her master, found it difficult to change her. Wei Tianming felt a headache coming on. But no matter what, he couldn't just watch his most talented disciple jump into a fire pit. Even Dong Shouzhua and Zhong Wuji felt the same. Even if she really were to walk the path alone in the future, there was no need to hang on to the identity of Mou's widow, completely blocking her own path. Unfortunately, no matter how much they tried to persuade her, Situ Qingxian simply wouldn't budge. The few of them had no choice but to leave helplessly. However, in their minds, as long as the Xianling sect insisted on the annulment, Situ Qingxian wouldn't have a choice, even if she was unwilling. This was not something she could decide alone. Half an hour later, a cute little girl, with an unwilling look, quietly arrived at the small courtyard where Mou was staying. Mou looked surprised when he saw her. He still remembered this little girl who had once brought him tea and snacks, and couldn't help but laugh. "Are you here to bring me food?" The little girl rolled her eyes with displeasure. You only know how to eat. Sister Qingxian wants to see you. Hurry up and come with me." Mou was immediately filled with astonishment. This Sister Qingxian, without a doubt, must be Situ Qingxian. But why would she want to see him at this time? Was she going to scold him? Filled with doubts, he decided to go along and see what it was all about. Just as Mou left with the little girl, Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia, who were in the adjacent courtyard, exchanged strange looks. With their strength, they had naturally heard the conversation between the two, hence their surprise. They couldn't understand either. Why would that girl want to see Xiaoyu at this time? But they didn't plan to interfere with the young people's affairs. After all, it was just an engagement, so there was no harm in a meeting. Soon, Mou followed the girl named Dong Shuling to a quiet and secluded courtyard. The courtyard wasn't large, but the environment was very beautiful. A stunning woman in a long red dress, with a sword at her waist, was sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard, frowning as she pondered something. Her eyes were bright, her teeth were pearly, and her figure was tall and slender, full of heroic spirit. Her dark, luminous eyes darted about with agility and decisiveness, giving her a unique charm. Mou was completely amazed. This holy maiden of the Heavenly Sword sect was indeed a national beauty, her looks not inferior to his several monstrous senior sisters. But what truly shocked him was the transparent panel that appeared above her head. Name: Situ Qingxian, daughter of fortune, age 280, realm, late golden core stage, physique, innate immaculate sword body, one of the strongest sword bodies in the world, possessing a natural sword heart, capable of learning any sword technique with ease, possessing terrifying sword talent, reward for complete conquest, 20 million points of fortune. Mou's eyes widened, his heart in a turmoil. He never expected that the person he was going to break off the engagement with would actually be a daughter of fortune. It was truly like finding something after searching high and low. But he was going to break off the engagement now. What should he do? At this moment, Situ Qingxian was also openly observing Mou. She had seen a portrait of her nominal fiancé. Although the portrait was handsome, she thought the man in front of her was even more attractive. Situ Qingxian glared at Dong Shuling, who was sitting on the side watching the show, and said with a kind and gentle smile, "Little Linger, isn't it time for you to leave?" The little girl immediately became unhappy, puffing out her cheeks and protesting loudly. Sister Qingxian, you're being ungrateful. You guys talk, I won't bother you." Situ Qingxian didn't speak, just smiled at her. Her slender, white jade-like fingers tapped on the table. The little girl felt her scalp tingling from her gaze, and finally stood up angrily, glaring, and said, "Sister Qingxian, if you threaten me again, I won't help you next time. I'll take you to the Fuman restaurant for a spirit beast feast another day. Order whatever you want. I want 2 meals. The little girl's eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't help swallowing. "Deal. Yay. Sister Qingxian is the best. Then you guys talk, I'll keep an eye out for you." Having secured 2 big meals, the little girl turned and left happily. After watching her leave, Situ Qingxian turned to look at Mou, her eyes calm and expressionless. "Please sit down, young Master Mou. I assume you know who I am, so I won't introduce myself. I have only one question. Why do you want to break the engagement?" As she said this, Situ Qingxian's small, white teeth clenched, making a grinding sound. She then slammed her sword heavily onto the table, glaring at him fiercely. She had an air about her that implied if his explanation was not satisfactory, she would beat him up. Chapter 65, Snatching a Bride from Her Own Family? Mou snapped back to reality from his daze, then chuckled ruefully and sat down. He never expected the other party to be so direct. And she even seemed angry? But her angry look was truly beautiful, even a little cute. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he still felt that he couldn't let one tree delay an entire forest, so he sincerely said, "I know my own situation. I most likely won't have the chance to recover in this lifetime. I don't want to hold you back. The reason I've been delayed for so long is because I only recently learned of this engagement after coming out of seclusion. Sita Qingxian nodded slightly, her beautiful face remaining calm, not revealing her intentions. She thought for a moment, her clear, pure eyes calmly looking at him, and said peacefully, "But no matter what the reason, it's your fault for coming to break off the engagement a century after it was made, right?" Mou helplessly nodded. "You can make any requests, and I'll agree to anything I can. Consider it as compensation for delaying you for a century." The young woman was indeed right, leaving him speechless. "Alright, this engagement I want to break it off." Sita Qingxian said it casually, but her eyes were incomparably firm. Mou was instantly stunned. He stared at her blankly, not knowing what to say. Before coming here, he had considered all possibilities, except for her disagreeing. He thought she didn't understand his situation, and hurriedly explained, "Miss Situ, you may not understand my current situation. No, I know everything." Sita Qingxian waved her hand, interrupting him, and continued, "Aren't you someone whose foundation has been destroyed? Hasn't he recovered yet, and doesn't he have much lifespan left? I don't care. Anyway, there is no one in the eastern region I can take a liking to. At worst, when you die, I'll be your widow." Mou was completely dumbfounded. He was already like this, yet he was still so popular? This didn't make sense. Actually, the world is vast. Besides the Azure Cloud continent, there are other continents. I believe there must be even more monstrous geniuses than me. Mou continued to persuade earnestly, "You are so young now and already in the late golden core stage. Your future achievements will definitely be extraordinary. Are you really going to spend the rest of your life alone? When you get old, you'll surely regret your decision today." Sita Qingxian looked at him strangely, and in the end, couldn't help but ask curiously in a low voice, "Do you not like women?" Mou's face immediately flushed with embarrassment, and he couldn't help but shout loudly, "How is that possible? I'm perfectly normal, okay? I just can't bear to hold you back." What kind of person was she? She even suspected his sexual preferences? If it weren't inappropriate, he would really want to prove to her just how powerful his attacking ability was. When that time came, he'd see if she'd cry out or not. "Then why do you have to break off the engagement? Am I not beautiful enough?" Sita Qingxian slightly furrowed her eyebrows. "Of course you're beautiful as a celestial being. But it's not a matter of whether you're beautiful or not, it's that I can't." "Then you must still not like women." A hint of happy laughter flashed in Sita Qingxian's eyes, but she put on a calm and composed expression on her face. Mou was pushed to the edge, and couldn't help but grit his teeth and speak the truth. "Let me tell you the truth, I'm the kind of person who is quite fickle. I'm not satisfied with only one partner. But because of the friendship between our two sects, once I marry you, I want to be able to seek other women. That's why I want to break off the engagement. Do you understand now?" Sita Qingxian couldn't help but stand up, then circled him, scrutinizing him. Finally, she asked in confusion, "You really are only at the foundation establishment cultivation, which means if you can't recover, you don't have much time left. So, how are you going to find more women? With your reputation, Mou, you shouldn't be interested in just any woman, right? I haven't heard of you messing around in this area before. Could it be a deliberate excuse to break off the engagement?" Sita Qingxian's gaze was unwavering, then she looked at him calmly, nodding and chuckling. "Don't worry, as long as the women you find are not too inferior to me in talent and beauty, I won't interfere with you. But, you can't bring just any woman home, I can't afford to lose face." She found it amusing, he actually thought he could deceive her with such lies. Did he really think she was a naive and ignorant girl? What a joke. To be honest, Mou was touched at this moment. What an understanding and considerate girl. And she was the child of destiny. As for the restrictions, the women he wanted were all children of destiny, so their looks and talents wouldn't be too different from her. He wouldn't be affected at all. But what about the Heavenly Sword sect? He had already said he wanted to break off the engagement, but now he suddenly changed his mind. Would the old man from the Heavenly Sword sect agree? Especially that sect Master Wei, he just couldn't wait for him to leave. It was very difficult. Seeing his hesitation, Sita Qingxian suddenly understood. "Are you worried that my grandmaster and the others won't agree?" "Yeah." Mou nodded involuntarily. Sita Qingxian couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips, a beautiful smile that bloomed instantly, so lovely that it made his heart race. Mou also thought it was very beautiful. So beautiful that he wanted to touch her, to feel if her heartbeat was as fast as his. Meeting his gaze, Sita Qingxian's cheeks flushed slightly, her clean and clear beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance at him. "Don't worry, as long as you insist on not breaking off the engagement, I will absolutely be fine on my end. I will convince them. You go back first, and wait for my news." "Okay, fine." Mou nodded blankly. He really couldn't understand why she would do this. Now the engagement wasn't broken off, why did he feel like a bride snatching was about to begin? And he was snatching the bride from her family? As soon as Mou returned to his courtyard, Gu Jiannan called him over, and Lu Qingxiao was also present. The two elders looked at him with concern, asking, "Xiaoyu, what did that girl call you over for?" Yeah, did she make things difficult for you? In their opinion, she had been delayed for 100 years and the first thing she wanted to do was break off the engagement. It was understandable if the girl was unhappy, but if she dared to go too far, that was absolutely unacceptable. After all, this matter seemed to be the fault of the Profound Spirit sect, but the Heavenly Sword sect was also making backup plans. Neither side was in the right. Didn't they see the relieved expressions on those people's faces when they heard about breaking off the engagement? They were probably very much looking forward to it. If they knew that Xiao Yu's foundation had long recovered, what would they think? Mou shook his head with a strange expression. It's nothing, she just talked to me about breaking off the engagement. Lu Qingxia immediately looked displeased, snorting, we've already taken the initiative to break off the engagement, why is she still so anxious? Could it be that her next candidate can't wait? Dong Shouju's grand disciple is truly rude. Gu Jiannan was also displeased. Did she say anything harsh? If she dares to make trouble, I'll go find that Dong person and give them a piece of my mind. She didn't say anything, she just said, she doesn't want to break off the engagement. Moyu looked at the two elders with a strange expression, slightly embarrassed. She also said that she would do the work on her sect elders, as long as we insist on not breaking it off. What, she doesn't want to break it off? The two elders were immediately dumbfounded. Chapter 66, No Withdrawal. Lu Qingxia was instantly shocked. She couldn't have imagined this outcome even if she'd racked her brains. A peerless genius with monstrous talent was actually clinging to this engagement and refusing to let go? If it were before Xiaoyu's injury, that would be perfectly normal. But now, it defied all common sense. What was she after? They hadn't even met before, so there was no possibility of any feelings between them. Xiaoyu's recovery was a secret within the sect, so it was even more impossible for her to know. Gu Jiannan was also stunned. He exchanged bewildered glances with Lu Qingxia for a long moment before shaking his head with a wry smile. What is this girl thinking? Why won't she back out? Lu Qingxia suddenly reacted. Wait, Xiaoyu, what do you mean? You don't want to back out either? Mou awkwardly scratched his head, forcing a bitter smile. Fourth Ancestral Master, I agreed to it. Lu Qingxia's eyes widened. Agreed? No, Xiaoyu, we can't just deceive a young girl like that. Earlier, she had been annoyed at the girl for pressuring Xiaoyu to break off the engagement. But now that she realized the girl was so honest and discerning, she couldn't bear to have their junior deceive her. Xiaoyu, if we deceive her like this, what if she finds out about your situation, not only his recovery but also the fact that he already had 2 Dao partners? Would the girl agree to that? Even if she did, the Heavenly Sword sect wouldn't allow it. Although Gu Jiannan didn't speak, Mou could tell from his expression that he had similar thoughts. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Ancestral Master, do you think I'm that kind of person? Oh, well, that's good. Otherwise, I'd be too embarrassed to face her elders. Gu Jiannan breathed a sigh of relief but then worriedly asked, so what did you say? You didn't reveal your recovery, did you? He couldn't help but worry. Although the rumors about immortal joy seemed to have subsided for now. With his sudden breakthrough to the late stage of spirit transformation and the appearance of the giant spirit sword, people were likely to believe the rumors even more. They had considered these implications back then, but it had been a necessary evil, choosing the lesser of 2 evils. If they hadn't displayed their power and intimidated the 5 major sects back then, the outcome for the Profound Spirit sect would have been uncertain. Therefore, before the situation was completely stable, they dared not expose Xiaoyu's situation to the public, including the Heavenly Sword sect. They were attacked and assassinated just 3 days after the engagement was made. Who knew if there were accomplices of those people within the Heavenly Sword sect? It was best to play it safe. Looking at his 2 elders, Mou couldn't help but lower his head awkwardly and mutter, I told her that it was impossible for me to have only 1 Dao partner in this life, and she agreed. She said that as long as their talent and beauty weren't inferior to hers, she wouldn't interfere with me. Gu Jiannan and Lu Qingxia exchanged strange glances, feeling like their minds couldn't keep up with the younger generation. Having multiple wives and concubines was common, but for a heavenly beauty like her to agree to share a husband was extremely rare. It wasn't everyone who would be as doting and affectionate towards Xiaoyu as Ruyu and Xioro. Gu Jiannan stood up with a troubled expression, nearly snapping a few of his white beard hairs as he stroked them. Xiaoyu, if you and that girl are both willing and your senior sisters don't object, then Ancestral Master won't stand in your way. But if we don't reveal your situation, how will we get the Heavenly Sword sect to agree? Lu Qingxia, however, looked rather domineering. As long as that girl doesn't agree to break the engagement, that's enough. This engagement was made 100 years ago by the 2 sects' supreme elders. How can it be changed so easily? Gu Jiannan glared helplessly. But aren't we the ones who are proposing to break off the engagement? We haven't broken it off yet, have we? Can't we change our minds? Gu Jiannan was left speechless by his 4th sister's slightly shameless words. But the Heavenly Sword sect, would they agree? Compared to back then, little you is now not only a cripple on the surface. The key is that the current profound spirit sect, although powerful, is in a delicate situation. It can be said that they are surrounded by watchful eyes and potential enemies. If the Heavenly Sword sect were to form a marriage alliance with them, the pressure and risks would be considerable. But besides gaining a powerful ally, there would be almost no other benefits. The key is that they are currently doing well and don't need any allies at all. Especially not one like the profound spirit sect, which comes with big troubles. Gu Jiannan pondered for a long time, then suddenly turned to his junior sister and said cautiously, Dong Shoujua seems to have been stuck in the mid-stage of deity transformation for a long time? Eldest brother, you mean to give him a breakthrough pill? Lu Qingxia's eyes widened in surprise. If that were the case, then this betrothal gift would be incredibly valuable. A breakthrough pill was enough to elevate the Heavenly Sword sect to another level. It's not me giving it, it's little you, and we can't give it to him proactively like that. We have to make him come and beg us. Gu Jiannan smiled slightly, a trace of wisdom flashing in his weathered eyes. I'll first let him know a little bit about it. They'll naturally come to our door, no rush. Being too eager will make it seem less valuable. Mou was completely dumbfounded. How come his grandmaster now felt a bit unfamiliar? This expression looked a bit like an old fox. But his confidence became even greater. As long as he conquered Situ Qingxian, the amount of luck points he could use would be much more abundant. Looking at the treasures in the full system, yet not having money to buy them, was a pain. Who could understand? Senior brother, let us go find that old man surnamed Dong for some tea. When the profound spirit sect was in crisis, this old fellow actually stood by and watched the show. How ungrateful. Lu Qingxia stood up and started walking out. Although she said that, she didn't really blame him. Because she would have done the same. Everyone has their own responsibilities to protect. How could one truly be free and do whatever they wanted? Gu Jiannan quickly followed with a wry smile. With nothing to do, Mou went out and found the equally bored Yang Mu and the other two. They were just about to wander around the Heavenly Sword sect when they saw Mu Chen leading a few young cultivators, walking towards them with cold expressions. Brother Mo, are you going out for a stroll? How about I show you around? Mu Chen said with a stiff smile. Looking at the smile on his face, Mou felt awkward for him, so he asked curiously, you clearly don't want to smile, why are you forcing yourself? Brother Mo, what do you mean by that? Mu Chen's face was embarrassed, and a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. It's nothing, we'll just wander around ourselves, please go ahead. Mou was too lazy to bother with him anymore. Although he didn't know where Mu Chen's hostility came from, he could tell at a glance that he was up to no good. He also didn't have the time to play these childish games with them. After speaking, he didn't look at them again and led the three of them forward. Mu Chen's face stiffened, and the fake smile he had forced disappeared instantly. After hesitating for a moment, he led the others and blocked Mou's path, gritting his teeth and saying, I heard you came here this time to break off the engagement with the Holy Maiden? Although you are not worthy of junior sister Qingxian, it is inevitable that the engagement will be dissolved. But you shouldn't be the one to propose it. Where does that leave the Heavenly Sword sect's face? Mou was almost laughed to death. He glanced at him indifferently and said impatiently, so what can you do? Mu Chen was immediately speechless, his face turned red, as if he had suffered a great humiliation, and couldn't help but growl, Mou, this is not like before. Do you still think you are the #1 genius of the eastern region? What gives you the right to speak to me with such arrogance? The people around him also had angry and dissatisfied expressions. But just as they were about to speak in support, they were interrupted by 3 cold roars. What the hell are you? How dare you talk to my young master like that? You clown, if you're not happy, then come and fight. Are you looking to die? Chen Feixiong spoke coarsely, while Yan Wuji was as concise as ever. Yang Mu, on the other hand, was the most aloof and violent. After speaking, the 3 of them simultaneously took several steps forward, coldly staring at the group opposite them. The ferocious aura in their eyes surged and boiled. Chapter 67, Beat his face until it swells. Mu Chen, always regarded as the top prodigy of the younger generation of the Heavenly Sword sect, how could he endure being rebuked like this? However, looking at the 3 people opposite him, his face became even more livid. 2 of them had auras no weaker than his own. As for the one who spoke the most arrogantly, his strength was even more unfathomable. He couldn't see through the other party's realm at all, and after thinking about how they addressed Mou, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Could it be that these 3 were all Mou's followers? Don't let his previous disdain for Mou fool you. He was very clear about his deeds. He naturally knew that Mou once had 10 monstrous followers. This put him in a bit of an awkward position. But thinking that this was the Heavenly Sword sect, he felt a little bit of luck. Moreover, his pride would not allow him to bow his head. Otherwise, what would the other disciples think? How disappointed would junior sister Qingxian be? Thinking of junior sister Qingxian, his courage instantly surged, and a sense of invincible composure and confidence bloomed in his eyes again. He laughed loudly. The profound spirit sect really has a big presence. Do you really think there's no one in my heavenly sword sect? As he spoke, the powerful aura of a golden core stage cultivator in the late stage surged out of him, and his whole being was radiant and full of vigor. Combined with his handsome face, he really did have the demeanor of an unparalleled prodigy. At least the few junior brothers behind him looked at him with faces full of adoration. A 400-year-old golden core stage cultivator in the late stage was considered a highly talented individual, even in the entire younger generation of the eastern region. Stepping into the nascent soul stage was basically just a matter of time. But these things, to Mou, even if they weren't considered mediocre, were at most just barely passable. Therefore, he really had no patience for this kind of provocation. Looking at Mu Chen's confident face, he couldn't help but sneer and shake his head. If stepping into the golden core stage late at 400 years old is already the top prodigy of the heavenly sword sect, then that's really very average. So, please don't come looking for a sense of existence in front of me in the future. It's really embarrassing. Yang Mu, go and let him know what a true prodigy is. Yes, young master. Yang Mu responded respectfully and then flew to an open space on the side. He then casually extended his finger and hooked it at Mu Chen below. I'm exactly 401 years old this year, so I'll let you have one hand. Don't worry, I won't take your life. Come up and take a beating. Just 1 year older and he would let him have one hand? And come up for a beating? Was he even speaking human words? This was a great humiliation. Mu Chen only felt the blood in his whole body rushing to his head at full speed, his eyes turning as red as blood. Then, panting heavily, he stared fiercely at Yang Mu and roared loudly, "Good, good, good. Today I, Mu Chen, will let you know that the prodigies of the heavenly sword sect are not something you can humiliate." After roaring, he rushed straight up. Without any greeting, he raised his hand and launched a terrifying sword light. This sword was the real deal. It was a middle-grade spiritual weapon with a 30% increase in power, a rare treasure. In addition, most of the heavenly sword sect members were sword cultivators, and their attacking power was even more fierce and powerful than ordinary cultivators. The sword momentum was like a tornado, instantly enveloping Yang Mu. It was like a glow illuminating the earth, making him know where to hide. Mu Chen's eyes were cold. He wanted this arrogant person to pay the price. He wanted him to understand that he, Mu Chen, was not someone anyone could humiliate. Of course, the reason he went so hard from the start was also related to the opponent's strength. He couldn't see through it. But facing his attack, Yang Mu didn't care, directly using his fingers as a sword and slashing, casual and unrestrained. Not only did he keep his promise of letting him have one hand, but he also attacked with his bare hands. The astonishing sword light flashed by. Mu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the opponent didn't use a sword. But then he felt a surge of shame and anger. But when he saw the sword light, a sense of panic rose in his heart. The power, it was very wrong. Boom! A loud sound. The terrifying sword aura enveloping Yang Mu was like a curtain of water, cleaved in two by a fleeting flash of sword light. And before that sword had dissipated, it continued its downward slash towards Mu Chen. Its power showed no signs of weakening, as sharp and swift as a shooting star. The commotion here had long attracted many disciples to watch. In the distance, even more disciples were rapidly approaching. Whoa, someone's sparring over there, and it's senior brother Mu Chen. Let us go take a look. His opponent looks unfamiliar. Could he be a disciple from an outer sect? Indeed, I saw that person this morning. He is a disciple of the Xianling sect. Why did they start fighting? The Heavenly Sword sect was quite lenient when it came to sparring among its disciples. But it was very rare for guests to engage in a duel directly above the accommodations. Some quick-witted individuals had already guessed the reason. Who didn't know senior brother Mu Chen's infatuation with Saintess Qingxian? Now that the Xianling sect's representative had suddenly come to break off the engagement, he was bound to speak up for the Saintess. Even if the annulment of the engagement made him happy inside, he wouldn't pass up the opportunity to curry favor with the Saintess. Many people looked on with envious jealousy, sighing softly. Sigh, how did I not see such a great opportunity? That's right, being rejected like that. Junior sister Qingxian must be furious. If someone could help her vent this anger, she would surely remember them. So what if she remembers you? Can you compete with the other senior brothers and uncles? Exactly, but how can those uncles have the nerve to compete with us juniors for a partner? Really sigh. Even without the uncles, we can't compare to junior brother Mu. These words instantly pulled those who were daydreaming back to the harsh reality. Mu Chen, in terms of both talent and appearance, was indeed the best match for the Saintess among the younger generation. The others truly had no way to compete with him. Holy crap, that's crazy strong? Seeing the figure who had been sent flying hundreds of meters in a sorry state, everyone was immediately dumbfounded, their eyes glazed over. The second most prodigious talent of the Heavenly Sword sect's younger generation had been sent flying with one sword strike? Was that even possible? Could that young man be a nascent soul cultivator? Thinking this, all the onlookers were stunned. At this moment, someone finally recognized Yang Mu's face and exclaimed, "That person is MOU's follower. I heard him call in young Master MO when I greeted them today. No way, MOU is crippled, yet he has a nascent soul-level follower? And such a young one at that?" Everyone couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances, their faces filled with shock. Then, they couldn't help but turn their gaze towards the upright figure below the battle, their eyes filled with complex emotions. A generation of prodigies, even if he had become a cripple, still had such an unparalleled genius willing to follow him without abandoning him. What charm did he possess? Some acquaintances couldn't help but ask the few who had come with Mu-chan about what happened. After learning the details, they wore strange looks on their faces. No way, he came to cause trouble for MOU, but they just didn't even bother with him? This, that's a little embarrassing, huh? Some who were usually displeased with Mu-chan's arrogant and conceited attitude almost laughed outright. But out of respect for their fellow disciples, they forcefully held it back. Just at this moment, unwilling to accept defeat, Mu-chan was once again sent tumbling from the clouds by Yang Mu's sword. And by sheer coincidence, he landed right at MOU's feet, his breath feeble. Those who didn't know better might have thought he was kneeling before MOU, begging for mercy. This made Mu-chan, already badly injured, unable to hold back the blood in his throat, and he spat it out. After uttering a four-toned EW, MOU took a quick leap. He instantly jumped away several meters. Although he didn't say anything, the look of disgust on his face was as if he was avoiding dog droppings. Seeing MOU's expression and sensing the strange looks around him, already disheveled and humiliated, Mu-chan could no longer endure this disgrace, breathing heavily as he roared in anger, "MOU, you're just a dog relying on its master's power, a good-for-nothing. Why, are you looking at me like that? You damn, why should you?" Enraged, Mu-chan yelled until his voice was hoarse, his face contorted. MOU, whose eyes were originally calm, had his face completely ice over, his voice as cold as a blade. "Yang Mu, beat his face until it swells, I want to see at least 3 teeth fall out." "Yes, young master." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding chatter instantly disappeared. A hush fell over the entire field. Chapter 68. The frustrated and annoyed Wei Tianming. Greetings, junior sister Situ. Greetings, holy maiden. Greetings, Aunt Situ. Everyone, with either admiration or respect, politely greeted Situ Qingxian, their eyes filled with anticipation and fervor. This female prodigy, though at the late stage of the Golden Core realm just like Mu-chan, was vastly different in terms of her intrinsic strength. Mu-chan had reached the late Golden Core stage at nearly 400 years old, while Situ Qingxian, at only 280 years old, had already been in that realm for a decade. Breaking through to the nascent soul stage was just around the corner, and reaching the deity transformation stage was practically guaranteed. Some even compared her talent to Lu Yuyan. This assessment was extremely high. You must know, Lu Yuyan was recognized as the #1 female prodigy in the eastern region for the past 10,000 years. Her cultivation talent was only slightly inferior to the former MOU, crushing everyone else. Therefore, the current Situ Qingxian was being groomed as a future sect leader. It could be said that from that moment on, the high-level members of the Heavenly Sword sect had no intention of marrying her to someone from another sect. The Profound Spirit sect was no exception either. Let alone MOU being crippled, even if he were intact, even if he were the sect leader of the Profound Spirit sect, it wouldn't be possible. Unless MOU defected to the Heavenly Sword sect, perhaps. But the premise was that he could return to his former self. The current MOU just a cripple. All the Heavenly Sword sect disciples thought the same, including Mu-chan, who had already stood up, toothless and suffering from a toothache. Junior sister Qingxuan's increasingly terrifying talent meant she was destined to marry someone within the sect. No one would give away a genius who had the potential to reach the deity transformation stage to someone else, unless the other party could offer conditions that the high-level members of the Heavenly Sword sect couldn't resist. Otherwise, he would be one of the most likely candidates. The reason it was one of was because some shameless elders were also competing with their younger generation. It was simply shameless and unethical. Mu-chan, who subconsciously gritted his teeth, immediately felt a sharp pain that made his face turn pale. "MOU is my fiancé. If anyone disagrees, they can challenge me to a duel on the Dao platform." Situ Qingxuan's words stunned all the Heavenly Sword sect disciples. Every eye flickered with disbelief and shock. Before this, no one had ever imagined she would say such a thing. Even MOU didn't expect his fiancé to act so decisively and directly. He couldn't help but take an interested look at the beautiful woman who was carefully fastening her sword to her waist. At this moment, Situ Qingxian was truly cool and handsome. Mu-chan was also dumbfounded, then his expression turned to one of pain. Even when he had 6 teeth knocked out earlier, he hadn't felt this much pain. Soon, the pain on his face turned to anger and resentment. Then, his body trembled violently, his face twisted and livid, and finally, he roared in fury. Junior sister Qingxian, why? He's become a cripple, why would you still choose him? How am I worse than him now? This was not just Mu Chen's question, all the Heavenly Sword sect disciples present had the same question. The former MOU was an unattainable peak, but the current MOU was nothing but dirt. What was his basis? Could it just be because he was handsome? But looks were unimportant for a man, especially a man in the cultivation world. Only talent and strength were a man's capital. Was the holy maiden so naive and ignorant? Situ Qingxian glanced at Mu Chen indifferently and said seriously, in my eyes, you are nowhere near his equal. This heart-piercing statement shattered the last bit of pride in Mu Chen's heart, and his face turned ashen like a dead man's. The Heavenly Sword sect disciples watching also felt as if they had been stabbed, their hearts bleeding. The pain was unbearable. Not to mention the disciples, even some elders felt heartbroken. Especially seeing the smiling MOU, everyone gritted their teeth with hatred. It's all that scoundrel's fault, stealing our saintess's heart. Fortunately, his arrogance just now will surely make the already unlikely marriage proposal even more difficult. This is not something the saintess can decide entirely on her own. Looking at the several aged figures flying over from the horizon. Except for some female disciples, all the people of Heavenly Sword sect all sneered and mocked with a common hatred. Being so arrogant and domineering in Heavenly Sword sect, now that the Grand Elders have arrived, let's see how he explains himself to us? Ha ha! Such an arrogant person will be punished by the heavens. Exactly, the saintess is naive and easily deceived, but our sect's Grand Elders will not be blinded by some villain. Situ Qingxuan's starry eyes instantly turned cold, and she took a large stride, wanting to go towards the few disciples who were shouting the loudest. MOU, however, reached out and held her back, then shook his head with a smile. It's fine, no need to bother with the barking of dogs and chickens. Mainly, he didn't want to see her get into too much conflict with her fellow disciples. Besides, he couldn't just hide behind her while she charged forward for him. But if he directly confronted all the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? This kind of thing, naturally, was better handled by the higher-ups of Heavenly Sword sect. Seeing his calm and composed smile, Situ Qingxuan's eyes were filled with confusion, then she stared straight at the hand holding hers. She didn't say a word, just quietly looked at him. You let go with a calm smile, not explaining anything. This kind of thing shouldn't be explained. After frowning and looking at him several times, seeing that he still had a calm expression, Situ Qingxian couldn't help but mutter to herself in doubt. Could it be, it was truly unintentional? Although they were engaged, if she didn't get her elder's approval, she naturally couldn't be too intimate with him. No matter how unrestrained she was, she still needed to have the modesty and self-respect that a young lady should have, especially in public. But just now, the scene had already stunned the people around them. They thought, how could the saintess not scold that lecher, but instead, they were exchanging affectionate glances. It was simply outrageous. The most hurt were those who were pursuing the saintess, like Mu Chen. They felt like their world had just collapsed. The perfect and flawless saintess in their eyes was actually touched on the hand by that shameless villain using despicable methods? And the saintess wasn't even angry? Now even Wei Tianming's gaze changed. He had just arrived and saw Qingxian holding hands with that kid. What was going on? He just disagreed with their marriage, and this girl was already rebelling so fiercely? Wei Tianming felt both angry and helpless. Disciples greet the sect master and the several elders. Seeing that the sect master was also alarmed, the Heavenly Sword sect disciples looked at MOU with eyes full of gleeful excitement and smugness. A glimmer of hope shone in Mu Chan's eyes once again. Who the saintess married was not entirely up to her. The orders of the sect were the most important factor. Wei Tianming's face was gloomy. Before coming here, he had already learned the general situation. To be honest, he was furious. Coming to their sect as a guest and then beating the host? More importantly, after the victory was already clear, he still didn't let go and slapped 6 teeth out of their sect's genius. He was simply arrogant, unrestrained, and had no regard for anyone. Regardless of the cause of the incident, he would make the other side give an explanation. Otherwise, where would the Heavenly Sword sect's face be? He believed that even if the elders of the Profound Spirit sect came later, they wouldn't be able to say anything. But when he thought about the excited and ecstatic expressions on his master and martial uncle's faces when he had gone to see them earlier, he became suspicious again. What exactly had those 2 seniors from the Profound Spirit sect told his master? To make his master so distraught? Disciple greets master. Situ Qingxian respectfully saluted. Wei Tianming finally let go of his doubts, frowning as he glared at her fiercely, his temper flaring. He wanted to ignore her, but he still nodded subconsciously. Realizing this, he turned his head angrily toward MOU, snorting coldly, "You need to give me a reasonable explanation for this.